In the underground dungeon of the Glory Kyre Magic Academy, a surging subterranean river flowed along the edge of the rocky bank, while the leaping firelight stained the surrounding stone walls a warm shade of orange. Because of your willful degradation, you have disgraced the family's honor. From this moment on, the Duke Sasse household has decided to expel you from the family. Reflect on your sins, you useless trash. Seriously, they expelled me just because I skipped a few days of classes. I really must be a thorn in everyone's side. If this had been the former Greg Sasse after reading this letter, he would undoubtedly have sunk into deep despair, for he had just lost his greatest backing. But the Greg of today was different, for he was a transmigrator. After finishing the letter, Greg casually crumpled it into a ball and tossed it into the nearby dark river, then took the opportunity to wash away the bloodstains splattered on him from the monsters he had just hunted near the camp. Forget it. The family is going to be wiped out halfway through the story anyway. Whether they acknowledge me or not is completely irrelevant, and besides, the real question is whether I can even live long enough to see the midpoint. Greg felt his mind on the verge of collapse. He could not understand why, while playing through the 81st run of the game, even in a world where girls can queue up together and have fun, would you like it? A game whose core appeal lay in girls sticking close and getting affectionate, he had suddenly transmigrated. What was more, he had happened to become the only male character in the original work who possessed a character portrait. Greg Sasse. Of course, one should not misunderstand. The developers did not grant him a character portrait out of any fondness. On the contrary, it was brimming with malice. Though his looks were strikingly handsome, perhaps because of how the developers had set him up, every important female character in the original story, upon seeing him for the first time, would not be captivated by his appearance, but instead would inexplicably feel a deep-seated aversion toward him. Thus, although he was the only male character in the original work with a portrait, there was absolutely no possibility of winning any of the heroines' hearts. And the developers' malice did not end there. In this world brimming with countless possibilities, Greg Sasse alone was destined to be a villain who must. In this game, he possessed the largest number of personal CGs, 1386 in total, of which 1380 depicted his various deaths. Back then, players who sought complete collection had truly suffered beyond words. If a complete novice had been the one transmigrated here, they would probably have already died a ridiculous death by now. Fortunately, the current Greg was a seasoned veteran. Having played through the original work 81 times, he knew that there was only one place where Greg Sasse had no death CG: the dungeon. In this world, any dungeon was an exceedingly dangerous place. Although they contained gems and items capable of strengthening magic, even so very few people would willingly enter them. As for Greg Sasse, the quintessential villainous noble antagonist, it went without saying that on every route at any point in time, he had never once entered a dungeon. Thus the dungeon was the one place where no death CG of his existed. So the moment he realized he had become Greg Sasse, he bolted straight out of the classroom in the middle of a lesson and did not stop running until he had plunged into the dungeon. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, I do have a cheat. Otherwise, I'd have become the 1387th death CG the moment I set foot on the first floor. After tossing the inedible monster carcasses into the dark river, Greg opened his basic status panel and glanced at it. Name: Greg Sasse. Race: human. Level: LV 15. Constitution: 23. Agility: 23. Intelligence: 17. Charm: 10. Willpower: 16. Luck: 10 black. As expected, the original base stats aside from charm are completely trashed here. My luck is even worse than that of a generic mob. What truly filled Greg with gratitude, however, were the talents listed below. Dungeon Explorer upgradable: while you are in a dungeon, damage dealt to any existence is increased by 20. Praise the Dungeon upgradable: while you are in a dungeon, your actual luck value will not fall below 0. Dungeon's Charity upgradable: while you are in a dungeon, the experience you gain is slightly increased. Digestive Fungus fixed: when you kill enemies in a dungeon, there is a chance to obtain one of their random skills or a skill shard. Pending activation. I could never repay Lord Dungeon for such boundless grace. Greg could not help exclaiming once more. Setting aside the question mark, the other 4 activated talents in his eyes were not only heaven-defying, but also perfectly suited to his current needs. In particular, the 4th talent had allowed him, while surviving and hunting monsters in the dungeon these past days, to incidentally acquire several useful skills. Acquired skills: Whimpering LV 3, Blunt Resistance LV 2, Burrow LV 1, Earth Magic Resistance LV 2, Earth Mana Affinity LV 1, Underwater Adaptation LV 3, Water Magic Resistance LV 2, Water Magic Affinity LV 1, Cold Resistance LV 1. These skills made Greg all the more confident in his ability to survive within the dungeon, even though the living conditions here were indeed exceedingly harsh. As long as he endured until the heroine cleared the final route and reached the true ending, then when he returned to the surface, no more death CGs would occur, and he would be able to live as he pleased. Thus his primary goal now was to find a way to continue surviving in the dungeon. Still, I have no idea where exactly the plot has progressed to at this point. Because he had been in such a hurry to escape danger apart from confirming that he was now Greg Sasse, he knew almost nothing about the current stage of the story. The only thing he could be certain of was that the original plot had definitely begun, because when he bolted out of the classroom, he had glanced around and noticed it was a second-year classroom, which meant the story had already reached its opening. It's almost impressive that the family actually knew I was in the dungeon and still managed to get a letter delivered down here. No wonder they can survive until the mid-game as a villain boss. Their methods truly are formidable. After roughly tidying up the camp, Greg rose to his feet and walked over to the fire. As he waited for the meat to finish roasting, he continued writing in his Academy Dungeon Survival Guide diary. His gaze swept over the first few lines. Day 1, hungry, cold, and shrouded in darkness, my whole body felt unbearably miserable. Fortunately, with the aid of my cheat, I managed to barely hold out in the shallow areas of the dungeon's first floor. I must keep striving to stay alive. Day 2. Today I discovered a natural cave, an absolutely ideal campsite. No monsters spawn here, the ground is solid, so there is no need to worry about horned rabbits burrowing up in a surprise attack. The only threat to watch out for is the monsters lurking in the nearby dark river. I'll designate this place as my permanent base. Day 3. I cautiously probed the territory of the devil flowers. As recorded in the original work, once I grasped their weaknesses, even someone like me could easily defeat them. In their nest, I found blocks of salt, and their buds could secrete a powder similar to Sichuan pepper. With this, I feel far more confident about survival. Day 4. While clearing the monsters around the camp, I noticed a trio of upperclassmen passing along the main path. I unintentionally overheard them gloating as they talked about me. It seems news of my sudden disappearance has already spread throughout the academy. From their words, though, it's clear whoever is spreading the rumors harbors ill intentions. Time really flies. Today is already the 5th day. Greg let out a soft sigh. His hand tightened around the pen as he began recording the day's experiences. Day 5. Today I received the letter stripping me of my family name, but this is not exactly a misfortune for me. What requires attention today is that at the entrance from the shallow areas to the middle levels, I discovered a group of goblins. Under normal circumstances, they never appear in the shallows, so this situation is extremely abnormal. I do not know whether it is related to that upperclassman party that passed by earlier. In any case, to avoid unnecessary risk, it's best to completely steer clear of that area for the time being. After finishing the entry, he picked up a skewer of horned rabbit meat that was nearly done roasting and was just about to take a bite when a somewhat familiar female voice suddenly rang out from not far away. "Sylvia, grab my hand quick." PFF. Greg choked, whipping his head around. Two beautiful figures instantly entered his field of vision. In the narrow passage, a gray-haired girl lay flat on the ground, stretching out her arm toward the dark river at her side with all her might. In the surging dark river, a pink-haired girl's foot seemed entangled by something as she drifted farther from the bank and began to sink. Greg's mind went blank for a moment. If his memory served him correctly, the gray-haired girl up ahead was none other than the game's protagonist, Victoria. And the pink-haired girl was the game's second heroine, Sylvia. Why were they here? And what was this scenario where Sylvia looked about to die on the spot? There was no such scene in the game at all. What the hell is going on right now? Greg could not comprehend why the second female lead had suddenly fallen into a life-or-death crisis, but there was one thing he knew with absolute certainty: he must not allow Sylvia to die here. Otherwise, the world line might collapse before he even managed to escape this cursed place. Thus, he plunged straight into the surging dark river beside him. The icy water wrapped around his body in an instant, yet with the support of underwater adaptation LV3, both the darkness and the raging current became domains familiar to him. He sliced through the water like a swift fish chasing after the pink silhouette that was gradually sinking. At roughly 5 meters below the surface, he finally saw what was happening. An octopus-like monster had coiled its tentacles around Sylvia's ankle. She had clearly reached her limit. Her consciousness was blurred, and her long pink hair floated apart in the water. So it's a blackwater octopus. Figures it would be top of the newbie death list in the dungeon. Having grasped the situation, Greg quickly drew near. The moment his hand touched her shoulder, Sylvia's eyelids fluttered open in a faint instinctive response, but her pupils were already unfocused. No helping it. He'll have to give her some air first. Greg cupped her face in his hands and pressed his lips to hers. Soft. That was the first thought that flashed through his mind. The next second, he transferred a lungful of air into her. Sylvia's body trembled faintly as she stared wide-eyed in dazed confusion, seemingly unable to grasp what was happening. Not giving her time to react, Greg turned toward the octopus monster and raised his right hand. Water gun. A compressed jet of water burst from his palm, striking the creature's head dead and killing it instantly. Gained experience 70. Bonus experience 7. Level increased to LV16. New skill acquired, Tentacle Entwine LV1. What kind of ridiculous skill is Tentacle Entwine? And I don't even have tentacles. He gave the floating panel only a cursory glance before forcing his attention back to reality. Once the creature's tentacles released, Sylvia, Greg immediately took her with him and dove down toward the deeper riverbed. The reason was simple: he had just seen that shadowy octopus drop a basic magic gemstone. It was the first item he had obtained in the dungeon after surviving here for several days. After picking up the gemstone, Greg finally brought Sylvia, who had slipped into full unconsciousness partway through, back up toward the surface. Breaking through the surface, Greg gulped down fresh air. As his vision cleared, a scene of staggering impact crashed into his gaze. Just a few steps away on the bank, a gray-haired girl was slipping off the last layer of her outer robe. Pure white underwear clung snugly to the elegant lines of her figure, the fabric shimmering with a pearly softness under the dim, ghostly light. Moisture and warmth rose around her in a hazy veil, tracing the breathtaking curve of her waist and the straight, slender contours of her legs. She was none other than the original story's protagonist, and in this world the one who had killed him more times than anyone else, Victoria. Water dripped from Greg's jaw, falling back into the river with a faint tap as the two of them stared at one another. Greg muttered, "Nice body." Victoria fell silent. The air between them turned excruciatingly awkward. Greg quickly realized that she might not recognize him at this moment, for his dazzling golden long hair, soaked through, now hung down over his face, completely obscuring his features. To prevent the protagonist who had killed him the most from inventing a brand new 1381SD way to end his life, Greg altered his voice and said, "I am merely a passing river god. Please pay me no mind." Having said that, he laid the unconscious Sylvia on the bank and prepared to slip back into the water and leave at once. However, the voice that rang out behind him made his whole body freeze. It was a cold, distinct tone. "Hey, Greg." Victoria stood with her arms crossed, gray eyes reflecting nothing of warmth even in the river's surface. "How long are you planning to keep up this act?" Victoria could not understand why someone she loathed, and who loathed her in equal measure, would take the initiative to save her companion. Judging from his past behavior, there was no doubt in her mind that he was scheming something. "TCH, so you saw through me after all." Seeing this, Greg simply dropped the pretense. Bracing one hand against the slick rocks at the river's edge, he vaulted up onto the bank with practiced ease. With his other hand, he swept his drenched golden hair back, revealing a face whose striking handsomeness shone through even with water clinging to his skin. "Look, sister, I haven't done anything to you, and I just saved your friend's life." He shook droplets from his hair, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Your attitude doesn't need to be that hostile, does it?" On the surface, he would never dare speak so bluntly, but this was the dungeon, his turf. With a stack of buffs bolstering him, if it really came to a fight, he might not actually lose to Victoria now. Most importantly, down here, he would not be blindsided by a series of inexplicable, maliciously scripted death scenes. "You haven't done anything to me." Victoria let out a cold laugh. "Who tampered with the Magitech device during the entrance exam hoping I'd lose control and be expelled? And who on the very first day of term publicly declared that mere commoners have no right to set foot in glorious Kale Magic Academy?" She took another step forward, voice low, yet each word honed with icy clarity. "Don't think that just because your family cast you out and you ran into the dungeon, everything you did can simply be wiped clean. Damn it, so all the events of the prologue really did happen before I crossed over. No wonder she's so hostile." Greg was not afraid of trouble, but he had no desire to stir it up either. Having finally transmigrated into a fantasy world, he did not want the foolish deeds of his body's original owner to force him into a truly antagonistic relationship with the protagonist. He reasoned that since he had just saved her companion, it should not be impossible to ease the tension between them. After a brief moment of thought, Greg decided to play on 2 points: Victoria's identity as a hero known to only a very few, and his own family's nature as humans whose hearts leaned toward the demon race. "Have you ever considered," Greg raised his eyes to meet Victoria's, his voice quiet yet laden with deliberate depth, "that I did it all on purpose, hero Victoria?" The moment the words left his mouth, a panel appeared before Greg's eyes. Redemption of the villainous noble unlocked. Clear the first layer of the dungeon before the end of Act 1. Success, all 3 innate talents upgraded comprehensively. Failure, reward, death, CG no. 1381 brand new. Greg, seriously, didn't I already say that Lord Dungeon's favor is something I could never hope to repay? So, is there really no way I can just not repay it? Just as Greg was inwardly lamenting due to the system, prompt, a storm surged in Victoria's mind because of his words. Did he know my identity as a hero? This identity is known to very few. Apart from a few high-ranking members of the Holy See, only this childhood friend Sylphia, who grew up alongside her, and is a candidate for the next saintess, is aware. But how did this exiled son of a duke hiding in the dark underground city come to know this? Victoria stepped forward calmly, completely blocking the unconscious Sylphia behind her. Her voice was very calm, even devoid of emotion, but Greg keenly sensed the murderous intent surging beneath that calmness. "Who exactly are you?" she asked, "and how did you learn about this?" Greg regained his focus. The sudden disruption from the system had thrown off his rhythm, but unexpectedly provided a whole new perspective. He quickly combined the prepared lines with the newly received task, weaving a brand new logical chain. And actually, I am also a messenger of the goddess. He met Victoria's scrutinizing gaze, speaking with assurance. "However, the opponent you need to defeat is the demon race, while my mission is to conquer the underground city. In this world, the greatest threats to humanity are simply the demon race lurking in the shadows, and the underground labyrinths filled with countless magical creatures across the continent." Considering his talents and the tasks issued by the system, Greg was not lying. His current goal truly was to conquer the underground city. "That doesn't explain what you did earlier." Victoria remained vigilant. "Because that was a performance I had to put on to distance myself from my family." Greg's voice grew a bit lower, carrying just the right amount of gravity. "In the house of Duke Sasse, apart from myself, the maid who originally followed me, and a younger sister adopted due to her talent, everyone else," he paused, enunciating each word, "are all lackeys of the demon race." Victoria's pupils slightly constricted. "And if I truly wanted to destroy you?" Greg continued, his tone even carrying a hint of absurd self-mockery. "Why would I need to make a grand announcement after tampering with a magical device? Am I an idiot who fears that others do not know of his evil deeds?" Thanks to Greg Sasse, originally low intelligence of only 1 point, Greg silently bowed to his former self. It was precisely due to the other party's previous baffling actions that this moment's intentionally crafted explanation found a foothold. Victoria remained silent. The church had indeed conducted a secret investigation into the Duke Sasse house, but had always lacked definitive evidence. She had never imagined that one of the family's former direct members would present such a shocking secret so bluntly before her. Recalling his previous foolishly outrageous deeds, the seeds of doubt quietly took root. "Then why don't you confess to the Holy Church?" She pressed her gaze like a knife. "If what you say is true, the church should be your most reliable ally." "Because it is not the goddess of light who has blessed me," Greg smoothly replied, casually mentioning a deity's name that had appeared in the original text. "The one who has blessed me is the goddess of the night." He observed the subtle changes in Victoria's expression and continued, "Moreover, the church is not a monolithic entity. Otherwise, Sylphia should have officially succeeded as the saintess by now rather than merely being a candidate, am I right?" Victoria's breath caught. He was aware of the internal struggles within the church that had delayed the succession of the saintess. This was certainly information not possessed by an isolated noble descendant. By this point, Victoria had already believed about 50 to 60% of his words. However, her long-standing caution prevented her from lowering her guard completely. "I will still remain skeptical," she stated, directly locking eyes with Greg. "That's enough," Greg shrugged, his tone lightening. "Miss Hero, I never intended to be your enemy. Oh, I only seek peace." The tense atmosphere finally eased a bit. Only then did Victoria realize a chill creeping over her. Having rushed to save someone earlier, she now wore only a thin white undergarment after shedding her outer robe. The damp fabric clung to her skin, accentuating her curves in the fire's glow. Her movements stiffened momentarily, then she raised her arms casually around herself, offering Greg a smile devoid of warmth. "Have you seen enough?" Greg blinked and honestly replied, "To be honest, not yet." "If you keep looking, I swear I will." Greg readily turned away. A rustling sound of clothing followed from behind. Once the sound stopped, he turned back, his gaze sweeping over the still unconscious and drenched Sylphia, then towards the fully dressed but complexly expressive Victoria. He pointed to the narrow passage leading to the temporary camp behind him, offering a sincere invitation. "Before Sylphia wakes up, would you like to come to my home for a visit?" He paused, flashing a bright smile under his golden hair. "My home is quite spacious." Gently placing Sylphia on the dry stone surface beside the fire, Victoria straightened up, her gaze slowly sweeping over this so-called home. In the wide cave, aside from the crackling bonfire in the center and the already stained academy coat being used as a mat on the floor, there was almost nothing. The walls were rough rock, the ground was hard stone slabs, and the air was filled with the damp scent of earth and a subtle odor of magical creatures. "Is this what you call a home?" Her tone revealed unreserved disdain. "Just say whether it's big or not." Greg, with his back to her, twisted his soaked coat, droplets falling to the ground. He removed his damp shirt, his fit upper body exposed to the flickering firelight. Water trails slid down the grooves of his back muscles, the outline of his shoulder blades becoming clearer as he twisted the fabric. Victoria's gaze flicked over, then quickly diverted. To be fair, just in terms of appearance, Greg Sasse was undoubtedly the most outstanding man she had ever seen. Yet for some reason, that dazzling golden hair and excessively handsome face had instinctively made her feel uncomfortable since their first meeting. An indescribable sense of repulsion, like a slight electric current, would occasionally surge through her spine during their eye contact. Even now, after hearing his ambiguous explanation, this subtle feeling of aversion still lingered. Unable to comprehend, and too lazy to delve deeper, Victoria sat down on the other side of the fire, maintaining a distance from her unconscious childhood friend that allowed for immediate reaction. She unstrapped her backpack, beginning to check if anything was lost in the earlier chaos. She took out several items one by one. A few basic healing potions, some dried food wrapped in oil paper, several light crystal stones for illumination, and a few changes of clothes. Lastly, her fingers touched two seemingly unremarkable objects at the bottom of the bag. One was a palm-sized flat round box, made of some dark metal inscribed with intricate patterns that were hard to decipher. The other was a small bundle of dried, deep brown root-like objects tied with hemp rope, emitting a very faint smell reminiscent of old leather. Just as she took these two items out and casually placed them on the ground beside her, an almost desperate scream suddenly erupted in the cave. "Don't eat the sour radish. You brought this dead gray fur ball all the way to the underground city to send warmth." Victoria was startled, almost dropping her belongings. She looked up in shock, only to find Greg staring intensely at the two items beside her, his eyes wide with horror, as if he had seen a ghost or something exceedingly terrifying. "Victoria." She glanced down at the two rather ordinary-looking, even somewhat shabby props, then looked back up at Greg, whose exaggerated reaction was perplexing, furrowing her brow deeply. "Is Deadash talking about me?" It dawned on Greg that he might have misspoken. But he couldn't really blame himself, for the two props Victoria had suddenly produced were both associated with a memorable death CG for him. The box, appearing to have a chaotic pattern on its surface, was actually a complex mechanism lock. Forcing it open in the wrong order would trigger hidden poison silver needles inside, instantly piercing the forehead of the opener. He still vividly remembered the CG where Greg Sasse lay on his back with a spot of crimson on his forehead. The bundle of hemp rope was even more sinister. With just a small amount of magical energy infused and placed under a pillow, it would quietly activate in the dead of night, coiling around the sleeper's neck like a venomous snake, hanging them in their dreams. In another CG, Greg Sasse had bulging eyes and a long tongue hanging out of sight, equally unforgettable. Suppressing the surge of memories, Greg cleared his throat, striving to regain his composure, and began to improvise a hymn. "My apologies, esteemed Deadash and Miss Victoria. I overreacted just now. You see, as a devout follower of the night goddess, there are certain doctrines I adhere to that may be rather unique, much like how the clergy of the Light Church abstain from certain meats and unblessed spirits. These two items in your hand, according to our teachings, happen to belong to the unclean, forbidden objects. For safety's sake, I strongly advise you to dispose of them here." Victoria frowned and weighed the metal box and the bundle of rope in her hands. Just these. An old box and a bundle of hemp rope. Is this really considered forbidden? Your teachings seem rather strange. Matters of faith vary in their rituals. Greg remained unperturbed and quickly provided an example. Just as the Light Church is wary of carving statues from ebony, believing it absorbs grudges or prohibits certain rituals during the new moon, followers of the night goddess naturally have their own unique preferences and taboos. His examples were half-truths. As a brave one closely connected with the church, Victoria had indeed heard of similar rules. Her doubts lessened slightly, yet she still wasn't fully convinced. So how should these be disposed of now? Just release them in the dark river. "Victoria," Greg immediately corrected himself. "What I mean is that flowing water can cleanse the sins that should not remain in this world." After all, these two items were merely things she had picked up and seemed worthless, serving no purpose. After a brief hesitation, Victoria followed his advice and walked to the riverbank, tossing the metal box and the bundle of rope into the rushing dark waters in succession. Watching them being completely swallowed by the pitch-black river, Greg finally felt a bit of relief. He almost had to unlock an old CG. He secretly wiped away a cold sweat, while also making a heavy note in his mental survival guide for dungeons: never let your guard down against plot-killing props, even in a dungeon. At that moment, faint groans came from beside the campfire. Sylvia's eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. She struggled to sit up, and Victoria rushed forward to support her. "Sylvia, how are you feeling? Is there anything uncomfortable?" "Victoria, I'm fine." Sylvia weakly shook her head, glancing around in confusion. "Where is this?" When her gaze landed on Greg's handsome face, she suddenly leaned back at a 45-degree angle. Hey, isn't it a bit rude to greet your savior with such a disdainful. Damn it, this production team really doesn't treat people like humans. Why do they have to impose such a strange setting on me? Greg complained inwardly, although he thought this setting was quite nice when playing the original game. But that was then, and this is now. Now that he has become Greg Sasse, the narrative has shifted. Sorry. Wait, aren't you that arrogant senior Greg? Why are you in the dungeon? She pressed her forehead, fragmented memories gradually piecing together. I remember earlier. I was dragged into the river. When I could hardly breathe, it seemed. Something kissed me. Then, I was dragged to deeper, darker waters. After that, I don't remember anything. Kissed. Victoria slowly turned her head, her cold gaze like a blade resting on Greg's neck. How could she still be conscious in that situation? Greg instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He certainly knew that these two had a childhood bond, and would naturally end up together after experiencing some events, leaving no room for his interference. What he did earlier was merely for the sake of saving Sylvia, but now it seemed a bit difficult to explain. After all, Victoria still harbored some animosity toward him. If she knew he had kissed her most important childhood friend, who knew what would happen? Greg's expression remained calm, though his legs started to shake unconsciously. You misunderstood. It was just the suction cup of that octopus brushing against her lips, making her feel as if she was kissed. Besides, she said herself that after being kissed, she was dragged into deeper waters. If it were me, there would have been no reason to do that, right? Or do you really think I'm the kind of perverse man who would do something like that? Victoria's gaze grew colder, and a faint light began to gather at her fingertips. Witnessing this, Greg immediately raised his right hand, his tone incredibly sincere, even carrying a hint of sanctity. I swear by the name of the night goddess emissary. I, Greg Sasse, have not done anything vile to Miss Sylvia, otherwise I am willing to endure an unimaginably terrifying curse. Perhaps his acting finally had some effect, or maybe the title of night goddess emissary made Victoria hesitate slightly as the light at her fingertips dimmed, but her scrutinizing gaze did not waver. Listening to their conversation, a look of confusion appeared on Sylvia's pale face, the emissary of the night goddess. Victoria briefly relayed Greg's previous words to her. After hearing this, Sylvia timidly looked at Greg and said softly, Senior Greg, I happen to know a way to verify if you are truly the emissary of the night goddess. Could you cooperate a bit? Victoria was somewhat surprised. Did the sect of the night goddess not vanish from history long ago? Is there still a way to verify this? There is. Sylvia nodded, her voice weak due to her frailty yet clear, because the light goddess and the night goddess were regarded as twin sister deities in ancient records, so within the light church. Some secret methods to discern the power of the night goddess have been preserved. This can still be verified. Can the results be kept confidential? After all, even partners in marriage are not supposed to know each other's physical conditions, so my request for confidentiality seems reasonable, right? Greg's heart sank, feeling a chill run through him. The Dark Night Goddess was merely a fabrication he conjured from his memories of past games. How could he have known that there truly existed a Dark Night Goddess in this world, let alone that she had an emissary? Now he was going to be exposed. Victoria shot him a glance, her tone leaving no room for debate. Did you hear that? Step forward for the assessment. Greg gritted his teeth, attempting a last-ditch effort. My devotion to the goddess comes from the heart. Why must there be an outward form to prove it? That's blasphemy against faith. Victoria replied, I will count to 3. Greg protested, just test me, then why say such harsh words? With a sense of dread, Greg walked forward, his mind racing to devise a plausible excuse should he fail the assessment. Running away was not an option. Even if he fled now, he wouldn't survive long. Given his current strength, while he could survive here, he was utterly incapable of conquering the first level of the dungeon alone in a short time, hence he needed the help of these two. As for secretly keeping them here forever, that was even less possible. After all, saving the world still relied. Sylvia signaled Greg to stand still, while she awkwardly straightened her posture, her hands clasped over her chest, as she softly recited an ancient and convoluted prayer. A faint golden light emerged from her palms, gradually enveloping Greg's entire body. Greg closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending wrath of the false emissary. However, the anticipated reprimand or attack did not come. The warm golden light that enveloped him seemed to encounter some kind of similar, yet different existence the moment it touched his body, causing its color to undergo a strange transformation. The golden hue receded like a tide, replaced by a darkness so profound it felt as if it could swallow all existence. The pitch-black radiance gently enveloped Greg, not evoking any sense of malevolence, but rather exuding an indescribable aura of antiquity and mystery. Suddenly Sylvia halted, her chanting covering her mouth, her gray-blue eyes widening in shock. the blessing of the Dark Knight. So pure. She looked at Victoria in disbelief. He truly is. The emissary of the Dark Knight goddess. Greg. The emissary of the Dark Knight goddess. Me. He stared in astonishment at the unfamiliar black glow surrounding him, his mind a blank. What on earth is going on? I just made that up. How can there be a real response? Victoria stared at the still dissipating dark divine light, silent for a moment, before finally averting her gaze, the chilling aura in her tone seeming to dissipate somewhat. It seems you are not as rotten to the core, at least in this matter you haven't lied to us. Although unsure of the current situation, Greg still chimed in. As long as you understand, please do not look at me as if I were garbage anymore. I am not inherently a bad person. Sylvia also let out a gentle sigh of relief, a semblance of calm appearing on her pale face as she clasped her hands over her chest and quietly said, "That's great. Since Senior Greg is the emissary of the Dark Knight goddess, he surely wouldn't dare to do such things to me." Greg. Sylvia blinked, her eyes filled with confusion. Why does Senior Greg look so puzzled? Could it be, as an emissary, you don't know about this matter? Greg came to his senses. This? You mean that thing, right? Of course I know about it. It's just... He deliberately showed a hint of embarrassment. The teachings of the Dark Knight goddess have been lost for so long, many ancient taboos and divine punishments. I am not quite clear on the specifics, Sylvia. If you know, could you explain it to me? I have to explain it. Sylvia's cheeks instantly flushed a visible crimson as she lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Actually, it's about... Greg urged from the side. What's wrong, Miss Sylvia? Is there something inconvenient to say? I'm genuinely just curious about this rule as the emissary of the Dark Knight goddess. Sylvia. Greg, did you say anything else? I couldn't quite hear you. Under persistent urging, Sylvia's ears turned red. She seemed to give up, struggling, suddenly closing her eyes and almost crying out in a hurried tone. Your XX will be enveloped by holy light and cannot be used for a year. After that it will simply disappear. Greg. After shouting that, Sylvia immediately turned her flushed face away, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Senior Greg is indeed still so annoying. Clearly you didn't do anything, yet you forced me to say such shameful things. How could you? Greg remained silent for 3 whole seconds. Haha, sorry. I'm going to use the restroom. He turned around, his steps slightly stiff as he walked toward a nearby massive rock that could shield his sight. Confirming that no one was around, he took a deep breath, harboring some absurd premonition, and slowly pulled down his pants. Damn it. He was truly enveloped by holy light. A soft yet solid layer of milky white radiance, exuding a faint sacred aura, was firmly wrapping around a crucial part, as if bestowing upon it a pure seal accompanied by a divine hymn. But Greg looked down and examined it for a few seconds, stroking his chin, his expression somewhat complex. Why does this look kind of cool? It had an epic equipment feel to it. After a moment, he trudged back to the campfire, his face bearing a mixture of faint sorrow, as if he had seen through the impermanence of life. I mean, no offense. He spoke in a drifting tone. It's just asking for a friend. Victoria raised an eyebrow. Greg continued in that story-laden deep voice. If someone unfortunately found themselves in such a situation, could they really not change it? Victoria scoffed, her gray eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Since it's your friend, he must also be a hopeless scum. Wouldn't getting rid of such scum be a contribution to the world? No. Greg suddenly became agitated, clenching his fist, his eyes filled with urgency and pain as he defended his friend. That friend. He is not like me. He is truly a very pure and kind person. I believe he must have been framed by some despicable scoundrels, leading to this malicious curse. He acted with heartfelt sincerity, his eyes even slightly reddening. Sylvia was clearly moved by this deep friendship. She recalled her own unbreakable bond with Victoria, warmth surging within her heart, and her gaze towards Greg softened considerably. I never expected that besides you there would be other followers of the Dark Knight goddess in this world. She sighed softly, then revealed a comforting smile. But please rest assured this curse can be lifted. As long as a saint of the Light Church performs specific purification rituals, this layer of holy light seal can be dispelled. As she said this, Sylvia's tone suddenly grew somber. But as far as I know, the current saint seems to be quite disdainful of the Dark Knight goddess sect, which historically stood against the Light Church. So she probably won't help your friend. But don't worry. If your friend can wait a while longer. She slightly lifted her chest, though still somewhat weak, her eyes bright and determined. Once I officially become a saint, I will personally perform the spell to lift the curse for him. Greg, if you come to purify, you will probably also evolve my very existence. His mind began to uncontrollably simulate future scenarios, a magnificent, holy temple, Sylvia draped in sacred garments, solemn and divine. Greg Sasse mustered his courage and stepped forward whispering, Sylvia. Actually back in the dark river I kissed you, but please believe me, it was truly just to save you. And also, that friend I mentioned earlier is actually me, so now could you help me lift this curse? Then Sylvia's holy smile instantly froze, transforming into a fury of betrayal and defilement, her eyes igniting with fierce divine flames. Clearly, I have already decided to dedicate everything to Victoria. You fiend. Pervert. Die. In the next moment he would be pierced by countless arrows of light, filled with anger and divinity, achieving the CG achievement of being purified on the day of the saint's coronation for the crime of lewdness. Greg silently wiped his face. It seems relying on the future saint is futile, which is equivalent to seeking his own death. Thus the only path before him appeared to be one strewn with thorns. That is in the 6th act of the original story before the troublesome current saint steps down. Find a way to make her personally intervene and lift this damned curse. Thank you, I will relay this matter to my friend, he will surely be very pleased. After discussing his friend's situation, Greg inquired why they as first-year freshmen appeared in the underground city. The recommended entry level for the first layer of the underground city is level 20, so there are almost no signs of freshmen here. Even when playing the original game, very few players would be willing to abandon the wonderful campus life to come to the underground city as grinders. Honestly, Greg did not understand why the development team included such grinding elements in a game set, and moreover the difficulty is so high that even some dungeons can easily overwhelm players who enter with equipment obtained from the main storyline. It's simply outrageous. Victoria seemed reluctant to reveal much information, but perhaps out of gratitude for Greg saving Sylvia, she hesitated before speaking. It's for the upcoming class division assessment. I need a gem with suitable attributes to allow my magic to have more variations. In this world, while magic can be cast barehanded, most people still choose to carry wands or similar magical instruments. These instruments usually have slots for gem inlays. Embedding specific gems can cause the magic cast to undergo various wondrous transformations. For example, if you place a split gem, when you cast Fireball, a large fireball will split into 2 medium fireballs to attack the enemy. If your magical instrument has a second inlay slot, and you insert an accelerate gem on top of that, then the 2 split medium fireballs will rush towards the enemy at incredible speed. In certain critical situations, the tactical changes brought by gems can often lead to unexpected victory. However, Greg remembered that Victoria should not be without even a basic gem now, since there was an idiot in the first act who would duel her and lose a gem to her. Oh, that idiot should be me, but since I hid in the underground city ahead of time, that plot line was cut. Well, that's fine, Greg thought to himself. Even without the gem I gave her, she should be able to receive another gem in the prologue unless. Greg said, I remember that all freshmen receive a basic gem after enrolling. Did you say something to the teacher in charge of the storeroom? He mimicked a tone that was both self-righteous and naive. For instance, since you said the gems in the storeroom can be chosen freely, I want the one embedded in your wand. Something like that. Victoria frowned. How do you know? Damn, she really picked that outrageous option. No wonder she ended up grinding right after enrolling. Greg suddenly recalled that during his playthrough of the original game, encountering events usually presented 3 options, with the first 2 generally being more reasonable, while the third one was always bizarre. At first he thought it was a prank by the development team, but now he began to suspect. Was that most bizarre option actually the protagonist's original choice? Greg was somewhat speechless. Normal players, to avoid getting stuck in the early game, usually obtained the first gem from Greg Sasse, and wouldn't choose such an outrageous option. This way, at the end of the prologue, they could directly possess 2 gems, and wouldn't need to consider entering the underground city for a short time. They could just focus on progressing through the story. But now, even without obtaining a gem from him, she still unhesitatingly chose that outrageous option. One can only say that she truly deserves the title of gray-haired, effortlessly achieving what he could not. Well, since this situation arose because of me, let me resolve it. This is for you. Greg tossed the gem he had just obtained from his pocket. Victoria instinctively caught. Sylvia leaned closer to take a look and softly exclaimed, it's a reflection gem. Quite rare among basic gems. What do you mean by that? Victoria held the gem, her scrutinizing gaze locking onto Greg once more. Consider it a personal favor. Greg confessed, his tone turning serious. I hope that after you complete the class division assessment, you can assist me in conquering the first layer of the underground city. Victoria narrowed her eyes. Aren't you afraid I will take the gem and back out? Heh. Greg shrugged nonchalantly, droplets of water sliding off his golden hair with the motion. Then I'll just consider it a misjudgment on my part. He appeared carefree, yet internally he was not without confidence. He understood that although this gray-haired girl often acted in bizarre ways, she had never disappointed others when it came to promises and significant agreements. This was one of the traits that endeared her to many female protagonists. Victoria gazed deeply at Greg. From this very aura one could feel that this person before her was indeed quite different from the arrogant and foolish noble young master he had been at the beginning of school. All right. She ultimately tightened her grip on the gem and nodded. I agree to your request. Soon the damp clothes on Sylvia were dried by fire. Victoria stood up preparing to leave. Aren't you coming back to the academy with us, Senior Greg? Sylvia asked softly while organizing her belongings. What would I go out for? Seeking death. To me, this cold underground city is far safer than the academy above ground, which despite its warmth is fraught with my death siege. Greg's expression was solemn as he gazed deeper into the cave, as if bearing some sacred mission. My battlefield is here. Before the starting point of conquering it, I need to understand this darkness more profoundly. Upon hearing this, a hint of admiration flickered in Sylvia's eyes. Though she still couldn't say she held much affection for him, this sense of responsibility did alleviate some of her previous dislike. All right then, we'll take our leave. She turned to follow Victoria's footsteps, but suddenly remembered something and called back, by the way, Senior Greg. Your exclusive maid, after you were disowned by your family, also voluntarily left the Sasse household. However, the academy rules state that students who lose their noble status cannot bring personal attendance. So she has been urged to leave the academy. But before she left, she entrusted a message to the student who could see you. Exclusive maid. That's referring to Ailey. Greg immediately thought of this character in his mind. This maid was quite a sorrowful character for players because she had looks comparable to the female protagonist, yet she could not be pursued, and whenever Greg Sasse died, she would also perish alongside him. Thus, she could also be considered a character destined to die. Therefore, upon learning that she had voluntarily left the Sasse family, Greg's first reaction was relief. At least, she wouldn't die because of me. As for worrying that she wouldn't survive after leaving him, that was out of the question. Because although she was just a maid, she was exceptionally strong. In certain routes, Greg Sasse was able to survive until the late stages of the game thanks to her, which was precisely why she could leave the Sasse family at will. Now that she had gotten rid of him as a burden, she would surely be able to live more freely and splendidly. Greg nodded, a trace of relaxed smile for Lee. What did she say? Sylvia recounted. She said, if you don't appear before her within a week, she will ignore the academy's rules and directly storm into the underground city to hold a grand funeral for you, then commit suicide. Laugh. Although this metaphor is indeed somewhat exaggerated, having such a loyal maid follow you, Senior Greg, is truly fortunate. After saying this, she waved her hand and hurried to catch up with the waiting Victoria. The cave returned to silence, with only the crackling of the fire remaining. Greg stood and placed the smile on his face, gradually freezing. Can you guess why I'm not joking around with you anymore? Is there a possibility that it wasn't merely a metaphor, but she was serious? So, how many days has it been since she said that? The last rays of the setting sun penetrated the gloom at the entrance of the underground city, cascading unreservedly upon Victoria and Sylvia, causing both to halt in their tracks almost simultaneously and draw a deep breath of the dry, warm air at their feet. A sense of instinctive reassurance gradually permeated through their limbs, dispelling the invisible tension brought on by their previous encounter in the underground city as the warmth of the sunlight enveloped them. Unable to resist, Sylvia raised her hand, her fingertips brushing against the scattered sunlight, a relieved smile blooming on her face. She turned her head to look at the thoughtful Victoria beside her and softly spoke. Victoria. About Senior Greg. Victoria was pulled back from her thoughts, her gray eyes slightly shifting to indicate for her to continue. I think we may have misunderstood him before. Sylvia's tone was filled with conviction. If he truly harbored animosity toward us as he had displayed at the start of school, he wouldn't have risked so much to jump into the dark river to save me. She paused, her voice becoming softer, yet exceptionally serious. Moreover, the identity of the divine envoy cannot be faked. The divine mark, more authentic than any vow or evidence, is something I understand better than anyone. As a candidate saintess, her perception and discernment of the sacred aura were instincts etched into her bloodline. The profound and pure darkness that marked Greg was not a fabrication. Victoria listened in silence, her gaze directed to the deep entrance of the underground city. She could not fully trust, like Sylvia, her vigilance as natural as breathing. Yet, the expression on Greg's face when he unhesitatingly tossed the gem to her, along with that almost open trust, replayed repeatedly in her mind. It was inscrutable. She finally murmured to herself, her brow furrowed. But indeed, he is utterly different from before. That arrogant and overbearing noble brat with his clumsy methods is in stark contrast to the Greg who now remains unusually composed, even while in danger, willing to entrust valuable resources to his enemies. The images overlapped, yet were filled with contradictory fissures. Perhaps, Sylvia tentatively suggested, he simply wants to escape from his family, which has likely betrayed humanity. Victoria did not answer, merely gripping the gem in her hand more tightly. The cool touch of the gem transmitted through her palm, resembling an unfulfilled promise, like a stone cast into the lake of her heart, stirring the previously clear distinctions between friend and foe. Each with their own thoughts, the two exchanged whispers regarding Greg's shifting demeanor as they walked along the path leading from the academy's back mountain to the main road towards the dormitory area. Just as they were about to step onto the main stone path, a girl suddenly emerged from their blind spot and darted into the underground city. Victoria halted her steps, her sharp gray eyes scanning the entrance, but saw nothing. An illusion. Before she could ponder further, as soon as she stepped onto the main road, three maids in uniform suddenly emerged from the shadows of the trees, surrounding Victoria in a triangular formation. The leading maid, with her short hair and serious expression, unexpectedly reached out her hand, gently pinching Victoria's cheek with her gloved fingertips. She carefully examined, as if inspecting a delicate instrument. Although her height is very close to the princess, the facial structure and muscle texture seem not to be a disguise or prop. Victoria, hey, her cold warning seemed completely ignored. Another maid wearing glasses and possessing an intellectual demeanor adjusted her frames, her gaze unabashedly sweeping over Victoria's chest, calmly analyzing. Moreover, based on data comparison, the princess' chest curve should theoretically be more voluptuous than this classmate's. Victoria's temples seemed to pulse with veins, her fingertips beginning to swirl with a subtle, yet dangerous magical energy. It seems that when magical experiments require materials, there is no need to go through the trouble of creating dummies. Sylvia quickly grabbed her arm, whispering urgently, "Calm down, Victoria. Violent crime is absolutely not allowed." At that moment, the third maid, with a high ponytail and the most vibrant appearance, suddenly leaned closer, gazing at the lines of Victoria's legs wrapped in long pants, exclaiming, "Wait. Look at her leg shape. Straight and long with smooth and perfect muscle lines. This even surpasses the standard leg shape that the princess has undergone years of correction and adjustment by the royal etiquette instructor." The previously explosive Victoria froze in her movements. She slightly raised her chin, the corners of her mouth curling into a barely perceptible, slightly proud arc. Humph. "It seems you few are not completely devoid of appreciation skills, HSS. Did someone just stick out their tongue to lick Sylvia?" The three maids suddenly huddled together. "Indeed, she is not the princess. The taste is completely different." "I see, then it seems we have mistaken our target." Having seemingly completed a rapid identification process, the three maids took a neat step back, uniformly lifting their skirts and executing a standard and impeccable curtsy. "To the two classmates, we sincerely apologize for the earlier rudeness." The short-haired maid spoke on behalf of the group, her tone returning to formal politeness. "We are searching for a specific person. May I ask if you have seen a red-haired girl nearby who may have somewhat eccentric behavior?" "No," Victoria replied succinctly. The three maids simultaneously revealed unabashed expressions of frustration and headache. "As expected, we've lost her again. The princess runs too fast. Who knows where she has run off to?" They quickly exchanged hushed words, their faces filled with worry. "The princess." Sylvia caught their murmurs and repeated them softly. Victoria's gray eyes narrowed, realizing who they were searching for. Lilith Khan, the second princess of the kingdom, who had entered the academy the same year as them, yet had already become a prominent figure. It was said that at just level 10, she had grasped the essence of one of the highest-tier fire magic spells. The flame burst thanks to her extraordinary talent. Without a doubt, she would be one of the most formidable competitors in the class placement assessment. Yet it was precisely this strength that attracted Victoria like a magnet. Defeating such an opponent would hold greater significance. With this thought, the chaotic musings stirred by Greg in her heart were temporarily suppressed. She did not linger any longer, giving a slight nod to the three maids before pulling Sylvia along to quickly leave, seizing the last moments to immerse herself in magical practice. Watching the two girls hurriedly retreating, the three maids exchanged a helpless glance. "If by the time the lights go out Princess Lilith has not returned," the bespectacled maid adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a resigned light, "we may have to report to that person. Princess Vivian, I suppose." The ponytailed maid sighed. "I hope the princess can have her fun and return before being discovered." After the figures of Victoria and Sylvia completely disappeared at the end of the passage, silence returned to the cave, with only the flickering campfire producing faint crackling sounds. Greg let out a long breath, not in relaxation, but to temporarily suppress the chaotic thoughts and begin to sort through the current situation. "Damn, is this some kind of trash game?" He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "I took on a main quest, but why does it come with a chain of side quests too?" The problems laid out before him were painfully clear. 1. Clear the first layer of the dungeon before the first act concludes. 2. Before the current saintess of the Church of Light steps down, find a way to have her lift his curse. 3. Meet his foolish suicidal, made within a week's deadline. 4. Figure out how he inexplicably became a follower of the Dark Knight goddess. Greg felt a bit helpless. The only thing he could ascertain was that he seemed unable to stay here quietly and develop indefinitely, though at the right time, he still had to risk his life to head to the surface. Forget it, given the circumstances. I should first check my status panel. Greg opened the panel named Greg Sasse, race human, level LV 16, constitution 3 agility, 3 intelligence, 7 charm, willpower 6 luck, 10 black. Dungeon explorer can be upgraded when you are in a dungeon. Damage dealt to any entity increases by 20%. Praise for the dungeon can be upgraded when you are in a dungeon. Your effective luck will not drop below 0. Dungeon's bounty can be upgraded when you are in a dungeon. The experience you gain will slightly increase. Digestive fungus fixed. When you kill enemies in a dungeon, there is a chance to acquire a random skill or skill fragment from them. Redemption of the villainous aristocrat. Please clear the first layer of the dungeon before the end of the first act. Skills acquired: wine LV3, blunt resistance LV2, earth travel LV1, earth magic resistance LV2, earth magic affinity LV1, underwater adaptation LV3, water magic resistance LV2, water magic affinity LV1, freeze resistance LV1, tentacle entanglement LV1. These haven't changed much, but Greg looked at the page of his basic skills panel. Personal skills: ancient language LV1, fireball LV1, water gun LV2, dark magic affinity LV 10, new dark arm guard LV 1, new dark wave LV 1, new. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Dark magic affinity LV 10. What the hell is this? He remembered that even Victoria, blessed by the hero, and Sylvia, blessed by the goddess, did not have an affinity for any magic type that reached LV 10. Moreover, there had been no mention of any dark attribute magic in the original work. As a hardcore player who had cleared 81 loops, he could say with 100% certainty in the original game, even girls can have fun in a multiplayer world you like. There was absolutely no dark attribute magic. The game's magic system centered around the 4 basic elements of rock, water, fire, and wind, supplemented by a few rare variants like light and thunder. Dark attributes were only vaguely mentioned in some ancient texts tied to the long-lost faith of the Dark Knight goddess, existing purely as historical background that no character could actually use. But now, this suddenly appearing LV 10 dark magic affinity, along with the 2 basic dark skills derived from it, completely overturned his understanding. Could it be? An absurd yet undeniable thought emerged. The Dark Knight goddess, who only appeared once in the text, still exists in this world, and I unknowingly have borne her favor. But what is her purpose? And why me? Countless questions swirled like a vortex, frantically churning in Greg's mind. This sudden gift did not bring a sense of security. Instead, it felt like a deeper layer of fog shrouding his already perilous path to survival. Meow. A soft cat meow unexpectedly resonated in the silent cave. Greg abruptly snapped out of his reverie and turned towards the sound. A pitch-black cat with eyes shimmering with an eerie green glow was elegantly perched on a nearby rock, its tail gently swaying as it quietly gazed at him. A cat? How did it end up here? Just as Greg began to doubt the existence of the black cat, he turned towards the dark river that had just made a splashing sound. No way is the drop rate really this high today. Humph, those guys dare to say that this prince's strength isn't enough to enter the dungeon. A figure was cheerfully walking along the narrow, damp stone bridge. She looked somewhat ordinary on the outside, slender, yet full of vitality. While her chest was not as ample as that of some mature women, it perfectly complemented the curves of her academy uniform. And she was none other than Lilith Khan, the second princess of the kingdom, who had caused a sensation throughout the academy upon enrollment with her use of disguise props. At level LV10, she had already mastered fire explosion LV1 through her astonishing talent and the advantages of royal resources. Having been labeled a genius since childhood, and growing up amidst praise and awe, Lilith had long since ingrained in her heart the belief that there was nothing she, Lilith Khan, could not accomplish. Originally, she had planned to see the other 2 newcomers who were said to be outstanding, the commoner Victoria and the closely connected to the Church of Light Sylvia. She didn't care about their backgrounds, only interested in their strength. But unfortunately, she was left disappointed. Neither of them was in the dormitory. Feeling bored, the princess turned her eyes and made a bold decision to directly infiltrate the dungeon and bring back some loot to impress the 3 maids who always nagged her. That's why she was here now. What the heck, it doesn't feel as dangerous as they said. Lilith stepped onto the midpoint of the stone bridge and looked around. This area still belonged to the shallow layer of the first level of the dungeon. The light was dim, but there were no monster roars or strange sounds, making it eerily boring. Not even a decent monster around. How dull. Before she finished speaking, a slick, cold, black tentacle suddenly shot out from the dark river beneath the bridge, like a hunting python precisely wrapping around Lilith's ankle. A powerful tug came instantly. What a... With no time to react, Lilith felt the world spin as she was violently yanked from the bridge. Splash! The icy river water instantly engulfed her. Gulp! The water pressure compressed from all sides and darkness completely shrouded her vision. Lilith desperately struggled, trying to channel her magic and cast her proud fire magic. But the underwater environment was utterly different from that on land. The flowing water interfered with the gathering of her magic, and the panic from lack of oxygen made it hard to concentrate. The cold river water was a natural enemy to her fire magic. After several attempts, the sparks barely flickered at her fingertips before being ruthlessly extinguished by the water. No, I can't use it at all. Despair began to wrap around her heart like icy water grass. A sharp pain shot through her lungs, and her consciousness gradually blurred. Could it be? I'm actually going to die in a place like this. And in such an ugly way. A blend of unwillingness and fear intertwined. Just as her vision was about to be completely swallowed by darkness, a warm and powerful hand suddenly pierced through the cold river water and firmly grasped her wrist. The icy river water surged violently into her mouth and nose, as if an invisible hand tightly grasped her lungs, rapidly depleting her oxygen. Lilith Khan, the second princess of the kingdom, felt nothing but the nauseating entanglement of slimy tentacles around her ankle and the despair of being dragged into the unfathomable darkness as she lost consciousness. Then a powerful force suddenly grabbed her wrist. Splash! In the moment she burst through the water's surface, fresh air rushed into her burning lungs and Lilith began to cough violently, expelling the water from her mouth and nose. She lay on the rough rocks, soaked to the skin, her uniform clinging to her body, shivering from the cold. She was saved. This realization almost brought her to tears. However, the pride of a princess compelled her to suppress the vulnerability that came with surviving a disaster. She propped herself up and with a still trembling voice began to speak. Cough, cough. Thanks, ugh. The words of gratitude caught in her throat. When she lifted her wet face and focused her gaze on the person who had rescued her, her red pupils suddenly constricted. That face was too familiar. Greg. She gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Why is it you? His golden hair, darker from being soaked, had several strands sticking to his forehead, with droplets sliding down his sharply defined jawline. And he was indeed Greg Sasse, the man who had once been betrothed to her sister. Fortunately, her father had quickly realized that he lacked magical talent and had timely annulled the engagement. Now the reality confirmed her father's decision was correct. Greg Sasse was indeed a superficial. Not only did he cheat during the freshman entrance test, but he also boasted grandly to a newcomer before hiding in the underground city, too scared to attend classes. Such disgraceful behavior even led his family to publicly announce his expulsion. It was utterly... Although he possessed a handsome face that anyone would praise, Lilith couldn't understand why she felt no interest in it, and even felt a hint of disgust. Do you know me? Greg was somewhat surprised, as he had no impression of the female classmate he had just rescued. Moreover, from the wristband on her arm, it was evident she was a first-year freshman, making it even less likely that the two had any prior interaction. Lilith then realized she was in disguise, which was why Greg seemed unable to recognize her. She hurriedly adjusted her expression, trying to make her voice sound like that of an ordinary first-year freshman. Because senior brother Greg is also quite famous among the newcomers, I must know you. Famous? Ha, infamous is more like it. After a self-deprecating chuckle, he released her hand, no longer looking at her, and turned to walk deeper into the cave, his back straight and decisive. Huh. Lilith was taken aback, maintaining a half-sitting position as she stared blankly at the figure, gradually merging into the darkness. He just left like that. He saved her, confirmed that she was all right, and then left without a single extra word. This did not match any scenario she had anticipated. In her understanding, Greg Sasse should be the type to take advantage of the situation to make various demands, to request a reward, or at the very least to adopt a posture of "I saved you, you owe me a favor." Such behavior was too common in the noble circles, where the instinct to repay favors was almost ingrained in their bones. But he did not. Even when she mentioned famous, he openly mocked himself as infamous. Is this really still the arrogant fool from the rumors? Lilith braced herself on the damp rock and stood up, her uniform skirt still dripping water. She looked at Greg's figure, which was about to disappear around the corner of the passage, as a certain emotion surged in her chest. More than just gratitude, there was also a part of her royal pride. As the second princess of the Khan kingdom, Lilith Khan would never allow someone to save her and then leave as if nothing had happened. This was a matter of principle, unrelated to who the person was. Lilith gritted her teeth and hurried after him. The soaked boots made a splashing sound on the uneven ground, especially clear in the silent cave. Hey, wait a minute. She caught up with him and blocked his path. Greg stopped looking down at her. He was nearly a head taller than her, forcing Lilith to tilt her face upward. Greg, do you think the person you just saved is someone? I am the dignified. The words abruptly halted, almost leading to her self-destruction. Greg blinked in confusion. Dignified. The dignified daughter of a wealthy merchant, Lily Carlo. She forced herself to continue, making up. The daughter of a wealthy merchant, huh? This title reminded Greg of the fourth-position female lead in his same grade, but the only difference was that the latter was the daughter of the wealthiest merchant association in the kingdom, truly born with a golden key. So, he resumed, walking, bypassing her, to continue forward. Lilith was stunned for 2 seconds before realizing he was picking up on their previous conversation. She jogged to catch up. So I want to repay you. You saved me, and I, Lily Carlo, never owe anyone. Greg stopped again, his expression turning peculiar, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Wait, he said, his voice filled with obvious confusion. Are you saying you want to repay me? Yes. Greg paused, his tone becoming even stranger. Do you really not plan to blackmail me with this or slander me for taking advantage of you? Of course not. Would anyone be so excessive towards their savior? Lilith said somewhat helplessly. Greg, really, is there no one who would? Lilith suddenly choked as she recalled some rumors she had heard before about people who had been saved, and then bit back. Finally, she could only slowly say, at least I want. You really are unexpectedly a good girl. Greg's fondness for her instantly increased. Lilith felt a bit complicated at that moment. Clearly, she was the one saved by him, wanting to repay him, but why did she end up being praised by him? Grr. At this moment, Lilith's stomach betrayed her with a sound, as she had entered the underground city without even having dinner to escape those 3 maids. Greg, seeing this, naturally extended an invitation. I was just about to get something to eat. Would you like to join? Although she was just an unfamiliar passerby, her kindness had earned Greg's favor, so he didn't mind this girl entering his camp. You can cook. This surprised Lilith even more, because nobles usually do not enter the kitchen. Cooking is the work of servants, a skill for the lower class. A duke's son like Greg should not even know how to hold a kitchen knife. What do you think I've been living on here for so many? Greg turned and led the way, walking casually. Just then, several lower-tier monsters suddenly sprang from the shadows, their sharp teeth glinting ominously. Watch out! Lilith's warning had not fully escaped her lips. Greg didn't even turn back, simply raising his hand casually, a flicker of flame at his fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 fireballs were launched at nearly 0 frames speed, accurately hitting the monsters' heads. The monsters had no time to wail before turning to charcoal and collapsing. Greg walked over, picked up one of the perfectly roasted ingredients, and nodded in satisfaction. The skin is crispy, saving us the trouble of pre-processing. Ooh, it will definitely taste better when cooked later. Lilith stood in place, watching the golden-haired boy calmly discussing cooking while holding the monster's corpse, recalling the image of the foolish and tyrannical young man from the rumors. This atmosphere simply does not match at all. Is this really the same person? Upon arriving at the campsite, Lilith scanned her surroundings. The cave was more spacious than she had imagined, yet it was nearly bare except for a crackling campfire. There were no beds, no furniture, not even any decent containers for storage. The firelight danced upon the rough stone walls, casting elongated shadows of the two. She couldn't help but wonder how had Greg managed to live here. What puzzled her even more was that, given Greg's past penchant for trouble, could he truly endure the solitude of this dim, quiet underground city devoid of any company apart from monsters? Greg, in front of her, gazed around the campsite, seemingly searching for something. His eyes swept over the corners of the rock walls, the edges of the fire, and even glanced up at the stalactites hanging from above. His posture did not seem like one checking for safety, rather it appeared as if he was confirming whether something was still there. However, he soon turned back, his expression regaining its calm. Just find a spot by the campfire to sit. I'll go prepare the ingredients first. His voice sounded entirely natural, as if he were not in a dark underground cave, but in a communal lounge at the academy, welcoming fellow students. After saying that, Greg dragged the charred monster carcass toward the dark river. Lilith found a spot not too far from the fire and sat down, beginning to dry her damp clothes. The moisture from the fabric evaporated in the heat of the flames, carrying the faint scent of river water mixed with the unique aroma of moss and minerals found in the underground city. Watching Greg deftly dismember and clean the monster carcass by the river, Lilith could at least ascertain one thing: he was not lying about being able to cook. The short sword, initially meant to signify noble status, flipped in his hands as he trimmed away the inedible parts and cut suitable chunks for grilling, his movements sharp and clean, not at all like a pampered noble son, but rather like a seasoned survivor of the wild. The warmth of the fire surrounded her, and her clothes gradually dried, yet Lilith's thoughts began to drift far away. She started to wonder if her sister would be surprised to see her now in such a situation with her former fiancé. After all, both she and her sister had once despised Greg Sasse, and no one could have imagined such a day. Suddenly, she noticed something on the ground beside her that occasionally reflected the firelight. It was not the gleam of minerals, but a softer, subtler shine. She reached down to pick it up and examined it closely in her palm. It was a few strands of hair, gray of moderate length, and the texture appeared to be quite good. Though it seemed like a trivial matter, Lilith felt an inexplicable sensation in her heart as she held the strands of gray hair and asked Greg, who was still by the dark river, cleaning the ingredients, "Greg, is it possible that someone else has come here besides me?" "How do you know?" Greg replied with a hint of confusion before continuing, "Anyway, they were just first-year students like you." He spoke as he threaded the cleaned meat onto a makeshift skewer, standing up to return to the campfire. "Their names are Victoria and Sylvia. You must have heard of them, right?" His tone was completely casual. He had no intention of hiding the fact that Victoria and Sylvia had been here, nor did he see any need to. To Greg, the Lilith Carlo in front of him was merely a kind passerby. Even if she learned this information, it was destined to stir up no significant waves. It was them. Lilith was taken aback, nearly unable to contain her expression. Victoria and Sylvia were exactly the people she had originally intended to seek out today. How could they be here? And with Greg? Did they not have a significant conflict among the three of them? Countless questions exploded in her mind, yet Lilith suppressed her shock, striving to maintain the composure expected of the daughter of a wealthy merchant. She blinked, feigning surprise, "But I thought, weren't you two at odds with each other?" The conflict at the beginning of the school year had been known throughout the academy. Greg had publicly humiliated Victoria, while Victoria had fiercely struck back with her astonishing talent during the magical testing. "Oh, you mean those previous matters?" Greg sat down by the fire, placing the skewered meat on a makeshift grill. The fat began to drip, sizzling softly in the flames, and the mouth-watering aroma of roasting meat began to fill the air. "In fact, we've already reconciled." He spoke nonchalantly, as if the conflict that had become common knowledge throughout the academy was merely a minor squabble among classmates. Regarding their reconciliation, he even hoped that this girl would help spread the news once she left. After all, he had no reason to oppose the protagonist. Now, simply finding a way to survive was already challenging enough. Who had the leisure to play the classic villain? In that case, it would be better for everyone to develop peacefully together. Once the heroines cleared the game, he could benefit from the aftermath and find a safe corner to spend the rest of his life. A perfect plan. How could he reconcile after doing something so outrageous? How did he manage that? Lilith felt as if a veil of mystery shrouded the man before her. Every time she thought she had grasped a bit of understanding, a new contradiction would arise, making it impossible to capture the true outline of reality. The campfire crackled, the flames licking the skewers, and the drippings sparked enticing aromas. The cave was filled with the warm scent of food, creating a strange contrast to the usual damp chill of the underground city. Lilith's stomach audibly growled this time, even louder than before. Her face flushed, and she quickly straightened up, adopting the poised demeanor expected of the daughter of a wealthy merchant, pretending that the sound did not come from her. Ahem. She cleared her throat, trying to regain control of the conversation. "So what do you think of Victoria and Sylvia?" Though she was surprised by Greg's change, her primary concern was still how powerful those two were. As someone who would also be competing in the class assessment, any information could be crucial. Greg immediately replied, "To be honest, they are both very beautiful." "Lilith." "No, that's not what I meant." After taking a deep breath, she rephrased her question. "I mean, how do you think those two compare to Princess Lilith?" This time Greg did not answer immediately. He turned the skewers, remaining silent for a few seconds. The firelight danced upon his golden eyelashes, casting tiny shadows. At that moment, Lilith felt a bit nervous. It had been a long time since she had felt anxious about others' evaluations. Finally, Greg spoke. "They each have their own merits." "Each has their own merits." This phrase caught Lilith's attention. She pressed further, "What exactly do you mean by that?" Greg spoke quickly, as if reciting a rhyme. "Sylvia has ample bosom, Victoria has long legs, while Lilith is well-rounded in both aspects, so they each have their own merits." The cave suddenly fell silent. The crackling of the campfire, the sound of the dark river flowing, and the faint, unidentifiable murmurs of distant monsters faded into the background. All sounds vanished in that moment, leaving only Greg's words echoing repeatedly in Lilith's mind. She was stunned. Completely stunned. A few seconds later, "I told you I wasn't talking about that." Lilith's scream nearly shook the cave's ceiling. She abruptly stood up, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. This guy was indeed a scumbag. How dare he look at me with such filthy eyes? It was utterly unforgivable. Greg blinked, his face illuminated by the firelight, revealing genuine confusion as if he had no idea why Lilith suddenly exploded with anger. "What's wrong?" he asked, his tone even carrying a hint of innocence. "Didn't you ask me how I felt comparing them? What I asked was about strength." "Strength?" Lilith almost yelled, her cheeks flushed with anger and embarrassment. "Who asked you for those evaluations?" Greg was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to finally understand, his face displaying an expression of sudden realization followed by a hint of disappointment. "Oh, so you were asking about strength." His tone and demeanor were akin to someone whose long-awaited surprise party had just been cancelled. In his perception as a mere NPC in this corner of the game, Lilith should, like all other NPCs, be keen on the gossip surrounding the main character's romantic entanglements and secretly have a crush on the protagonist or one of the heroines. So when Lilith asked for his opinion on Victoria and the others, Greg had already scripted the subsequent dialogue. The first step was precisely what he had just done, giving a detailed assessment of the three heroines' appearances. The second step would be Lilith excitedly nodding in agreement. "Exactly. I think so too." The fifth step would entail him reassuring her, his tone sincere. "Don't worry, I definitely won't tell them. So, just give me the first letter of the person you care about, and I promise to keep." The fourth step would involve Lilith, like all lovesick girls, blushing and flustered, waving her hands. "No, I don't think that way." The fifth step would entail him reassuring her, his tone sincere. "Don't worry, I definitely won't tell them. So, just give me the first letter of the person you care about, and I promise to keep it a secret." The sixth step would have Lilith seemingly giving up resistance, shyly confessing in a low voice, "I really can't deal with you. So you mustn't tell anyone else the person I care about is." In his imagination, it should have been a friendly, gossipy atmosphere filled with youthful secrets. He could even picture Lilith's eyes sparkling as she excitedly shared, "The prince looked so handsome today at the training ground," or "Senior Sylvia is so gentle." But the reality, this NPC didn't play by the rules. She wasn't concerned with pink love topics, but rather with the hard facts of strength comparison. It was like watching the national football team in the World Cup qualifiers, not to vent emotions, but genuinely believing they could win. This was a deviation from the norm, neglecting her role, severely straying from the core responsibilities of an NPC. However, since she was essentially a good girl, Greg sighed as if facing a misguided but fundamentally kind junior and patiently said in a serious tone, "Among those three, the strongest, without a doubt, is Victoria." "Victoria is the strongest? How could that be?" Lilith almost instinctively stood up, her voice rising in disbelief. But she quickly realized her loss of composure cleared her throat and sat back down, trying to regain the dignified image of a wealthy girl, though her tone still carried a clear rebuttal. "Sorry, what I meant was that Princess Lilith mastered Fireball LV1 at LV, a genius. That's one of the highest level fire-type magics. Under direct confrontation, how could Victoria possibly be a match for Princess Lilith?" She straightened her back, her red eyes fixed on Greg, filled with the message, "You totally don't understand the worth of a genius." Greg looked at her, a subtle expression of, "Young lady, I see you completely misunderstand," slowly appearing on his face. The firelight danced in his amber eyes, adding a hint of irritation to that expression. Indeed, from the perspective of most people, a genius who could touch the threshold of Fireball at LV10 would be a dimensional strike among peers. In magic training, level suppression is a hard rule. Mastering a high-level magic at a lower level means that talent, resources, and effort are all essential. Lilith Khan, the second princess of the kingdom, undoubtedly possesses all of these. But as someone who had cleared the original game 81 times, Greg knew that Victoria also had some unknown but incredibly powerful talents. So even if she hadn't yet learned the highest level magic of a certain element, in terms of combat power, they were still evenly matched. What Victoria had over Lilith was her practical combat experience. Both Victoria and Sylvia had received training from a grand sorcerer who had reached the realm of ancient heroes when they were young, and his teaching style was completely Spartan. For instance, ice spear face, washes fireballs chasing after them, and lessons taught next to monster nests. And Victoria's combat experience, far beyond her peers, was the result of that hellish training. It was knowledge accumulated through countless brushes with death, something a sheltered genius could hardly imagine. In the original story, during the class duel with Lilith, Victoria would dodge Lilith's exhausted fireball with a feint, thus achieving victory. At that moment, it would officially trigger Lilith's storyline. "You actually defeated me, who mastered Fireball at LV10. Humph, what an interesting woman. You've successfully captured this princess' attention. Just wait and see. In tomorrow's class duel, Victoria will use a feint to draw out Princess Lilith's fireball and achieve final victory." "You say that as if you can predict the future." Lilith was evidently still a bit unconvinced, as her heart was eternally proud, believing she would never lose to the commoner Victoria. Seeing this, Greg also had no intention of arguing further. because from the way she unconsciously puffed her chest and gleamed with excitement when mentioning Princess Lilith, he could infer this classmate Lilith Carlo was likely a member of Lilith's fan club. Though these fan club members often displayed near-obsessive fervor, they had never hindered the heroines from finding happiness. They merely watched over them silently. Therefore Greg didn't dislike them. The skewers were perfectly cooked, their outer layer golden and crispy, the fat rendered just right, glistening invitingly under the firelight, mingling with a peculiar aroma unique to the dungeon, penetrating deeply into the nostrils. Greg took down 2 skewers and handed one to Lilith. "Want to try?" Lilith pressed her lips together, still sulking over the absurd prediction from earlier. That annoying guy. Not only did he evaluate me with a lewd gaze, but he also brazenly predicted that I would lose. It's a miracle if what he makes is even edible. It must either be burnt or tasteless, or perhaps he added some inedible dungeon plants. While thinking such malicious thoughts, her hand moved faster than her brain, already taking the skewer. The action was quick and decisive. But after taking it, she stared at the skewer, her expression complex, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. To eat or not to eat? Eating would seem like yielding to this annoying guy. Not eating. But I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten a thing since the afternoon, and have just gone through a terrifying incident with water. My physical strength has been severely depleted. In the end, physiological needs triumphed over psychological struggles. With a critical mindset of, I want to see just how awful your cooking can be, she took a small bite with a look of disdain. The crispy outer layer crumbled between her teeth, immediately followed by the hot, tender, and juicy sensation. An indescribable aroma burst in her mouth. Lilith froze. She slowly chewed, her red eyes widening bit by bit. A proud, critical voice within her seemed to be choked by an invisible hand, falling silent in an instant. Only one thought remained echoing clearly and loudly in her mind alongside the bliss delivered by her taste buds. It's really delicious. As night deepened at the Glory Care Magical Academy in the Princess exclusive dormitory area, the warm yellow magic lamps illuminated the exquisite little living room, but failed to brighten the frowns on the faces of the 3 maids. Renee, with her short hair and a stern expression like steel, glanced at the gilded clock on the wall for the 13th time. Layla, wearing glasses and exuding an air of intellect, wiped the already spotless coffee table for the 5th time. Raina, usually the most lively with her high ponytail, now sat quietly on the sofa, holding a cushion, her delicate brows tightly knitted. It is 9:47 p.m., Renee's voice was taut as a drawn bow. The princess has never been out without notifying us beyond this hour. Even if she sneaks out to experiment with magic, she should be back by 8:30 at the latest. Layla adjusted her glasses, her eyes filled with concern behind the lenses. Could something have gone wrong? Raina hugged the cushion tightly, her voice wavering. The 3 fell into silence. The princess' capricious nature, her frighteningly vigorous curiosity, and her near-blind confidence in her own abilities had always been the source of their greatest headaches. They were maids, guardians, and also sisters who had watched her grow up since childhood. Their worry had long transcended duty. The hands of the wall clock quietly crept forward another notch. Renee took a deep breath, seemingly making up her mind. Let's wait another 15 minutes. If the princess hasn't returned by then. She paused, her tone unusually grave. We must report this matter to Princess Vivian immediately. Vivian Khan, the kingdom's eldest princess, half-sister to Lilith, and currently one of the strongest contenders for the second-year chief at the academy. She is extremely strict in her dealings with others and herself. If she were to find out that her sister had suddenly... The 3 maids shivered in unison. Just thinking about the consequences sent chills down their spines. Just as this oppressive silence was about to reach its peak. Click! The sound of the door lock turning was faint yet clear. The 3 maids instantly sprang up from their positions, their gazes fixated on the entrance. The door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Her deep brown hair was a bit disheveled, and her plain academy uniform was stained with suspicious watermarks and a mix of dirt. Your Highness, the 3 exclaimed in unison, rushing forward. Renee scrutinized her from head to toe. Are you hurt? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? Raina hurried to pour hot water. Your Highness, you scared us to death. Where have you been? Lilith was surrounded by them, and she waved her hand with a hint of helplessness. All right, I'm fine. She reached behind her ear and gently pulled off the magical disguise tool. In an instant it felt as if a dark filter had been lifted. The deep brown hair vanished, replaced by a vibrant fiery red that cascaded down her shoulders, shimmering with a warm glow under the light. The contours of her cheeks gradually became clearer, with a well-defined nose, cherry blossom-like soft lips, a beautifully shaped chin, and the most striking pair of eyes resembling pure red rubies. Seeing that she indeed had no obvious injuries and her magical aura was stable, the 3 maids breathed a sigh of relief, but their confusion and concern remained undiminished. Your Highness. Renee stepped back half a step and curtsied, but her tone was unyieldingly serious. Please tell us, where exactly were you from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. today? What were you doing? Lilith blinked, her gem-like eyes darting around as she took off her muddy coat and handed it to Layla, all while speaking in a feigned casual tone. Why are you all so worried? I just visited a friend for a little while. With her words, the living room fell silent for a moment. Renee looked at her expressionlessly and slowly spoke. Your Highness is lying. Layla nodded in agreement, her tone calm and unwavering. Yes, without a doubt, Your Highness is indeed lying. Reyna tilted her head, a look of confusion on her pretty face. Why would Your Highness tell such a lie that we can see right through? What do you mean by this? Lilith's face flushed instantly, even her ears turned pink, her body trembling slightly, whether from anger or embarrassment. Even I have a friend or two, you know. Having grown up together, their relationship had long transcended that of mistress and servant, coming closer to that of inseparable sisters. Because of this, their understanding of Lilith might be even deeper than her own. They could tell when she lied, for instance, by the small actions she unconsciously displayed, such as her gaze drifting toward the upper right or her fingers unconsciously twirling her hair ends. To them, these signs were as evident as a lighthouse in the night. Renee stepped forward, slightly bowing respectfully, but with a sharp question. May I ask, Your Highness, does the friend you speak of refer to someone we can see and touch? Lilith, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly jumped. What do you think I am? How old do you think I am? I've long graduated from having imaginary friends. Her red hair swayed slightly with her agitation. Reyna remarked, it seems you've evolved to have solid rubber friends, but do remember to keep it moderate when doing such things. Lilith retorted, why has it turned out like this? It's really just an ordinary human friend. If that's the case. Layla adjusted her glasses, a glint of light flashing off the lenses. Then could you please tell us after all, someone who could make the princess so reluctant to part, and even miss dinner time, is someone we would very much like to meet. No way. Lilith almost immediately rejected the idea. The name Greg Sasse held too special a meaning. Moreover, she didn't even know if their relationship could be considered that of friends. The only thing she could be sure of was that she no longer disliked him as she once did. Oh. Reyna caught the fleeting, complex expression on her face and immediately closed in like discovering a new continent, her pretty apricot eyes sparkling with gossip. This reaction. Your face is so red, your tone so resolute, yet you won't say the name. How intriguing. The class placement assessments are tomorrow. Lilith raised her voice sharply, interrupting Reyna's prolonged tone and successfully shifting the topic. I need to go back to my room to rest. Conserving energy is crucial. After saying that, she dashed into her bedroom like a startled rabbit, slamming the door behind her with a loud thud followed by the clear sound of the lock clicking. Your Highness, you haven't had dinner yet, right? You will be starving yourself. Renee quickly called out to the closed door. I've already eaten. Lilith's muffled voice came from the tightly closed room. Outside, the three maids exchanged incredulous glances, their faces filled with disbelief. The princess has eaten. They knew very well that Lilith had no habit of taking money when she went out, and she herself couldn't cook at all, being pampered since childhood. So it seemed the only answer left was that she truly had made a friend and even eaten at their place. Inside the room, after changing out of her clothes, Lilith fell backward onto her soft bed. The expensive silk sheets enveloped her in an instant, but she remained oblivious, staring blankly at the ceiling adorned with magical starry patterns. Moonlight streamed through the exquisite bay window, casting a soft glow on the carpet. She turned over, lying on her side, her fair, delicate legs extending from under her skirt, with her slender ankles exposed and 10 toes resembling smooth round pearls. She unconsciously swung her calves, her white feet gently swaying in the moonlight, as if pondering some difficult question. Friends, huh? She murmured softly, the word rolling off her lips with a strange, yet novel sensation. Greg Sasse was completely different from the person she had known. Clearly, she had promised Face to repay her debt of gratitude. But what about him? He merely scratched his half-dry golden hair, wearing an expression that was both a bit helpless and a bit amused, saying, repay. It's not that troublesome, you. You just need to continue supporting Princess Lilith. Support Princess Lilith. At that time disguised as Lily Carlo, she nearly lost her composure. Did this guy even know who he was talking to? And why would he sacrifice his goodwill to let Lily Carlo support Princess Lilith? It offered him no benefits at all, right? What a fool. A complete fool. Did he even understand what a favor from me meant? To just willingly give it up. Putting this matter aside for now, Lilith thought about the time spent with him. Although he always managed to irritate her during that time, she felt unprecedentedly relaxed. There was no need to maintain the demeanor of a princess, no need to weigh every word carefully, and no need to consider the royal family's reputation. She could get angry, she could yell at him, and she could express her dissatisfaction without reservation. It was like being an ordinary person. And the food he made. Those crude dishes that shouldn't have appeared on a princess menu, how could they be so delicious? The crispy outer layer, the juicy inside, the layers of spices, were even more memorable than the meticulously prepared steak by the palace chefs. Next time I must make him cook more, she whispered, her tongue seemingly recalling that wonderful taste. Though that guy ultimately waved his hand, saying something like, "Dungeons are dangerous, little girl, don't keep coming here." But she, Lilith Khan, could go wherever she wanted. Why should she listen to him? She would definitely go, not only to eat grilled meat, but also to make him hand over that peculiar spice. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted, a hint of mischievous anticipation blossomed in her ruby-like eyes, and the movement of her delicate feet became lighter. But this small excitement, like ripples caused by a stone thrown into a lake, quickly dissipated. The cold reality surfaced in her heart. The one who had roasted marshmallows, bantered, and eaten grilled meat with her in the cave was Lily Carlo, an ordinary merchant's daughter. And what Greg Sasse saw, conversed with, and rescued was also Lily Carlo. If he were to find out, if he were to know that the girl sitting opposite him, munching on skewers without any grace, was the second princess of the kingdom, Lilith Khan, and the sister of his former almost betrothed, would he still look at her with such casual eyes? Would he still retort without hesitation, making her angry? Would he casually hand her a piece of oily grilled meat, saying, "Try this"? Probably not. Just like those classmates and teachers in the academy who learned of her identity. Their gazes would hold a distance, flattery, or careful scrutiny. Speaking would become measured, actions would become restrained and polite. Everything would be veiled by a thin membrane called identity, rendering it dull. Somewhere in her heart, a faint pang of sadness surfaced. Oomph. She suddenly shook her head vigorously, her red hair fanning out on the pillow. Anyway, I don't truly want to be friends with him. I just think his cooking is really good. Yes, that's it. Everything else is irrelevant. As if to convince herself, she abruptly sat up in bed, withdrawing her gaze from the bright moon outside. Her gem-like eyes regained their determination, even igniting a small, unyielding flame. She raised a clenched fist, waving it at the air. And he even dared to say I would lose to Victoria because of a feint. That's absurd. I am Lilith. Tomorrow is the class placement assessment. I must see what it's all about. In the first layer of the dungeon, Greg's makeshift camp. The campfire had been replenished with new wood, blazing warmly, illuminating the empty cave. The raucous Lilith Carlo had left, taking most of the noise with her, leaving only the endless sound of the dark river's flow and the occasional roars of beasts echoing from the depths of the cave. Greg finished the last skewer of grilled meat and tossed the stick into the fire. He glanced around this almost empty home, which consisted of only the fire pit and rock walls, gently sighing. Indeed, he would have to find a way to add some variety, though otherwise he feared he might eventually devolve into a savage. He shook his head, temporarily casting these thoughts aside, because there were more pressing matters to confirm. Clearing his throat, he spoke to the flickering flames, addressing the vastness of the cave in a calm, yet clear tone. "Hey, dark night goddess." He paused for a moment, his amber eyes appearing particularly deep in the firelight. "You're still here, right?" No response. "I am quite curious, how did you recognize me?" The black cat spoke. The voice did not emanate from the cat's mouth, but rather echoed directly in Greg's mind, cold and distant, imbued with an inhuman ethereality, yet strangely intermingled with a hint of feline laziness. It even raised a front paw, elegantly licked it, and then tilted its head, gazing at Greg with eyes so dark green they seemed capable of absorbing all light, filled with a sense of inquiry. That posture resembled not a cat, but rather a deity perched upon a throne, keenly observing an unexpected visitor. Indeed, just as I thought. Greg's reaction was surprisingly calm. No crawling in worship, no panic. Even his eyebrows did not raise slightly. It was as if he had anticipated this moment all along. He merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a mix of helplessness and the expression of "I knew it would be like this," and said slowly, "After all, this trope is too classic. A goddess of the night manifesting as a black cat. It's practically standard in various stories. It's hard not to make the connection." He even shrugged, as if discussing a cliched literary device. "Tropes? What are you talking about?" The black cat's voice carried a note of clear confusion. Its dark green eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly caught off guard by Greg's reaction and words. Explaining it would be quite troublesome. Greg waved his hand dismissively, adopting an attitude of disregard for details. In any case, just consider it an ordinary cat that shouldn't be in such a spooky place, coincidentally appearing when I acquired a bunch of dark-related skills. So at the moment you showed up, I already thought you were anything but ordinary. This was not entirely perfunctory. From the moment the black cat appeared, its excessively tranquil demeanor and its calmness amidst the dangerous environment of the dungeon exuded an eerie quality. Moreover, combined with his recently acquired absurd affinity for dark powers. All these coincidences pointed to a conclusion that was not hard to guess. What a nonchalant attitude you have. The black cat flicked the tip of its tail lightly, its tone revealing no discernible emotion. Since you know I am a goddess, shouldn't you show a bit more respect towards me? Greg directly made an international friendly gesture towards this deity. I can't show you any respect. His tone even carried a hint of impatience. I am not a member of an animal protection association. I have no special filter for felines. Frankly speaking, I originally did not wish to get involved with beings like you at all. My current situation is already troublesome enough, and I just want to live peacefully, not to be entangled in some script of fate. So could you please refrain from associating with me in the future? You dare to refuse a goddess. You truly are a peculiar person. A trace of faint amusement seemed to flicker through the black cat's voice, but it quickly returned to its ethereal tone. However, I regret to inform you that you have already been marked by me, so it is impossible for you to avoid any connection with me. Hey, Greg was now a bit agitated. You did this without my consent, right? Did I agree to it? Did I sign anything? No. Does a unilateral forced blessing count? You could just take it back. That is not possible. The black cat gently shook its head, the movement graceful, but carrying an undeniable implication. Because your fate and mine are now irrevocably bound together. Damn, Greg muttered under his breath. Modern words slipped out. A merchant like you who engages in forced transactions without offering refunds should really be disgusted by those who only want the refunds. A refund seeker. The black cat tilted its head, clearly unable to comprehend these otherworldly terms, yet Greg's tone of disdain and rejection was unmistakable. Your expression of disdain truly makes me a bit sad. Its voice remained flat, yet seemed to carry a barely perceptible ripple. Do you know how many beings have willingly sacrificed all they had, even their souls and eternity, just to receive even a fleeting glance from me, a thin thread of blessing? That is other people. Greg emphasized, sitting cross-legged, elbows resting on his knees, cradling his chin, a look of worry about the uncertainty of the future written across his face. But I do not wish to be used as a pawn by someone like you. A strange goddess to do things that could potentially endanger my life. A pawn. The black cat seemed amused by this description, gracefully jumping onto a slightly higher rock, looking down at Greg, its dark green eyes glimmering in the firelight. You certainly do not receive the treatment of a pawn. It paused as if weighing its words or providing information. If I merely regarded you as a disposable pawn, then you would not receive such generous gifts. The black cat's gaze seemed to intentionally or unintentionally sweep across Greg's body. Despite no visible oddity, Greg immediately understood what it referred to. The high-level LV-10 affinity for dark magic along with the accompanying dark skills. Greg's heart. Indeed, according to the original setting, even Sylvia, who was similarly favored by the goddess, had her affinity for the relevant elements, peaking at LV-8 on the game panel. LV-10 was a level that could be said to exist only in the setting. In reality, no one could truly attain this level. If this goddess of the night truly regarded him as a one-time tool, it seemed unnecessary to invest such extensive resources. So this appeared more like a investment, or perhaps a binding. Moreover, the black cat continued, with that voice resonating directly in his mind, its tone seemingly becoming more serious. I previously made it clear. Your fate and mine have been irrevocably bound together. This is neither metaphor nor threat. It leaped lightly down from the rock, silently landing before Greg, looking up, its dark green cat eyes locking onto the amber pupils of the young man. If you were to perish, I would also cease to exist. Greg, we share the same divine essence. Greg. Therefore, strictly speaking, the black cat elegantly curled its tail around its front paws and delivered the final verdict. You can now be considered a deity. The crackling of the campfire and the gentle flow of the dark river created a soundscape, yet these noises seemed to fade into mere background chatter. Greg maintained a posture of resting his chin on his hand, blinking once then again. The expression on his face, a mixture of helplessness, worry, and disdain, solidified, then cracked like glass struck by a heavy hammer, forming fine fissures. He opened his mouth, his voice a bit dry. I inexplicably became a god. This sentence was uttered with extreme slowness, each word seeming to be squeezed out of his throat with great difficulty. It was neither a question nor an exclamation, but rather a pure statement of bewilderment following an overload of information. Becoming a god. And so easily. Isn't this process a bit too hasty? Greg's thoughts began to drift uncontrollably towards strange directions. He now seriously suspected that there might be hidden truths about his origins. For example, like that certain war god with the surname Kuei, Perhaps divine blood from a certain scoundrel of the divine realm flowed within him, allowing him to attain the identity of God so effortlessly. And then what? According to the formula, shouldn't he also embark on a path of god-slaying? Starting with minor deities, leveling up all the way to slay the God King and ascend to the highest throne. The imagery was indeed strong, but Greg just wanted to hold his head and shout for it to stop. Because all he wanted was to survive in the dungeon until the end. Fighting and killing was far from peaceful. Moreover, the mortality rate of the god-slaying endeavor was astonishing. It was nearly impossible not to visit the underworld multiple times. The black cat seemed quite pleased with his current reaction, its emerald eyes slightly curling, as if smiling. Indeed, although merely a demigod with a weak divine rank, incomplete authority, and a low status, in essence you have already transcended the mundane. With a series of rather ominous descriptors, it affirmed Greg's understanding. Greg finally began to recover from his petrified state. He put down his hand that was supporting his chin, rubbed his face, feeling overwhelmed by the information, as if his CPU was overloaded. Wait. Let's sort this out first. He made a gesture to pause. The first question you said, if you die, I die. If I die, you also die. Yes, our fates are intertwined, our lives are in a covenant. The black cat nodded. Greg fell silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly raised his hand to cover his face, letting out a mournful wail of anger. Damn it. How could I, such a handsome and promising young man, share my life with a cat? What kind of cruel punishment is this? A hellish joke. Hey. The tip of the black cat's tail flicked with displeasure, its voice carrying a hint of offense. Mind your words, mortal. Oh, now you're a demigod. Now you are truly a being of limitless potential, and let me reiterate, I am not an ordinary cat. I am the genuine goddess Nightmare. The last name carried a weight unique to divine speech, causing a slight echo in the cave. Shut up. Greg revealed one eye through his fingers, glaring at it, his tone filled with disdain. Someone like you who fails to elicit any excitement and cannot even provide the most basic visual benefits is not worthy of being called a goddess. If you have an opinion, then transform into a voluptuous, curvaceous, long-haired beauty with seductive eyes before arguing with me. Humph. The black cat form of Nightmare not only showed no anger, but the smile in its emerald eyes seemed to deepen, unabashedly revealing your ugly and straightforward desires. However, to be frank, I do not dislike individuals like you who are authentic, compared to those who are pious in words but have hidden agendas. You seem much more genuine. It paused for a moment, an unusual hint of human-like regret in its tone. Only it is a pity. Because I have long departed from the faith system, my divine power has waned, and my divine rank is incomplete. Maintaining this current manifestation is already a strain. To change forms, especially to the type you desire, is temporarily impossible. I can only disappoint you. Tisk, it's really the same old routine. Greg pouted, putting his hand down his face, clearly showing I knew it. With his knowledge of the background of the original work, he understood that the powers of deities in this world largely relied on the anchoring and offerings of faith. For an ancient deity like the Dark Night Goddess, who had been silent for centuries with faith nearly extinguished, to still retain a trace of awareness and find him was already a miracle. Expecting her to immediately exhibit the divine grace of her prime was akin to delusional dreaming. He sighed, accepting this cruel reality, and continued to inquire. The second question, you said we share a divine rank. So what am I now? The Dark Night God, a novice dark deity, a divine rank-sharing partner. It can't possibly be called a Dark Night freak, right? He expressed heightened vigilance towards the strange title he might acquire. This is merely a title, you need not pay it too much heed. Nightmare's tone appeared casual. However, according to ancient customs, beings like you who are deeply bound to the divine rank, but retain independent will and form, are generally referred to as divine mortals. Divine mortal. Greg twitched at the corners of his mouth. You are the divine mortal. Your whole family are divine mortals. He unhesitatingly rebutted this seemingly insulting term. Nightmare seemed unfazed by his intense reaction, tilting its head. It appears you do not like this title. No matter, titles can change. It contemplated for a moment, then spoke in that ethereal voice. Then I shall bestow one of my names upon you. Oh, from this moment on I allow you to call yourself by the name of Dark Night King. That's pretty good. I like it. Greg nodded. I really don't understand why you humans care so much about these useless titles. Nightmare shook its head. Greg said, who do you think caused me to be in a position where I can only find ways to make light of my suffering? Nightmare adopted an elegant pose, licking its paw, pretending to observe the patterns on the rock wall. Sigh. Greg sighed as if resigned to his fate, knowing that arguing with this black cat was meaningless. He sat up straight, his expression becoming serious again, even taking on a hint of sharpness. Alright, we've finished with the appetizers. Now for the main course, the third question, which is also the most important question. Sigh. Greg sighed as if resigned to his fate, knowing that arguing with this black cat was meaningless. He sat up straight, his amber eyes locked tightly onto the mysterious black cat before him, posing the core question that had been swirling in his mind since he was informed of the binding. As a goddess, even if you were down on your luck, why not bind with a dying hero, a despairing sage, or a vengeful prince? But why did you choose me? The glow of the campfire flickered in the cave, elongating the shadows of Greg and the black cat squatting opposite him, casting them against the uneven rock wall like two ancient statues silently confronting each other. After hearing Greg's question, the night goddess Natemel did not respond immediately. She gracefully stood up, moving with silent feline steps, slowly approaching Greg, and then began to circle around him, leisurely pacing. One circle, two circles. Her emerald eyes glimmered in the firelight, resembling jewels in a deep pool, intently scrutinizing Greg, as if assessing a complex and intricate object or confirming some intangible quality. After completing the third circle, she stopped beside Greg, her ethereal voice resonating directly in his mind. Because you are special, Greg Sasse. Special? Greg raised an eyebrow, waiting for more. Especially unlucky. Especially good at survival. Or especially easy to attract to death, CG. Natemel continued, her tone carrying a divine sense of insight. I can sense that there seems to be some powerful talent within you, possessing the potential to conquer the 5 great dungeons. The 5 great dungeons was not an unfamiliar term to Greg. It was almost the core and most troublesome hardcore content setting in the game. Even girls can have fun multi-queuing together. Do you like this world? The Dungeon of Honor Kyle Magic Academy. This wretched place he was currently crouching in was merely the first and the most accessible one. Duchy Dungeon. Located beneath the eternal frozen glacier of the northern ice duchy, a paradise for extreme cold and ice-type monsters. Imperial Dungeon. Hidden deep within the Central Empire's capital, heavily guarded and extremely difficult. Undersea Dungeon. Sunken in the deepest trench of the endless sea, where environmental pressure is max, inaccessible to anyone but top-tier water type or specially adapted individuals. Demon Realm Dungeon. Located in the heart of the demon territory, filled with demonic energy, a veritable hell for humans. These 5 dungeons are vast in scale, with complex mechanisms and monsters whose strength increases geometrically. In the original work, they were less conquerable dungeons and more ultimate challenges prepared for the most hardcore. Before Greg's crossing, there had never been a complete strategy guide for the 5 great dungeons on any game forum, not even for a single one. Most players, including himself, had merely dabbled, fishing for rare materials or special gems in the early layers before running away. After all, this was essentially a game of corners. Spending time and energy figuring out how to bicker with its Sundra princess, how to raise the favor of a cold saintess, or how to trigger special events with a wealthy merchant's daughter was far more appealing than repeatedly dying in the dark, damp, monster-infested dungeons. Thus, Greg's understanding of the 5 great dungeons was limited to the general terrain and initial monster types of the early layers. Deeper. That was a realm shrouded in unknown and deathly aura. No. Greg pulled himself from his memories, his expression shifting from serious to one of clear confusion and resistance. What does my potential to conquer these dungeons have to do with you, O goddess? Moreover, why would I want to conquer these wretched places? Greg was somewhat puzzled. Usually when others are favored by a goddess, it's because they possess the power to save the world, whereas he was being watched by the goddess for his talent in being a shadowy rat in the dungeons. What was that all about? Of course it matters. Natemel seemed to have anticipated his reaction, her tones. She walked back to the fire, elegantly sitting down, her tail curling around her front paws. Although my memories have been eroded by the long passage of time and faith, some core imprints remain clear. I remember. These 5 dungeons were not formed naturally, nor can they be easily constructed by the beings of this world. She lifted her emerald gaze, looking into the boundless darkness of the cave, as if she could penetrate the rock and see even further. They are seals and also graves. Greg's heart skipped a beat. Graves? Buried with what? Powerful, ancient magical beasts. Fallen heroes. Or legendary treasures. He tried to guess based on conventional fantasy settings. Natemel slowly shook her head, dismissing all these assumptions. They bury some extremely dangerous entities whose essence, form, and purpose are utterly incompatible with this world, if they were to fully awaken and break free from their restraints. The black cat's voice, rare for its seriousness, even carried a hint of apprehension. This world may face a true end. Destroy the world. Greg was taken aback for a moment, then, as if realizing something, he showed an "I understand now" expression. Oh, so you're talking about the Demon King. You need not worry about that. Although that guy is indeed a nuisance, there will naturally be people to deal with him. According to the original plot in the mid to late game, the Demon King's army would ignite the flames of war, but ultimately would be defeated by the grown heroines working together. Though the process was tortuous, the ending was destined to be bright. This belonged to the main quest. He, a former villain, would just shout 666 on the side and survive. However, upon hearing his words, the black cat, Natemel, visibly paused. In her emerald cat eyes a hint of confusion was clear, and a subtle emotion of "What are you talking about? Demon King." She repeated the term with an odd tone, her tail tip twitching unconsciously. Where did that come from? A stray on the roadside. Now it was Greg's turn to be baffled. Wait, are you sure the one you're referring to as the world-destroying guy is not that Demon King who occupies the demon realm, builds an army, and thinks about conquering the human world all day, eh? Following the conventions of almost all fantasy works, isn't the ultimate boss that destroys the world the Demon King? Of course not. Natemel's tone was very assertive, even tinged with disdain. The Demon King you speak of cannot even be found in the remnants of my memories. Such beings may stir up trouble in your current era, but in the more ancient and dangerous epoch when I was active, they were not even noteworthy. What I speak of are the outer gods buried at the core of these 5 dungeons. Outer gods. Greg mulled over this completely unfamiliar term, his brow furrowed tightly. He could say with absolute certainty that the concept of outer gods had never appeared in any text dialogue document fragments, or even hidden backstories in the original game. Even girls can have fun multi-queuing together. Do you like this world? I've never heard of any outer gods. You must be mistaken due to your old age, right? Or is this something you made up to trick me into going on an adventure? After all, this goddess did not seem very reliable and had a history of coercively binding him. Natemel's voice carried a hint of genuine sentiment and loneliness. I never expected that after such a long sleep and forgetfulness, the beings of this world haven't even heard the name of the outer gods. Then I suppose nowadays no one would actively explore or even conquer these 5 prisons that suppressed his... Greg nodded. After all, the dungeons are filled with unknowns. If it weren't for dodging some flags, I wouldn't want to stay here even for a moment. This is the common mindset of players and a true reflection of most adventurers in this world. Dungeons are treasure troves of resources, but also death traps. Natemel seemed to let out a gentle sigh upon hearing this. She spoke in a slightly perplexing tone. It's truly strange. I have observed that you humans, when faced with the unknown allure beneath the skirts of beautiful females, often exhibit astounding courage, wisdom, and yearning, unafraid of difficulties, rushing forward one after another. Why is it that when the object changes to the equally unknown dungeons which may hide the key to the world's survival, only fear and retreat remain? Greg retorted. How did you even connect these 2 things? Natemel blinked her emerald eyes innocently, as if to say, did I say something wrong? Greg rubbed his temples, feeling that discussing this with the uniquely thinking goddess would never end. He decided to steer the topic back on track. He picked up a few dry twigs and threw them into the campfire. The flames leapt a little higher with a loud crackle, dispelling the chill and psychological pressure brought by the darkness deep within the cave. Greg dusted off his hands, his tone regaining firmness. In any case, if you're looking for someone to conquer these 5 great dungeons for you, then you've got the wrong person. I want to actively seek death. He would only venture into the dungeons when it was a matter of survival, but would never actively seek to conquer them. After all, the high difficulty of these 5 great dungeons was well known. Although this black cat was indeed a goddess, all this chatter Greg couldn't verify for its authenticity, as these were factors never mentioned in the original work. Moreover, as long as he followed the original plot, once Victoria defeated the Demon King, wouldn't the world return to peace? Even if, for argument's sake, there really was some outer god buried inside, and even if they were to awaken one day, when would that be? 100 years later? 1,000 years later? By then his bones would have turned to ash, whether the world was destroyed or not had nothing to do with him. Natemel heard Greg's words, but did not show any excitement or disappointment. She merely sat quietly, her emerald eyes calmly gazing at Greg. This is merely a gamble of mine. A hollow voice echoed in Greg's mind. To place the remaining hope upon a single individual is itself the greatest uncertainty. I have neither the right nor the willingness to forcibly intervene in your choices and path. She paused, and a near relieved expression seemed to appear on her feline face. If one day the situation I fear the most truly arrives, then you and I shall walk towards the end together. At least on the road to the Yellow Springs we shall not be alone and can keep each other company. Having said this, Natemel no longer looked at Greg as if she had truly laid down some heavy burden. She lightly jumped off the rock, walked to the warm campfire, found a flat and dry spot, and elegantly curled up her body, burying her head in her front paws with her tail gently wrapped around her body. In just a few moments a subtle and even purring sound began to arise. That posture, that sound was indistinguishable from a house cat lazily napping by a winter hearth, entirely unaware of the grand topic of the world's survival discussed just moments before. Greg. He looked at the black cat that had instantly fallen into a sleeping state, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this goddess mindset too tranquil? Or perhaps a bit too carefree? However, upon reflection, this is also good. He truly feared those plots that would casually throw you into the flames for the world, for the people. Being able to seize the power of choice, even if the choice is to lie down, gives him a sense of relief. However, this feeling of relief lasted only a few fleeting seconds. He suddenly slapped his forehead, his expression turning grim. Oh no. In the midst of discussing world destruction with this fallen goddess, he almost forgot about the imminent crisis at hand. The maid Ellie, the ruthless one who said she would storm into the dungeon to hold a living funeral for him if she didn't see him within a week. According to his original plan, he intended to take advantage of the deep night to venture out of the dungeon, trying to avoid those who might trigger death sieges within the academy, and secretly find Ellie to stabilize her first. But now, after wasting time with the goddess, it must be past midnight outside. Setting out now, the time is too tight and the risks have greatly increased. I can only wait until tomorrow night. Greg sighed helplessly, feeling that plans could never keep up with changes. Tomorrow is the class division assessment day. With so many people in the academy, actions are inconvenient during the day, so he can only delay for another night. I hope Ellie can be a bit more patient. Though based on his understanding of that maid, this hope is quite slim. At this point, he might as well get some sleep. He walked to the other side of the campfire, found a relatively flat spot lying down away from the damp rock wall. Underneath him was merely his academy jacket, which barely served as a cover. Through the thin fabric, the unique cold and dampness of the dungeon unceremoniously seeped up, and the sharp stones beneath him were clearly felt even through the clothing. Tisk, this cursed place. Greg uncomfortably shifted his body, feeling the discomfort and the cold. He gazed at the dark outlines in the ceiling of the cave, determined once these troublesome matters are settled, he must find a way to upgrade his living conditions. Sleeping on stone slabs every day is unbearable for even the strongest back. His thoughts were scattered, and combined with the uncomfortable environment, sleep was hard to come by. Greg lay awake, listening to the subtle crackling of the campfire, the eternal sound of flowing water from the dark river, and the even purring of the black cat beside him. Tomorrow is the class division assessment. One of the crucial plot points in the original work. Victoria and Sylvia will shine in the assessment, establishing their status within the academy. Princess Lilith will also face off against Victoria in a fateful duel during the assessment, thus opening her route for capture. Please don't let anything go wrong. Greg silently prayed. After all, his future relies entirely on that gray-haired heroine successfully progressing through the levels. Repay. There's no need to make it so complicated, you. Just continue to support Her Highness Lilith. The deep, gentle voice, tinged with a hint of helpless laughter, seemed to linger in his ears. Morning light filtered through the expensive magic crystal window of the princess' dormitory, softly illuminating the room. Lilith slowly opened her eyes amidst the soft velvet bedding. Her ruby-like eyes were initially a bit dazed, reflecting the gradually brightening light outside the window. Then the words from her dream, last night, clearly surfaced. Ugh. Lilith let out an unintelligible groan, abruptly pulling up the soft velvet blanket covering her entire head, then rolling around on the spacious bed like a silkworm trying to wrap itself up. Damn it. Why did I dream about that guy? A voice filled with embarrassment and anger emerged from the blanket. After rolling several times, she finally threw the blanket off with a whoosh and sat up abruptly. Her fiery red hair tousled from sleep, and her recent rolling had several rebellious strands sticking up, while others clung to her slightly flushed cheeks from the heat and excitement. Even with her disheveled hair clad only in a silk nightgown, and still a bit dazed from waking, the girl's beauty remained breathtaking, like the most exquisite rose in the morning light. Yet at this moment, this rose was troubled by complex emotions. She hugged her knees, resting her chin on them, her ruby-like eyes staring blankly at the gradually whitening sky outside the window. Wait a minute. A thought suddenly burst into her mind, making her eyes widen slightly. Could it be that everything that happened yesterday was all just my own delusion? This thought spread rapidly like vines. After all, that person is Greg Sasse, right? That arrogant, rude, foolish, and shallow expelled noble. How could he make me feel interested, and even save me, and said such things, and cooked such delicious meat? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She even began to wonder if she had been under too much pressure lately. Or could it be due to reading some strange novel? Yes, it must be that. Lilith nodded vigorously, as if she had found the perfect explanation. I never left the dormitory yesterday, nor did I go to any dungeon. Everything was just my imagination. A dream. Yes, just a rather realistic dream. She sighed in relief, feeling as if that strange stone in her heart had finally landed. If it was a dream, then everything made sense. Those conflicting feelings, those unexpected conversations, those details that made her somewhat concerned were all just illusions woven by her dreams. At that moment, with a soft creak, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. The glass-wearing, intellectual, and composed maid Layla entered, holding a basin of water at a suitable temperature, moving gently. Seeing the princess sitting on the bed in a daze with her messy hair, she smiled slightly, placed the basin on a nearby silver rack, and spoke in her usual calm and gentle tone. "Good morning, Your Highness. How did you rest last night?" As she spoke, she skillfully wrung out the soft silk cloth soaked in warm water. "However, Your Highness, even if you have made new friends, being too excited to neglect basic etiquette and waking up looking like this might lead to disdain." Layla's voice was not loud, and her tone carried the respect and consideration unique to maids. But to Lilith it sounded like a thunderclap. "Friends, so those experiences yesterday were indeed not a dream." Lilith's face flushed, suddenly more vibrant than the dawn outside the window. She hastily grabbed the handkerchief handed to her by Layla and awkwardly covered her face, trying to conceal her momentary panic and an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. "Humph, how dare he disdain me?" The voice came muffled from beneath the handkerchief, carrying the prince's habitual arrogance, yet upon closer inspection her confidence seemed less certain. As the second princess of the kingdom, she had been showered with countless affection since birth. As a rare magical genius, mastering the basics of the fire explosion technique at the age of 10 made her the center of attention wherever she went. She always acted according to her whims, displaying a bit of temper and a touch of dominance, yet no one truly dared to disdain her, at least not on the surface. That Greg Sasse. That guy abandoned by his family, hiding in the dark Undercity. How dare he disdain her? Though she felt indignant inside, Lilith's movements as she wiped her face and neck were unconsciously more careful and earnest than usual. The warm, damp handkerchief brushed against her skin, bringing a refreshing sensation that slightly calmed her heated mind. "Don't misunderstand." She removed the handkerchief, blushing, trying to find an excuse for her sudden concern for appearance. "It's just because there's an important class division exam today." As a princess, she naturally had to present herself in the best state. "It's certainly not because of anything else." Layla observed her latest futile attempt to cover up a knowing smile, flashing in her eyes behind her glasses. She did not call her out, simply taking back the used handkerchief and handing over the prepared moisturizing cream embedded with small magic crystals, which had moisturizing and revitalizing effects, speaking in a steady tone. "Yes, Your Highness, today is an important day, and you should face it in the best condition." Lilith pursed her lips, took the cream, and carefully applied it. The cool touch on her fingertips and the faint floral fragrance gradually calmed her chaotic emotions. After quickly applying the cream, she shoved the bottle back into Layla's hand, stood up, and walked towards the magnificent wardrobe, saying, "Let's change into a new outfit today." "Of course, Your Highness." Layla smiled and stepped back a bit, skillfully retrieving the perfectly tailored uniform of the Honor Kale Magic Academy, along with a light-colored lining embroidered with the Khan royal emblem. The changing process was quiet and swift. When Lilith stood before the full-length mirror again, the person reflected had undergone a complete transformation. Her smooth, shiny red hair was skillfully woven by Layla into an elegant, yet vibrant hairstyle adorned with several understated, yet exquisite, flame-themed hairpins. The well-fitted dark academy uniform perfectly accentuated the young girl's developing figure, the golden trimming and buttons glimmering in the morning light. The white crisp shirt was tied at the collar with a deep red bow representing the first year. Long socks enveloped her straight, slender calves, and her shoes gleamed brightly. The Lilith Carlo from yesterday, who was in a pitiful state by the dark river in the Undercity, had vanished. At this moment, the one in the mirror was the noble second princess of the Khan kingdom, a captivating new talent at the Honor Kale Academy, the radiant Lilith Khan. She gazed at her reflection, took a deep breath, and in her ruby-like eyes the remnants of yesterday's confusion and complex emotions were completely suppressed, replaced by a glow of pride and confidence. After enjoying a nutritionally balanced, yet utterly unpretentious breakfast, Lilith spiritedly walked out of the royal dormitory. The morning air at the academy was fresh, carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass. In the distance, the noise of students heading towards the examination venue could already be heard. However, Lilith was particularly excited, even a bit impatient. Of course, she remembered that annoying Greg from yesterday, who confidently predicted she, Lilith Khan, would be fooled into revealing the fire explosion technique by that commoner Victoria in the class division exam, leading to her defeat. What a joke. She was Lilith Khan, the genius who touched the threshold of the fire explosion technique at the age of 10, the future pillar of the kingdom. How could she possibly lose so easily to another newcomer? Just wait and see, Greg Sasse. Lilith clenched her fists, her fingertips momentarily sparking with a tiny flicker. Today I will prove to you just how ridiculous your prediction is. She was determined to win. Not only win, but win gloriously and without suspense. And after the exam she would return to the Undercity, find that guy, and let him witness the stance of a victor, making sure he could appreciate his own dumbfounded expression. Thinking of that scene, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lilith's lips, her steps becoming lighter and more vigorous as she walked towards the examination venue. The morning sunlight streamed through the towering spires of the Honor Kale Magic Academy, casting dappled shadows on the pristine stone path. The newcomers gathered in small groups filled with nervousness or anticipation, heading towards the enormous circular training ground at the center of the academy. Victoria and Sylvia walked side by side among the crowd. Victoria. Sylvia leaned slightly closer to her friend, her voice lowered with evident concern. Did you see the battle list posted on the bulletin board this morning? Your first official battle opponent happens to be that Princess Lilith. Victoria's gray eyes remained fixed ahead, her expression unchanged, merely responding with a soft hum. Sylvia continued, I've looked into it. Although her level is about the same as ours, around LV-15, she can already use the fire explosion technique, so you must be extra careful and not get hurt. Facing her friends, concerned, Victoria stopped in her tracks. She turned to look at Sylvia's face filled with worry and suddenly reached out to ruffle her soft pink hair. Don't worry. Victoria's lips curved into a confident smile, her gray eyes sparkling in the morning light. I absolutely won't lose to her. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable certainty. Any other newcomer facing the renowned genius princess would likely be anxious, even fearful before the battle. But there was not a trace of fear in Victoria's heart. Her confidence stemmed from an extraordinary past. Unlike most noble children who learn theory in greenhouses and engage in regulated battle exercises, Victoria spent her childhood in the mud and crises of border villages. Those experiences of struggling on the edge of life and death endowed Victoria with a calm judgment and precise magical control, far surpassing her peers, as well as a keen intuition for finding opportunities under extreme pressure. That was combat experience gained from countless brushes with death, which could not be simply measured by levels or the amount of magic one had mastered. Moreover, she had the protection of a hero. She firmly believed that with these she would not lose to anyone, be it a so-called noble genius or the princess of the kingdom. Besides, Victoria unconsciously tightened her grip on the reflective gem in her pocket. The cool edges of the crystal pressed into her palm, bringing a clear sensation. This time she had an absolute reason not to lose. Not just to win better class division resources, but also because she didn't want to be laughed at by that annoying guy hiding in the Undercity right now. Just thinking about how Greg Sasse might look at her with that half-smile laden with amusement if she lost to Lilith ignited an unnameable anger within Victoria. Although rationality told her that the scoundrel should be fighting monsters in some corner of the Undercity and could not see the examination scene, the subtle feeling of not wanting to lose to a certain expectation was extraordinarily strong. Let's go, Sylvia. Victoria released her grip and resumed her steps, her gaze sharpening. This time I will definitely win. When the two arrived at the giant open-air training ground in the center of the academy, most of the new students were already present. Temporary viewing stands had been erected around the spacious area paved with a type of sturdy gray-white stone. Upperclassmen, some instructors, and even a few noble guests who had come upon hearing the news were already seated in small groups, conversing in low voices, their gazes sweeping across the vibrant and tense faces of the new students in the arena. The arrival of Victoria and Sylvia stirred a slight commotion. It was not a welcome, but rather a mix of curiosity, scrutiny, and unabashed disdain. Look, the commoner has arrived. Tisk arriving at this time. Commoners really have a poor sense of timing. That's why she's a commoner, completely oblivious to decorum. For such an important class assessment, she doesn't even know to arrive early to prepare. Although that guy Greg Sasse has a terrible reputation and employs underhanded tactics, I actually support him on certain matters. A well-dressed male student, slicked back hair, deliberately raised his voice slightly, ensuring those around could hear. For example, trying to make some oblivious commoners recognize their place. Glory Kale is not a place for these mud dwellers. Their presence only lowers the tone. Her steps halted. She suddenly turned her head, her gaze sharp as a cold blade directed at the group of noble students who were huddled together, wearing mocking. Her steps halted. She suddenly turned her head, her gaze sharp as a cold blade directed at the group of noble students who were huddled together, wearing mocking smiles. She did not care what others said about her humble origins, nor did she mind the petty exclusion. But she would not tolerate such malicious insults, especially in an occasion meant to prove herself. A surge of anger welled up inside her, and her magical energy subtly stirred within. She was almost about to step forward and silence these guys in the most direct way possible. Victoria. Sylvia noticed the change in her friend's mood and quickly grabbed her arm tightly, her pink eyes filled with urgency. Calm down. Don't stoop to their level. The assessment is about to begin. If you act now, you'll play right into their hands. They'll use it as an excuse to attack you and might even jeopardize your qualification for the assessment. Sylvia's voice was low but carried an undeniable urgency. She understood Victoria too well. Beneath her seemingly calm exterior lay an extremely proud and unyielding heart, particularly intolerant of such malicious slander regarding her origins. Victoria's chest rose and fell several times as she felt the strength in Sylvia's hand and the plea in her eyes. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed the swirling anger. Sylvia was right. This was not the time for impulsiveness. When she opened her eyes again, the ice in her gaze had not completely melted, but at least her clarity had returned. She gently patted Sylvia's hand, signaling her to let go. Then Victoria straightened her wrinkle-free academy uniform collar, turned around, and faced the noble students who were still snickering. She did not raise her voice nor adopt any provocative postures, as she simply spoke in clear and steady tones loud enough for the nearby crowd to hear. Awesome individuals who hide behind others to gossip, do you realize? She paused, her gray gaze sweeping over the noble students whose expressions had slightly changed. That terrible Greg Sasse you speak of, whether you have grievances or malice, at least he speaks openly to you, unlike some who only dare to hide in the crowd whispering like mice in a sewer. The faces of the noble students flushed red. Some wanted to retort, but Victoria's next word. Victoria slightly raised her chin, her tone almost cruelly blunt. At least in my eyes he is stronger than you. In other words, her gaze swept over their faces, some filled with anger, others with embarrassment. You are all even inferior to Greg Sasse. Suddenly Greg, who had just fallen into a deep sleep in the underground city, sneezed. The nightmail that had been lying on his chest immediately disdainfully ran to the other side of the campfire. After Victoria's words fell, there was almost complete silence. Only a few suppressed chuckles could be heard from the viewing stands not far away. The noble students who were named turned pale and flushed as if they had been publicly slapped. Hey, commoner, who do you say is even inferior to Greg Sasse? He's not even a noble anymore. We all know he has been expelled from his family. How could such a waste possibly compare? She's not wrong. A clear, pleasant female voice laced with a hint of arrogance suddenly interjected. The crowd instinctively parted to the sides. A fiery figure like a burning banner walked gracefully between Victoria and the group of noble students. Lilith Khan. She had evidently dressed up with care today. Her fiery red hair was styled elegantly, yet vibrantly, and her fitted academy uniform accentuated her poised stature. Sunlight bathed her, as if casting a halo around her. Just standing there, she naturally became the center of attention, exuding an aura of royalty and genius that required no words. She first cast a faint glance at the noble students who were about to erupt. Her expression was calm and unperturbed, yet it made them immediately lower their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. As a princess, Lilith was someone they absolutely dared not provoke. Once these individuals were completely silent, she turned her attention to Victoria, her ruby-like eyes shimmering with unabashed interest and a hint of eager flame. That Greg Sasse, Lilith began, her voice ringing clearly in the quiet arena, is indeed much more interesting than these guys who only discuss others behind their backs. What she said carries a different weight coming from the princess. The noble students lowered their heads, even further wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Victoria, on the other hand, was calmly observing Lilith. She had heard rumors that this princess despised. After all, that former duke's son was almost her brother-in-law, and his subsequent actions had brought shame upon the royal family. Logically, Lilith should have loathed anyone or anything related to Greg. Yet now she seemed to be speaking up for herself. Why was that? You are Victoria? Lilith ignored the gazes of those around her and walked directly in front of Victoria, slightly lifting her chin. She extended her hand to Victoria, her face breaking into a brilliant and confident smile, like the midday sun, dazzling and striking. I've heard some things about you. I hope you won't disappoint me in the upcoming battle. No pleasantries, no small talk, straightforward and sharp. This was the style of Lilith Khan. Victoria was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected the princess to reach out to her, nor that she would so boldly express her combat intent. But soon the same flame ignited in her gray eyes, a fighting spirit that would only ignite when encountering a worthy opponent. She smiled too. It was not the flamboyant and dazzling smile of Lilith, but a more restrained yet equally confident smile. Without hesitation, she reached out and grasped Lilith's hand. The two slender hands clasped together in the air. These words, Victoria met Lilith's gaze without backing down, her voice clear and firm, should be something I say. Though it was still uncertain whether the other was a friend or foe, one thing was abundantly clear to both: this person before them would undoubtedly be an opponent they must strive to defeat with all their might. A powerful sense of competition mingled with a hint of excitement at finding a worthy rival crackled in the exchanged glances between the two. Standing to the side, Sylvia felt the palpable tension between her friend and Lilith, nervously clutching the hem of her dress, utterly at a loss. It seemed that this class assessment had been destined for upheaval the moment the battle list was announced. As the brief tension-filled clash between Princess Lilith and Victoria came to an end, the attention of the first-year students was quickly drawn to another figure. A woman dressed in a deep blue professor's robe stepped gracefully onto the high platform at the front of the training ground. She appeared to be in her 30s, with neatly tied chestnut hair forming a bun at the back of her head. Her features weren't strikingly beautiful, but they were sharply defined, radiating a sense of keen competence. A pair of rimless glasses rested on her nose, and her calm light brown eyes scanned the students below without a hint of emotional fluctuation, only a pure, evaluative gaze. Grace Quinn, the chief professor for first-year students at the Honor Magic Academy, also served as the chief examiner and highest arbiter for this classification assessment. Within the academy, she was renowned for her rigorous and nearly harsh teaching style, as well as her absolute creed of merit above all. In her eyes, there was no distinction between nobility and commoners, no consideration of family background, only magic power, skill, will, and practical performance mattered. Everything spoke through results. Silence. Grace's voice, though not loud, had a unique, penetrating quality and authority that resonated throughout the entire training ground. The previously buzzing venue fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The classification assessment begins now. There are no superfluous words. The rules have been communicated in advance. The battle sequence will follow the published list, and victory is not the only criterion. The utilization of magic, tactical thinking, adaptability, and willpower will all be evaluated. Now the first group stepped forward. Her concise and decisive opening immediately drew everyone's attention back to the assessment itself. Tension, anticipation, and anxiety spread among the new students. The rules of the classification assessment had already been announced. Students would battle in pairs, observed and scored by several mentors, including Professor Quinn. The final classification results would consider not only victories and defeats, but also the overall performance during the battles. This meant that even in defeat, as long as enough potential skill or resilient will was shown, there was still a possibility of entering the best of class. Conversely, if one won through luck or poor performance, even victory could result in placement in BC or even the lowest class. This was a trial where no strength could be reserved. For that limited a class slot for better teaching resources and future development, every new student stepping onto the training platform must give their all. The first group to compete consisted of 2 female students. One of them was the daughter of a certain earl, majoring in the relatively rare wood-type magic. Within a minute of the battle starting, she seized on a minor flaw from her opponent, causing several resilient vines to break through the ground and instantly entangle her opponent's legs. Following this, a precise leaf blade technique grazed the opponent's neck, forcing them to concede on the spot. Clean and efficient, with precise control over her magic and clear tactical intent. Professor Quinn nodded slightly, exchanged a few words with several mentors beside her, and then announced directly, "The winner enters a class." Concise and to the point, there was no hint of hesitation. The 2 new students in the second group fully embodied the freshness of being newcomers. Both were at a similar level of magical ability, wielding the most basic fireball and water arrow spells, resulting in a rather unrefined exchange. "You cast a fireball, I return with a water arrow," trading blows back and forth rapidly, depleting magic energy, yet failing to deliver a decisive strike. In the end, one of them, relying on slightly better stamina, managed to knock her opponent off the platform with a somewhat erratic wave of force, just as her own magic was nearly exhausted. Though victorious, the process was lengthy, the tactics were singular, and the efficiency of magic use was low. Professor Quinn announced expressionlessly, "The winner is in class, and the loser in class." There were no explanations, but the results spoke for themselves. In the following rounds, the standards varied widely. There were standout performances like the Earl's daughter from the first group, and others that barely passed. The upperclassmen and mentors in the audience whispered among themselves, with new names being mentioned and evaluated continuously. Finally, when the battle list for the 6th group was announced, a slight stir arose in the training ground. The 6th group, Sylvia Lorraine versus Angela White. Sylvia took a deep breath under Victoria's encouraging gaze, gently patted her cheek, as if to motivate herself, then walked onto the spacious stone platform with somewhat awkward but determined steps. As she stood on the platform, most of the new students' gazes were fixed on this girl with soft pink hair, whose delicate features reflected a distinct timidity. Little information was known about her, but the new students had heard whispers this girl, named Sylvia, seemed to have close ties with the Church of Light. This in itself was significant information, for it implied that this girl might possess powerful light type. Light type and wood type magic are both rare, but in the hands of magic users of the same level, light type magic tends to be more troublesome due to its properties of interruption and enhancement. Sylvia's opponent Angela White, a girl from a Viscount family who specialized in wind-type magic, was also scrutinizing Sylvia closely at this moment. Seeing her opponent's evident anxiety and slightly flustered demeanor, Angela felt a quiet relief in her heart. From this reaction, it seemed that Sylvia lacked confidence in her own strength. This meant that she was not as powerful as Angela had imagined. However, Angela did not let her guard down. She was well aware that her performance in this battle directly affected the classification results. Taking a deep breath, she drew a finely crafted short staff wand from her waist, the tip embedded with a blue. This was a splitting gem prepared by her family, allowing her to release a single target wind blade spell that could split into two, greatly increasing its coverage and deceptive potential. Both sides prepare. Professor Grace Quinn's voice was calm and even. Sylvia clasped her hands in front of her chest, slightly closed her eyes as if in prayer or gathering her focus. Angela tightly gripped her magical short staff, with faint blue air currents swirling around her. Begin. The moment the command was given, Angela made her move. She had no intention of testing the waters as she unleashed her full power right from the start. Blade of Wind, she shouted swiftly, swinging her staff, pouring magic energy into it. A deep blue wind blade half the height of a person and shimmering with a cold light along its edges instantly coalesced and whistled through the air. At the same time, the splitting gem on the staff glowed brightly, causing the massive wind blade to split in midair into two smaller, but faster, and more cunning wind blades, one above and one below, launching towards Sylvia with a piercing scream. Angela clearly intended to end the fight quickly, using the power of the magical gem from the outset, attempting to overwhelm the seemingly unprepared opponent with an overwhelming offensive. As the two wind blades approached in an instant, Sylvia, somewhat flustered, took half a step back, failing to make any proper defensive or evasive move. I've won. This thought flashed through Angela's mind, and a hint of relaxation appeared on her face. However, just as the two wind blades were about to reach Sylvia's body, a layer of soft, pure, yet incredibly dense milky white radiance surged forth from in front of Sylvia, without warning, swiftly expanding into a wall of light that shimmered with faint holy runes. Bang! Bang! The two sharp wind blades collided violently against the light wall, producing a dull thud. The surface of the light wall rippled like water, yet it stood firm like a rock, unmoving. The tearing force contained in the wind blades was effortlessly neutralized, dissipating into chaotic air currents that stirred Sylvia's pink hair and skirt. Light-type magic. It really is light-type. A new student in the audience exclaimed in shock. And it's an instantaneous defensive spell. Such strong control over magic. The murmurs of astonishment quickly swept across the entire training ground, confirming another point. Since Sylvia could use light-type magic, it proved that she was certainly not just a peripheral figure in the church, she must possess a deeper identity. Angela's previously relaxed expression instantly froze, replaced by shock and gravity. The situation she had feared most had occurred. It really was light-type magic. Angela gritted her teeth, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. She decided to take a gamble. Hurricane Piercer, she shouted, thrusting her staff forward with force. A wind cone no thicker than an arm, yet exuding a dangerously intense aura, shot forth. This was the strongest single-point penetration move among basic wind-type spells. She had sacrificed area for extreme armor-piercing ability, targeting the center of the light wall. This was a strike infused with all her magic energy. The wind cone collided violently with the light wall. There was no massive sound, only a piercing shriek akin to metal grinding. The milky white light wall trembled violently, its surface runes rapidly swirling, flickering in and out of visibility. Sylvia remained standing firm, though beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Ultimately, the light wall did not shatter. The light of the blue wind cone grew dimmer, eventually dissipating completely into the air. While the milky white light wall also dimmed significantly, it still stood resiliently in place. Angela, having completely exhausted her magic, felt her legs weaken, dropping to one knee on the ground, barely propping herself up with her staff, gasping heavily, her face pale, with sweat covering her forehead. She looked up at her opponent, filled with reluctance, but also a hint of relief. She had given it her all. Sylvia slowly lowered her hands, the light wall dissipating into sparkling motes of light. She breathed heavily, her bangs sticking to her skin, with sweat appearing somewhat disheveled, but none the worse for wear. On the high platform, Professor Grace Quinn exchanged quick glances with the mentors beside her, nodding slightly. The victor has been determined. She calmly announced, Sylvia Lorraine Victory Comprehensive Evaluation A class. No cheers were heard, only a wave of suppressed amazement and hushed whispers. Sylvia seemed unaccustomed to being the center of attention, shyly bowing towards the platform, before hurriedly running off like a startled fawn, returning to Victoria's side, grabbing her friend's arm, finally feeling relieved. You did well. Victoria gave her a thumbs up. After a giggle, Sylvia raised her hands in a cheering gesture towards Victoria, saying, Now it's your turn, Victoria. Be careful. Yes, I will. After saying this, Victoria's gaze turned towards the other side of the platform. The ripples stirred by Sylvia had yet to fully settle, but everyone's attention was already firmly captured by the upcoming next duel. For the names on the battle list for the 7th group were enough to stir the blood of anyone watching this assessment. The 7th group. Professor Grace Quinn's voice rang out again, as calm as ever, but it seemed to carry a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. Victoria Cecil versus Lilith Kahn. The once noisy training arena fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned toward the contestants. Their 2 young girls stood up almost simultaneously. One had gray hair and gray eyes, her posture upright with a gaze as sharp as a blade. The other had fiery red hair, a stunning beauty, and wore a confident, radiant smile like a dazzling sun. Victoria Cecil, Lilith Kahn. These 2 names had become the most talked about and most controversial topics among the new students since the day they stepped through the gates of the Glory Kale Magic Academy. As the second princess of the Kahn kingdom, Lilith Kahn's talent had already spread throughout the kingdom. At just 10 years old, she touched the threshold of the highest tier fire magic, the fire explosion technique, mastering its rudimentary form and shaking the entire Royal Magic Advisory Council. In the years that followed, she made rapid progress in fire magic, mastering most of the basic fire spells, and even learning a considerable portion of the intermediate fire form spells. Undoubtedly, she was the darling of flames, a walking firestorm, a top genius standing at the pinnacle of her peers. In contrast, Victoria Cecil was entirely different. She came from a humble background along the border without any illustrious lineage or resources, yet she astonished everyone in the entrance exam with her own hard work and remarkable talent. What was most impressive about her was her incredibly balanced and powerful affinity for the 4 fundamental elements: earth, water, fire, and wind, of which she could sense and utilize them all. This meant she was almost unrestrained by elemental weaknesses, allowing for a wide range of tactical options and exceptional adaptability. What amused some of the upperclassmen even more was the confrontation she had at the beginning of the school year with Greg Sasse, who was still the son of a duke at the time. It was said that during the magic device testing phase, she showcased crushing precision control and magical output, causing Greg, who had tampered with the devices, to humiliate himself in front of everyone. Although this incident did not spread widely among the new students, it cast a layer of formidable mystery around her among the upperclassmen and some well-informed instructors. The genius rising from a humble background, and the flame princess of the royal family. They were strikingly different in style, yet equally captivating. Now these 2 figures, who had stirred up a storm upon their entrance to the academy, were about to engage in an all-out confrontation on the stage of this training arena. Anticipation, excitement, curiosity, scrutiny. A myriad of emotions flowed silently within the tranquil training arena, almost solidifying into substance. The 2 young girls stepped onto the stage. Victoria's gray eyes calmly fixed on Lilith across from her as she spoke first. Although I don't know why you spoke up for me earlier, I won't hold back because of it. Her tone was direct, devoid of pleasantries, and she showed no signs of restraint or humility due to the other's royal status. To her, standing on this stage, the other was merely an opponent, nothing more. Upon hearing this, Lilith narrowed her ruby-like eyes slightly, raising her chin, her pride evident, as she replied, Who spoke up for you? I merely expressed my genuine feelings, and I don't need you to hold back. Their verbal exchange was fierce, neither willing to yield. From the moment their gazes locked, it was as if invisible sparks flew in the air. This was not mere animosity, but a strong desire to prove themselves and completely suppress the other, as if they were natural rivals destined to spark the most intense flames in their clash. Standing at the edge of the stage, Professor Grace Quinn adjusted her frameless glasses, her light brown eyes slowly scanning over the 2 young girls. As a staunch advocate of the supremacy of strength, her focus was always solely on magical prowess, combat intelligence, and qualities of will. This duel was undoubtedly the match she had been anticipating the most in this assessment. Which would prove stronger, the genius from a humble background or the genius born into royalty? Would it be the versatility of balanced adaptability or the overwhelming destructive power of extreme specialization that would prevail? With a hint of anticipation in her expression, she announced the start. As the battle commenced, Victoria was the first to take action. Knowing her opponent excelled in fire magic, she naturally chose not to engage directly with the same attribute, but instead opted for the more restrained water attribute to launch a probing attack. Water arrow barraged. Victoria called out, her magical energy surging. Moisture in the air quickly converged, forming 5 transparent arrows of deep blue arranged in a fan shape, swiftly shooting toward Lilith with a whooshing sound. Facing the oncoming blue arrows, Lilith showed no signs of panic. Instead, her smile grew even more radiant. A mere parlor trick. She let out a soft huff, and the small flames dancing at her fingertips suddenly transformed into a crimson chain composed entirely of pure flames. With a flick of her wrist, the fiery chain surged forth as if it had a life of its own, not aiming to precisely hit each water arrow, but rather tracing a searing arc through the air. Sizzle! The fiery chain collided violently with the cluster of water arrows. The fierce confrontation between the high temperature and the cold water elements erupted into a thick cloud of white scalding steam, producing a piercing sound. The 5 water arrows were almost simultaneously struck by the fiery chain, their tips vaporizing quickly, their shafts bursting apart, transforming into harmless clouds of mist. In the brief moment when the mist obscured her vision, slightly, Victoria, relying on her excellent combat instinct and footwork, stepped sideways several paces, narrowly avoiding the fiery chain's residual sweep. The end of the chain brushed past the edge of her clothing, creating a wave of scorching air. Not bad on the reflexes, Lilith complimented. Just as Victoria thought Lilith's assault would come to an end and was preparing to adjust her stance for a counter, Lilith's empty left hand had been raised at some point, fingers splayed, aimed directly at Victoria, whose form was still not fully stabilized. Fire arrow rain. The crimson glow of magical energy blossomed in her palm. In an instant, over 20 arrows entirely composed of compressed flames appeared out of thin air, all their tips locking onto Victoria. No incantation, no lengthy preparatory movements, not even the aid of any magical device. In the next moment, the 20 or so flame arrows surged forth like a disturbed swarm of bees, accompanied by a wave of scorching air and a piercing scream, overwhelming Victoria. The attack's range was vast, nearly blocking all her escape routes. Faced with this onslaught, genuine surprise flashed across Victoria's gray eyes. She had initially thought that these young masters and misses from the capital would only haphazardly use magic to attack, but now she could at least confirm that this princess was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Confronted with this inescapable rain of flames, Victoria swiftly made her decision. She planted her feet firmly on the ground, no longer retreating, and slammed her palms down onto the ground. Earth flow barrier. Boom. The solid ground of the stage let out a muffled sound as a gray-brown earthen wall tall enough to match Victoria's height and wide enough to completely shield her rose up before her like a shield extended by the earth. The densely packed rain of flame arrows struck harshly against the earthen wall. The explosion sounds were continuous with the red flames and splintered earth and stone debris mixed together, the scorching air spreading outward, even making the spectators close to the stage feel their faces burning. After a few seconds, the rain of arrows ceased. The earthen wall was riddled with scars covered in burn marks and pits, yet it still stood tall. Victoria slowly emerged from behind the earthen wall, a bit of dust on her gray hair, her breathing slightly rapid, yet her gaze remained calm and sharp. She waved her hand to dissipate her magical energy, the battered earthen wall transforming into pure earth elements and returning to the ground. Across the stage, Lilith also retracted her hand, her ruby-like eyes fixed intently on Victoria. Her smile remained radiant, but a newfound seriousness and gravity lay deep within her gaze. She began to somewhat believe what Greg had said, but if she were too careless, she might truly lose to this person. Once upon a time, she was an ordinary girl who dreamt naive dreams. In a humble yet warm little house in a border village, she would snuggle against her mother's knee, listening to the heroic epics recounted by wandering minstrels. With sparkling eyes and her small hands clenched into fists, she declared earnestly, "My dream is to become a great hero like those in the stories, to protect everyone and defeat the villains. So from now on I will turn over every chest I see." It was as if searching through every treasure chest on the journey of adventure was the entirety of a hero's journey. Her father, repairing farming tools nearby, looked up at her words, a sly smile appearing on his bronze face. "I hope your little backside is as tough as those heroic adults." Her mother smiled, gently stroking her hair. At that time the world was simple and bright. Until that day, blood soaked the village's sunset, the howls of the demon race, and the cries of humans tore apart the tranquility of days gone by. The rough wooden door was shattered by clawed hands, and the warm little house turned into a sea of flames that devoured life. Her father stood at the door with a lumberjack's axe his back like a mountain, yet in an instant he was engulfed by a menacing shadow. Her mother pushed her desperately into the tunnel, the strength of the final embrace, causing her bones to ache, her tear-streaked face, revealing an unprecedented determination and plea. Victoria, run away quickly. Never come back. You must survive, my daughter. The young Sylvia clung tightly to her, dragging her with all her strength toward the tunnel's exit. Victoria, you can't go back. Mom and Dad. No, I won't leave. I want to stay. I want to defeat those demons. Sylvia, let go of me. I don't want to leave here. She cried out, kicking and struggling, her gray eyes reflecting the towering flames and splattered blood, her nails digging into the ground, leaving trails of blood. But her strength was too small, so small that she could not even break free from her dear friend's grasp, so small that she could only watch helplessly as her hometown turned to ruins in the flames and slaughter, watching as her loved ones were consumed by darkness. That night the flames not only burned the village but also ignited an unquenchable fire deep within her heart. That fire was fueled by sorrow, fear, and helplessness, ultimately forging into a cold, steely resolve. To become strong enough to sever the chains of all tragedies. To climb to a height that could protect those cherished. When the blessing of the brave from the world's origin descended upon her, this flame burned even more fiercely and clearly. It was no longer merely the fire of vengeance. It became a responsibility and path akin to a mission. She clearly saw that the road ahead was filled with thorns and formidable enemies, and she had made up her mind to defeat all who obstructed her path, to reach the strongest position and possess the power to end the calamity. Therefore, on the arena, Victoria's gray eyes refocused, forcefully suppressing all surging emotions deep within her heart, transforming them into a cold and hard rock in her gaze. She stared at the flame before her, known as Lilith Khan. This princess before her was powerful and proud, shining like the sun. And she, Victoria, also had reasons she could not afford to lose. For those irretrievable losses, for the heavy future represented by her shelter, and to prove herself to all who looked down on her. Her path, her will, her strength was by no means inferior to anyone. Victoria took a deep breath and calmed herself. Indeed, the power Lilith displayed now exceeded her initial expectations. But this did not mean she was without a chance. She recalled a phrase her master had taught her: when your opponent is very strong, you can find a way to lower their guard, and then strike a fatal blow at the critical moment. Victoria's mind raced, analyzing the opponent before her. What was Lilith's strongest weapon? Undoubtedly, it was the fire explosion spell, one of the highest tier fire magic. Its power was unquestionable, capable of instantly changing the tide of battle, even deciding the outcome. But high-tier magic often meant immense magical consumption and mental strain. Especially for a spell like fire explosion, it would definitely drain all her magic power in one go, potentially leaving her briefly weakened. Thus, the key to victory might lie here, creating an opportunity to lure her into using the fire explosion spell, and then evade it. As long as she successfully avoided that devastating strike, facing a potentially depleted Lilith, the scales of victory would surely tip in her favor. The challenge was how to make the clever and proud opponent use her trump card at what she thought was the best moment. Victoria's thoughts began to crystallize. She needed a flaw sufficient to make Lilith believe that seizing this opportunity could lead to an instant victory. First, this flaw could not be too false, or it would not fool the keen intuition of a genius. Secondly, it could not be too deadly, or she might truly lose as a result. It had to appear at a moment when both sides seemed evenly matched, making Lilith, eager to break the balance, feel anxious. With her strategy set, Victoria no longer hesitated and actively launched a new wave of attacks. Wind blade, water gun, earth spike. The gray-haired girl darted around the arena, utilizing the basic magic of earth, water, and wind in succession. Though lacking the explosive flamboyance of fire magic, it excelled in smooth attribute transitions and tricky attack angles, constantly forcing Lilith to respond. She no longer sought a one-hit victory, but instead dragged the battle into a more endurance-testing rhythm. Initially, Lilith could still suppress and even counterattack with the strength and precision of her fire magic. But soon she discovered that things were not so simple. Victoria was like a piece of resilient leather soaked in water. The flames would evaporate into steam and leave scorch marks, yet it was difficult to truly ignite or tear her apart. Evenly matched. Annoyingly evenly matched. Lilith's smile gradually faded, a barely perceptible anxiety quietly taking root. This was completely different from what she had envisioned. She thought she could crush her opponent with absolute power and talent, just as she had done every time before. But this commoner-born Victoria turned out to be so difficult to deal with. Her use of magic was clearly not as exquisite and splendid as her own. Her magical fluctuations seemed less turbulent, Yet her resilience, calmness, and near-beast-like combat instinct had dragged the situation into a stalemate. If this continued, magic power was continuously depleting and physical strength was waning. Could it really end in a draw? No, absolutely not. In Lilith Khan's dictionary there were no words for draw. She was the princess of flames destined to burn everything and illuminate the path ahead. How could she be evenly matched with a suddenly emerging opponent? Pride was burning her patience. She longed for a breakthrough, a moment that could secure her victory. But just then an opportunity suddenly appeared. After a swift sidestep to dodge a barrage of fire arrows, Victoria seemed to slip, slightly stepping onto a corner of a stone slab that had cracked and lifted due to the previous magical collision. Her body instantly lost balance, staggering backward, and it seemed she was about to fall to the ground in an extremely awkward position. A flaw. A huge flaw. Losing balance in a high-speed duel meant at least 1 to 2 seconds of ineffective defense and evasion. If I use fire explosion now, I can win. This thought flashed through Lilith's mind like lightning. The surging flame magic within her was instantly ignited, wildly converging toward the palm of her right hand. The surrounding air emitted a burdened hum, the temperature skyrocketed, and even the light began to distort. A ball of extremely unstable fire, its edges glowing bright white, and its core a molten red like lava, began to rapidly condense in her palm. A destructive wave of energy surged forth. Even at LV1, this was fire explosion, one of the highest-tier fire spells. Its might was far beyond that of the previous fire arrows and fire chains. The audience erupted in gasps, and many instructors instinctively sat up straight. However, just as the terrifyingly powerful red-white fireball was about to be unleashed, a golden-haired boy's somewhat helpless smile and his joking words unexpectedly crashed into Lilith's thoughts. Just wait and see, in tomorrow's class division duel, Victoria will use a feint to draw out Princess Lilith's fire explosion spell and ultimately achieve victory. This momentarily stunned Lilith. Could I really believe the words that guy casually said? How could such a level of oversight be just a feint? If she missed this opportunity, it might very well end in a draw. But a faint yet stubborn voice within whispered, what if? She recalled another sentence of his said by the campfire with a look that was both infuriating and oddly reassuring. Repay. It's not that complicated, you. Just continue to support Princess Lilith like this. Damn it. Lilith cursed inwardly. If he dares to trick me, I will definitely beat him up later. Now. I'm betting on it. Lilith made a bold decision that bordered on madness. She assumed that Victoria's current mistake was indeed a feint to lure her into using the fire explosion spell. So how would the opponent evade this deadly strike? Her gaze turned to the large pit created by the previous battle behind Victoria. In this state of losing her center of gravity, she could not evade to too far a position, so she must be planning to roll into this pit using the momentum and then instantly seal the top with earth magic to avoid most of the impact. When she was briefly exhausted from casting high-gear magic, she could then burst out from the pit to retaliate. With this thought, Lilith directly aimed the fire explosion spell at the direction of the pit. I did it. When Victoria saw that Lilith had used the fire explosion spell, she immediately knew she had fallen for it. She then flipped into the pit with the leverage, sealing the opening above with earth magic. Now, as long as she could withstand the first wave of impact, it would surely be her victory. But why is it getting hotter and hotter? She created a hole to peek outside. In the next moment, her gray eyes suddenly contracted to the extreme. A fire explosion filled with the purest destructive power, its edges glowing white, and its core red, was hurtling straight toward her. How could she possibly guess? I need to verify my cards. Boom. The deafening explosion swallowed all thoughts. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information absorbed at once, Greg awoke to find night had. His first thought upon regaining consciousness was this: the class placement exam must have concluded long ago. In the original narrative, the class placement exam marked a pivotal turning point. Victoria and Sylvie first revealed their exceptional talents, and Lilith's romantic storyline formally commenced. Yet none of it concerned him. What demanded his immediate attention was far more urgent: slipping out of the underground city under cover of darkness to stop his own maid, who had just become a bona fide terrorist. The mission sounded absurd, but he knew full well it was no jest. Where's that black cat? Could it all have been nothing but a dream? The moment the thought arose, a ripple shimmered across the shadow at his feet. Then from the very shadow beneath him, a black cat emerged, leaping forth as if born from ink and moonlight. Hey, I've told you countless times I'm not some ordinary black cat. I am Nyxmer, goddess of the abyss. You really are dreadfully impolite. Impolite. You're the one who barged uninvited into my shadow, without consent. That's unlawful trespassing. Then may I henceforth reside within your shadow. I'd rather not endure the cold and wind alongside you out here. Absolutely not. Since we're bound by fate, why should only I bear the burden? I knew you'd say it. With that she ignored his protest entirely, and slipped back into the shadow without another word. Damn it, Hakimi. You can't shirk your share of hardship. How else shall we forge our bond? Didn't we vow to be each other's sole guardian angels? His shadow rippled faintly. I don't recall ever uttering such words. But if one were to define our relationship precisely, I'd prefer you address me as master. His shadow rippled faintly. I don't recall ever uttering such words. But if one were to define our no doubt about it, I am insulting you. From now on your name is Hakimi. Wait, I'm joking. My revered goddess, please stop reshaping my shadow into a catgirl form. Honestly, my stomach is already churning. If I vomit, it'll harm us both. At those words, his shadow slowly reverted to its natural, unaltered shape. Yet moments later, Nixmer's voice echoed once more inside Greg's mind, this time devoid of playfulness, grave and measured. Human, was it not yesterday that we first met? Suppressing a wave of nausea, Greg replied weakly, what else could it be? Had I encountered a chow score like you earlier, I'd have died of sheer exasperation. Is that so? I see. Her voice softened, less a question, more quiet contemplation. Then silence descended, absolute and profound. Though Greg felt a flicker of bewilderment at her sudden inquiry, this stillness suited him perfectly. He needed absolute focus for what lay ahead. He hastily chewed down several strips of dried meat he'd prepared these past days, and strode toward the underground city's exit. He'd chosen nightfall deliberately. By then, few students roamed the academy grounds. Curfew regulations confined most to their dormitories. Moreover, nearly all incidents occurred by day, making the nocturnal surface world comparatively safe. After dispatching several lurking minor monsters along the way, Greg reached the underground city's entrance without incident, and peered cautiously outward. Beneath the velvet hush of night, the academy stood transformed, its grand architecture resting in solemn repose beneath the star-strewn sky. The central avenue and plaza bathed only in the soft, golden glow of scattered lamplights. Dormitory windows glowed dimly across the distance, only a handful still alight. Across his entire field of vision, save for 2 or 3 distant figures, perhaps night patrolling instructors, no other soul stirred. This poses little danger, for me at least. So long as I avoid locations tied to fatal outcomes, I should. He drew several deep breaths, then meticulously checked his gear, ensuring no item would betray him with even the faintest sound. His gaze sharpened. Then, like an arrow loosed from a bow, he shot from the entrance's concealment straight toward a nearby thicket bordering a garden. That dense foliage would afford perfect cover. Moving with silent, practiced grace, he began his calculated advance, using trees, shrubs, and building shadows to weave a circuitous path toward the academy's outer perimeter. Yet just as he burst from the entrance, his attention fixed solely on distant patrols and the path ahead. A cry pierced the stillness. Yah! From the shadow cast by a statue's plinth, a figure darted forth, equally startled, equally swift. They collided. Hedon, solid, jarring impact. Detected. But as Greg caught sight of the face now rubbing her brow under the distant lamplight, her expression tight with pain, every instinct, every contingency plan froze mid-throat. A delicate heart-shaped face, features drawn together in quiet discomfort, silken chestnut hair pulled back simply, and eyes, warm amber brown, clear and luminous even in the gloom. Lilith Carlo. The name escaped him before he could stop it, his expression collapsing into pure, staggering disbelief. What in the world is she doing here now? Greg stared at Lilith Carlo, dressed in practical dark attire, hair neatly secured, and glanced back at the unmistakable passageway leading into the underground city. His gaze settled again upon her face. A disconcerting hypothesis surfaced, so absurd it tugged at the corners of his mouth. Could she possibly be attempting to sneak into the underground city under cover of night? Seriously, even background characters in this world are overachieving. If I sneak out after curfew this time, they shouldn't discover me again. Disguised, Lilith moved stealthily towards the academy's underground city while evading the patrolling teachers. Her purpose was clear. She wanted to tell Greg, who had underestimated her, that she defeated Victoria in today's class division assessment. Though she had no idea how he had guessed in advance that Victoria would be her opponent, nor why he thought she would lose due to a feint. In any case, right now it was just a joke. But thinking of this, Lilith couldn't find it funny, for if Greg hadn't mentioned it in their conversation, she might have truly fallen for it, and lost the duel. But Lilith shook her head vigorously as if trying to shake off her discomfort, her ruby-like eyes shining with pride once more. No matter what, in the end the victor is me. The winner is me, Lilith Khan. That's right, this is the point. Since the final victory belongs to her, then Greg's so-called prophecy is shattered. It was she who, with her own judgment and strength, broke the anticipated script of the other party. Thus her eagerness drove her to set off to the underground city in the dead of night. All she wanted was to see that annoying guy's astonished face as soon as possible. Seeing the teacher who was lazily patrolling nearby turn around facing away from her, Lilith immediately dashed out from behind the hiding statue ready to rush across the final open area in one go. However, just as she took her first step, a figure suddenly sprang out from the shadows to her left, colliding solidly with her. Both let out muffled grunts, staggering backward. Lilith fell onto the cold stone floor, feeling a clear pain in her backside. As she rubbed her aching forehead, she glared angrily at the clumsy intruder, and in the next moment her movements froze. In the dim light of the distant street lamp, she clearly saw the face bearing the same shocked expression. With tousled blonde hair from the impact, his amber eyes appeared particularly deep under the dim light, and his handsome face was currently filled with the same surprise as hers. Greg Sasse. How could he be here? Just as she was somewhat surprised, Greg spoke first from the other side. Lilith, why are you here at this hour? Well, that's because I wanted to. Her words abruptly halted midway, because she suddenly realized that if she continued her line of thought, I wanted to see you, it would sound too easily misunderstood. She was the kingdom's esteemed second princess, and this guy was someone she had previously looked down upon. She absolutely couldn't allow him to harbor any strange thoughts. But, aside from this genuine purpose, what reasonable excuse could she use to explain her presence near the Academy's underground city at such a late hour? Watching the girl in front of him suddenly become tongue-tied, her gaze drifting, and her cheeks seemingly flushed, Greg's original speculation was further confirmed. This reaction of wanting to speak, but holding back after having their secret exposed, he was all too familiar with. In his past life, those who stayed up all night in the library, practiced extra in the gym, and worked quietly, while others played, often wore this exact expression when unexpectedly caught by acquaintances. However, since she wasn't competing against him, Greg had no intention of exposing or probing further. He even took the initiative to offer her a way out, his tone carrying a hint of understanding and comfort. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your sneaky training in the underground city at night. Who would go to the underground city for extra training at this late hour? Although Lilith complained in her heart, Greg did indeed provide her with an excuse, so she followed suit. That's right, I just want to train in the underground city. It's definitely not to see you or anything. So don't get the wrong idea. Yes, I know, I understand. Greg responded calmly. He was the first to stand up from the ground, then naturally extended a hand to Lilith, who was still sitting. I apologize for bumping into you just now. The hand was extended right in front of Lilith. The fingers were long, knuckles distinct, and the palm appeared healthy under the street lamp's light. However, Lilith stared at that hand, momentarily stunned. Apart from her father and a few close royal elders, she had hardly ever had direct physical contact with any male. Court etiquette taught her to maintain distance, and her identity as a princess instinctively made her avoid such contact. At this moment, facing Greg's hand extended out of goodwill, she felt an unexpected fluster, her heart inexplicably racing, her hand suspended in midair, unsure whether to reach out or withdraw. Hey, you wouldn't really be mad, would you? Seeing her hesitate for so long, Greg thought she was still upset and planned to retract his hand. Who is mad? I'm not mad at all. As if provoked by his words, Lilith nearly grabbed Greg's hand that was about to be withdrawn. At the moment their fingertips touched, a warm sensation came through. Lilith's face flushed bright red. She could distinctly feel the warmth and strength of his hand, as well as the steady support pulling her up. Greg, of course, had no idea that at this moment Lilith's flushed face and racing heart stemmed from the enormous impact of her first active handholding with a member of the opposite sex. In his eyes, Lilith Khan was a girl from a wealthy family, and such casual contact in social settings should have been something she was used to. Her current redness was likely just due to the embarrassment and excitement of being caught trying to secretly outdo others, leading to a rise in blood pressure. This made Greg involuntarily mutter in his heart, she clearly got caught trying to secretly outdo others, her blood pressure even spiking, yet she still claims she's not mad. Women indeed are just tough on the outside. Since you're fine, then I'll take my leave. After pulling Lilith up from the ground, Greg released her hand. He really had other matters to attend to, and no time to linger here. Lilith was still somewhat dazed, responding instinctively. It was only when she saw Greg truly turn to leave that she suddenly came to her senses. Wait, what was she out here for at such a late hour? Wasn't it to tell him the result of the competition, and to enjoy the look on his face when his prophecy failed? How could she let him leave just like that? Wait. In a moment of panic, she hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the sleeve of Greg's shirt as he turned around. Is there something else? Greg turned his head back, his amber eyes questioning. Well, it's just... Lilith opened her mouth, but found those words stuck in her throat, unable to flow smoothly. It was clearly very simple. All she needed to say was, I defeated Victoria, your prophecy was wrong. And then she could laugh at him to her heart's content. Wasn't this precisely the scene she had planned for? But Why did it feel like? She was so eager to report her results to him, waiting expectantly for his acknowledgement or praise. This realization made Lilith's pride surge once more. What a joke. She was the victor, here to declare the result and crush the opponent's spirit. She was definitely not here to seek praise. Watching the girl before him clutching his sleeve, her face flushed, her gaze wandering, stuttering. Without saying a complete sentence, Greg sighed helplessly. All right, you really don't need to worry. He softened his tone as if soothing a sulking child. I promise I won't tell anyone about your secretly training in the underground city. If there's nothing else, I really need to go. I have urgent matters to attend to. He patiently waited for 2 more seconds, but seeing Lilith still just clutching his sleeve, head down silent, he gently, but firmly withdrew his sleeve and turned to leave again. This time his steps showed no sign of hesitation. However, just as he took less than 3 steps, a sudden urgent shout came from behind. Princess Lilith defeated Victoria with the fire explosion technique in the class division exam. The princess is far more impressive than you expected. Greg's footsteps paused, and he turned back in surprise, only to find that the girl who shouted this had already dashed out from his side like a frightened rabbit, then ran back quickly in the completely opposite direction of the underground city's entrance. Greg looked at the slender figure quickly disappearing into the darkness and shadows of the buildings, scratching his head in confusion. He shook his head, assuming that she had become overly flustered after having her secret exposed, and had even gotten the direction wrong. Not thinking much more, he prepared to continue with his own business. However, just as he was about to take another step, the content of Lilith's earlier shout exploded in his mind like a delayed triggered spell. Wait! Greg suddenly stopped in his tracks, his whole body freezing, his pupils slightly constricting. She said Lilith defeated Victoria with the fire explosion technique in the affiliated hospital of the Glory Kale Magic Academy on the 3rd floor in a single patient room. The moonlight filtered through the clean glass window, casting a cold silver glow on the polished floor. The air was filled with a faint scent of disinfectant and a mix of calming herbal medicine. Victoria Cecil leaned against the bed, a white sheet covering her waist, her bare right arm and shoulder wrapped in thick bandages, the dim color of ointment faintly visible at the edges. Her gray hair was somewhat disheveled over her shoulders, and her normally sharp blade-like gaze appeared somewhat dim, quietly staring at the heavy night outside the window. By the bedside, Sylvia sat anxiously in a chair, her hands nervously clasped on her knees, her pink eyes filled with worry. She had been accompanying Victoria for nearly 2 hours, attempting various topics. Tomorrow's classes, new desserts in the cafeteria, and even some trivial rumors about the academy. But most of her responses were merely Victoria's curt and almost dismissive or is that so, or simply silence. Silence once again spread throughout the room. Sylvia bit her lower lip, finally gathering her courage to speak carefully, her voice soft, as if afraid to disturb something. Victoria. About today's match. Victoria's gaze returned from the window to her friend. Her expression was calm, so calm that it seemed somewhat unnatural. It's just a matter of winning or losing, Sylvia said urgently, as if reciting a well-prepared script. You really don't need to worry about it too much. Princess Lilith. She has been receiving the best guidance for quite some time, and that high-level spell, the Fire Blast, even in its basic form, has such power. She paused, realizing this sounded like making excuses for her opponent, and quickly corrected herself. What I mean is, you did exceptionally well. Really, everyone saw your adaptability on the field and your use of magic. Many upperclassmen are discussing it. She carefully observed Victoria's expression, trying to find a hint of relaxation or comfort, but the latter simply listened quietly, her gray eyes calm and unperturbed. Sylvia's voice unconsciously lowered, infused with uncertainty and self-doubt, and perhaps Princess Lilith only got lucky. Thank you, Sylvia. Victoria finally spoke, interrupting Sylvia's increasingly faltering comfort, her tone steady. This expression of gratitude was polite, but somewhat distant. Sylvia opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but seeing Victoria turned back to the window, her profile clearly indicating she did not wish to continue this topic, all her prepared words got stuck in her throat, ultimately transforming into a deeper sense of worry and helplessness. She knew Victoria cared deeply about the outcome of this match. It was precisely because she understood that she was more aware of how much this failure impacted her. It was not just an ordinary competition in front of many eyes, it was a critical assessment that determined class division, where she lost to the princess of the kingdom, who was adored and anticipated by many. This news would undoubtedly provide those within the church who already questioned her status as a hero a chance to seize that narrative. At that moment, the door to the room was gently knocked on as an older woman in a pristine nurse's uniform peeked in. Miss Sylvia. The nurse's voice was soft, carrying a professional concern. It's almost time for the dormitory curfew, and Miss Victoria also needs to rest. Sylvia suddenly came to her senses looking at the wall clock. The hands indeed pointed to a dangerously late hour. She hurriedly stood up. "Ah yes, he'll leave right away." She turned to Victoria and hurriedly said, "Victoria, please rest well, and he'll come back to see you tomorrow. The wound. Definitely don't let it touch water. Change the dressing on time, and if it hurts or feels uncomfortable tonight, make sure to call the nurse right away." "I will." Victoria nodded, still showing no extra expression. "Be careful on your way, Sylvia. You too. Take care and rest well." Sylvia took one last look at her friend, the figure wrapped in bandages appearing particularly thin and fragile under the moonlight and the cold white light of the hospital. Her heart twisted, but ultimately, under the nurse's gentle gaze, she left the room, glancing back 3 times before gently closing the door. Click. The faint sound of the door lock closing seemed to shut out all the noise and concern from the outside world. The room fell completely silent. The moonlight seemed to grow colder. The mask that Victoria had maintained for 2 hours finally showed a crack after Sylvia's footsteps vanished at the end of the corridor. Her straight back subtly relaxed a bit, and her left hand, which had been lying flat on the sheet, slowly clenched, the knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. Her gray eyes no longer looked outside at the meaningless night, but lowered, resting on her right shoulder wrapped tightly in bandages. There the skin brushed by the scorching edge of the fire blast despite being covered by thick dressings, and pain-relieving magic still sent waves of burning pain. This pain was incredibly clear, incredibly real. Each pang reminded her of every detail that took place on the arena that afternoon. She lost. Not merely a close defeat, but being utterly outmaneuvered and countered before she could even execute her planned retaliation, overwhelmed by the opponent's sheer strength and foresight. Was it humiliating? Certainly. Was it bitter? Without a doubt. But deeper within was a cold, almost panicked sense of helplessness mixed with a strong doubt about her own promises. Fragments of memory surged uncontrollably, sharper than the pain of her wounds. The flames and smoke rising from the border village. The demonic howls, and the dull thud of claws tearing flesh. Her father standing like a mountain at the door, instantly engulfed by darkness. Her mother's last embrace as she pushed her into the cellar, the intensity of that grip, and the almost desperate plea in her tearful eyes. "Stay alive. I must become stronger. Strong enough to sever all tragedies, strong enough to protect all that I cherish, strong enough to take revenge on the demons." This was the vow she made amidst the ruins, the only motivation that sustained her through countless arduous trainings, enduring the cold eyes and mockery of others, and rising to hone her magical power even during the most exhausting nights. When that heavy and fiery blessing of the hero descended upon her, she almost believed it was the world's response to her, an acknowledgement of her path. But what was the result? In her first official duel after entering the academy, she lost. Lost to the opponent didn't even employ any underhanded tactics or powerful magical artifacts. Relying solely on her talent and overwhelming fire magic, she rendered Sylvia's meticulously crafted counterattack into nothing. Can I truly reach the end like this? Can I really bear the name of a hero and fulfill that almost impossible revenge and mission? She began to doubt herself. In this cold chaos, a figure slowly emerged in Victoria's mind out of place. Greg Sasse, the once arrogant and foolish son of a former duke, now transformed into an enigma. He had caused her trouble at the beginning of the semester, yet he saved Sylvia in the underground city and casually tossed her a precious reflection gem. Thinking of that gem, Victoria's left fingertips unconsciously brushed against the small pouch hidden under her hospital gown around her neck. The cool outline of the crystal brought a clear sensation through the fabric. This reflection gem was originally the key to turning the tide in her plan. She had intended to activate the reflection gem amidst the chaos and dust caused by the explosion after dodging the fireball spell, using the smoke as cover to launch a counterattack with mid-tier magic, the wind pressure cannon, from an unexpected angle against Lilith, thus achieving final victory. But the reality was that she didn't even get the chance to use the gem. Her plan had collapsed completely at the very first step. Thinking of this, a complex emotion quietly took root in her heart. Her feelings towards Greg had always been clear: disdain. Disdain for his past actions, disdain for his detestable face, and disdain for his seemingly all-knowing gaze. Even after he saved Sylvia and gave her the gem, her wariness towards him had never truly dissipated. But now, she touched the gem around her neck. Even knowing that she disliked him, she still accepted the gem, yet she had betrayed his trust. A guilt that made her even more restless wrapped around her like tiny thorns. She hated this feeling, hated this emotion so complex that it couldn't simply be summarized as dislike. This made her feel even more embarrassed, even more defeated. Just as Victoria was lost in these turbulent thoughts, a shout from the next room suddenly interrupted her. Little Vi, what's wrong? You can't die. I have been by your side sharing joys and sorrows for so many years, treating you like my own flesh and blood, and now I have to send you off. In room 303, Greg was sprawled by the bedside in a disheveled state. The source of his disarray could naturally be attributed to his unfortunate luck with a score of -10. On his way to the hospital, he first encountered a patrolling teacher at night who mistook him for a suspicious person and greeted him with several warning fireballs. In a hurry to evade the pursuit, he inadvertently startled a semi-formed little boss, a wandering evil spirit that would only appear in the later chapters of the original story, lurking on the edge of the academy. After a series of chaotic events, he finally made it to the hospital entrance alive. This made him thoroughly question whether his desperate attempts to avoid known death CG trigger points were truly meaningful. Because with this cursed luck, as soon as he stepped onto the surface, it seemed he could unlock a new death method in any case. After enduring countless hardships to infiltrate this exclusive ward belonging to the protagonist in his memory, Greg collapsed directly onto the bed, where the patient, wrapped like a mummy, lay weeping uncontrollably. Although he was unclear about the specific details of the class assessment, the fact that Victoria had lost and taken a direct hit from a fireball spell, ending up in such a half-dead state, filled Greg with a sense of sorrow for the fallen. Because if Victoria fell, who would save this world of trenches? Would it be him who could trigger a death CG at any moment after stepping onto the surface? Even without this ridiculous luck, he certainly did not wish to take the arduous path of pilgrimage that the protagonist had to endure. Come on, Victoria, you are a woman blessed by the protection of a hero. How can you fall just because of a mere fatal wound? I believe in you, and you should believe in yourself. You can do it. Just as Greg was fervently pouring motivational words into the person on the bed, eagerly hoping for her swift recovery, the door to the hospital room creaked open. Victoria, her arm wrapped in bandages, leaned against the doorframe, her cold gaze cutting like a tangible blade into Greg's back. Hey! Her voice was not loud, but it carried a chill. What are you doing? Greg's body stiffened as he slowly turned his head, his face a picture of confusion. You look so much like a deceased acquaintance of mine. Victoria, have you been eaten by the monsters in the underground city? I am the real Victoria. Really? You took a direct hit from a fireball spell, and although your proficiency is only level 1, you only sustained this little injury. At that moment, he suddenly realized that since Victoria was blessed by the protection of a hero, it seemed reasonable that she sustained only this minor injury despite taking a direct hit from a fireball spell. Since you are fine, then who is this person on the bed? Greg's gaze focused on the bed. Through the gaps in the bandages, he met a pair of eyes filled with confusion, fear, and complete strangeness. Greg, the bandaged person on the bed. Because players controlling characters are always placed in this room, when hospitalized, Greg instinctively thought that Victoria should also be here this time. But then he recalled that in the original story, Victoria didn't stay in the hospital after the class division assessment because she won. Therefore, it made sense that other injured individuals occupied this protagonist-exclusive hospital room. I have memorized your basic information. Greg stuffed the student ID he pulled from his backpack back into the bedside cabinet, looking at the bandage-wrapped Yelena on the bed, and said, so you should be aware of the consequences if those words you heard just now get out right. In response, the innocent Yelena could only nod frantically. After receiving her assurance, Greg turned to leave the ward. Victoria was quietly watching him in the corridor outside the door. She was also wrapped in some bandages, but compared to the mummy inside, she was obviously much lighter and looked like she could recover after a few days of rest. It seems your injuries are not serious after all. Greg assessed her and spoke with a tone of relief. Now I can rest easy. Victoria's gray eyes widened slightly. She had thought that Greg was here to mock her. After all, she had received a reflection gem from him, but hadn't had the chance to use it before losing the competition, which she found somewhat embarrassing. But unexpectedly, she scanned Greg. His academy uniform was dusty with burn marks on the cuffs, and the hem was even torn by something claw-like, while his face bore scrapes and fatigue. It was clear that this wasn't the result of being in the hospital. He must have come straight from the underground city. And despite being injured himself, he specifically came to check on my condition. This realization complicated Victoria's feelings. At the beginning of their enrollment, they were unequivocal. Although Greg claimed that it was merely a disguise from his family during their time in the underground city, Victoria did not fully believe this narrative. She was accustomed to judging people by their actions and results, and Greg's past misdeeds were indeed hard to easily erase. But now he was clearly injured, yet still came. This seemingly excessive concern made the wall of vigilance in her heart waver uncontrollably. You don't blame me. After a few seconds of silence, Victoria finally spoke, her voice somewhat softer than usual. I got the reflection gem from you, yet didn't even have the chance to use it before losing. Losing is just losing. It's only one assessment. What's there to blame? Greg replied bluntly, even sounding somewhat casual. Winning and losing are common. Oh, what's important is that you are fine. His words were genuinely sincere. Although he was unsure why Victoria had deviated from the original plot and lost to Lilith, fortunately her injuries were not serious, indicating that the plot wouldn't be stalled for too long. As long as during her recovery these few days he could find a way to handle some troubles that required the protagonist's intervention, he could try to bring the story back on track and avoid significant deviations. As for winning or losing, to be honest, as long as Victoria the Brave One could continue to grow and fight the Demon King on the main storyline, losing to the princess, once in Greg's view, was utterly inconsequential. Rather, seeing the lively heroine was better than anything else. His reaction completely took Victoria by surprise. There was no mockery, no disappointment, not even any probing into the details of the competition, just an almost indifferent acceptance, and a hint of unnoticeable concern for her injuries. This left Victoria at a loss for words. She was used to straightforward conflicts or calm calculations of interest, but this ambiguous interaction, tinged with awkward care, left her somewhat bewildered. Seeing her silent, Greg added, "Don't think too much. Even the embryonic form of Princess Lilith's flame burst is not something you can take heed in without losing face. The fact that you could still plan a counterattack under those circumstances is quite impressive. You lost this time, but you can win it back next time. Your journey is still long ahead." His words sounded like comfort, yet also like a statement of fact. Victoria raised her eyes to look at him. Greg's face bore no special expression, and his gaze was calm, as if he were stating the most natural thing. Victoria pressed her lips together and finally murmured a barely audible "Hmm." Whether it was an illusion or not, upon hearing Greg's final words, "Your journey is still long ahead," the heavy burden in her heart, born of failure and self-doubt, seemed to be gently pried open a small crack by these words. Although she still couldn't completely trust him, at least at this moment Victoria's perception of Greg had indeed undergone a subtle change. Perhaps he truly wasn't entirely the kind of person she initially believed him to be. "Since there's nothing too serious, you should continue to rest well. I have to go now." Seeing that Victoria was in decent condition, Greg decided not to linger any longer. His escape from the underground city was not solely for the purpose of visiting the sick, who, after confirming the protagonist was fine, his real objective was still waiting for him. "Your injuries." Before Greg took a step away, Victoria instinctively opened her mouth, her gaze falling on his tattered clothing. "It's a minor issue, a good sleep will heal it." Greg waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk down the other end of the corridor. "I'm leaving." Watching Greg's rapidly departing figure disappear at the staircase, Victoria stood still for a moment before slowly turning back to her ward. The injury on her shoulder still ached, but the turbulent negative thoughts in her mind seemed to have unexpectedly calmed down a bit. The Glory Kale Magic Academy, as the kingdom's most prestigious institution, was located in an extraordinary place. Beyond the towering walls of the academy lay the most prosperous city of the Northern Kingdom. Night had fallen deep, but the city had not completely fallen asleep. On the distant main road, magic-powered public carriages occasionally passed by, with their headlights dragging flowing trails of light on the cobblestone road. Many shops along the streets had already closed, but the warm yellow decorative lights still illuminated the myriad of goods displayed in the windows. Higher up, lights flickered from the noble district's mansions, while the giant neon magic billboards in the commercial area tirelessly changed vibrant patterns and texts promoting the latest magical devices or theatrical performances. The night view here was indeed beautiful. During his gameplay of the original story, Greg often maneuvered his character to leisurely stroll through the city's streets, triggering various side quests, or simply appreciating the unique charm of this fantastical city. Those meticulously drawn street scenes, lively NPC dialogues, and hidden elements to explore had brought him much joy. But tonight he clearly lacked the leisure to indulge. Although Ellie did not explicitly state where she would wait for him, and there was no scene in the original story where she was persuaded to leave the academy, Greg understood very well, based on her character setup, where she would choose to go. He did not linger on the brightly lit streets, but turned into an alley, quickly moving toward the city's center under the cover of shadows. Eventually he stopped in front of a building. It was one of the tallest structures in the city clock tower. The ancient stone structure appeared silent and majestic in the night, with the enormous mechanical clock face glinting with a cold, hard metallic sheen under the moonlight. The clock tower was not open to the public, but Greg knew of a secret maintenance staircase. He took a deep breath and began to climb upward. The sound of the wind grew louder in his ears, the city's noise and lights gradually shrinking beneath him, transforming into a blurry sea of light. Pushing open the heavy small door at the top floor, the sharp night wind rushed towards him unimpeded, blowing his hair wildly and causing his clothes to flutter. The platform at the top of the clock tower was empty, only the massive gears and pendulum mechanisms turning slowly and rhythmically producing a heavy hypnotic ticking sound. Moonlight poured down unreservedly here, coating everything in a layer of cool silver. And at the edge of the platform beyond the guardrail, overlooking the entire sleeping city, stood a white figure silently. The night breeze stirred her maid's long skirt and golden hair. She stood with her back to Greg, her posture upright like a javelin, as if she had been waiting here for countless hours. As if sensing the arrival, she slowly turned around. The moonlight illuminated her face. It was an impeccable doll-like, exquisite face with sapphire blue eyes clear as the moonlight, yet deep enough to seem like they could draw in one's soul. With such an appearance, it was no wonder she had gained immense popularity in the original story. Her expression was calm, and the corners of her mouth even bore a hint of an elusive smile. But a fine layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Greg's back. Ellie Hill, his exclusive maid. Or rather, his former exclusive maid. She looked at Greg, tilting her head slightly. Her smile seemed to deepen a bit, her voice as gentle as the night breeze. "Good evening, young Master Greg. You are a bit later than expected. If you do this again, I might have to kill you." Greg stood at the edge of the bell tower, feeling the night breeze as he listened to the opening line, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. Hey, is it too harsh to be killed just for being a few minutes late? What is this workplace bullying in the new era? Or do you, my former exclusive maid, value the life of your master as merely equivalent to a precise sense of time down to the second? I understand now, this must be some twisted form of loyalty, right? Using threats of death to show concern. What a chilling yet touching master-servant relationship. Greg elongated his tone, his gaze deadpan, as he looked at Ellie. Ellie seemed to ignore his complex complaints, maintaining her perfect smile, tilting her head slightly, gazing at him with her clear blue eyes, and continued, "Moreover, young master, how rude of you to meet me in such shabby clothes. If you don't pay attention to your appearance, next time I'll strip you and throw you into the fountain at the central square." Greg. He looked down at his academy uniform, which was covered in dust with burn marks and tears, then raised his gaze to Ellie, who was impeccably groomed even in the moonlight. "Is being disheveled going to get me publicly executed? Shh. Have your maid's punishments become more and more bizarre? And who made me look like this? Isn't it because I rushed here to meet some guy who left a death notice and then vanished? Do you think I wanted to climb this high bell tower dressed like a beggar?" Ellie blinked, seemingly contemplating for a moment, then clapped her hands lightly, as if suddenly realizing. "In that case, it's indeed my oversight. Next time, I will prepare a replacement outfit for you in advance before administering punishment. That should solve the problem, right?" "The problem is much bigger than that. The point isn't even about the clothes." Greg facepalmed, feeling that communicating with this maid who thought differently from others was more exhausting than dodging monsters in the dungeon. At that moment, a stream of clouds floated by, allowing the clearer moonlight to pour down unobstructed, illuminating the top of the bell tower in a silver sheen. Greg was about to continue his complaints, but the words caught in his throat. Because under that cold moonlight, in the depths of Ellie's blue eyes, which always carried a perfect smile, there was a fleeting, heavy concern that she could not completely mask. That concern was so real, forming a stark and absurd contrast to her light-hearted words of "I'll kill you, and I'll strip you bare." It seemed Ellie also noticed the betrayal of the moonlight as the formulaic smile on her face faded. She looked at Greg, fell silent for 2 seconds, then spoke in a tone that was entirely different, calm to the point of being cold. "Next time, don't play the disappearing act on me. You hopeless idiot. No threats, no jokes, nor honorifics. Just a straightforward statement, even tinged with impatience." Greg was stunned. After Ellie finished speaking, she turned her head away, looking back at the dimly lit city of Yinner, leaving Greg with only a silhouette edged in silver by the moonlight. The night breeze lifted her golden hair, strands brushing across her emotionless face. Greg looked at her, and the restlessness in his heart suddenly faded away. He knew. Although her words and tone did not reveal an ounce of worry, he understood better than anyone. Ellie was serious. She was genuinely concerned for him. If she didn't truly care, how could she have followed him through countless abominable bad ends in the original story, regardless of the foolish paths he chose or the tragic outcomes he faced, steadfastly accompanying him to that already fated dismal conclusion? She was the only one. From start to finish, the only person who would always stand by his side. Even if the protagonist of this world was not him, even if he played the role of a universally condemned villain, even if he self-destructed time and again. Really? Greg sighed softly, his voice dissipating in the wind. "What on earth do I possess that's worth you doing this?" He took 2 steps forward, standing beside Ellie, also gazing down at the night view of the city. He spoke, his voice calming somewhat. "I'm no longer a noble. I've been disowned by the Sasse family, and you're no longer my maid. Free now. Why not? Take this opportunity to live the life you desire." "The life I desire?" Ellie turned her head, a hint of genuine confusion, crossed her face, seemingly not understanding why Greg would ask such a question. I believe the life I'm living now is the life I want. Huh, because... Ellie seriously explained, even raising a finger, when I'm not happy I can hit you with my sword anytime, which makes me very pleased. If I were to do such a thing to someone else elsewhere, I would likely be wanted and hunted down, which is troublesome. So being able to legally hit you, I'm already very satisfied. This is the life I want. Greg. He took a deep breath, feeling the momentary surge of emotion he had just experienced instantly go to waste. Hey, you stinky maid. What do you take your master for? Your personal emotional punching bag? Or a human stress relief tool? It's your former master. Ellie calmly corrected him. Your former master is still a master. Show me a bit of respect, you jerk. Yet despite the shouting, Greg understood in his heart that Ellie's words were half true, half false. Hitting him might genuinely make her feel better, but the deeper reason was that she had never considered the option of... She had long since bound her existence to that of Greg Sasse. No matter if he was a noble or a commoner, whether he was in glory or in despair. If possible, Greg actually didn't wish for her to stay by his side any longer. This world was fraught with danger for him, and the known and unknown death scenarios loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. Ellie following him would only draw her into the same dangers, and her extraordinary combat prowess could even trigger worse chain reactions, leading her toward those bad endings. Although Greg had anticipated that she might not leave easily, he never expected her attitude to be so resolute. He sighed again, this time with more helplessness. Forget it, do as you please. He gave up on persuading her and switched to a more realistic topic. But let me say this first, my own life right now is very hard, living rough in that hellhole of a dungeon, so I probably won't be able to pay you for a while. He paused, his gaze subtly darting toward the small leather wallet at Ellie's waist that looked somewhat hefty. Wait, you should have some savings there, right? Ellie almost instantly covered her coin pouch, a hint of vigilance flashing in her azure eyes like a cat guarding its food. What do you mean? Greg remained unfazed, even extending his hand with a sense of entitlement. Lend me some money. Ellie's expression turned icy in an instant. The subtle atmosphere from before vanished without a trace. Huh. She squinted, her eyes, disbelief saturating her voice. Borrowing money from your own maid. Young Master Greg, has your brain finally gone haywire after countless foolish adventures? Greg was momentarily taken aback, but he immediately puffed out his chest, though he lacked confidence. You're so noisy. I have paid you so many times before, and now it's your turn to pay me. What's wrong with that? Huh. You. Ellie was so angered she nearly laughed, about to retort, but as the words lingered on her lips, looking at Greg's brazen expression, she inexplicably swallowed her words back. She furrowed her brows, carefully savoring Greg's twisted reasoning. Though logically nonsensical, strangely, she felt as if she had been somewhat persuaded. This feeling of being led astray made Ellie even more displeased, but more than that, it was a sense of helplessness, as if to think, why bother arguing with this fool? She shot Greg a fierce glare, ultimately with a face that screamed, I must be crazy, loosened her grip on the coin pouch, and roughly unfastened the buckle. She looked down and rummaged through her coin pouch a few times, then pulled out 3 gold coins, not even looking, as if tossing away garbage, flinging them toward Greg's face. Just this once, she gritted her teeth and said, each word squeezed out from between her teeth, if you dare to make such a request again, I will truly slice you down. The gold coins glimmered faintly as they sailed through the air. Greg fumbled to catch them, holding them in his palm. The cold metallic touch and the weighty feeling made a huge stone drop from his heart. OJBK, he instinctively exclaimed, using a phrase from his former world, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. With these 3 gold coins, he could buy some necessary supplies and improve the inhumane living conditions of the underground city. Ellie watched him revel in his unhidden joy, her gaze complex. She knew that the former Greg Sasse had spent money like water, and after being expelled, being penniless was inevitable. She also understood that despite his nonsensical chatter, this version of him happy over a little money was slightly more agreeable than the extravagant wastrel he used to be. Of course, just slightly. So, Ellie tucked away her coin pouch, crossed her arms again, and scrutinized Greg. Where have you been hiding these past few days? Is playing missing fun? Greg, still reveling in his gold coins, casually replied, I wasn't hiding. I've had an epiphany, planning to seriously tackle the underground city, eager to grow stronger and prove myself. Ellie looked at him expressionlessly, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Your brain really is still broken. Hey, is it so strange that I have a bit of ambition? Greg retorted. But then he thought about his character in the original story and had to admit, while thinking about it carefully, it does seem quite strange. But whether it's strange or not, to complete that damned system task and to survive in this world, I at least need to conquer the first level of the underground city. This is a matter of life and death, not about wanting to be ambitious. Greg put away the gold coins, the relaxed look on his face fading. He lifted his head, his gaze fixed firmly on Ellie, the moonlight settling in the depths of his amber eyes. "I am serious, Ellie." His voice was not loud, yet it carried a certainty that Ellie had never heard before. He paused and continued, not shifting his gaze. "Moreover, I do not wish to always stand behind you." At that moment the night wind seemed to still. Ellie looked at Greg, at his face illuminated by moonlight, and at the unfamiliar yet undeniable seriousness in his eyes. Suddenly, she felt that the young master she was so familiar with seemed to truly have changed in some way. No longer that fool who only knew how to bluff and stir up trouble, nor the good-for-nothing who became despondent after facing setbacks. He said he didn't want to always stand behind her. Recalling Greg's words, Ellie felt her cheeks, under the cold water-like moonlight, uncontrollably warm up slightly. Although it sounded pleasant on the surface, Greg secretly hoped to sneak into the Academy's underground dungeon with Elle. With her as a level 68 powerhouse assisting him, Greg could clear the first level in no time. Unfortunately, the entrance to the dungeon was restricted, only accessible to students of the Glory Kale Magic Academy, rendering his hopes unattainable. However, he had mostly achieved his goal of stabilizing this somewhat overly feminine maid for today, and Greg no longer sought more. Yet he quickly considered another problem. Ellie had clearly expressed her desire to continue following him, but he was no longer a noble and could not bring her into the academy as a retainer. So how should he accommodate her? Should he just let her wander aimlessly in Ynir City, waiting day by day for when he would sneak out of the academy again? That would be too pitiful. Moreover, given Ellie's personality, who knows what trouble she might cause if left idle for too long. Just as Greg frowned and thought about how to arrange for Ellie, his cursed 10 luck attribute struck again. Boom! Above him, the massive bronze bell that had hung for who knows how many years, one of the city's landmarks, emitted a sudden groan of strain from its ancient metal components before snapping. Weighing several tons, the giant bell, along with years of accumulated rust and an aura of cold death, plummeted straight toward Greg's position. Shadows instantly engulfed him. "Young master." Ellie almost simultaneously sensed it, her azure eyes dilating as her hand instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword. However, the distance, the speed of descent, and the slashing method that wouldn't harm Greg. All calculations were completed in an instant, yielding a cold and desperate conclusion. There was no time left. Whether to pull Greg away or to shatter the giant bell, it was all too late. Greg's pupils reflected the rapidly enlarging rust-covered surface of the bell. He was going to die. His mind went blank, leaving only this thought. He could even feel the pressure of wind generated as the giant bell descended. At that moment, a calm, almost indifferent voice resonated deep within his mind. "The gift I bestow is not merely a decorative ornament." Almost as soon as the voice sounded, the instinct for survival overrode his stunned brain. Greg barely had time to think about what to use. His body instinctively followed a certain imprint deep within his soul, activating a power he had yet to truly master. LV1 Dark Bracers. Where his thoughts directed, magical energy surged. A pair of black bracers darker than the deepest night instantly materialized on his arms. The surface of the bracers was not smooth metal, but rather a thick, swirling black mist that seemed to possess life, exuding an ominous and profound aura. There was no time to feel this power, no time to marvel at its form. The giant bell was already upon him. Yet the anticipated pain of being crushed and the powerful impact never came. As the heavy bronze bell touched the dark bracers, the thick black mist on their surface surged, as if awakened, boiling and spreading like a living shadow tide, instantly engulfing the entire bell. There was no loud crash, no sparks from metal clashing, only the silent undulation of the black mist. The next moment, the mist receded like a retreating tide, shrinking back to the bracer's surface, continuing to flow slowly. And the giant bronze bell that should have smashed Greg into a pulp vanished. Without a trace. Not a speck of rust remained, as if it had never existed in that place. The night wind continued to blow over the empty top of the bell tower. Greg remained frozen in place, arms crossed in a blocking stance, staring blankly at the pair of gradually fading black bracers on his arms. Ellie's hand was still tightly pressed against the hilt of her sword, her body slightly leaning forward, maintaining a posture ready to spring into action. Her face mixed extreme shock, disbelief, and a hint of confusion. What just happened? Where did that bell go? Such a large, heavy bell fell down, and then was eaten by a mass of black mist. She slowly straightened up, her gaze locked onto Greg, or rather on the arm where the black bracers had appeared. In her usually clear and calm azure eyes, uncertainty now filled the air. She simply could not comprehend. When did this young master whom she had seen grow up master such a strange, ominous, and powerful force? What was that mass of black mist that seemed capable of devouring everything? She had never seen or even heard of such a bizarre ability. At this moment, Greg himself looked just as bewildered. While he suspected that the dark attribute abilities gained from becoming an avatar of Nightmare would not be too shabby, this effect was simply too domineering, wasn't it? It directly swallowed such a large bronze bell. No one in the original work had ever actually used dark attribute magic, so he had not expected it to be such a simple and brutal erasure. Silence spread across the top of the bell tower for a few seconds, accompanied only by the howling night wind. Finally, Ellie was the first to snap out of her shock. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, though her voice still carried a hint of barely detectable tension. What was that power just now? The black mist and those bracers. I have never seen you use them before. No, I have never even seen magic. About that. Greg lowered his arms, quickly organizing his thoughts in response to Ellie's questioning. It seemed unnecessary to hide this from Ellie, nor could he. Even a blind person could see that something was off just from the earlier scene. Moreover, Ellie was the only person he could completely trust, and who had the ability to help him deal with abnormal matters. It's a long story. Greg gathered his words, deciding to reveal part of the truth. Of course, he didn't plan to mention the shared fate, the shared divinity, and the possibility of facing doom together, as this might only increase Ellie's worries. In simple terms, he cleared his throat, trying to sound more credible. I was chosen by an ancient. You could say that I have become its messenger. Ancient being. Ellie furrowed her brow. The Dark Night Goddess Nightmare. Greg spoke that name. Ellie's pupils contracted once more. The Dark Night Goddess. Nightmare. She had only seen that name mentioned sporadically in some extremely ancient texts, nearly regarded as myth. It was one of the ancient deities that had long vanished from the annals of history along with its faith. Its existence had even been deliberately obscured or belittled in the official texts of the Church of Light. And now Greg was telling her that this goddess who existed only in legends had chosen him. Had he become her messenger? If these words were spoken by someone else, AI Lee would unhesitatingly think that the person was insane or weaving ridiculous lies. However, the eerie black mist that devoured the bronze bell was a phenomenon that could not be explained by ordinary magic, yet it was undeniably occurring right before her eyes. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly trigger an unimaginable earthquake among various nations, especially within the sphere of influence of the Church of Light. A banished waste of a noble has unexpectedly become the messenger of a lost deity. The implications behind this are too complex and too dangerous. AI Lee fell silent. She gazed at Greg, her expression a complex enigma. After the initial shock, a deeper worry set in. Being targeted by such an ancient and mysterious entity, is it a blessing or a curse? What is its purpose? Greg noticed AI Lee's doubts and shock, but he couldn't explain the deeper layers of the situation clearly. However, the dark attribute magic he had just seen revealed a brand new possibility, one that he as a mere ordinary villain had never dared to imagine. AI Lee. He stepped forward, his expression turning serious. There's something I need your help with, and only— What is it? I need you to find a way to establish a cult that worships the night. He finally proposed a brilliant idea. AI Lee was taken aback, seemingly not hearing correctly. What? Establish a cult? Worship the night? Yes. Greg nodded, his thoughts becoming clearer. The power of Nightmare is closely tied to faith. The severance of faith for too long has left her very weak. If we can re-establish faith, even on a small scale, it will help restore the goddess's power and assist me in the process. He did not specify what kind of help it would be, but AI Lee could guess. There must be a connection between the messenger and the deity's power. The eerie ability Greg had just displayed might stem from this. If the deity's power could be enhanced, Greg would naturally benefit from it as well. More importantly, Greg thought of another layer. If Nightmare could regain some of her power, would he, as part of their shared destiny, also gain some kind of protective ability? He thought of Victoria. That gray-haired hero, after taking a fireball spell from Lilith Hedon, had merely sustained light injuries. Though Lilith's fireball spell was only at LV1 now, an ordinary person would certainly be severely injured or even dead after taking a direct hit. This was the powerful survival capability and resistance granted by protection. What if he could obtain something similar through Nightmare? At that point, as long as his own strength continued to rise combined with the potential protection he could gain, then regardless of the various bizarre misfortunes brought on by that cursed -10 luck or the fated demise he and AI Lee were destined to face, he would have the ability to change it. He would no longer have to place all his hopes on Victoria's protagonist aura, nor would he have to constantly tread carefully around every familiar scene. Perhaps he could truly grasp his own fate in his hands rather than leaving it to that damned plot and luck. This thought burned in his heart like a wildfire, causing him to look at AI Lee with intense anticipation mixed with a subtle sense of tension. Because he knew how absurd and far-fetched this request was. To ask a maid who was only skilled with a sword to establish some secret religious organization and spread the faith of a long-forgotten deity. It sounded like a terrible joke. But now he had no one else to rely on. Only AI Lee, the woman who had grown up with him, who had a sharp tongue, but had never truly left him, who had stayed with him through all the bad endings. AI Lee did not respond immediately. She slightly lowered her head, her golden hair falling down to obscure part of her expression. Only the sound of the wind remained atop the clock tower. After a long while she slowly raised her head, her azure eyes looking at Greg, swirling with many emotions and a certain resolute gleam. I understand. She finally said, her voice returning to its usual calmness, even carrying a slightly official tone. I will give it a try. But don't get your hopes up. Greg let out a sigh of relief, a smile breaking on his face. I leave it to you. I believe you can handle it. He briefly explained a few things to AI Lee, as he generally stayed in the underground city for safety and wouldn't leave easily, so it was best to clarify everything he could now. AI Lee just listened, occasionally nodding, remaining mostly silent. Seeing that they had discussed everything, Greg prepared to leave. I should be going now. Oh, take care of yourself. AI Lee responded, but her gaze shifted elsewhere. Greg did not say much more, turning towards the small door, quickly disappearing into the shadows of the staircase. On the clock tower, only AI Lee remained, along with the ever-blowing night wind. She slowly walked to the edge of the railing, looking down at the sleeping city below, but her gaze seemed her mood was somewhat complicated. It felt like her toy had been snatched away midway, forcibly tied to a butt. AI Lee closed her eyes, her mind uncontrollably flashing with some distant memories. The golden-haired boy who had followed her as a child, who was clearly afraid of the dark, yet stubbornly insisted this young master is not afraid. A little older, he had become increasingly twisted in character, yet would occasionally awkwardly toss her a bottle of healing potion when she was injured during sword practice. And later the young master, who gradually became arrogant and foolish, disappointing her time and again, yet she could never truly abandon him. She opened her eyes, the cold moonlight reflected in her azure gaze gradually settling into a near-obsessive determination. Forget it, she told herself in her heart. That fool has no one else beside him but me. If I let go, he will truly have nothing. The night wind stirred her long hair and skirt as she stood like a sculpture under the moonlight, silently lingering for a long time, until the first faint hint of dawn appeared at the horizon, before turning and quietly disappearing from the top of the clock tower. I didn't expect the quality of the beautiful girls around you to be quite high. When Greg finally carried the newly acquired supplies back to the underground camp and began to fumble with assembly, Nightmare's voice unexpectedly floated out from his shadow. The head of a black cat lazily emerged from the shadow on the ground, its eerie green eyes curiously surveying the small patch of ground he had just cleared. Even that maid can reach this level, it's quite rare. However, the other girl with gray hair is a bit lacking considering her. Well, it's rather barren there. Greg was struggling with a roll of rope and replied without looking up, what do you know? The leg shape of the gray-haired one is absolutely perfect. That alone is a significant plus. As soon as he said this, he felt a bit foolish arguing about this with a cat. He must be awfully idle. But he didn't stop working with his hands. After quite a while, once he secured the last stake, Greg straightened his slightly sore back, let out a long breath, and looked at the results before him. A deep, gray, seemingly sturdy canvas tent stood steadily in a relatively flat and dry spot within the cave. Thanks to the developed adventurer industry in this world, tents are a hot commodity. Manufacturers compete fiercely. Not only are the fabrics waterproof and windproof, but they also come with soft padding sewn inside. More importantly, the top of the tent poles is embedded with a low-quality magic crystal that can activate a basic defense barrier covering the entire tent. This barrier may not withstand powerful attacks, but it is sufficient to provide warnings during rest or to repel the weak creatures or small magical beasts that like to sneak in at night. For adventurers, this means they can get a relatively peaceful night's sleep without being constantly on edge. In the perilous underground, this is worth far more than the tent itself. Although it cost a full 2 gold coins, nearly half of the funds he had borrowed from Ellie, Greg still felt it was worth it when he looked at the tent that provided a sense of security. At the very least, he no longer had to lie directly on the cold, damp stone slabs that made his bones ache. However, just as he wiped the sweat off and prepared to enjoy the fruits of his labor, a shadow darted past his feet with lightning speed, diving into the tent before he could react. Nightmare found the softest spot in the tent, curling up elegantly and even stretching languidly. Hey! Greg lifted the tent flap and shouted grumpily inside. You, the lazy cat who did nothing, have no right to enjoy the fruits of my labor. Do you understand the rules? Nightmare completely ignored him, instead shifting to a more comfortable position, her eerie green eyes glimmering in the dimness of the tent as she posed a new question. By the way, that maid you had before, her name was Ellie, right? I can sense from her life essence that she seems to be only 27 years old, yet her level has already reached LV 68, which is the realm of heroes. Such a pace of growth even in my time would undoubtedly be considered genius. I am quite curious as to why she chose to follow someone like you. A mere LV-16 fellow. Greg stood at the tent entrance feeling a bit chilly from the wind. He sighed, too lazy to argue with a cat over the sleeping arrangements, and bent down to enter, sitting at a distance from Nightmare. It was much warmer and drier inside the tent. I don't know either. He leaned against the tent wall, closing his eyes wearily, his voice sounding weak. But this was not a mere excuse. He truly did not know. In fact, not only did he not know, but even those hardcore players who had played the original game countless times and were keen on uncovering every character's backstory could not explain it. Ellie Hill, a swordsmanship prodigy with top-notch talent, strength, and beauty, why would she willingly stay by the side of Greg Sasse, an ill-tempered, foolish noble who had almost nothing but his family background and a pretty face as his dedicated maid? The original Greg Sasse was not kind to Ellie. He often ordered her around. While it was not to the point of abuse, it certainly could not be called respectful. Yet even so, in all known storylines and branches of endings, Ellie never left. She always silently stood behind Greg, choosing to follow him through each reckless act, each failure, and each descent into the abyss until the end, accompanying him to destruction without any complaints. This setup had left countless players feeling unsettled, with 8 out of 10 comments and 1-star reviews cursing the designers must be out of their minds to create such a logically flawed loyal dog character. Even until the last DLC of the game was released, no clear explanation was given regarding Ellie's background and motivations. The player community could only reach a resentful consensus. This was undoubtedly an unreasonable setting that the character designer had forcibly inserted in a moment of mental lapse. Nightmare's laughter carried a delight in watching the spectacle. You don't even know the reason you're... Now that's interesting. Greg did not respond, but simply turned over, facing away from the dark shadow. Although he had resolved some immediate troubles, the issues he would face next were only increasing. He had no energy to spar with this mischievous goddess. Fatigue washed over him like a tide, and he soon fell into sleep. Upon waking, the tent was dim, illuminated only by the faint glow of bioluminescent moss seeping through the tent flap. Greg moved his neck and felt that the fatigue accumulated from last night had faded significantly. He took out the old pocket watch he had purchased for 5 copper coins yesterday and held it up to his eyes. It was 4 in the afternoon. In the dark, referenceless environment of the dungeon, the sense of time easily becomes distorted. This old pocket watch, which had been relatively accurate, was a necessary investment, helping him better plan his actions and rest, preventing him from losing track of day and night. Putting away the pocket watch, he noticed that the tent was completely empty. Nightmare was gone. He wondered if she had slipped back into his shadow or gone out for a stroll. However, considering she was a deity, she likely wouldn't be harmed by the monsters on the first floor of the dungeon, so Greg felt there was no need to worry too much. He opened the food supplies bag only to find that the jerky, which had been plentiful, was now nearly gone, sufficient for only 1 or 2 meals. Hunting had become an urgent task at hand. But before that, he had something more important to confirm. He needed to go to the entrance connecting the shallow layer to the middle layer and scout the situation. Primarily to see if the group of goblins that had previously occupied that area was still lurking nearby, as he remembered. Although he had now mastered dark attribute magic, Greg felt he was not entirely without fighting power. However, dark attribute magic consumed massive amounts of mana, and given his current level and mana reserve, he would quickly run out after just a few uses. In the perilous dungeon, exhausting one's mana almost equated to a death sentence. The risk was too high. Originally, in his plans, he intended to wait for Victoria and Sylvia to settle in before inviting them to form. With Sylvia providing support and enhancements, he and Victoria would take the lead, and the 3 of them would work together to eliminate the goblins and clear the path to the middle layer. This would alleviate a lot of pressure and be much safer. But now the situation had changed. Victoria had unexpectedly sustained severe injuries and was hospitalized. Judging by the severity of her wounds, it would likely take her at least a week to recover to a combat-ready state. As for himself, it seemed that in the chaos of evading the teacher's pursuit last night, he had inadvertently triggered a juvenile form of the small boss, Wandering Wraith, which was supposed to appear later in the first chapter and create trouble for players. This had caused it to be instantly taken down by the teacher's concentrated fire. This undoubtedly shortened the default timeline for the first chapter's storyline. The narrative momentum of the world might therefore accelerate, with some events or threats that were originally meant to be faced later possibly arriving sooner. He could not afford to wait for Victoria to fully recover. To prepare for the worst-case scenario, having to tackle the dungeon entirely on his own, he had to take action swiftly. First, he needed to ascertain the specific situation of the current shallow layer to have a clear understanding before formulating the next plan. Greg tidied up his belongings, securing the necessary tools and a small knife at his waist. Finally, he took one last look at his brand new tent, took a deep breath, lifted the tent flap, and stepped into the dark and damp corridor. System notifications flashed in the corner of his vision. Target eliminated. Skill acquired. Cry proficiency of cry LV3 increased. Target eliminated. Skill acquired. Cry proficiency of cry LV3 upgraded to LV4. Target eliminated. Skill acquired. Earth escape LV1 upgraded to LV2. Gained 220 experience points. Additional experience gained 22, leveled up to LV17. Greg paused and exhaled softly. He shook the blood off his short sword and scanned the surroundings. The remains of several low-level monsters were slowly dissipating into light spots. For him, now dealing with these creatures in the shallow area was not too challenging. After navigating from the camp to the entrance leading to the mid-level area, clearing out these wandering, oblivious, weak monsters felt more like warming up than actual combat. However, there were benefits. He gained experience points and skill proficiency, which put him in a good mood. In this world, improving skill proficiency was originally quite a difficult task. It not only required a high level of personal comprehension, but was usually closely tied to character level. Simply put, a character in their teens could be considered exceptional if they managed to raise the proficiency of a basic skill to LV1. To elevate it to LV2 or higher often required reaching level 20, at which point one's magical power, physical attributes, and perception of the world needed to reach a new level for further mastery to be possible. For someone like Greg, who could ignore comprehension and level bottlenecks and directly obtain skill fragments and increase proficiency simply by slaying monsters due to his talent of digestive fungus, it was truly abnormal. This was equivalent to skipping over thresholds that countless others had to painstakingly overcome through years of hard work, insights, or sheer luck. The only downside was that most of these skills acquired so far were rather lackluster. Greg concentrated and pulled up the skill panel, his gaze fixed on the skill with the highest proficiency, Cry LV4. Effect causes your enemies to feel reluctant to attack you for 4 seconds while you do not resist. Only effective once per target per day. Greg. He looked at the description, his lips twitching uncontrollably. What is this? Acute survival technique. He couldn't help but mutter to the air and reluctant to attack. What am I supposed to do? Strike a please pose with my eyes wide open for the best effect. Also, why can it only be used once on the same target in a day? What's up with that setting? So the first time I use cuteness it's effective, but the second time they become immune and think I'm just shameless, right? I rubbed my temples, feeling that leveling this skill to LV4 only extended that damn time by a trivial amount, without any substantial increase in combat power. What good is this 4 seconds of reluctance against truly vicious monsters or deadly foes? Am I giving them time to prepare a more ferocious attack? In contrast, another skill that seemed somewhat useful, Earth Escape LV2, was currently little more than a deck. Effect allows part of your body to merge into the ground for rapid movement. Duration and depth depend on skill proficiency and environment. Forcing it may lead to suffocation, stalling, or losing direction. Greg recalled his earlier experiment. Aside from tasting the earthy flavor of dirt after burrowing underground, he became stuck and unable to move. Had he not managed to dig himself out, he would likely have been buried alive. Unless he finds some gems that assist with infiltration or traversal in the future, this skill would serve no purpose other than allowing him to perform a dirt-eating act. However, he also understood that this situation was quite normal. After all, the low-level monsters wandering in the shallow area were not likely to drop any powerful combat or practical skills. Collecting a variety of resistance and survival skills had already made his experience in the dungeon considerably more comfortable. At least now falling into a dark river wouldn't be so embarrassing, and taking a couple of ordinary attacks wouldn't hurt as much. Unfortunately, the drop rate for these resistance and survival skills was significantly lower than that of those lackluster skills, and increasing their proficiency was even slower. To gain a significant advantage from them, he would likely have to grind through the shallow area for an eternity. He shook his head, closed the system panel, and refocused his attention ahead. He had arrived at the formal entrance leading from the shallow area to the mid-level area. This was a relatively open cave connection with a complex terrain scattered with rocks of various sizes. Greg hid behind a sufficiently large rock, cautiously peeking his head out to observe ahead. In the dim light, he could see several small but robust figures moving not far away, their green skin glistening under the glowing moss, and he could occasionally hear their rough conversations and the sound of their weapons clashing against the rocks. As expected, they are still here. Greg furrowed his brows. If this were a game, I would definitely suspect a bug in the program, perhaps an incorrect monster spawn point or abnormal quest trigger conditions causing an elite monster that should be deeper to block the exit of the novice village. But this was not a game, it was reality. So what exactly is going on? He was filled with confusion. Could it be that these goblins have gotten smarter, knowing to block the door to prevent adventurers from leveling up easily? Or is it that something has happened below forcing them to come up here? At that moment a sudden voice rang in his ear, its tone laced with a hint of laziness. I can vaguely hear some noise coming from the mid-level area. Greg's body stiffened, and he turned abruptly, noticing that Nightmare had somehow crouched beside him on a rock, her emerald eyes fixed on the entrance to the mid-level, her cat ears twitching slightly, as if trying to capture signals imperceptible to ordinary people. So that was where this guy had disappeared earlier. You startled me, Greg whispered, shooting her an annoyed glare, then quickly realized the implication of her words. Noise? What kind of noise? Is it the roar of some powerful magical beast, or the chaotic sounds of battle? If a powerful Lord-level magical beast from the deeper levels suddenly went berserk, leaking its aura, or launching indiscriminate attacks, it could indeed frighten the mid-level and even shallow-level magical creatures into a panic, causing this unusual gathering. However, a magical beast's rampage usually doesn't last very long. But judging by the fact that this group of goblins has been here for more than a day or two, it doesn't quite match the above situation. Nightmare shook her black cat head gently. No, it's not the sound of monsters or battles. It is a duller, more rhythmic sound infused with an unsettling foreignness that shouldn't exist in this underground city. A noise that shouldn't exist in the underground city. Greg repeated this phrase, his mind racing. He immediately recalled the 3 senior students he had encountered earlier. They had barely entered the underground city when this group of goblins had strangely rushed up from the lower levels. The timing is too coincidental. Now it seems that this unusual situation is indeed 9 out of 10 related to those 3 individuals. What exactly did they do? Greg's gaze sharpened as he stared at the group of wandering goblins. The noise that could cause local magical creatures to feel uneasy and even force them to change their activity zones is surely no small matter. Those 3 individuals are definitely not just here to explore the underground city. Nightmare seemed to sense the turmoil in his thoughts, casting a glance at him with her emerald eyes, her tail flicking gently, and she said nothing more, her figure gradually fading as she merged into his shadow. Greg did not stop her. He needed to think about the current situation on his own. The group of goblins blocked the main route to the mid-level, meaning that he would have to face a tough battle just to enter the mid-level area. That meant he couldn't go to the mid-level to investigate the situation alone. He needed someone to help him before he could venture deeper. If we wait any longer, we will reach the climax of the first chapter. By then, not only will Victoria still be injured in the hospital, but even Sylvia will go missing. It seems that the only option is to brave the first level together now. After making up his mind, Greg quietly left, heading towards the exit of the underground city. Night at the Academy's affiliated hospital. The ward was illuminated by soft magical lights, dispelling the darkness outside. Sylvia sat in a chair by Victoria's bedside, speaking softly. After the class division results were announced, Class A has officially started classes these past few days. Sylvia carefully observed her friend's expression, trying to narrate in a calm tone. The intensity of the courses is indeed high, and the instructors have great expectations for both theory and practical skills. Princess Lilith, whom she was very active in class, asking many questions, some of which even stumped the She paused briefly, adding, by the way, Professor Grace Quinn, who oversaw the class division assessment in the training grounds, is our Class A homeroom teacher. She introduced herself formally today and said, that's right, even though Victoria lost, she was still placed in Class A due to her outstanding performance prior. This outcome is completely different from the original plot, yet carries a certain ironic resemblance. In the original story, it was Lilith who lost to Victoria, yet due to her remarkable talent and potential displayed, she was still admitted to Class A, thereby opening up the subsequent routes. But now the situation has completely reversed. The one who lost is her Victoria. Victoria leaned back against the head of the bed, listening quietly. The bandage on her right shoulder was very noticeable under the light. She did not look at Sylvia, her gaze fixed on her hands folded over the blanket. After Sylvia finished speaking, she waited a few seconds, but heard no response. She felt a bit anxious. For the past 2 days, Victoria had mostly been silent, showing no interest in anything, at most responding with a quiet to indicate she was listening. She had thought it would be the same today. However, is that so? Victoria suddenly spoke, her voice not loud, but very clear. She looked up, her gray eyes meeting Sylvia's, no longer filled with the gloomy emptiness of the past 2 days, but rekindled with familiar light. It sounds like that girl Lilith has taken it for granted that she is the strongest among the new students. Sylvia was momentarily taken aback. Wait for me to be discharged. Victoria continued, her tone steady, but filled with undeniable determination. I will find an opportunity to formally challenge her again. Sylvia's pink eyes widened as she stared at Victoria in a daze. The renewed spirit on her friend's face, the fighting spirit dancing in her eyes, and this unmistakable state of having emerged from defeat, momentarily left her at a loss. But soon a wave of immense joy and relief surged within her, overpowering all surprise. Wonderful! Victoria has truly recovered. No longer is she the version that made her heart ache and helpless. So great. Victoria. Sylvia could no longer care about decorum and restraint, leaping from her chair to directly embrace her friend on the bed, her voice trembling with excitement. You finally moved past what happened last time. I knew you would definitely pull yourself together. Under the warm yellow light of the ward, the two beautiful girls embraced Victoria, feeling somewhat uncomfortable at being held tightly, but as she sensed the warmth of her friend's embrace, and that unreserved pure joy, warmth surged within her along with a hint of gentle remorse. I'm sorry. She raised her uninjured left hand, gently patting Sylvia's back, her voice softening. I didn't mean to worry you for so long. Sylvia released her hold, wiping away the tears that had unknowingly spilled from her eyes, and smiled through her tears. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. I knew you would definitely be able to adjust on your own. Hearing this, a faint, nearly imperceptible embarrassment crossed Victoria's face. She averted her gaze, her fingers unconsciously curling a strand of gray hair that hung over her shoulder. Actually, it wasn't entirely just me pulling myself together. Zirwaya blinked, her expression puzzled. That is, Wydulia hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Last night after curfew, Jelij came by. Jelij Sr. Zirwaya sounded even more astonished. Yes. Wydulia nodded, recalling the brief, unexpected conversation in the corridor the previous night. He came to check on me and said a few things. Although that fellow's manner hasn't improved, I felt there was some truth in what he said. She paused as if persuading herself, and her voice gained a firmer edge. It was only one victory or defeat. If you lose, you can win it back next time. Life stretches on. There is no need to remain where you fell because of a single stumble. Zirwaya nodded vigorously, her pink eyes sparkling. Senior Jelej's words were truly wise. See, perhaps we've misjudged Senior Jelij. He might actually be a good person. Thinking of how Jelij once rescued her in the dungeon without asking for reward, and how a few words now helped Wydulia regain her composure, paired with the fact that both carried the mantle of goddess envoy, Zirwaya's sense of closeness and trust toward Jelij rose a few degrees. But at that moment she suddenly seized on a small detail in Wydulia's words. Wait, Wydulia, did you just say Senior Jelij came after curfew? Ah yes, Wydulia replied without much thought, nodding. After curfew, deep at night, a man and a woman alone, standing together in the ward corridor. Those phrases assembled themselves unchecked in Zirwaya's mind. Her smile faltered slightly as a faint, inexplicable discomfort rose from within her, one she could not have fully explained even to herself. Wydulia seemed entirely oblivious to her friend's momentary change. A very light blush painted Zirwaya's cheeks. She turned her gaze toward the window, slightly uneasy, and adopted a deliberately stiff tone. Well, I admit I was somewhat less prejudiced toward him. But who provoked me so blatantly in front of everyone at the start of term? I won't forgive him so easily. I can still dislike him. Her protest lacked conviction and instead revealed an awkwardness that only made her effort to conceal it more obvious. Oh, how curious. Someone's persona seems to be drifting toward Sundara territory. A teasing male voice heavy with mockery came abruptly from the direction of the window. Yeah. Zirwaya flinched at the sudden sound and nearly leaped from her chair, hastily turning to where the voice. Wydulia turned abruptly as well. By the open window of the ward there was suddenly a silhouette she had not noticed before. Jelij supported himself on one hand against the windowsill and clambered in with visible effort. When he hit the floor, he staggered slightly, clearly bearing injuries. He looked even more disheveled than he had the previous night. His academy uniform was dust-streaked and newly scuffed. A tear in the sleeve revealed a wound beneath that had been staunched, but still looked ghastly. Fresh blood streaks marked his face, his hair was tangled, and he carried the exhausted air of one just escaped from a chaotic battlefield. Good Jelij Sr. Seeing him clearly now, Zirwaya discarded her earlier awkwardness. Worry instantly filled her pink eyes as she hurried forward. All these injuries, what happened? How did you end up like this? Are you all right? Jelij steadied himself and tugged at the corner of his mouth, offering an embarrassed smile that was part toothache, part chagrin. Well? His gaze flickered, he scratched the back of his head. It's a long story, so I won't go into it. He certainly couldn't tell these two that in search of Zirwaya, he had sneaked into the girls' dormitory under cover of night, failed to find her after searching, and then, while attempting to leave, was betrayed by a cursed -10 luck stat that suddenly ran rampant. First he nearly ran straight into a girl who had just finished bathing, In his frantic evasion, he knocked over a drying rack, setting off a chain collapse that alerted a patrolling magic automaton. On his escape route, he unwittingly triggered a prank-like alarm barrier, lighting up half the dormitory district. In the pandemonium that nearly turned into a campus-wide pursuit, his familiarity with the layout was the only thing that let him crawl, roll, and scrape his way to survival. That sort of tale would only earn him social death if he ever told it aloud. Yuri and Zirwaya did not know the specifics, but seeing him in such a state at this hour naturally made them think of the dungeon. They concluded, almost simultaneously, that he was diligently fulfilling his duty exploring that perilous place. They thought of the missions each of them bore, and felt an increasing warmth and mild affection for this youth, who likewise carried a peculiar burden and strove so visibly on its behalf. At the very least, he was undeniably responsible. Yuri first collected her thoughts, her gray eyes calmed as she looked at Jelij, and cut straight to the point. So you came here for something. What is it you need from us? She was no fool. Jelij had visited her yesterday, and confirmed her injuries were not severe. For him to appear again in such a state now, it could hardly be for a casual stroll or a second checkup. Jelij was taken aback by Yuri's bluntness, but did not intend to beat around the bush. He nodded, his expression turning earnest. There is indeed a matter. Do you remember what I mentioned before? I hoped you might assist me in clearing the first floor of the dungeon together. No, you mean go right now? Zirwaya glanced at Yuri's bandaged shoulder with concern. But Yuri's wound hasn't healed, yet as she may not be fit to fight. Yuri said nothing, simply watching Jelij. She understood that Jelij's urgency must be grounded in reason. Given his character, he would not hasten the matter without cause. Indeed, he had reason, a deathly countdown he could not disclose. If he failed to clear the first floor before the end of the first chapter of events, he would be finished. But he could not say so. His mind raced, and he conceived a perfect pretext that would both explain the urgency and awaken a sense of responsibility in them. Because the dungeon has shown some abnormal signs recently. Jelij lowered his voice, his tone grave. I suspect something wrong may be happening below, and I need to go see for myself as soon as possible. He deliberately paused, letting his gaze pass over the two girls before continuing slowly. I've obtained vague information that perhaps 3 senior students entered the dungeon earlier and have yet to emerge. I'm worried about their whereabouts. It must be said that the excuse Greg came up with on the spot is nothing short of perfect. Firstly, it is based on some facts. There is indeed an anomaly in the dungeon, and 3 senior students have entered and have not returned, making it plausible. Secondly, it packages Greg's motive from a purely self-serving need into a concern for investigating the anomaly and about the potential danger to his classmates, sounding full of responsibility and a sense of justice. This easily resonates with upright characters like Victoria and Sylvia. Finally, it cleverly attributes the urgency to act swiftly to the possibility of classmates being in danger, framing it as a humanitarian crisis that requires rescue, making it hard to refuse, while perfectly masking his own deadly countdown. Greg couldn't help but admire his own improvisational skills. Sure enough, upon hearing this reason, Victoria and Sylvia's expressions changed. Is there an anomaly in the dungeon? Are senior students trapped inside? The two spoke almost simultaneously, their tones filled with seriousness and concern. The information is still uncertain, so I need to go down and confirm it as soon as possible, Greg emphasized. If it's true, the sooner we act, the greater their chances of survival will be. Sylvia immediately looked at Victoria, her pink eyes filled with urgency that said, we must help. Victoria furrowed her brows. She was thinking deeper than Sylvia. The emergence of an unknown anomaly in the dungeon and the possibility of senior students facing danger. This was indeed a significant matter. In her current state, forcing herself to go would not only be unhelpful, but might also become a burden. After a few seconds of silence, she lifted her head and looked at Greg, then glanced at Sylvia. In my current state, I would just be a hindrance if I go, she said calmly, making a rational judgment. Sylvia, your light attribute magic is strong in support. You should be able to help. Greg. She paused, her gray eyes locking onto Greg's. I entrust Sylvia to you. In the dungeon you must protect her well, otherwise I will never let you off. If it were in the past, Victoria would never have felt at ease letting Sylvia go to such a dangerous place with Greg. But Greg's series of actions during this time had indeed greatly changed her initial impression of him. She believed that at least in this matter Greg was serious and would do his best. Sylvia did not expect Victoria to agree to let her go. She nodded vigorously, feeling both nervous and inexplicably excited and a sense of mission. I will be careful. Victoria, you also need to take care of your injuries. She turned to Greg, her pink eyes sparkling with a mix of eagerness and seriousness about participating in a significant mission for the first time. Greg, when do we set off? Do you need me to prepare anything? Since she was a candidate for the Saintess, she had always been well protected, and had never truly done anything to fulfill her responsibilities. But now she was about to enter the dangerous dungeon with Greg to investigate the anomaly and possibly rescue the trapped senior students. This made her feel that the mission on her shoulders suddenly became real and specific. I am somewhat familiar with the first level. You don't need to prepare anything special. Greg looked at Sylvia, his speech slightly faster than usual. However, if possible, I hope. For him, speed was everything. The plot had already progressed to the later part of the first chapter, and the little boss that was supposed to appear much later had inadvertently been dealt with ahead of time, significantly accelerating the overall pace. According to the original storyline, in the critical event at the end of the first chapter, Sylvia would be kidnapped. The time window left for him to act was truly limited. To ensure things proceed as smoothly as possible, starting to act now was the best choice. Sylvia and Victoria naturally understood Greg's urgency as concern for the 3 senior students who might be trapped, and thus did not oppose it. Instead, they found this urgency reasonable. I understand. Sylvia nodded vigorously, determination shining in her pink eyes. Then let's say, although the academy has curfew hours, the regulations only require students not to loiter on campus after designated times, and do not strictly enforce staying in the dormitory. This setting was originally meant to facilitate the protagonist's interactions with the various female leads at night, triggering special events to increase affection. But at this moment it indeed facilitated Greg and Sylvia's nighttime actions. After simply bidding farewell to Victoria, who was in bed, Sylvia, with Greg's guidance and help, clumsily yet successfully climbed out of the hospital room window and landed on the grass below. Greg followed closely behind, his movements more practiced. Victoria leaned against the window, watching as the 2 figures quickly merged into the shadows of the hospital garden until they disappeared. She gently exhaled, her gray eyes calm in the night. Silently she prayed for the 2 on their journey, while a thought became clearer: she must recover quickly and become stronger. At the very least, she needed to repay the support she missed this time. As they left the hospital grounds and walked along a relatively secluded path, Sylvia finally couldn't help but lower her voice to ask, "Why did we have to climb out of the window just now, eh? Isn't it fine to go through the front door?" This question caught Greg off guard. He couldn't just tell the truth that he had caused a commotion in the girls' dormitory area not long ago, and was now feeling guilty, fearing that someone might recognize him or interrogate him if he went through the front door. He quickly brainstormed and found a reason that sounded more reasonable. "Well, mainly I don't want others to know we are in contact in private." "What does that mean?" Sylvia's heart sank slightly, her steps unconsciously slowing down. A subtle feeling of inferiority, which she hadn't fully realized herself, quietly emerged. Could it be that Greg doesn't want to get too close to someone from a common background like her? Greg, who was walking ahead, did not notice the sudden drop in the girl's expression and her complex inner turmoil. He continued, speaking to himself, his tone sounding quite nonchalant. "You know my reputation in the academy. Well, it's rather terrible. You could say it is infamous. If someone sees us together, no matter what we do, it could lead to unnecessary speculation and gossip, which might not reflect well on you. So it's always better to be discreet and avoid others' gaze." Hey. Sylvia's footsteps came to a complete halt, although it was only for a brief moment. She lifted her head, staring blankly at Greg's silhouette under the dim light. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled light on his shoulder. A surge of mixed feelings, surprise, emotion, and a certain indescribable flutter washed over her cheeks, causing her fair skin to instantly flush a noticeable shade of red, contrasting sharply with her soft pink hair behind her. Although Sylvia had already begun to see Greg in a different light after the previous incidents, believing he might not be as bad as the rumors suggested and could even be a decent senior, yet she never expected Greg to be far more considerate and kind than she had imagined, even to the point of being gentle. Clearly engaged in investigating the anomalies in the underground city and rescuing possibly trapped classmates, an action that was both righteous and risky, he remained utterly unassuming, actively considering their reputation, preferring to complicate things for himself to avoid potentially controversial situations. How can there be such a good person? Sylvia whispered to herself, feeling her heart flutter, as if it had been lightly nudged, the rhythm of her heartbeat inexplicably thrown off. A strange emotion quietly began to take root and spread within her heart. Just as Sylvia was still immersed in this somewhat blank emotional state, Greg, walking ahead, abruptly came to a stop, swiftly turned around, and gently but firmly grabbed her wrist, pulling her into the nearby shadow of a dense ornamental bush. "Gee, Greg Sr." Sylvia exclaimed in surprise, caught off guard as she was led into the dim corner obscured by branches and leaves. With the distance suddenly reduced, she could almost feel the warmth emanating from Greg mixed with the sense of grass and earth. When she looked up, she was met with his exceptionally deep amber eyes that appeared even more profound in the dark. The proximity took her breath away, making her cheeks feel even hotter, and for a moment, she couldn't articulate a complete thought. Be quiet, there are people up ahead. Greg lowered his voice to explain. We'll wait for them to pass, or take a detour. Let's try not to be seen. Sylvia carefully followed his gaze, and looked out. Indeed, at the junction leading to the underground city's entrance, a few girls were lingering, seemingly engaged in conversation, their eyes occasionally scanning the surroundings, as if searching for something or someone. Seeing this scene caused Greg's heart to skip a beat, grateful for his vigilance. Sylvia completely understood Greg's strategy of keeping a low profile. Thus she did not oppose him. The two of them taking advantage of the night and the various landscapes within the academy, as cover moved cautiously, like shadows merging into the darkness, carefully avoiding the girls who seemed to be searching for something, making their way toward the underground city entrance. At first Sylvia felt a natural discomfort and slight resistance to this sneaky behavior. She had always been a well-behaved child, a devout candidate for the Holy Maiden of the Church of Light. Not to mention nighttime escapades or hiding, she had hardly ever broken even the slightest school rule. But soon an unprecedented and strange sensation quietly gripped her. As she pressed herself against the cold wall with Greg holding her breath, listening to the footsteps and laughter of several girls passing nearby, gradually fading away. Her heartbeat thundered in her chest, tinged with a hint of nervousness, but more than that, it was a thrill laced with excitement. It felt like an adventure. Under the nightly order of the academy, doing something rather inappropriate in the unseen corners where others could not see. Especially the thought that those people might discover her engaging in such bad behavior only made Sylvia feel less resistant, instead adding a layer of a different hue that made her cheeks slightly flush. It seemed she had tasted a bit of the joy of being a bad child, doing something wrong quietly where others could see. This feeling inexplicably excited her. Walking ahead, Greg, who was afraid of being caught by those girls and causing more trouble, was completely unaware that behind him this seemingly pure and innocent pink-haired Holy Maiden candidate had a devoted and obedient heart, as if a small door leading to some novel realm was quietly cracked open by tonight's escapade. Inside the girls' dormitory, due to a sudden situation, chaos erupted with discussions, footsteps, and occasional raised exclamations echoing in the corridor. However, amidst this noise, one dormitory maintained an absolute silence, distinctly different from the rest. Moonlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a cool and soft glow inside. Unlike the common scenes filled with personalized decorations, books, or trinkets in other girls' dormitories, this room presented a stark, impersonal neatness. The furniture was the most basic, standard configuration, meticulously arranged with a desk devoid of anything but essential stationery and a lamp. The bed was so neatly made that it seemed untouched. The entire space was clean and bright, but felt particularly empty and restrained, lacking the warm, lively atmosphere of a girl's room. A blonde girl sat quietly at the desk. Her long hair flowed like molten gold, shimmering faintly under the interplay of moonlight and lamplight, meticulously tied behind her head. Her features were exquisite, resembling a portrait carefully sculpted by a master artist, with fair skin and perfectly proportioned facial lines combining into an impeccable beauty. She slightly lowered her eyelids, her azure eyes focused on the documents laid out before her, the quill in her hand gliding smoothly. As she wrote, her expression concentrated and calm, as if the turmoil of the outside world was completely isolated in another realm. Knock, knock. A faint knocking sound echoed. Come in, the girl spoke, her voice calm, and even without lifting her gaze. The door opened silently, and a woman in a neat-made outfit with short black hair entered respectfully, stopping a few steps away from the desk and giving a slight bow. What is happening outside? The blonde girl continued writing, as if casually asking. Reporting to the young lady, it seems there is a male intruder who has entered the girls' dormitory area. However, he has escaped, and currently the dorm supervisor and patrolling teachers are organizing a search. A male has intruded here. A genuine look of confusion flickered across the girl's azure eyes, as if she could not comprehend the logic behind such behavior. To her, sneaking into the heavily guarded girls' dormitory would require taking on a great risk, yet she could see no corresponding benefit. Could it be an attempt at theft? Quickly she shook her head gently, clearly not intending to waste her thoughts on such an incomprehensible and trivial matter. Her gaze returned to the documents, her tone returning to a neutral, businesslike calm. What is the progress over? The individuals in the deeper areas of the first level have completely lost contact. Tap. A light sound. The quill that had been gliding smoothly in the girl's hand suddenly stopped on the paper, leaving a tiny dot of ink. If Greg were in this room at this moment, he would undoubtedly recognize the identity of this blonde girl immediately. Catherine Roman. In the original work, the fourth female character is the daughter of the president of the Roman Commerce Guild, the largest and wealthiest commercial organization in the kingdom. This title sounds glamorous enough to make countless people envious. However, very few understand that Catherine's true status within the guild is far from as stable and glorious as it appears. She is merely an illegitimate daughter. Her mother passed away quietly in the blurred memories of the past. As for her high-ranking father, the president of the Roman Commerce Guild, he has never given her more than the surname Roman, and everything she possesses now has been fought for by herself. Before her there are several legitimate brothers and sisters. They are either legitimate children or born from favored concubines, having operated within the guild for many years with deep roots. The position of heir barring any accidents will certainly not fall to her, the almost forgotten illegitimate daughter. Yet for Catherine it is not merely about fame and status, it is about survival at its most fundamental level. She knows better than anyone that within the vast and cold machinery of interests that is the Roman Commerce Guild, familial bonds are as thin as the ice of a winter's day. Once a brother or sister secures the position of heir, given their general disdain and potential hostility towards her, it is almost certain that her fate will not be a pleasant one. In the best-case scenario, she might be stripped of everything and exiled to the borders. More likely, she would quietly disappear, and the modest fortune under her name, which could provoke envy in some, would naturally be absorbed. Thus, the struggle for the position of heir is not driven by ambition for her, it is a survival instinct. It is to live with dignity and safety. In the brutal struggle for survival, Catherine has long since perceived the cold nature of interpersonal relationships in this world, interests, pure, naked, and devoid of any unnecessary warmth. She has witnessed too much. For a lucrative order of the guild, longtime partners can turn hostile in an instant, exchanging barbs at the negotiation table, eager to devour each other alive. For the rights to mine, a vain blood-related brothers can secretly sabotage each other, spread rumors, and even go so far as to create accidents. Her high-ranking father, did he not also step on the shoulders of brothers and uncles when he was young, possibly even staining his hands with the blood of kin to secure his position as president? In the face of substantial interests, paternal affection can instantly transform into an eternal enmity, and sworn lovers can betray each other in an instant. Warmth, morality, loyalty. They are merely beautiful veils to cover the exchange of interests or invisible shackles to bind the weak. True strength values only leverage and outcomes. To secure her own survival leverage, Catherine has done many things, some of which, if scrutinized under sunlight, could be described as atrocious or even cold. But for her, these are merely necessary means of survival, reasonable games played under established rules. She has never actively harmed the innocent. All she has done is provide choices, set prices, and then wait for others to willingly step into the chess game she has arranged. Just like the matter the maid just reported. She secretly funded a small magical workshop through special channels, developing a new type of untested area-wide dispersal magical device. Theoretically, it might have a repelling or intimidating effect on monsters below a certain level, but its stability, range, and duration are all unknown, and there may even be unpredictable risks. Catherine needs experimental data. She needs someone to test it in the real environment of the dungeon. However, she cannot use the guild or her own overt powers, as it would prematurely expose her research project, arousing the vigilance and sabotage of her siblings. Thus, she carefully selected her targets, 3 senior students from fallen noble families with mediocre talents who urgently needed substantial money to maintain their facade or repay family debts. She contacted them through intermediaries under the guise of a fictitious adventure gear testing company, offering an unusually generous payment for the test. The contract described the magical device as potentially effective in repelling monsters below LV25, but simultaneously in inconspicuous subsidiary clauses clearly stated in calm, objective, professional terms that the testing process involves unknown risks, including, but not limited to, device failure, backlash, or attracting stronger monsters, which could result in serious injury or death for the testers. She did not deceive. She offered high compensation and highlighted the risks. The 3 of them read the contract carefully. They understood the dangers involved. Yet, faced with the prospect of immense money and the urgent desire to escape their predicament, they chose to sign, opting to take that prototype into the seldom-trodden first level of the deep area. This is a transaction. This is a choice. They exchanged potential risks for a definite amount of money that could change their circumstances. Therefore, even if they truly encounter misfortune in the dungeon, Catherine's heart will not harbor the slightest excess emotion, known as guilt. The path was chosen by them. She did not hold a knife to their throats to force them. She feels a slight regret only for the loss of experimental data. A collective disappearance means that no one successfully brought back any valid information, whether successful or failed. This forces her to find the next group of testers, starting over and consuming more time and money. Troublesome, but not unacceptable. In fact, a complex, realistic, and even somewhat cold character like Catherine was one of the main reasons Greg repeatedly played through the original work. Unlike the common female protagonists in the market who are either naive and kind or tsundere and cute, the female characters in this game have strikingly distinct personalities and backgrounds that are dangerous. Except for the second female character Sylvia, who retains a relatively normal kindness and a hint of timidity, the other female protagonists, once their emotional routes are opened and you delve into the core of their stories, will reveal a chilling uniqueness and danger. For example, the third character Lilith Khan appears to be the proud and fiery princess of flames, but when her affection level reaches a certain point and she notices that other female characters have surpassed her, her hidden and almost obsessive possessiveness will erupt. The game's visuals will suddenly turn eerie and the background music will become sinister. Lilith will smile and invite the player character to the dungeon for special training, then accidentally trigger an accident that traps the two in a confined area, whispering with her dangerously fiery red eyes, "This way no one will disturb us." Aside from Lilithai, who oscillates between tsundere and yandere extremes, the Asi Tunsin primary heroine, ranked first, has been privately nicknamed by the player community the Supreme Squeezer. The perilous and resource-draining nature of her route is widely recounted on the forums. As for the fourth slot before him, Kaiselin Lamon, once her affection meter crosses a certain threshold, her propensity to calculate with surgical precision and to exploit every available resource to achieve her ends becomes especially apparent. She might smile and shepherd the player into the merchant guild's intrigues or coldly assess the benefits a relationship can yield, folding emotion into the calculus of her survival. Galgame was well aware that the heroines in this work were by no means naive Mo archetypes. They were beautiful, powerful, and sharply individual, each bearing a complicated past and a shadowed underside. Some could rightly be called villainesses, hoping for a harmonious harem ending. Faced with the original's labyrinthine, conflicting character logic and its hidden, darkening routes, that is an almost impossible task. Until he crossed over, no harem-ending walkthroughs had ever appeared on the game forums. "Miss Kaiselin." The maid's voice interrupted Kaiselin's thoughts. Still bowed in respect, she suggested regarding the three who went missing in the dungeon. "Might we consider anonymously informing the academy professors with vague claims of missing students? Perhaps the academy would dispatch personnel to search the deeper levels. Even if they fail to find them, they might uncover some residual traces or data that could prove useful to us." Kaiselin hesitated hardly at all and gave a slight shake of her head. Moonlight gilded the impassive plane of her face with a cold silver edge. "No, absolutely not." Her voice was clear and frosty, imbued with unchallengeable resolve. This matter must not bear any official association with the academy. To her, she would rather have those 3 test subjects buried in the dungeon and all experimental data entombed forever with that prototype than allow the academy's influence to intervene. This new Magitech apparatus was a pivotal step in her secret scheme. If the test succeeded after refinement and mass production, it would earn her incalculable prestige and concrete profits within the Merchant Guild, becoming a decisive chip in her bid for succession. Its existence must remain utterly secret until she was ready to reveal that card. Once the academy intervened, the nature of the affair would change. An investigation would likely trace the apparatus' origins. Even the faintest trace could draw the attention of her siblings, whose noses were keen. Then she would face not mere experimental failure, but a merciless purge and strangulation from within the family. They would never permit her to possess anything that could threaten their position. In Kaiselin's mind, the precise scales of risk and reward had long since been balanced. A temporary loss of data could be borne, or premature exposure, however, might mean total defeat. She pondered briefly, her blue eyes utterly composed. Wait until this uproar over the invaders has fully subsided and the academy has returned to normal. Then immediately select the next suitable group of test subjects. Until that time, everything remains as usual, no unnecessary moves. "Yes, miss." The maid bowed and withdrew soundlessly, gently closing the door behind her. The room fell silent again, leaving only the soft rustle of a quill on paper and the faint, ebbing din of dormitory commotion beyond the window. Moonlight kept its cold vigil, illuminating the golden-haired girl's exquisite, yet distant profile and the clandestine documents spread before her. "Hey, my other half, do you smell anything strange?" Shortly after the two formally entered the dungeon's entrance corridor, Nate Meyer's voice suddenly sounded in Galija's mind. Who is your other half? You must address me as the Dark Knight Sovereign. You are the only one left in this world who lets me indulge in the thrill of that imposing title. If even you refuse to cooperate, then what was the point of my earlier desperate struggle to wrest that name from you? Am I meant to stand before a mirror and talk to myself? How pathetic would that be? Galgame reflexively unleashed a long, resentful litany of complaints in his head. Nate Meyer fell silent for a moment, then obligingly corrected himself. Hey Dark Knight Sovereign, do you smell anything strange? Galege being called that is even more humiliating than I imagined. Fine, just call me Galege. Nate Meyer, you are truly a nuisance. Galege cleared his throat and steered his attention back to the matter at hand. All right, back to the smell. What exactly is the strange smell you mentioned? It shouldn't be coming from me, right? He reflexively sniffed at his collar. Though he had spent long stretches in the dungeon as a modern soul with basic decency, he had, insofar as circumstances allowed, tried to keep himself reasonably clean. Not you. Nate Meyer's voice carried a certain playful edge. It's the girl beside you. She or Wea has a strange smell. At the remark, Galege turned to look at the girl walking at his side. She or Wea followed his pace cautiously. Her long pink hair gleamed softly in the dim light, and her equally pink eyes stared attentively ahead, reflecting the faint glow of bioluminescent moss on the dungeon walls. She pressed her lips together slightly, her cheeks bearing a natural flush. Her slender form and that pure, untouched temperament readily inspired a protective instinct in others. Undoubtedly one of the heroines. Her looks left nothing to be desired. Galege found himself momentarily daydreaming. G.G. Liege Sr. Sensing his gaze, she or Wea turned to meet his eyes. A flicker of confusion and a barely perceptible bashfulness crossed her face. What's the matter? Is there something on my face? No, it's nothing. Galege snapped back to attention, quickly averting his eyes, and with a slightly stiff tone explained, I wasn't doing anything strange, nor was I smelling you, so please don't mind it. Is that so? She or Wea blinked, her pink eyes still seeming puzzled, but not pressing the matter. She merely murmured HM and returned her attention to the path ahead. In his mind, Galege asked Nate Meyer, aside from a faint scent, somewhat like lilies, I don't smell anything strange, do I? Nate Meyer, what perversion are you sniffing exactly? Galege, weren't you the one who said she had a strange smell? Nate Meyer, in that ethereal tone tinged with subtle disdain, said, there does linger a trace upon her. A scent that displeases me, one belonging solely to a whore. Galege's foot faltered, nearly tripping on the uneven ground. You're the one who just said that. You sound more like a whore yourself. Although the underground city continuously generates new monsters, there is a time interval in this process. As Greg left the underground city, he casually dealt with the monsters along the way, which is why he currently had the leisure to converse with Nightmare in his mind. It seems you are misunderstanding again. Nightmare's voice resonated, slowly correcting Greg's prior understanding. The scent I mentioned does not originate from that girl herself, but rather the aroma belonging to the goddess behind her that is entwined around her. Greg was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. You mean the goddess of light? Exactly. Nightmare's tone carried an unmistakable disdain. With a figure as barren as a desert, she always disguises herself as a bountiful land when she appears. I still remember that she arrogantly proclaimed those are merely two useless lumps of excess flesh. What is there to envy? And what is the result? Now she has turned herself into the very appearance she once despised. How hypocritically shameless. This shocking revelation nearly caused Greg to stumble. Wait. Are you saying that the goddess of light's grand appearance is a disguise? In the original work, Greg did indeed see the goddess of light's image through Sylvia's perspective. Holy, noble, radiant, filled with a divinity that brooks no blasphemy. However, it must be admitted that what left the deepest impression on players was indeed the goddess' astonishingly grand scale. He could still vividly recall the overwhelming visual shock. If that was all just a disguise, Greg felt that his illusions about certain beautiful aspects of this world crumbled slightly. He intended to ask, how do you know about this, but swallowed the words before they left his mouth. Although the original setting does not state it explicitly, background materials had vaguely mentioned that the night goddess Nightmare and the goddess of light Seraphina seemed to have sister goddess origins in an ancient era. If that is true, it makes sense that Nightmare would know some of the other secrets. Thus he posed a more practical question. Is it true or not? Do you have any evidence? Evidence? Nightmare sneered. I do not possess the type of evidence that mortals require, but I have a way to prove it. What method? Very simple. Nightmare's voice carried a hint of mischievous joy. As long as you shout at the young lady in front of you with all your might, Seraphina is a bimbo disguised as a big-breasted woman. Then regardless of where she is or what she is doing at that moment, she will undoubtedly immediately descend with a thread of will through the most fitting vessel to confront you. So would you like to give it a try? Greg did not respond immediately. He was quickly weighing the pros and cons. The goddess of light Seraphina has the largest and most devout following in today's human world. The power of faith she can mobilize is vast as the ocean far beyond this pitiful Hakimi that can only hide in the shadows. If it were truly possible to summon Seraphina in this way and somehow successfully persuade her to obtain some powerful protection or blessing, Then not only would conquering the first layer of this underground city be easier, but subsequent layers would likely also become significantly less challenging. Faced with this enormous temptation, Greg cautiously asked, "What is your current relationship with her?" Nightmare answered succinctly without the slightest hesitation, "To the death." "Greg, if you want to kill me next time, just say so directly, no need for such roundabout ways." He felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had thought he might be able to hold on to a golden thigh, but instead he was nearly attracting a terrifying enemy who could crush him countless times. Disappointment aside, curiosity still prevailed. "Aren't you supposed to be sister goddesses? Logically, you should have a very close relationship. How did it come to this state of to the death?" Nightmare seemed to ponder for a moment before responding in a somewhat uncertain tone. "Well, the specific reasons worn away by the long years I can no longer recall clearly. Perhaps it has something to do with my frequent mocking of her as a flatteringly flat washboard." Greg nearly choked on his own saliva. Isn't that quite clear about the reason? He now seriously suspected that the Church of Light's relentless suppression of beliefs and traces related to the night goddess throughout history, aside from doctrinal conflicts, likely also concealed personal grievances of the goddess Seraphina. For example, she must never allow anyone to discover the shocking secret that her enviable figure is actually a disguise. "Hey," Nightmare's dissatisfied voice interrupted his thoughts. "Why does it feel like you were just complaining? As my other half, shouldn't you be united with me against our common enemy, considering how to take revenge on that hypocritical bimbo?" Greg sighed helplessly. "Please wake up, I am only LV-17 right now. What do you expect me to use to take revenge on a goddess of light who has hundreds of thousands, even millions of fervent followers? A bishop from any region could easily outlevel me. With love? Or with my recent upgrade to LV-4S wah wah wah. This matter is simple." Nightmare's tone was as relaxed as discussing what to have for dinner. "You just need to find a way to make the young lady in front of you fall for you. And then at the moment of your spiritual and physical union, when her consciousness is hazy and most closely linked to the goddess, suddenly whisper in her ear, 'Seraphina is a bimbo disguised as a big-breasted woman.'" After crossing into the relatively safe shallow activity range he had designated, Greg set aside the thought of bickering with Nate Mel. Although the recent revelation about the secret of the goddess of light and the troubled relationship between his own goddess and her left him somewhat overwhelmed, the most pressing matter was to deal with the current trouble and continue living. He silently moved to the front, gestured to Sylvia behind him to stay alert and follow, and stealthily advanced toward the entrance leading to the mid-level area. Sylvia took a deep breath. Although her pink eyes still held tension, they were filled more with determination, and she closely followed Greg's steps. The corridor gradually widened, and the terrain became more complex. The glow of the luminous moss seemed to dim slightly, and the air was thick with a unique scent of the depths of the dungeon, mixed with stale dust and a faint metallic tang. Greg could sense that he was approaching an abnormal area. Indeed, when they rounded a massive stalagmite barrier and a relatively open connecting area came into view ahead, Sylvia couldn't help but gasp sharply and instinctively grabbed Greg's sleeve. "Gee, Greg, that's a goblin. And a lot of them." Her voice was very low, trembling noticeably. Ahead, about a dozen greenskin short but muscular goblin warriors were aimlessly wandering or squatting on the rocks near the entrance to the mid-level, brandishing rusted swords, wooden clubs, or crude bows. Their coarse chatter and the sound of weapons clattering against the rocks were particularly jarring in the silent cave. This group of monsters, which should have been active in the mid-level or even deeper areas, was now occupying the crucial passage from the shallow to the mid-level like sentinels. "It's fine, we can handle this level of trouble together." Greg sensed Sylvia's nervousness, paused, turned his head, and whispered in as calm a tone as possible. "While there are a few more than expected, it's still manageable, and they look quite dispersed without a tight formation, so it shouldn't be too difficult to handle." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Sylvia's pale face. "When the battle starts, try to stay in a safe position behind me. Prioritize casting enhancement and protection spells on me. And if you have the chance, use your light magic to interfere with or purify those shaman spells, understood?" Sylvia nodded vigorously. Although her fingers were still a bit cold, Greg's steady tone and clear instructions gave her a sense of reassurance. "To understand, Greg." "Very good." Greg said no more, adjusting his wrist, his gaze locking onto the two goblin warriors closest to them, who seemed unaware of their presence. "Let's take these two first." "Sylvia, cast an enhancement on me." "Yes." Sylvia immediately raised her wand, closed her eyes, and quickly and fervently whispered her prayer. A soft, pure white light emanated from the tip of her wand, quickly gathering and transforming into a warm stream of light that lightly enveloped Greg. Light of Jotunheim's strength enhancement. Light of Alfheim agility boost. With the dual enhancement spells, Greg instantly felt a gentle, yet solid power surging from within, and his limbs seemed to become lighter and more powerful. This was why Greg aimed to fully conquer the first level before the climax of the first chapter's plot. The effects of light attribute support magic were direct and positive. Without Sylvia's assistance, he would undoubtedly struggle much more. Let's go. With a low shout, Greg no longer concealed his form, exerting force from his feet, bursting forth like an arrow shot from a bow, directly charging at the two goblin warriors who had yet to raise an alarm. At the same time, he quickly focused his thoughts and channeled his magic. LV1 Dark Arm Guard. The pitch-black arm guards flowing with ominous black mist instantly covered his arms. Against the backdrop of the white glow from the light attribute enhancement magic, these double-layered black arm guards appeared particularly eerie and powerful. Gah! The two goblin warriors clearly did not expect a human to suddenly launch an attack from such a close distance, and hurriedly raised their weapons. One swung a rusty machete toward Greg's neck, while the other readied a crude wooden bow. Greg did not dodge. Instead, he raised his left arm, the pitch-black arm guard meeting the incoming machete with precision. There was no loud clang of metal striking metal. The moment the machete touched the black mist, it was as if it had been devoured by an invisible giant mouth, the blade's tip along, with its feeble force, silently vanishing, leaving only a half-broken blade that clattered to the ground. The goblin warrior holding the bare knife hilt was stunned. Almost simultaneously, Greg's right fist, wrapped in black mist, slammed hard into the face of the other goblin, who had just drawn his bowstring. With a muffled thud, it wasn't the sound of a skull fracturing, or rather the black mist spread upon contact, enveloping the goblin's entire head as if it were a living thing. In the next moment, the black mist receded, and the goblin fell back stiffly, his face unscathed, but his eyes had lost their sparkle, as if something important had been extracted. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Only then did the nearby goblins take notice, letting out piercing screams and brandishing their weapons as they closed in. "Greg, be careful on your left." Sylvia's voice came from behind, tinged with urgency, but she did not forget her duty. Another light barrier fell beside Greg, just in time to block a cleverly angled cold arrow. The arrow struck the milky white light screen and was deflected away. "Thanks." Greg shouted, his steps never faltering, as he actively charged into the encirclement of goblins. With Sylvia's enhancements and timely support, he felt much less pressure. These goblin warriors were around LV-15, LV-18, and although he was never afraid in a unknown now, he felt like a tiger with wings. The dark arm guard became his most effective weapon and shield. Whether the goblins attacked with slashes, stabs, or thrown rocks upon contact with the swirling black mist, either part of their attack was directly consumed, greatly reducing its power, or it was completely neutralized. Moreover, with every counterattack Greg made, the dark arm guard not only delivered physical impact, but also carried a hint of corrosive shadow power, causing the struck goblins to die on the spot. The battle quickly turned one-sided. Greg moved through the goblin horde like a black whirlwind, with goblins falling wherever he passed. Sylvia nervously followed, not far behind, constantly replenishing enhancement magic for him, or using holy light bullets to interfere with and repel enemies attempting to sneak attack from the side. She watched in awe as Greg effortlessly neutralized attack after attack with that unseen, ominous black power, feeling not just surprise, but a surge of strong admiration. Greg truly is amazing. Is this the legendary dark attribute magic? It feels a bit eerie, but it's definitely powerful. However, the chaos of battle and Greg's efficient slaughter finally attracted more troublesome foes. A sharp, twisted chanting sound echoed from behind a higher rock. Greg's heart raced with alarm. He turned sharply to see a goblin shaman draped in a tattered feather cloak and painted with war paint had somehow snuck around to their side, his bone staff pointed directly at Sylvia. "Sylvia, behind you," Greg shouted urgently. Sylvia turned her head at the sound, just in time to meet the cruel and cunning gleam in the goblin shaman's small eyes, as well as the ominous dark red energy sphere condensing at the tip of its bone staff. Lacking practical combat experience, Sylvia found herself caught off guard, her mind blanking as her legs gave way, causing her to fall directly to the ground. The goblin shaman let out a triumphant cackle, swinging its bone staff down as the dark red magic ball, imbued with chaotic and corrosive energy, shot towards the unsuspecting Sylvia, sitting helplessly on the ground. The distance was too great. There were still two goblin warriors entangled in between. There was simply no time to rush over. Greg could only think of one way that might directly kill the goblin shaman and save Sylvia. That was to awaken his affinity for dark magic and use another spell, LV1 Dark Wave. Though he had yet to try this spell and was unsure of its exact effects. But now he could only pray that the damage this spell could inflict would exceed that of his most proficient ranged attack spell, Water Gun LV2. Because if he used water gun, it surely wouldn't be able to kill the goblin shaman in one hit, and Sylvia would still be in. With this in mind, Greg almost instinctively gathered the rapidly flowing dark magic energy within him into the dark wave skill and unleashed it towards the goblin shaman with all his might. In his mind, this should be similar to the Hadouken from Street Fighter, a shadow energy projectile with impact. However, what actually flew from his palm was merely a small, unremarkable black the size of a fingernail. Though it was fast, Greg felt that such a trivial thing could hardly inflict any damage on the goblin shaman. His mindset collapsed in an instant. It's over. What kind of skill is this so useless? It probably couldn't even kill a fly. Hakim, the goblin shaman, evidently saw the small black dot flying towards it. But it was focused on attacking the easily attainable target in front of it, scoffing at the insignificant object devoid of magical fluctuations, even too lazy to dodge, as it merely waved its bone staff to swat it away. At the same time, the dark red magic ball it had cast was about to reach Sylvia's terrified face. In this critical moment, the unremarkable little black that floated through the goblin shaman's swinging bone staff, as if it had no physical form, then precisely penetrated its chest. There was no explosion, no flash of light, not even a sound. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. In the next second, the goblin shaman's action of swinging its staff froze. The sneer on its face twisted and froze, then transformed into pure agony and confusion. The dark red magic ball disintegrated silently, less than a foot from Sylvia's nose. Immediately after a series of system notifications only Greg could see flooded his vision: target afflicted with weakness, target afflicted with blindness, target afflicted with confusion, target afflicted with fear, target afflicted with magic disturbance, target afflicted with life drain, target afflicted with sensory deprivation, target afflicted with limb, target afflicted with mental collapse, target afflicted with instant death judgment. The goblin shaman didn't even have time to let out a second cry of agony. Its diminutive body twitched violently, the bone staff in its hand cracking with a loud snap as black, foul-smelling mist oozed from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Then, like a severed tree stump, it maintained a rigid posture under Sylvia's astonished gaze, toppling straight backward with a crash onto the ground, lifeless. The myriad of negative statuses stacked upon it instantaneously destroyed all its physiological functions and sanity. In the cave, only the other goblins were left, stunned by this bizarre scene, letting out vague hissing sounds. Sylvia sat on the ground, dazedly watching the goblin shaman's corpse rapidly lose its life shimmer before slowly lifting her gaze to Greg, who still maintained his palm-out stance in the distance. What just happened? That terrifying spell vanished. Was it Greg Sr. who did that? How did he manage to kill the goblin shaman so silently? The overwhelming sense of relief and immense confusion intertwined, leaving her momentarily speechless. But she knew that all of this must be related to Greg. He must have saved her. After quickly dealing with the last few frightened goblin warriors, Greg turned and hurried over to Sylvia. He crouched down and extended his hand toward the pink-haired girl who was still sitting on the ground, somewhat dazed. Sylvia. His tone carried a distinct concern. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Sylvia raised her head, meeting Greg's amber eyes that still shone brightly in the dim light. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out and gently placed her hand in the palm Greg had opened. But at the moment their palms touched, Sylvia froze slightly, suddenly realizing that Greg's hand was much larger than hers and radiated the warmth of battle. A strange yet comforting sensation quietly transmitted through their skin contact, making her heart skip. It's nothing, I am fine, she whispered, her face flushed as she used Greg's strength to stand up. However, once steady, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the oddly positioned corpse of the goblin shaman, not far away. Greg noticed her gaze and felt a pang of worry, thinking that the horrific and bizarre manner of the shaman's death had left her psychologically scarred. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I overlooked it. I didn't realize there was a shaman hidden among these goblins, nor did I prepare for the remote magical attack in advance, almost putting you in danger. It's my responsibility. No, it's not that, Greg Sr., that's not what I meant. Sylvia quickly shook her head, her pink hair swaying gently with the movement. This. Greg followed her gaze toward the shaman's corpse, its gruesome appearance sending a chill even through him. Yes, it was my doing, a dark elemental spell. Still rather unrefined, I'm afraid. When Head first cast it, had assumed the dark pulse was utterly worthless. Its form meager, its aura feeble, surely incapable of inflicting meaningful harm. Yet Head never imagined its battlefield efficacy would be so astonishing, or so unervingly sinister, delivering a lethal cascade of debuffs that outright cursed a level 23 elite monster to death. Still, this victory had been pure fortune. Had that tiny black speck veered even slightly off course, or had its effect been less catastrophic, Sylvia might have. A wave of dread washed over Greg. Lately had grown accustomed to navigating dungeon fringes alone, prioritizing his own positioning and skill sequencing over protecting allies. Sylvia was a ranged support, vulnerable in close combat and inexperienced in battle. He resolved to learn from this. Henceforth, part of his awareness must always remain fixed upon her, ensuring she never again faced such peril. Indeed, confirmed. Sylvia's eyes brightened further, filled with unmistakable admiration and belated awe. Head effortlessly held off a dozen goblin warriors single-handedly, his obsidian gauntlets absorbing every strike like voids devouring light. At the very brink of catastrophe, Head annihilated the goblin shaman, a being radiating palpable menace, even she could sense, with an impossible technique, saving her utterly defenseless self. Senior brother Greg's strength far surpassed her expectations, his methods as enigmatic as they were formidable, and this was already the second time Head saved her. Senior brother Greg truly was extraordinary. Reliable, perceptive, yet so powerfully reserved. And when Head rushed forward just now, hadn't he looked genuinely anxious? Was he worried for her? Her heartbeat faltered, a warmth bloomed across her cheeks. Instinctively, Sylvia lowered her gaze, unwilling to let Greg see her expression at that moment. A complex blend of gratitude, reverence, and something softer, more elusive, began to stir and unfurl quietly within her. The lingering warmth of his grip still tingled faintly on her palm. Greg shifted his gaze from the shaman's corpse to the shadow-choked entrance leading deeper into the dungeon, his brow furrowing anew. Never anticipated this. Goblin shamans, creatures native to the deepest tier of the first level, appearing here in the shallows. In canon lore, these elites, level 23 beings, were denizens of the dungeon's innermost reaches, among the most formidable monsters in the Academy's first layer. Their presence here confirmed something deeply amiss in the mid and deep tiers, something far graver than anyone had foreseen. His curiosity about what lay below sharpened edged now with heightened vigilance. What force compelled these creatures, bound by strict territorial instincts, to breach their boundaries and descend into the shallows? After pausing briefly to steady his breath and dispel the faint fatigue of combat, Greg turned to Sylvia, his tone now markedly more solemn. Have you recovered enough? We must proceed to the mid-tier. And from now on I will watch over you more closely. Never again will you face such danger. And more closely. Sylvia jerked her head up, her rose-hued eyes widening, her blush deepening. Did that phrase carry some subtle unspoken weight? Greg nodded, matter of fact. I gave Victoria my word. I vowed to keep you safe. I intend to honor it. Sylvia's expression froze, just for an instant. The luminous spark in her eyes dimmed as though brushed by an unseen wind. She murmured a soft, "Oh," her voice dropping, the delicate flutter of excitement and shyness dissolving, swiftly replaced by a quiet, nameless melancholy she herself couldn't quite fathom. So it was because of Victoria. She recalled how Greg had unhesitatingly gifted that rare reflective gem to Victoria. She remembered him visiting Victoria in the infirmary late at night, speaking words of comfort and encouragement. And now even his renewed vigilance toward her stemmed from that promise made to Victoria. Upon reflection, Sylvia realized Greg seemed closer to Victoria than to her. Despite their shared status as divine messengers, despite her own earnest efforts, despite his having just rescued her, and seemingly feared for her safety. Why then did Greg's attention, the intensity of his gaze, his distinctive gestures, seem perpetually drawn more toward Victoria? Victoria was her dearest friend. Greg was someone she deeply respected and owed profound gratitude. Their harmony should have brought her joy. Yet beneath her ribs lingered an acrid, bittersweet ache, unshakable, inexplicable. Sylvia bit her lower lip and averted her eyes, avoiding Greg's gaze. She refused to let him glimpse this strange, unsettling emotion. It would make her seem immature. What is it? Still unwell? Greg, noticing her sudden silence and downward glance, assumed she remained shaken, or perhaps physically unsteady, from the ordeal. And no, nothing. Sylvia shook her head vigorously, forcing a smile that felt almost natural. Imperfectly fine, Senior Brother Greg. Let's continue onward. He'll stay right behind you. She summoned her resolve, but that hollow, disquieting emptiness within her heart proved far harder. Had Greg known her thoughts, he'd have laughed until tears streamed down his face. Closer to that gray-furred one, as if he didn't still glow with the resonance of his ex-currying rod, awakened solely because of her. But Greg, of course, knew nothing of her inner turmoil. Though her smile seemed strained, he attributed it to lingering shock, and offered no further inquiry, only a gentle reminder, should anything feel amiss, or if your mana wanes too sharply, tell me at once. Yes, I understand. Sylvia whispered softly, falling into step behind Greg once more as they advanced toward the ominous threshold of the mid-tier. Yet her gaze drifted, now lingering on Greg's tall, watchful silhouette, now drifting into the yawning, indifferent dark, distracted adrift. The environment within the passage is starkly different from the paths traversed through previous caves. The rock walls here are smoother and more even, as if polished by some enormous force, presenting a regular, slightly arched structure that extends deeper. Scattered yet stable luminous crystals are embedded in the walls, emitting a soft milky light that illuminates the passage just enough for visibility without being overly bright. The air is dry and clean, with almost none of the musty or stale odors typical of underground cities, and the temperature is maintained at a comfortably cool state. This special passage connecting different levels of the underground city is an extremely rare safe zone within the entire underground system. This area causes most monsters to feel strong discomfort, rejection, and even fear, so they typically do not traverse such passages, let alone linger for long. This provides adventurers delving deeper with a rare buffer zone to temporarily catch their breath and adjust. Stepping into this safe area, the tension that had been taut began to ease slightly. This allowed Greg to focus on the system notifications that had repeatedly flashed in the corner of his vision during the recent battle. With a slight mental nudge, a translucent system interface unfolded before him. A series of messages lined up: clearly acquired skill planting LV1, acquired skill planting LV1, acquired skill planting LV1, planting level increased to LV2, gained experience points 880, additional experience points 88, level increased to LV21. The experience points gained are quite good, and I've broken through level 20. Greg's gaze swept over the experience and level up information, feeling a bit comforted. Leveling up 4 times directly broke through the level 20 barrier, which significantly impacts skill proficiency, meaning he now has the opportunity to enhance some of his mastered skills to a higher proficiency. This is somewhat good news. However, when his gaze fell on the new skill that had appeared 3 times and successfully upgraded to LV2, his expression gradually stiffened. Planting. What kind of ridiculous skill is this? With a sense of ominous premonition, he clicked on the detailed description of the skill. Planting LV2 effect increases the chance of female pregnancy by 60%. This effect can ignore racial boundaries. Greg. He stared at that line of description for a full 5 seconds before silently and forcefully closing his eyes. What the hell? Is this treating me like a goblin? A mix of absurdity, irritation, and a strong urge to complain churned in his chest, nearly breaking his mindset with this ridiculous skill. I killed more than a dozen goblins, including an elite shaman, and this is what I get. Can't I get a goblin shaman signature attack spell? What about shadow arrow, corrosion spell, bloodlust spell? Even a basic ear-piercing scream would be fine. What kind of hellish skill is this planting? Is it suggesting that I should have many children and expand my influence in the underground city, pursuing an agricultural path? And I also need to learn the spiritual play of the third brother. Greg took several deep breaths, barely suppressing the urge to roar at the air. He kept reassuring himself, well, at least my level has increased, that's a solid benefit. As for this lousy skill, let's pretend it doesn't exist. It seems there's no need or scenario for forcing the distressing description of planting LV2 from his mind. Greg closed the system panel. However, after continuing to walk for a while, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. He glanced back at the silent Sylvia, who was following him with her head down, and sensed the unusual silence. The passage was exceedingly quiet. Especially after experiencing such a fierce battle, this silence felt somewhat awkward. Since entering the passage, Sylvia hadn't spoken again, seemingly lost in her own thoughts, which was understandable given the crisis they had just faced. However, what made Greg feel a bit uncomfortable was that even Nightmare, who usually loved to pop up with a comment or tease him for a reaction, was unusually silent this time. Since he started checking the system, that black cat hadn't made a peep. This double silence made Greg feel somewhat. After hesitating for a moment, he proactively sent out an inquiry in his mind. Hey Hakimi, why have you suddenly stopped talking too? Playing deep, eh? A few seconds later, Nightmare's ethereal voice slowly echoed, feigning innocence. Did you not previously request me to remain quiet and not disturb you? Cut the act. Greg bluntly exposed him. When have you ever truly listened to me? Previously, when I was by the Dark River trying to solve a personal issue and asked you to temporarily stay elsewhere, didn't you still insist on lingering in the shadows, saying I have no interest in your ugly glowing thing, causing me to stand by the river for ages? Heh. Nightmare seemed to chuckle softly without denying it. It seems you are indeed becoming more familiar with my style of behavior. Greg was right. Nightmare's unusual silence had nothing to do with any prior requests. Yet the true reason was indeed closely related to Greg himself, even causing this ancient deity who had seen much to feel a rare sense of confusion and curiosity. He noticed the powers Greg had used during the recent battle, the Dark Arm Guards, and The dark fluctuations. In Nightmale's long memories and understanding, every spell's performance and power would change correspondingly with the user's proficiency. And the highest tier magic not only possesses an initial power that far exceeds that of ordinary magic, but its proficiency ceiling is also unmatched by other tiers. In this world, the proficiency cap for basic magic is typically LV5, for initial tier magic LV6, for intermediate tier magic LV7, and for advanced magic LV8. Only the highest tier magic can reach an astonishing proficiency cap of LV9. This means that mastering a highest tier magic and cultivating it to a profound level often requires a prodigious talent to dedicate a lifetime of energy and effort. Thus, an unspoken implicit rule is any being, no matter how extraordinary their talent, can truly master only one highest tier magic in their lifetime. This is an invisible limitation imposed by the world's laws on individual capacity. When Nate Mel first witnessed Greg effortlessly wielding the arm of darkness atop the bell tower, he was astonished, yet could still comprehend the situation. After all, he had bound half of his divine essence and power to Greg, significantly enhancing his potential in a certain sense, and Greg himself seemed to possess commendable dark affinity. The combination of these two factors ignited a supreme magic. Although rare, it was not entirely. However, when Greg unleashed the second dark attribute spell, Dark Wave, it thoroughly overwhelmed Nate Mel. The Arm of Darkness was once hailed as the strongest shield in its era, epitomizing the peak of shadow power in defense and absorption. Conversely, Dark Wave was regarded as the strongest spear, representing the pinnacle of shadow power in erosion, infiltration, and applying negative states. These two spells, one for defense and one for offense, inherently possessed a degree of conflict and opposition. Mastering either was already an arduous task, requiring exceptional compatibility and luck. To simultaneously master two high-tier spells with such poor affinity. In Nate Mel's vibrant era of coexisting gods and numerous heroes, such a feat was unheard of. Even other deities' avatars had never set such a precedent. All that was unfolding before him, combined with the faint, almost ancient feeling of familiarity that swept through Nate Mel's soul upon first seeing Greg, pointed towards an incredible possibility that even Nate Mel found hard to believe this mortal, named Greg Sasse, might have some unknown connection to the darkness he wielded in a distant past. Otherwise, how could one explain this breaking of logic with dual supreme adaptability? Yet though he had been dormant for a time, Nate Mel's memories in this regard were nearly intact. He clearly remembered that he was still a virgin deity, having never had any physical contact with mortals, nor had he left any bloodline descendants. Although during the height of his worship there were countless devout and even fanatical followers, none had ever reached the level of establishing a connection with him. So, what on earth is happening here? Who exactly is this Greg Sasse? Or rather, what is the true essence of his soul? Nate Mel quietly lurked in the shadow of Greg, his emerald eyes silently opening in the darkness, reflecting Greg's unaware profile. Confusion, curiosity, a hint of faint scrutiny, and some emotion that even he had yet to fully comprehend flowed slowly through the divine mind. "Hey, why did you suddenly go silent again?" Greg's voice came through once more. But Nate Mel did not answer his question. Instead, he countered, "Let me confirm once more before our fates are bound. Have you truly never seen me?" Greg was taken aback by this sudden serious inquiry and responded grumpily, "You didn't I answer that before? What do you need me to recite that cliché of I've seen this sister before and break a piece of jade for you to find?" Nate Mel fell silent for a moment before softly saying, "That truly is strange." "Strange? What's strange about it?" Greg pressed on. "No, it's nothing." Nate Mel's voice returned to its ethereal calm, yet the probing undertone had not completely faded. "Damn it, you cursed riddlemaker," Greg protested internally. "Don't you know leaving half a sentence hanging is the most tantalizing? ITLL, keep me thinking about it, really worrying." Just as Greg continued to complain about Nate Mel's riddling, he and Sylvia had already traversed that safe passage. The light around them shifted slightly as they officially stepped into the mid-layer area of the underground city. The overall structure here still resembled an underground cave, but unlike the almost barren site of rocks, moss, and dark rivers in the shallow layers, the mid-layer revealed more signs of rich ecology. The rock walls were covered with a variety of fungi and moss, emitting different hues of soft light. Purples, blues, and pale greens resembling scattered stars. Some strangely shaped dark-colored plants resembling ferns or low shrubs were sparsely distributed across the cave floor or in the crevices of rocks, their branches and leaves thick and seemingly coated with a waxy layer to adapt to the lack of direct sunlight underground. A faint mix of moist earth minerals and some plants' bitter aroma filled the air. Visibility was slightly better than in the shallow layers, with bioluminescent creatures providing more concentrated dim light outlining the jagged rocks and deep pathways. Though it was Greg's first time stepping into this area thanks to his familiarity with the original work's earlier layers, he had a clear understanding of the overall layout and the directions of several main paths, so he was not overly concerned about getting lost. Wow. Is this the mid-layer? It looks completely different from above. Sylvia seemed captivated by the distinct environment compared to the shallow layer, momentarily snapping out of her thoughts. She curiously approached a peculiar plant emitting a faint blue glow, its leaves extending like feathers, carefully observing it, her pink eyes reflecting the dim blue light, her face showing a look of novelty. Greg also ceased his arguing and began to survey his surroundings. The novelty of the mid-layer's sights did bring some freshness, but soon a strong sense of dissonance replaced his initial curiosity. It was too quiet. Compared to the shallow layer where low-level magical creatures constantly scurried about, this place was eerily silent. Aside from their own footsteps, breathing, and the faint, unidentifiable dripping sound from afar, there was hardly any noise belonging to living creatures. No roars of magical beasts, no flapping of wings, no sound of claws scraping against rocks. Moreover, wherever he looked, the ground and rock walls were remarkably clean, with almost no signs of recent fierce battles. This was extremely abnormal for an area that theoretically had more stronger and more active magical creatures. It was almost as if the magical beings here were all hiding, scared of something. This strange silence connected with what Nate Mel had previously mentioned about the noise that originated from deeper within, not belonging to the underground city. In the original setting, this is a type of magical device with a unique principle. It does not eliminate magical creatures by releasing attack energy. Rather, it continuously generates a special high-frequency sound that only magical creatures can hear by consuming magical power. This audio is designed to mimic a powerful magical creature's territorial declaration and intimidating signal to drive away the weak, thereby achieving the effect of dispelling lower-level magical creatures within a certain range. It is typically used when one needs to quickly pass through dangerous areas or clear specific locations. Previously, he had not associated this item with the current situation because the shriek is not an item introduced at the beginning of the first chapter and is closely related to the storyline of the fourth female protagonist, Catherine Roman. At the beginning of the second chapter of the game, Victoria receives an anonymous commission from Catherine to test a new type of dispelling magical device in the dungeon. With the device in hand, Victoria ventured deeper into the dungeon, and after activating it in the mid-level, she indeed succeeded in dispelling a vast area of magical creatures. However, once she entered the deeper levels, she discovered that while the device dispelled the weak, the special energy waves it emitted strangely attracted higher-level and more dangerous magical creatures. As a result, Victoria found herself in a desperate situation, being chased by high-level magical creatures in the depths, and barely managed to escape back to the surface after a brush with death, delivering critical test data to her client. It was this risky and unexpected commission that made the behind-the-scenes Catherine truly notice the astonishing potential and resilience exhibited by the civilian genius Victoria, and she began calculating how much benefit she could gain by recruiting such talent. This marked the beginning of Catherine's strategy route. However, at present, Victoria was still in the hospital recovering, and it was far from the second chapter of the original work. Yet the eerie silence in the mid-level area was clearly identical to the situation in Victoria's second chapter. Greg's mind raced, and a shocking hypothesis gradually took shape, causing his heart to sink. Could it be that before Victoria, Catherine had commissioned someone else to enter the dungeon to test the magical device, but those individuals had not managed to escape? At this point, the truth behind the dungeon's anomalies had clearly assembled as a puzzle in Greg's mind. It seems that those three missing upperclassmen were the unfortunate ones from Catherine's private first test of the magical device. No wonder the goblins were scared off to the shallower levels. If possible, Greg truly wished to turn back, immediately retreating to the shallower levels and leaving this place of turmoil behind without a backward glance. Not for any other reason, but aside from Sylvia, who was still a decent child, the other female protagonists in the original work were each more troublesome and dangerous than the last. Even in the ending of Catherine's route, she did not truly fall in love with Victoria, rather she chose to be with her solely because Victoria could bring her more benefits. This instinctively made Greg reluctant to entangle himself further with these troublesome female leads. However, reality offered him no option to escape. The countdown of life continued to tick away. If he could not complete the first layer strategy before the first chapter's storyline concluded, all that awaited him was a death ending. So now, whether the future held conspiracies, traps, or worse situations, he could only steel himself and move forward. To adjust his mindset, Greg thought to himself, wait a minute. Things might not be so bad. The effect of the shriek was still ongoing, and the mid-level area was cleared, resulting in a profound silence. This meant that Sylvia and he could pass through this originally dangerous mid-level area, almost unscathed, and head straight for the entrance to the deeper levels. Once they entered the deeper levels, they simply needed to cautiously avoid any suspicious sounds, refrain from probing, and focus solely on reaching the core area of the first layer, the boss room, to complete the strategy task. In doing so, they would neither encounter those three testers whose fate was uncertain, nor come into any direct or indirect contact with Catherine, who orchestrated all of this from behind the scenes. Simply perfect. Just as Greg felt a twisted sense of pleasure at his ingenious contingency plan and prepared to put this safe and efficient strategy into action, Sylvia, who had been curiously observing the glowing plants beside him, abruptly straightened up and shook her head vigorously, as if trying to shake off some distracting thought. No, that's not right. She murmured softly, her pink eyes refocusing as she gazed deeper into the darkness of the passage, a determined expression emerging on her face. Now is not the time to let our guard down. There are three people who might be trapped in a deeper, more dangerous place waiting for rescue. Greg Sr. has always been concerned for their safety, which is why he was so eager to bring me down. But I was thinking about irrelevant matters. She turned to face Greg and solemnly bowed. I'm sorry, Greg Sr. I got distracted. Now I have adjusted my state. Let's hurry forward and search for them in the deeper area. Rescuing them is urgent. The girl's voice was clear and filled with a sense of mission, resonating particularly sharply in the silent passage. Her beautiful face was marked by an eagerness to make amends and a sincere urgency to engage in the noble act of rescue. Greg. After a moment, he could only silently utter in his heart, to this innocent pink-haired girl, I take back what I said. Turns out you are a bad girl too. The environment of the deep area has undergone significant changes compared to the mid and shallow layers. The overall structure remains that of underground caves, but the space here has been greatly expanded and elevated. The ceiling is at least 20 to 30 meters from the ground, as if one is in a vast underground cavern hall, with a view so expansive that it evokes a sense of insignificance. The rock walls on both sides are no longer narrow passages, but have extended into a wide space, forming natural rock platforms and slopes in some places, and even small clusters of stalactites hang down from the ceiling, echoing the stone pillars on the ground. In this vast, deep labyrinth, three disheveled figures are stumbling and fleeing. They are wearing the iconic uniforms of Glory Kale Academy, but at this moment they are tattered and covered in mud moss, dark stains that resemble blood, and holes corroded by some acidic liquid. Two men and one woman, their faces etched with extreme fatigue, bone-deep fear, and despair, on the brink of collapse. Hurry! Here! Hide in here! A boy with short brown hair and fresh scratches on his face shouted in a hushed voice, his left arm hanging limply at his side, swinging weakly as he ran, clearly injured. He led the charge towards a densely peculiar thicket of deep purple, almost black shrubs extending from the rock wall. The boy and girl behind him practically expended their last ounce of strength to dive in, as the three of them clumsily squeezed into the deepest part of the thicket, desperately curling their bodies and pressing tightly against the cold, damp rock wall. As soon as they hid, the three immediately held their breath, their hearts seeming to stop beating, only their eyes wide with terror, staring intently at the gaps in the thicket. Heavy footsteps approached from afar, each step causing the soft ground to tremble slightly, numbing their limbs hidden beneath the fallen leaves. A massive twisted shadow, exuding a nauseating stench, slowly moved past the less than 5-meter wide path beside their hiding thicket. With the faint glow of a cluster of eerie blue fungi in the distance, they could barely make out that it was a humanoid creature over 3 meters tall, with skin resembling gray-black rock, covered in tumor-like protrusions and cracks. The shadow paused next to the thicket. Time seemed to freeze. Cold sweat instantly soaked through the thin, tattered clothes of the three, the chill making them tremble uncontrollably, yet they dared not make a sound. The only girl tightly covered her mouth and nose, her nails nearly digging into her cheek, her blue eyes brimming with tears of terror. The two boys also turned pale, gritting their teeth, not daring to blink. The creature lingered outside the thicket for about 5 or 6 seconds, an eternity for the three hiding within. Its crimson eyes seemed to stare toward the thicket for a moment, its heavy breaths nearly blowing against the outermost leaves. Finally, it seemed to find no clear target, let out a low growl, and continued its heavy steps into the dark depths at the other end of the passage. Until the footsteps completely vanished into the depths of the cave, they waited a while longer, confirming there were no other movements before they collapsed completely into the decaying leaves and soil, as if all their bones had been pulled out. They began greedily breathing in the cold, damp air, their chests heaving violently, as if they had just resurfaced after being submerged underwater for a long time. We just escaped another one. The boy with short brown hair Avon leaned against the rock wall, wiping the mixture of cold sweat and mud from his face, his voice hoarse, trembling with the relief of survival. Escaped. How much longer can we hide? Another boy with golden curls covered in large bruises and scratches. Leonard suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with suppressed terror that erupted into twisted anger. It's all your fault, Avon. Avon. If it weren't for your insistence claiming the rewards were generous and the risks manageable, that completing this job would turn our fortunes around, how could we be foolish enough to take on a commission where we couldn't even meet the client and the contract terms were so vague? My fault. Leonard, your eyes nearly popped out when you saw that number on the contract. Who was it that said with this money we can pay off most of the debts at home and my sister's dowry will be secured? Avon retorted defiantly, his injured arm twitching from excitement, causing him to grimace in pain. Now that something has gone wrong, you push all the blame onto me. You weren't so high and mighty when you nodded in agreement. Enough. Stop arguing. The only girl among them, Leah, cried out with a voice breaking sharp in the oppressive silence. Her light golden hair was damp and clinging to her pale paper-like face, her blue eyes swollen and tears rolling down, mixing with the stains on her face. What good is arguing? Will it help us find our way back? Will it help us escape from those monsters? The magical device is lost. The map is gone. We don't even know where we are now. Boo-hoo. Her words were like a bucket of icy water poured over Avon and Leonard, instantly dousing the anger that had just flared, leaving only a deeper cold despair weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Now they are not only being chased by at least 3 or 4 of those aggressive, terrifying monsters in the vast, deep area, but are also completely lost like headless flies crashing around in this enormous and complex underground labyrinth. This deep cave filled with darkness and danger has transformed from an exploration site into an inescapable death trap. This also indirectly confirms the absurd and deceptive difficulty setting of the first layer of the Academy's underground dungeon. The official recommended entry level is LV20A, but any student naively believing that reaching LV20 would allow for unimpeded passage through the first layer will ultimately learn through bloody lessons what it means to enter standing and leave lying down. The actual danger level of the deep areas of the true first layer far exceeds what the paper data can reflect. Avon, Leonard, and Leah all come from declining, financially struggling minor noble families that can hardly hold their heads up in noble circles. If their families still had some resources, if they could easily obtain cultivation resources or generous allowances, how could they risk everything for a reward substantial enough to change their family's predicament, willingly signing a commission where even the true identity of the client is a mystery? Poverty and the urgent desire to change their circumstances blinded their vigilance, pushing them into. As third-year students, their average level is only around LV21, which is already the limit they can achieve with limited resources. With such strength, facing deep monsters with an average level around LV25, or even higher, possessing various troublesome abilities, they have no capital to confront them. In their previous encounters, they managed to escape by overexerting their stamina, using magic recklessly, and a bit of ethereal luck. But now, whether it is stamina, magic, or spirit, they are already on the brink of exceeding their limits. Despair gnawed at their dwindling will like a maggot at a bone. Are we really going to die here? Leah's sobbing gradually faded, turning into intermittent gasps as she stared vacantly at the dark ceiling above, swallowed by shadows. Avon and Leonard also fell silent. The previous mutual accusations seemed so pale and powerless, even ridiculous, in the face of their irretrievable predicament. They leaned against the cold, damp rock wall, slumped in the decaying leaves, their gazes lost in focus, simply staring blankly into the endless darkness ahead. As if they had accepted the impending cruel fate, even the strength to struggle had completely drained away. However, their recent intense arguments and intermittent sobs had clearly transmitted like flickering sparks in the night. Hisses. Gulyalu. Click-clack. Not far away, several low growls, hisses, and the sound of shells scraping against rocks filled with the unique excitement and cruelty of predators discovering their prey rapidly approached from the distance. Several pairs of eyes glowing with eerie green, dark red, or ghostly white light were illuminated in the darkness outside the bushes like will-o'-the-wisps, all locking onto the thicket where they were hiding. The air was thick with the mixed stench of various magical creatures. There were 3 monsters. One resembled an enlarged lizard with menacing bone spines protruding from its back and corrosive saliva dripping from its mouth, a LV25 spiked lizard. Another was a squat humanoid creature composed of rock and moss, slow in movement, yet immensely strong, a LV24 mossy golem. The last one was a silent, slender black shadow that glided through the darkness with only a pair of ghostly white eyes and a large mouth full of sharp teeth, visible, a LV26 shadow devourer. They were clearly attracted by the earlier sounds. We've been discovered. More than one. Evan's face turned pale as paper, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Run. Get up quickly. Split up. Leonard let out a near-beastly growl, using the last of his willpower to struggle to rise from the ground, but his weak legs caused him to stumble. Leah merely let out a desperate whimper, lacking even the strength to stand, only futilely shrinking her body. The spiked lizard was the first to attack. It emitted an excited hiss, its powerful hind legs kicking off the ground as it lunged toward the bushes like an arrow, mouth wide open to unleash its corrosive acid. The mossy golem trudged forward with heavy steps, swinging its rocky fists, approaching from the other side. The shadow devourer silently melted into the nearest shadow, preparing for a deadly ambush. It's over. This thought clearly emerged in the minds of the three. Their last remnants of struggling will crumbled. Leah even closed her eyes in despair, awaiting the pain of being torn apart or devoured. In that critical moment, swish, 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 several faint sounds of something slicing through the air shot out from a particularly dense shadow to the side. They were not arrows or throwing knives, but several seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat dry and twisted slender wooden sticks. Yet at the moment of their flight, these sticks seemed to be imbued with an eerie and powerful life. They moved like flexible and resilient dark tentacles, tracing elusive and intricate arcs in the air, precisely wrapping around the most crucial parts of the three monsters. Two of the sticks coiled around the spiked lizard's neck and forelimbs like venomous snakes, tightening fiercely and abruptly halting its forward momentum, causing it to let out a pained hiss and struggle. Three thicker sticks constricted the mossy golem's swinging stone arms and stout neck like a giant python, the immense binding force even causing this powerful creature to stumble, emitting a muffled roar. Two extremely slender sticks, nearly merging with the darkness, emerged from an incredible angle, entangling the shadow devourer's legs and waist as it was about to pounce on Leah, firmly pinning it to the ground. SSSSSS. Roar. Ugh. The three monsters were caught off guard, filled with rage and panic, struggling desperately, biting and spewing acid or shadow energy. Yet those seemingly fragile sticks were remarkably resilient, a layer of dark light swirling over their surfaces that absorbed the monster's attacks completely. They began to tighten further, causing the spiked lizard's eyes to bulge, the mossy golem's rocky surface to crack, and the shadow devourer to let out a painful scream. This sudden and bizarre scene made Evan, Leonard, and Leah, who had originally closed their eyes awaiting death, widen their eyes and shock mouths agape, yet unable to utter a sound, their faces etched with disbelief, confusion, and astonishment, as if witnessing an illusion. Immediately after, a figure stepped into the dim light cast by the fungi from the dense shadow from which the sticks had shot out, moving leisurely. It was a tall and slender male. He wore a simple wooden mask that covered only the upper half of his face. The craftsmanship appeared somewhat crude, but the edges were smooth, and behind the hollowed eye openings a pair of calm eyes seemed to be watching. Even in the dim light, his shoulder-length golden hair gleaming like flowing liquid gold was enough to draw everyone's gaze. You are. Evan finally regained his voice, stammering as the intense shock of surviving mixed with the unbelievable sight before him distorted his tone. The masked man slightly tilted his head, seemingly glancing at the three of them, who were still in shock and disarray. The mask obscured his complete expression, but the visible jawline seemed to soften for a moment, a hint of an elusive smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His voice came through the mask, sounding somewhat deep, yet oddly soothing, steady in tone. Me. Just a passing touch writer. So my name is not important. Touch writer. Leonard and Leah exchanged glances, seeing the same confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. They racked their brains, but couldn't remember if their academy professors had mentioned this title or if they had seen it in any adventurer biographies or monster compendiums. Could it be some hidden ancient profession, or perhaps a self-designation of a lone powerhouse? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Greg understood one thing. It seems this world has no Easter egg of a masked rider, not even aware of this reference. Indeed, this masked man was Greg. To conceal his identity and minimize connections with Catherine, Greg had donned this disguise. During the process of making the mask, he also learned how to use the skill tentacle bind. That is, as long as he grasped those tentacle-like branches and covered them with a layer of his dark attribute magic, he could control them just as he would his limbs. Moreover, due to the nature of dark attribute magic, his tentacle bind was much more powerful than the original version. Not only was it durable, but it could also continuously weaken the bound enemies. The only drawback was that since his proficiency was only LV1, he could not control many branches, but that was of little concern, because it was already enough for now, and it seemed that his plan to hide his identity was quite successful. After all, these people would never be able to associate the powerful version of himself now with that foolish Greg Sasse, who once claimed to be the strongest connected figure. I really am a planner. However, just then this mysterious identity that Greg had just painstakingly cultivated was ruthlessly shattered in the next moment. Gee, Greg Sr. You ran too fast. I almost couldn't keep up. A voice of a girl, clearly panting and sounding a bit wronged and anxious, came from the direction Greg had arrived at the edge of the shadow. Accompanied by somewhat disordered footsteps, Sylvia appeared in the dim light. Her long pink hair was somewhat disheveled from the continuous running and tension, a few strands sticking to her sweating forehead and cheeks, and her fair cheeks were flushed from exertion. It seemed she had indeed struggled to catch up. Yet at this moment Greg only wanted to say to the exhausted Sylvia, "Damn it, not a plant. Please give a free 5-star review and encourage updates for those who see this. It's already nearly 11000 words, and only 8 reviews is truly dismal. I beg you please help with the good reviews and encouragement for updates. The current performance of this book during the verification period is not bad. Of course, the better the performance, the more motivation the author will have to continue updating. Also, the character design for the gray-haired person can't cross the river. Let's see if putting it here allows everyone." What? He is Greg. Hearing Sylvia's sudden exclamation, Evan, Leonard, and Leah, who had just been pulled back from the brink of death, were struck as if by a bolt of lightning, frozen in place. They instinctively exchanged glances, reading the same question and intense doubt in each other's eyes. How could this be possible? Greg Sasse. Is it the same Greg Sasse they know? The former Duke's son, known for his arrogant foolishness, his privileged background, and mediocre magical talent since entering school. The one who until reaching the second year was pitifully stuck at around LV10, even publicly expelled by his family, and completely turned into a laughingstock. Could such a person be the mysterious powerhouse before them, wearing a mask and effortlessly binding 3 vicious monsters with eerie wooden rods, saving them like a divine soldier descending from the heavens in their moment of peril? Absolutely impossible. It must be a namesake, or that pink-haired girl recognized the wrong person. Evan and Leonard immediately made their judgment in their minds. This must be a powerful senior named Greg who happens to be low profile, or simply a lone wanderer using an alias. However, Leah, the only girl among the 3 after her initial shock, fixed her gaze firmly on the masked golden-haired figure. Her heart began to beat rapidly and uncontrollably. That hair, that shade of gold. Greg's appearance might have limited effects on characters like Victoria or Lilith, who are protagonists. But for an ordinary character like Leah, it possessed an undeniable, even lethal allure. She still vividly remembered catching a glimpse of that dazzling golden-haired boy, the subject of countless discussions during the new student enrollment ceremony, from afar. The stunning impression left her feeling that she would never find a more handsome, more captivating man than him. At this moment, despite the mask obscuring half of his face, the visible jawline that was perfectly sculpted, the tall and slender figure, and that shoulder-length golden hair that sparkled even in the dim light, swiftly overlapped and matched the distant and stunning image in her memory. Indeed, that hair, that figure. Although the aura seemed completely different, it was undoubtedly him. Greg. Leah's breathing quickened slightly, her cheeks flushed. She almost instantly confirmed the identity of the masked man. This sudden realization was even more chaotic than the shock of being chased by monsters just moments ago. The rumored useless Greg Sasse actually possessed such hidden strength. Why was he here? And he saved them. A flurry of questions swirled in her mind, yet none received an answer. Meanwhile, upon hearing Sylvia call out Senior Greg, the masked figure's expression instantly fell. He was about to take advantage of the 2 still in doubt, rushing over to cover Sylvia's mouth, or simply deny it altogether with a low voice, saying, "No, I am not Greg, you have mistaken me." But reality offered him no such opportunity. Roar, screech, grr. The 3 monsters bound by the wooden rods, though weakened and sluggish, were still top predators in the food chain of this deep area, their ferocity undiminished, and they would not sit idly by. After a brief moment of shock and struggle, they almost simultaneously unleashed their racial skills, attempting to forcefully break free from the restraints. The spiked lizard scales flared, dark red viscous liquid oozed from the base of its spine, sizzling as it burned the wooden rods binding it, while its tail whipped the ground violently, leveraging its power to twist its body. The moss rock puppet let out a muffled roar, its gray-white rocky skin suddenly hardened, creating a harsh sound akin to grinding stones, as the wooden rods binding it began to show fine cracks from the friction against its powerful stone skin. The Shadow Eater let out a shrill cry, the edges of its body becoming blurred, as if trying to merge back into the shadows, attempting to escape physical restraints through phasing. Crack. With a few light sounds, the resilient wooden rods either corroded and broke under the monster's explosive power, or were forced apart by brute strength or simply lost their targets. The three monsters almost simultaneously broke free from their bindings, though still bearing the weak debuff. Their movements were clearly not as swift and fierce as during their peak. But the anger and bloodlust unleashed after their escape made them immediately lock onto the nearest and most threatening target, Greg. "Senior Greg, be careful," Sylvia exclaimed immediately, casting magic, her movements even smoother and quicker than before. Pure white light flashed repeatedly, landing on Greg. Empowered Greg quickly sidestepped to avoid a spray of foul-smelling dark green venom shot towards him by the spiked lizard. The venom hit the ground, instantly corroding a small pit that emitted white smoke from the thick layer of humus. TSK. Greg's gaze sharpened. With three others present, he absolutely could not use dark attribute magic. Once the identity of the night goddess emissary was exposed, who knows how much trouble it would bring. This was contrary to his initial intention of wanting to remain low-key and survive. Moreover, dark attribute magic consumed an astonishing amount of magical power. With his current level and magic reserves, he had already expended quite a bit in the previous battle. Next, he would have to face the boss guarding the deepest part of the first layer, and he needed to reserve enough magic to deal with that tough battle. Fortunately, although the three monsters before him were of higher level, there were only three of them, unlike the previous goblin horde that had formed a siege. With Sylvia's assistance, there was a chance of victory. "Then let's go." Greg slightly lowered his center of gravity, adopting a stance to face the challenge, his gaze calmly sweeping over the three uniquely shaped monsters, feeling not much tension, but rather a strange sense of familiarity. "Though it's your first time meeting me, this is not my first time seeing you." Indeed, while playing the original game, most players focused their efforts on the campus life and strategies involving the female protagonists, rarely willing to abandon the delightful daily routine to spend countless hours in the dark and dangerous dungeons. However, as the plot progresses, in order to obtain certain key materials, complete specific tasks, or simply to challenge a higher difficulty level, most players eventually find themselves tackling at least the first few layers of the dungeons. Therefore, the attack patterns, skill wind-ups, behavioral logic, and even the relatively hidden weaknesses of the three monsters before him were all well known to Greg. This prophetic advantage stemming from gaming experience was unparalleled by any local adventurer. The only trouble was that his currently available offensive options were quite limited, consisting solely of the most basic water magic spell Water Gun and the fire magic spell Fireball. Their power was limited and their range was short. But there was still hope. With the support of Sylvia's light attribute enhancement buff, combined with his own talent that could be considered a divine skill in specific environments, Dungeon Explorer, when you are in a dungeon, you deal 20% more damage to any target. His basic magic could still inflict considerable damage. It simply meant that he needed to spend a bit more time and effort to engage in a battle of attrition that tested both skill and patience. The freed spiked lizard was the most aggressive, pushing off with its hind legs to leap forward, its foreclaws shimmering with a sinister green poison. Greg did not dodge or evade. Only as the claws nearly reached him did he deftly sidestep with an extremely minor shift of his body, narrowly avoiding the claw strike, while his left hand had already gathered a water gun aimed precisely at the lighter-colored scale gap beneath the lizard's neck, which would inevitably be exposed during its attack. That was its relatively soft throat area. The water gun hit, and although it didn't pierce through the thick skin, the powerful water impact and the magical energy contained within still made the spiked lizard cry out in pain and momentarily halt its movement. Almost simultaneously with the release of the water gun, Greg flicked his right hand back, unleashing a blazing. However, it was not aimed at the nearest spiked lizard, but rather arced toward the moss golem that was charging from the side, with heavy steps swinging its rocky fists. The fireball struck true, hitting the golem squarely in the chest, where the color was noticeably darker, resembling a core embedded with moss. This was the core node it used to absorb the energy of the earth veins and sustain its activity, and it was also one of its weaknesses. Boom. The fireball exploded. The intense flames and shockwave caused the moss golem's charge to falter, abruptly singeing the moss at its core and emitting a pungent odor as it let out an angry, pained roar. Meanwhile, the most dangerous shadow devourer had quietly circled behind Greg, its form twisting and blurring as it prepared to launch an invisible shadow attack. But it seemed as though Greg had eyes in the back of his head, and with the moment the fireball was released, his body spun to the side, delivering a swift kick, not aimed directly at the shadow devourer itself, but rather knocking a sharp rock beside him away. The rock whizzed through the path the shadow devourer was about to reveal itself, and though it didn't inflict any real damage, it precisely interrupted the casting wind-up of its shadow strike skill, forcing it to emit an angry shriek and re-solidify its form. This series of fluid evasions, predictions, precise strikes, and interruptions not only thwarted the three monsters' assault, but also left the three onlookers and Sylvia dumbfounded. How does it seem like he knows so much about these monsters? Doubts began to waver in Ewan and Leonard's minds, replaced by profound shock. Such foresight regarding the monsters' attack patterns and precise strikes at their vital points could not simply be explained by luck. Sylvia watched with sparkling eyes, her admiration for Greg nearly overflowing. Senior Greg. He is so amazing. Clearly using only the most basic magic, yet executing it so elegantly. He must have undergone rigorous training and observation in the dungeon to understand these monsters so well. Indeed, the senior has always been working hard in silence. The ensuing battle became a showcase of Greg's individual skills. He danced like a needle on the edge of a blade, always minimizing his movements to avoid the monster's bites, claw strikes, poisonous sprays, and shadow rips at the most perilous moments. With each of his counterattacks, whether using water gun or fireball, he accurately targeted the monster's weaknesses or the gaps between their skill executions. While the damage might not be high individually, the cumulative effect was significant. The wounds on the three monsters multiplied and their movements grew increasingly sluggish and clumsy due to their injuries and the ongoing weakening effects. During the battle, Greg could clearly feel that he was becoming more adept at using these two basic spells, with the flow of magic becoming smoother and the construction of spell models occurring faster and more stably. At that moment, two pieces of information suddenly popped up in his mind. Water gun LV2 proficiency increased to LV3. Fireball LV1 proficiency increased to LV2. Proficiency increased. That means I will save quite a bit of effort. Although the proficiency cap for basic magic can only reach LV5, each increase in proficiency brings significant enhancement effects. When he cast water gun again, it no longer shot out a high-pressure stream of water, but rather a more solid, sharp water arrow, its edges faintly shimmering with a light blue magical glow. Its speed and penetration power were significantly enhanced, leaving a wound when it struck the spiked lizard. The size of the fireball also increased, its color changing from dark red to a brighter orange, with rolling flames visible within. When it struck the moss golem, the explosive power and the attached burning effect were significantly enhanced, causing the rocky skin on its surface to crackle. The increase in attack power combined with the continuous strikes at its weaknesses quickly tilted the battle in his favor. The enhanced water arrow struck precisely as the spiked lizard missed an attack, penetrating its eye. The spiked lizard emitted a piercing scream, its massive body crashing to the ground, thrashing wildly. Boom! Another larger fireball smashed into the charred core of the golem's chest, this time directly exploding it. The golem's movements instantly froze, its rocky exterior rapidly losing luster, crumbling and collapsing into a pile of actual rubble. The last remaining shadow devourer, having lost its two companions, became significantly less ferocious, attempting to retreat into the shadows to escape. But Greg had long been prepared. After having Sylvia cast a holy light bolt, he quickly closed and launching 3 water arrows in a triangular formation to block its escape route. The final enhanced fireball struck its relatively vulnerable semi-ethereal center as it attempted to force its way out. Whoa! The shadow devourer let out a short wail, its body twisting and dissipating violently, like a popped bubble, ultimately transforming into a puff of black smoke, leaving behind a small handful of dim shadow crystals. The battle was over. Only Greg's slightly hurried breaths remained in the cave, along with the blank stares of the 4 nearby. Defeated, the shadow-devouring beast acquired the skill Phasing LV1. Phasing LV1 effect after use physical and elemental attribute attacks can be ignored for 5 seconds, limited to once per day. A system prompt flashed in the corner of his vision. Under normal circumstances, obtaining such a precious life-saving skill would have made Greg ecstatic. But at this moment, he clearly lacked the mood for it. As soon as the battle ended, he ignored the 3 upperclassmen still in shock and confusion and walked straight up to Sylvia, his gaze seemingly locked onto her beneath the mask. "Sylvia?" He spoke, his voice coming through the mask with an intentionally flattened tone. "You wouldn't actually have a bit of a natural airheadness, would you?" "And natural airheadness?" Sylvia was momentarily taken aback by his sudden question. Her pink eyes blinked, a look of confusion appearing on her face as she tilted her head slightly. "Are you talking about me?" Seeing her completely unaware and even a bit innocent expression, Greg took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions surging within his chest. "Damn it. Don't think just because you're cute that I'll easily forgive you this time. Do you have any idea that what you just said could very well tie me to that troublesome woman?" He stepped forward, and although separated by the mask, Sylvia could feel the invisible pressure. "That's right," Greg's voice unconsciously quickened. "We clearly agreed that this operation had to be low-key, and that we should conceal our identities. This is a very important tactical principle." "And what did you do? You just called my name right in front of those 3 strangers. Do you know what that's like?" It's like if we were robbing a bank together and I painstakingly put on a disguise, altered my voice, and planned the route. Everything was flawless. And then at the moment I pulled out my gun, you suddenly shouted at the surveillance camera, Greg, let's make our move. Greg looked utterly pained. This is no minor mistake. This is like sticking a copy of our accomplice's ID on the vault door along with their home address. What awaits me next isn't just simple criticism, but a complete societal downfall and a one-way ticket to prison, my friend. His vivid accusations finally made Sylvia realize the seriousness of the situation. Her small face instantly flushed red, embarrassment and unease surging within her. However, a subtle thought crossed her mind: robbing a bank is a bad thing, but what Greg is doing now is clearly a good deed to save people. But Greg seems so insistent on hiding himself, perhaps there is some particularly important reason behind it that can't be easily exposed. Thinking of this, her sense of guilt deepened. She lowered her head, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her pink hair falling down to cover part of her flushed cheeks, her voice weak and small, filled with deep regret and uncertainty. I'm so sorry. Greg. Was too careless. I didn't think too much. I'm really very sorry. Greg. He looked at Sylvia, who resembled a fluffy pink creature that had done something wrong, curling up and waiting for its owner to punish it, exuding a pitiful yet adorable aura of "I know, I was wrong, please don't be angry." It felt as if something had squeezed his heart lightly, causing it to twitch violently for a moment. Damn it. Does this girl not realize how lethal her appearance is? Calm down, Greg, you need to be calm. You are the man who has completed 81 loops. You should have immunity to this level of cuteness. So you absolutely cannot forgive her easily just because of a moment of weakness. This is a matter of principle. He mentally urged himself, trying to maintain a stern expression. However, when he looked once more at Sylvia's lowered, seemingly glistening pink eyes and her slightly trembling eyelashes like butterfly wings. Greg's face revealed an exceptionally gentle and forgiving smile, his voice instantly softening, even carrying a hint of reassurance. It's all right, don't take it to heart, just be a little more careful next time. I actually don't mind that much. Damn, where are my principles? Where is my persistence? Greg, you big coward. He roared, inwardly despising himself for this weak moment. And upon hearing that he not only did not continue to blame her, but instead comforted her in such a gentle tone, Sylvia felt a great warmth and gratitude surge within her. Greg, truly so gentle. Clearly I made such a serious mistake, yet he isn't angry at all, even comforting me. This thoughtfulness and tolerance made her feelings for Greg rise uncontrollably a notch. Thank you, Greg. She lifted her head, her face blooming once again with a bright and sincere smile, her anxiety replaced by gratitude, nodding vigorously. I will definitely be more careful next time. I absolutely won't make the same mistake again. Greg maintained a smile on the surface while his inner self was bleeding. Sigh. No wonder so many brothers in the dormitory rushed to join the ranks of simps. It turns out that some skills are truly innate reactions ingrained in their DNA. However, he thought for a moment the incident had already occurred, it was a done deal. Rather than continuing to pressure Sylvia, one of the main characters here, it would be better to find an opportunity later to properly reprimand those 3 bystanders, telling them to keep their mouths shut and not spread his identity and what happened today. That would be a more practical remedy. Thinking of this, the self-disdain arising from his simp behavior faded. After all, although the female protagonists in this work are all troublesome and their personalities vary greatly, they all precisely align with his aesthetic preferences. If it weren't for that, even with such high game mechanics, he would never have had the determination to unlock so many endings in the 81 loops. A part of me remained silent while you fought. I did not speak to disturb you. Yet, I did not expect you to possess such an intriguing little trick. Just as Galegu had steadied his mind, Naite Meyer's voice once again echoed in his head with a leisurely cadence. Her tone held a clear relish and curiosity, plainly referring to the technique Galegu had used to bind the monster, the tentacle entanglement. It seems the secrets you harbor are more numerous than I initially supposed. Galegu knew she was probing, but given that the goddess had earlier played the riddlemaster, Galegu decided to return the courtesy in kind. Everyone carries secrets they neither wish nor are able to share with others. Does that not hold true, Your Grace? Naite Meyer had not anticipated such a reply and briefly faltered. She let out a soft, rueful laugh and conceded, Your words bear weight. She seemed to accept that and did not press further, but her tone soon shifted as she raised another matter. Moreover, I sense that the source of the strange noise we mentioned earlier lies within the abdomen of that lizard-like monster. If curiosity stirs you, you might cut it open and see what is at work. Galegu refused without hesitation. No, I am not curious at all. He already suspected what lay inside, most likely the prototype of that runaway device that emitted a peculiar frequency shriek, either swallowed by the spined lizard or lodged somewhere in its viscera. Knowing did not mean he wished to root through a monster's stomach himself. Is that so? What a pity, Naite Meyer said with a hint of regret, as if she had missed a spectacle. After all, a cat's curiosity is notoriously insistent. Gule Gu did not intend to waste more work. His plan was simple: escort the three terrified upperclassmen safely back to the entrance leading to the mid-layer, find an opportunity to warn them, then return with Shi Erweiya and strike straight for the deepest chamber of the first layer where the guardian boss waited, and complete the objective. After all, his earlier pretext to persuade Shi Erweiya to come down had been concerned that classmates might be in danger and require rescue. Now that they had been found, it would be neither proper nor reasonable to abandon them before Shi Erweiya's very eyes and rush off to face the boss alone. Just as he resolved to walk toward AI-1 and the others, the vast cavern shuddered violently. It was not a localized tremor, but as if the very subterranean architecture quivered. The rock walls high above groaned under strain, and fine pebbles and dust sifted down. The ground heaved like waves, making it hard to keep one's footing. From the distant blackness came the terrifying thunder of collapsing stone and crushing structures, and the dull advancing thud of some immense weight taking strides toward them, a heavy vibration rapidly drawing nearer. What is happening? An earthquake. Something is coming. AI when Luanada and Leah, who had only just tasted a breath of relief, went pale in an instant. Their earlier hope was snatched away, and a new deeper terror gripped their hearts. They clung to one another to remain standing, staring toward the source of the tremor, where only bottomless darkness and an intensifying suffocating pressure loomed. Shi Erweiya staggered and instinctively moved close to Gule Gu, her pink eyes full of tension and worry as she looked up at him. Senior Gule Gu. Even Gule Gu felt a cold knot tighten in his chest. This noise was wrong. He had not seen such an omen in the original record. Naite Meyer's ethereal voice sounded at the right moment. I did not expect it would leave its lair of its own. This time a clear note of amused interest threaded through her voice. It seems the course of events grows ever more intriguing. Who do you mean by it? Gule Gu demanded, mentally, an ominous foreboding coiling tighter within him. Naite Meyer gave a light laugh and uttered a name that made Gule Gu's pupils contract naturally. The lord of this lair. Bazu Foreign. What? Bazu Foreign. Gule Gu knew that epithet well. This was precisely the guardian boss he had ultimately come to challenge. Although merely the lord of the first layer, that creature's level reached LV35, far beyond the average of players at this stage. More troubling still, as the first layer's lord, it bore potent regional blessings, its strength surpassing that of ordinary monsters of the same level. In the original game, players who desired any reasonable chance to face it had to progress well into Chapter 3, raise their level gear and skill mastery, assemble dependable teammates, and prepare thoroughly before attempting a challenge. In the original game, players who desired any reasonable chance to face it had to progress well into Chapter 3, raise their level gear and skill mastery, assemble dependable team. Without exception, they learned the meaning of utter confinement, protracted battles, punishing attrition, the boss savage and rages, and one wipe after another. From that point, the community grasped the dungeon's absurd difficulty and bestowed affectionately dread-laden epithets upon the bane that haunted so many. Names like demonic spider, mysterious eight-legged insect, nightmare spinner, and the new player dissuader. Knowing all that, one fact remained startling: the boss had actually left its chamber of its own accord. What could possibly be happening? This entirely exceeded any normal procedure. Wait, could it be because... Greg's mind suddenly lit up as he turned sharply to look at the gradually cooling corpse of the spiked lizard not far away. Damn, I knew it. Just because my luck is not below zero doesn't mean I can actually be lucky. He instantly understood the reason. It must be that lizard's out-of-control prototype magic device in its belly continuously emitting that peculiar frequency of noise. This noise not only drives away low-level monsters, but for area lords with acute perception and a strong sense of territory, it is a persistent, intolerable provocation and noise pollution. It's this damned thing that has drawn the eight-legged lady who should have been guarding her lair out into the open. Without hesitation, Greg raised his hand and cast several fireballs, igniting the lizard's corpse along with any magic device remnants that might still linger inside, turning it into char. However, the heavy footsteps coming from deep within the cave, growing closer and louder, showed no sign. The expression on Greg's face turned serious. His original plan was indeed to kill the eight-legged lady, but that was predicated on the boss being inside the boss room, a lair filled with tough spider silk and peculiar terrain. The strategies he remembered, including using the flammable spider silk within the lair for fire attacks, leveraging specific terrain to dodge deadly skills, and even using mechanisms in the boss room, relied on that specific battlefield environment. Now that the eight-legged lady had left her lair and entered this relatively open and complex terrain, those clever strategies that depended on the boss room were basically rendered ineffective. Although he still possessed the trump card of dark attribute magic, both the Dark Arm and Dark Wave were only at LV1 proficiency. Moreover, large monsters, especially elite individuals serving as area lords, generally had high resistance to various negative statuses in the original setting, coupled with the protection of the dungeon itself. Trying to take down the Goblin Shaman with just a LV1 Dark Wave to stack a lethal debuff had a minuscule chance of success. It was highly likely that he would exhaust his magic, while the enemy remained unharmed. It seems. I can only think of another way to deal with it. Greg quickly made a decision in his heart. He had no way out. If he didn't defeat the eight-legged lady here, he wouldn't complete the task for the first layer, and he would still die after the first chapter's storyline ended. Rather than wait for death, it was better to take a gamble. After making up his mind, he ripped off the mask that had lost its disguise value, and could instead interfere with his vision and breathing, tossing it aside. When that impeccably handsome face was fully exposed to the air, Evan, Leonard, and Leah, who were watching in horror from a distance, had their pupils dilate again, the last trace of doubt vanishing. Though his temperament and strength were worlds apart from the rumors, this face was undeniably that of the missing, recently exiled son of the former Duke. Greg had no time to consider their shock. He quickly issued commands to Sylvia. Sylvia, enhance me fully, then immediately lead those three to retreat toward the middle layer entrance at top speed. Return along the same path, and take the direction marked by us at any forks. Hurry. But you alone. Sylvia's face turned pale, her pink eyes filled with worry, clearly reluctant to leave him alone to face that terrifying enemy. Trust me. Greg interrupted her, turning his head to meet Sylvia's gaze with his amber eyes, his voice steady and firm, carrying an undeniable strength. Getting them to safety is the greatest help you can provide me right now. I have reasons to stay behind, and methods to cope. Sylvia met his gaze, which held no panic, no despair, only a calmness and determination that had settled. She bit her lip and nodded firmly. I understand. Senior Greg, you must be careful. We will wait for you near the entrance. She no longer hesitated, immediately waving her wand to cast all the buffs and protective spells she could think of, like power enhancement, agility boost, and light barrier, piling them onto Greg, before turning to lead the still-dazed Evan and the others to follow her out. Perhaps it was Greg's display of strength just now and his resolute stance that had convinced them, or perhaps the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything, but Evan and the others finally reacted, scrambling to follow Sylvia and hastily fleeing back the way they came. Soon in this area that had just concluded a battle, only Greg remained. No, perhaps not alone. His shadow stretched long under the faint light of the cave, fungi slightly distorted. The voice of Nightmare echoed in his mind with a strange calmness. There is no need to be overly anxious, my other half. This is merely the first real challenge you must face as you step forward. Besides, no matter what happens, I will be here accompanying you. After all, our fates are tightly intertwined, sharing life and death. Greg knew that this was Nightmare, comforting and encouraging him in his own way. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, somehow managing to squeeze out a faint smile, replying in his mind, "You a Hakimi, don't walk on legs. How would you know how painful it is to be hit while standing on them?" Seeing him still have the mind to joke at this time, Nightmare seemed to relax a bit and fell silent. Greg could feel that faint but clear divine connection in the shadow becoming more stable, as if silently providing him support. Immediately after, the tremors in the cave reached a peak. At the corner of the largest passage ahead, the rock walls shattered with a thunderous crash, sending debris flying. A colossal shadow so large it was suffocating slowly revealed its outline from the billowing dust of the collapse. The eight-legged lady had arrived. It was an unimaginably giant spider-like monster. Its main body was comparable to a small house, covered in stiff black and white bristles, standing erect like steel needles. 8 long legs, segmented and tipped with sharp spear-like ends, each thicker and longer than a sword, supported its mountainous body, leaving deep pits in the ground as it moved. Its head was relatively small compared to its body, but it had 8 cold, cruel, glowing red compound eyes, with 2 pairs of horrifyingly large pincers below, constantly opening and closing, dripping thick, dark purple venom. Just its existence emanated the terrifying pressure of a LV-35 area lord, mixed with the faint aura of rules granted by the dungeon, making it hard to breathe and causing his legs to go weak. Is this the pressure brought by facing reality? Greg took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm. The battle began. Utilizing his familiarity with the 8-legged lattice attack patterns, he barely managed to keep up with her in the initial minutes. A LV-3 water gun hit its thick carapace and bristles, leaving no marks, simply sliding off. The LV-2 fireball, however, could utilize the weak fire properties of the bristles, charring a small patch upon impact, eliciting a hissing sound and a faint burnt smell, but the actual damage caused, even with Sylvia's enhancements, and the 20 damage increase from Dungeon Explorer was akin to a mere tickle against the 8-legged lattice massive health. Realizing that his conventional attack methods could not inflict any significant damage, Greg decided to change his approach. Using his agile movements and keen predictions, he narrowly dodged swift stabs, sweeping strikes, and the widespread spray of venom, while tentatively unleashing the dark wave. The inconspicuous small black that flew out again, striking the joint of the 8-legged lattice leg. Effective. A system prompt flashed indicating that the 8-legged lady had fallen into negative states such as slowed and weakened. However, the effect was far less pronounced than against the goblin shaman, lasting much shorter, and Greg could clearly feel that this time the magic power consumed was significantly greater. As he expected, a high-level, highly resistant, and shielded large lord was extremely resistant to such negative states. If he relied on this to wear it down, his magic power would run out first. I can't afford to drag this out any longer. Greg's mind raced, his gaze swiftly scanning the complex terrain around him. Since he couldn't use the web in the boss room for terrain kills, could he utilize the other environments in this deep area? A thought crossed his mind. He no longer engaged the 8-legged lady in direct combat, instead using Fireball to harass and divert its attention, retreating towards a direction he remembered. The 8-legged lady let out an angry hiss, moving its 8 long legs, relentlessly pursuing him. It seemed determined to tear apart and devour this little bug that dared to provoke it and burn it with flames. Along the way, remarkably, he encountered no other monsters. With the regional lord personally hunting its prey, other monsters had long been scared away, and no creature would be foolish enough to show up at this time. Greg quickly reached his destination. It was a relatively narrow section of cave with the ceiling slightly lower than the surroundings and the walls embedded with numerous jagged crystals emitting unstable dark red light. Explosive crystals. This was a malicious trap left by the game designers. These crystals would explode violently when stimulated by a certain degree of flame or impact, triggering a chain reaction that caused widespread collapse. Originally intended to prevent players from overly relying on fire magic on this level, making them subconsciously hesitant to use fire spells against the boss. But now for Greg, this was no longer a trap, but rather a reversal contract. He took a deep breath, calculating the speed and distance of the 8-legged lattice pursuit, abruptly stopping, turning to face the massive creature charging toward him. Just as the 8-legged lady entered the optimal attack range, lifting a front leg to prepare for a fatal stab, Greg did something that would astonish any onlooker. He stood his ground, unflinching, even retracting all his offensive and defensive postures. Then, Whimper LV4 was activated. Effect: when you do not resist, your enemy will find it unbearable to attack you for 4 seconds. This can only be used once on the same target per day. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The 8-legged lady, full of aggression and murderous intent, had its sharp front leg halted midair. In its 8 cold compound eyes, an extremely rare and clear flash of human-like bewilderment and confusion swept across. The behavior of this tiny creature and the sound it emitted created a stark disconnection from the image of its previous agile dodging and fire harassment, causing a brief chaos in its not-so-complex predatory logic. Now's the time. A glimmer of sharp light flashed in Greg's eyes as all shame and awkwardness were instantly thrown to the wind. His raised right hand had already gathered magic power, and a blazing fireball was not aimed at the 8-legged lady, but instead traced a precise arc directly targeting the top of the cave, where the densest cluster of explosive crystals was located. Boom! The moment the fireball struck the crystals, a blinding red light erupted, followed by a deafening series of explosive roars. Boom! 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 The detonated crystals created a terrifying chain explosion, with violent flames and shockwaves sweeping across the cave, sealing countless shattered sharp rocks of various sizes raining down like a meteor shower upon the 8-legged lady, who was momentarily paralyzed by the effect of Whimper. Screech! The 8-legged lady, awakened from the skill effect, instinctively sought to escape. But at that moment, the negative stacking effect of the dark wave also manifested, causing one of its legs to suddenly lose sensation, making it even harder to maintain balance amidst the falling rocks, leading to its direct collapse. In the end, it could only let out a scream filled with surprise, anger, and pain before being completely buried by countless burning and rolling boulders. The heavy sounds of impact, cracking shells, and breaking limbs echoed incessantly as smoke and dust mixed with flames soared into the sky, nearly obscuring the entire cave section. Meanwhile, at the moment the fireball was released, Greg had unhesitatingly activated the newly acquired skill, Phase Shift LV1. His body instantly became blurry and transparent, as if he were a shadow without substance. Neither the falling debris above, nor the shockwaves from the explosions, nor the splashing flames posed any hindrance as they passed through his body, causing no harm. Like a ghost, he dashed out of the explosion zone. 5 seconds of invincibility was just enough for him to escape the most dangerous core area of falling rocks, hiding behind a massive fallen stalactite. The rumbling continued. The collapse lasted for over 10 seconds before gradually settling. Smoke and dust lingered, refusing to dissipate. The acrid smell of gunpowder and burnt matter filled the air. The original cave structure had been utterly transformed, with heaps of rubble piled into a small mountain, completely burying the massive body of the 8-legged lady, leaving only a few broken and still twitching spider legs protruding from the pile. Leaning against the stalactite, Greg gasped heavily, cold sweat covering his forehead, his magic power nearly depleted. He stared intently at the ruins, not daring to relax for a moment. Although the mist was harmless, but with so many stones it surely had to be dead right. He clenched his fists, his heart pounding like a drum. At that moment, in the corner of his vision, a long-awaited system prompt, glowing with faint golden light, clearly and steadily appeared. Rescue of the villainous noble, Stage 1 completed. Stage 2 awaiting unlock. A series of system prompts shimmering with faint golden light slowly unfolded in Greg's vision as he stood in the dungeon. It seems, although the process was perilous and nearly cost him his life, the rewards from completing such a challenging task were indeed worth the risk. Greg leaned against the cold stalactite, calming his racing heart and nearly exhausted strength as he carefully read the descriptions of these upgraded talents. The 3 talents had all advanced significantly. The damage bonus of Dungeon Pioneer had doubled from 20 to 40, presenting a tremendous advantage for future battles in the dungeon. Praise the Dungeon raised the lower limit of luck from not lower than 0 to not lower than 2. Although it seemed like a minor change for Greg, whose base luck was a staggering 10 on the surface, this meant a significant reduction in the probability of dying from pure bad luck in the dungeon environment, at least providing him with basic assurance. The experience gain boost from Dungeon's Gaze was vaguely described, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. Every little bit adds up. As for the core talent Digestive Fungus, it remained unchanged as it was already extraordinarily powerful. The vibrations and sounds of falling rocks caused by the collapse finally came to a complete stop. Only the dust was still slowly settling. Greg waited a few more minutes before cautiously standing up from behind the stalactite cover, brushing off the dust that had settled on him. Although this operation deviated from the initial plan and encountered numerous unforeseen events, the ultimate goal was achieved. The death countdown hovering above his head had finally lifted, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, no longer having to worry daily about how to deal with that damned boss before finishing the first chapter of the plot. Next, he finally had the energy to handle some other pressing or long-term matters. I didn't expect you really did it, but genuinely surprises me. Nate Mel's ethereal voice rang out in Greg's mind at the right moment, tinged with a hint of undeniable surprise. Greg, hey, Hakimi, you guy. Weren't you just swearing that this is just the first step and I believe in you? Why has it now turned into it genuinely surprises me? So you never thought I could win, did you? Well, about that. Nate Mel's voice sounded unapologetic, almost with a sense of natural honesty. How should I put it? It's akin to saying comforting words to someone on their deathbed. After all, at that time the gap in levels between you and that spider was simply too vast, with almost no chance of winning. Though my fate is intertwined with yours, I must admit that the rational judgment is not optimistic. Greg felt a vein throbbing on his forehead. You wicked cat. I was slightly moved by your words of life and death back then. Quickly return the feelings I wasted on you, you bastard. All right, no need to be so agitated. Nate Mel's voice carried a hint of amusement. Regardless, the result is that you succeeded, isn't it? How the process went is irrelevant. Moreover, he paused, his tone becoming more subtle with a hint of exploration and teasing. I recall, when we first met, you were utterly resistant to the idea of tackling the dungeon, as if it were a one-way ticket to hell. But it seems now, haven't you already? Started moving on your own, and quite vigorously at that. Hey, can you not word it so ambiguously? It makes it sound like I've gone through some weird dark transformation. Greg protested as he stepped toward the massive pile of rubble. His gaze sharpened as he scanned the rubble, quickly locking onto a corner shimmering with a faint rainbow glow. He bent down and carefully picked up something from the crevices of a few rocks. It was a gemstone about the size of an egg, presenting a deep purple color that seemed to contain countless small facets rotating and refracting captivating light. The gemstone felt cool to the touch, smooth with a subtle, yet overwhelming magical vibration contained within. Moreover, you got one thing wrong. Greg weighed the gemstone in his hand, feeling its weight, and continued, speaking to Nate Mel in a calmer tone. Right now, I am not doing this voluntarily, nor do I have any interest in tackling the dungeon. I'm merely forced to do so, just to survive, that's all. He certainly did not mention the existence of the system and the mission. This was a secret belonging only to him, one he could not share with anyone, even the goddess who shared his fate. Just as he had told Nate Mel before, everyone has their own secrets. Nate Mel did not pursue the matter further, but it seemed she did not believe Greg's claim of being forced. Isn't it ironic that someone who appeared so reckless would say they were tackling the dungeon just to survive? What a deadpan tsundere. Greg was too lazy to argue with this sharp-tongued cat. He focused his mind and redirected his attention to the system panel. In addition to the talent upgrade prompts, another significant change needed to be confirmed. He thought of it and pulled up his personal attributes panel. Name: Greg Sasse, race human, level LV, 27 constitution, 6 agility, 5 intelligence, 7 charisma, willpower, 6 luck, 10 black. The base attributes of constitution and agility have been fully upgraded a bit. His level had also risen by 6, jumping directly from LV 21 to LV 27. Greg assessed the numbers on the panel in his mind. This speed of leveling up was terrifying when placed within the context of the original game's standard. In the normal plot progression of the original story, players typically only reach just over LV 20 by the end of the first chapter's main storyline. Yet now, just by tackling the first layer of the dungeon, his level had already skyrocketed to LV 27, far surpassing normal progress. However, upon reflection, this was also reasonable. After all, during the normal flow of the first chapter, players could not face monsters of Lady Octopus level. The experience they gained mainly came from academy tasks, daily training, and some relatively low-risk side event. For someone like Greg, who had forcibly challenged and successfully killed high-level regional lords at a low level, the experience rewards were naturally immense. Achieving a leveling curve through high risk could be considered a high reward. Next, he looked at the skill acquisition list. Skills acquired: Whimper LV4, Blunt Resistance LV2, Earth Movement LV2, Earth Magic Resistance LV2, Underwater Adaptation LV3, Water Magic Resistance LV2, Frost Resistance LV1, Tentacle Entanglement LV1, Sewing LV2, Phasing LV1. It's a bit of a pity, I didn't manage to acquire Lady Octopus skills. Greg stroked his chin, feeling a tinge of regret in his heart. Spider-type monsters typically have skills like web shooting, toxins, and so on, all of which sound quite useful, especially web shooting, which might even allow him to cosplay a certain friendly neighborhood superhero. However, he also understood that digestive fungus only had a probability of acquiring skills, not a guarantee. Not getting it this time could be considered mediocre luck. But this time's harvest was certainly not limited to attributes and skills. He opened his palm again, looking at the dark purple gemstone quietly resting in his hand, emanating a mesmerizing glow. Fission Gem Advanced Effect can split a single target directional magic into multiple identical magical entities without cost or limit and launch them simultaneously. The number of splits control precision, and the user's magical power, mental strength, and mastery of that magic are related. No cost and no limit on splitting. What does that mean? It means that as long as his magical power is sufficient and his mind can bear it, theoretically, he could turn any single target magic into an area-covering barrage. Although the power of each split magical entity would not stack, the suppression coverage and hit rate brought by sheer numbers were beyond doubt. Of course, with his current level magical reserve and mastery of magic, this advanced gem would not unleash much power at the moment. Splitting a few water jets or fireballs would have limited significance, and he might even waste magical energy due to imprecise control. But this is only for now. If in the future his level increases, mastering stronger single-target attack magic, and if he raises the proficiency of that magic, at that time, combined with this fission gem, Greg could almost envision such a scene: a high-level single-target destructive magic, which originally required precise aiming and consumed a great deal of energy, transformed under the gem's influence into dozens or even hundreds of equally lethal beams of light, covering the entire battlefield like a torrential rain, leaving enemies with nowhere to escape. The morning light filtered through the clean glass windows, casting bright spots of light on the polished floor of the hospital corridor on the 3rd floor of the academy. The scent of disinfectant in the air was fainter than at night, mingling with the faint aroma of food wafting in from the breakfast period. Nurses quietly passed by, pushing medication carts, while occasionally early-rising patients were assisted by their families as they slowly moved about the corridor. Everything was orderly, radiating the unique vitality and tranquility of daylight. However, the atmosphere in room 306, a single patient room, was in stark contrast to this tranquility. Victoria had awoken early, or rather she had hardly slept all night. The persistent dull pain from her right shoulder was troubling, but what disturbed her even more was that Sylvia and Greg had not returned all night. It was already dawn. and they were still gone. Leaning against the headboard, her gray eyes gazed out at the gradually brightening sky, her brow unconsciously furrowing. Her concern for Sylvia was pure and intense. Would her naive friend, lacking in combat experience, encounter dangers she couldn't handle while delving deep into the perilous underground city? Though Greg seemed somewhat capable, could he truly protect her? The thought of Greg made her feelings much more complicated. That mix of vigilance and a reluctant, awkward sense of gratitude made it impossible for her to worry about his safety as purely as she did for Sylvia. That guy surely wouldn't act recklessly, right? Since he dared to go, he must have some assurance. Just as Victoria was troubled by these conflicting emotions, a sudden commotion from the corridor outside her room broke the hospital's calm. Have you heard? Over at the underground city. It seems there's been a disturbance coming from the deeper regions. The entire first level is shaking. Not just shaking. People near the entrance feel the ground swaying. The Academy Patrol and several professors have already rushed over. Could it be a monster riot? Or is there some treasure emerging? Who knows? Anyway, there are a lot of people gathered by the entrance square, all trying to figure out what's going on. The conversations rushed past the door, filled with uncontainable excitement and curiosity. Clearly, many patients, visitors, and even some medical staff were drawn to this sudden news. Some individuals could no longer contain themselves, leaving their rooms or posts, rushing toward the rumored front lines to see for themselves. Victoria's heart sank. The enormous disturbances from the deep regions of the underground city. The two who hadn't returned at dawn. She could almost be certain this sudden abnormality was definitely connected to Greg and Sylvia. What on earth had they done in the underground city? What had they encountered? How could they have caused such a commotion that even the Academy's professors were alerted? Her worry for Sylvia's safety instantly overwhelmed all other emotions. No longer hesitating, she endured the sharp pain in her right shoulder and quickly threw off the covers to get out of bed. In addition to her simple patient gown, she only had time to grab a coat and put it on before she pulled open the door to her room and quickly merged into the flow of people in the corridor, all heading out of the hospital. She needed to check the entrance of the underground city as she had to confirm whether Sylvia was safe. Unbeknownst to Greg, who was completely unaware of the disturbances caused by the tremors in the deep regions, he organized all the gains from this adventure and after a short rest began to retrace his steps back to the surface based on the route he remembered. When his figure once again appeared near the exit of the safe passage leading to the mid-level, a pink figure dashed out from the passage, like a fledgling returning to its nest, instantly arriving before him. It was Sylvia. Her face still bore the remnants of tension and the flush from her hurriedness. Her pink eyes brightened as soon as she saw Greg unharmed, then became misty with a sense of relief. Greg, Senior Greg, you're back. That's great. Truly great. Her voice trembled slightly, marked by clear relief. Earlier, the entire cave was shaking and the noise was so loud. I'm so glad you're okay. Greg looked at the clearly frightened girl before him, and the annoyance that had originally arisen from the disruption of his plans dissipated somewhat. He softened his tone, trying to comfort her. Yes, I'm fine. Just a minor incident that has been dealt with. Sorry to worry you. After briefly reassuring Sylvia, Greg's gaze moved past her to the entrance of the passage behind her. Their three figures stood close together at the boundary of light and shadow, looking at him with complex expressions, cautious and careful. It was Ivan, Leonard, and Leah. They hadn't left. Seeing this, Greg let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were still there. If they had run off by themselves, it would have been a hassle. He turned to Sylvia and whispered, "You wait here for a moment, I need to speak with them alone." Okay. Sylvia nodded, a bit confused, but obediently stepped back a few paces to give space. Greg stepped forward toward the three upperclassmen. As he approached, Ivan and the others instinctively tensed up their faces, revealing clear fear and a sense of respect for a powerful individual. The Greg standing before them was a far cry from the spoiled and incompetent young master they had known, who relied solely on his family background. He could face three powerful, deep monsters alone, and even successfully escape from the terrifying pursuit of the first-level lord. This strength far exceeded their understanding and imagination. Greg came to a halt before them, cutting straight to the point without small talk. Listen, after leaving the underground city, not a single word about me should be mentioned. If anyone asks who saved you or what happened, the unified response is, "It was Sylvia who saved you." The three exchanged glances, their faces showing obvious confusion and surprise. This was clearly a golden opportunity for Greg to wash away the stigma of being useless and reshape his image, potentially garnering the Academy's praise or attention. Why would he give all the credit for such a significant achievement to that seemingly timid first-year girl? But Greg did not allow them time to question or hesitate. His calm gaze swept over the three, and his amber eyes under the dim light seemed to carry an invisible pressure that suppressed the questions that had just arisen within them. I don't want to repeat myself. Greg's voice lacked inflection, yet it sent chills down the spines of Ivan and the others. You understood. We won't say a word. It was Sylvia who saved us. The three quickly nodded, almost vying to express. Only then did Greg slightly nod, a hint of softness returning to his expression. Good. Remember your words. With that he turned away and walked back to Sylvia. Let's go, we're heading back. Although Sylvia was curious about what Greg had said to them, she understood well enough not to ask further, and merely nodded, following Greg closely. Ivan and the others quickly followed, maintaining a subtle distance. After some time walking, they finally re-entered the relatively familiar and safe shallow region. The light seemed a bit brighter, and the tension that had been taut began to ease. Sylvia nervously leaned closer to Greg and asked in a volume only the two could hear, Greg, Senior Greg. May I ask if this time I was of any help to you? Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the mischievous voice of Nightmare echoed in Greg's mind, full of unabashed malice. An opportunity to humiliate that guy has arrived. My other half quickly, in the coldest and most ruthless tone, tell her no, you didn't help at all. Instead, you just caused trouble. Is this the extent of the so-called messenger of the goddess of light? It's truly disappointing. I can't wait to see the expression on that little face. Greg rolled his eyes internally, unhesitatingly blocking out the demonic whispers of the bad cat in his mind. He stopped, turned around, and faced Sylvia with a tone that was both certain and clear. Of course. You've helped me a lot this time. He paused, looking at the sudden spark in Sylvia's eyes, and added, without your strengthening magic and timely support, the battle wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Your light magic also played a role in disrupting and purifying those monsters. You did very well, Sylvia. Really, really. Sylvia's eyes instantly sparkled, and a radiant smile, tinged with relief and a hint of shyness, bloomed on her face as she instinctively patted her chest. That's great. I thought I was just a nuisance to you again. Seeing her genuinely happy, yet somewhat fearful demeanor, Greg suddenly remembered that in the original setting, one of Sylvia's most significant character traits in the early stages was her severe lack of confidence. Unlike Victoria, who was proud and resilient despite coming from a similar commoner background, Sylvia felt a tremendous pressure and subtle exclusion and malice from another faction within the church regarding her identity as a candidate for the saintess. This even led her to develop a sense of aversion and escapism towards her own identity. It was precisely this mindset that caused her, despite possessing a powerful light attribute talent and a background in the church, to always appear timid and hesitant, unable to fully exert her strength. Although according to the plot of the original work, this issue would gradually be improved and resolved with Victoria's help later on. But thinking about how much Sylvia had helped him this time, whether by providing support or ultimately following orders to lead people to retreat, Greg felt that both emotionally and rationally he should give some positive feedback. As he continued walking forward, he spoke in a casual tone. You don't always have to doubt yourself, Sylvia. Your strength is unique and powerful. He glanced at Sylvia, noticing that she was listening earnestly. Seeing this, Greg's voice softened a bit more. Moreover, you are not alone. By your side you have friends like Victoria who will steadfastly stand by you no matter what happens. Of course. He paused, his gaze calmly looking ahead into the deep passage. If you encounter any troubles in the future or need help, I will definitely help you too. So you can completely try to believe in yourself a bit more. You are much more reliable than you think. This advice wasn't particularly profound, but coming from Greg, who had just displayed great strength in a desperate situation and was viewed by her as a reliable senior, it carried a weight that was entirely different. Sylvia listened in a daze, feeling as if her heart had been gently squeezed by something, and then it began to. A strange and scorching heat surged from her heart to her limbs, causing her cheeks to flush. She watched Greg's upright figure walking ahead, the calm profile of his narrative, and a vague emotion within her seemed to be quietly awakened by his words, beginning to sprout with excitement and confusion. Senior Greg. He said he would help me. He said I was reliable. She instinctively covered her chest, trying to calm her unusual heartbeat, but her gaze couldn't move away from Greg's back. Unknowingly, they had arrived near the exit of the underground city. Not far ahead was the staircase leading to the surface of the academy. Greg, who was at the front, stopped in front of the staircase. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the four people behind him, and finally landing on Sylvia's face. You guys go ahead, I have some other matters to attend to. The three of them at the back felt as if a great amnesty had been granted. They quickly nodded, casting a grateful, yet fearful glance at Greg before swiftly stepping onto the stairs, disappearing into the light above. Sylvia looked at Greg, her eyes revealing obvious reluctance. That earlier remark left her in an unsettled mood. Now they were about to part ways, and she felt an indescribable sense of loss. But thinking about Greg's words that he had other matters to handle, it must also be something very important, right? She suppressed her reluctance and gently nodded, saying, I understand, Senior Greg. Then, you must be careful too. Greg replied, watching her turn around, preparing to step onto the stairs. Just as Sylvia's foot was about to step onto the first step, Greg's voice suddenly came from behind. Once you go out, enjoy the honor you deserve. Sylvia paused, turned around in astonishment, only to see Greg had already unhesitatingly turned back, walking into the darkness of the underground city, his back quickly disappearing into the shadows, leaving her no opportunity to inquire. Enjoy the honor I deserve. Sylvia was filled with confusion, mulling over this abrupt phrase, and continued to ascend. When she finally stepped out of the entrance of the underground city, bathing once again in the bright morning sunlight of the academy, the sight before her instantly left her dumbfounded, her mind blank. The entrance square of the underground city, which should have been deserted in the morning, was now crowded with people. There were students in academy uniforms and serious-looking teachers. The crowd was dense, and all eyes focused on her the moment she appeared. Immediately after, someone in the crowd shouted, She's out. It's her. The three who came out first said that this junior saved them. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, this statement instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. Well done, new student. We thought those three who had been missing for several days were lost forever. Impressive. To be able to bring people out from the deeper areas, this batch of new students is truly full of hidden talents. I remember she seems to be from the church side. That's truly remarkable. The praises, astonishment, and curious discussions surged towards her like a tide, instantly drowning the still somewhat bewildered Sylvia. Countless gazes converged on her. Sylvia stood frozen in place, her pink eyes wide open, her cheeks rapidly flushing from the sudden and excessive attention. It was only at this moment that she suddenly realized what Greg had privately discussed with those three, and she fully understood what Greg meant by enjoy the honor you deserve. He had given all the credit to her, and he himself chose to remain behind the scenes, bearing the earlier unspeakable criticisms and misunderstandings. No, it's not like that. Sylvia waved her hands in panic, urgently wanting to explain, her voice weak amidst the noisy crowd. It was Senior Greg. Her words couldn't be finished. A familiar gray figure dashed through the crowd like a gust of wind, carrying evident urgency and joy, rushing straight to her, and then opened her arms tightly, embracing her. So great. Sylvia, you're okay. You really succeeded. Victoria's voice rang in her ears, filled with the excitement of relief and trembling fear. The strength of the hug was so great that it left Sylvia somewhat breathless, yet she could clearly feel the unconditional care. Victoria. Sylvia was infected by her friend's excited emotions and hugged her back. But then she remembered something more important and quickly lowered her voice to defend herself in Victoria's ear. No, Victoria, listen to me. It wasn't me. It was all Senior Greg's doing. Tu was just following him. Oh, I didn't really help much. Upon hearing this, Victoria released her embrace, her hands still on Sylvia's shoulders, her gray eyes looking at her seriously, brows slightly furrowed. Greg. By the way, where is he? Didn't he come out with you? Senior Greg said. He had other matters to handle and returned to the underground city. Sylvia answered softly, her gaze unconsciously glancing at the now empty deep entrance. That guy. Upon hearing this, Victoria sighed lightly. A knowing expression mixed with a hint of helplessness appeared on her face as she shook her head. With his personality, if he reached this extent, don't you understand? That guy. Upon hearing this, Victoria sighed lightly. A knowing expression mixed with a hint of helplessness appeared on her face as she I said, really like that. Sylvia was still somewhat uncertain, feeling both pained by Greg's sacrifice and overwhelmed by this heavy gift. Based on my understanding of him, there's an 80-90 chance that's the case. Victoria's tone was very certain as she patted Sylvia's shoulder. He must have his own plans and considerations. Since he arranged it this way, let's do our best not to disrupt his plans and accept the current situation for now. At least you returned safely, and that's the most important thing. Upon hearing Victoria's confident analysis, Sylvia nodded somewhat understandingly, her inner turmoil slightly settling. But at the moment she nodded, a subtle thought quietly crossed her mind. Victoria, why does she understand Senior Greg so well now? This thought carried a hint of indescribable bitterness, causing her to instinctively raise her eyes and glance at her friend, who was blocking overly enthusiastic onlookers for her. A subtle sense of crisis was born in her heart. Are you saying those three people are still alive? After the afternoon classes ended, upon returning to her nearly empty and tidy dormitory, Catherine learned from her waiting maid a surprising piece of news. The three senior students she had secretly hired to test the prototype of the screeching magic device deep in the underground city, who had gone missing for days, and whom she had already deemed as casualties from failed experiments, were not only alive, but had successfully returned to the surface. This truly surprised Catherine. Yes, my lady. They are indeed alive, and they were seen coming out together from the entrance of the underground city this morning. The maid lowered her head and calmly confirmed. This morning, Catherine repeated softly, a glint of understanding flashing in her azure eyes. No wonder she felt that many corners of the academy were buzzing with discussions today, the atmosphere somewhat unusual. At the time she thought it was just some boring campus gossip and did not pay it much attention. Now it seemed that the center of the topic was likely this incident. After her initial surprise, rationality quickly took over. Catherine furrowed her brow slightly, beginning to contemplate the peculiarities behind this matter. How did those three escape from the deep areas? Did they do it by themselves? Absolutely impossible. If they had that strength and adaptability, they would not have been forced into a desperate situation by the deep monsters from the very beginning and gone missing for days. Therefore, there was only one answer: someone else was present at the scene, intervening and rescuing them. This deduction made Catherine's heart shudder. Although the three were bound by a contract and would not voluntarily disclose the specific commission details regarding the screeching test, if that third party was at the scene, they likely would have learned some information about the screeching. The screeching was a crucial step, she hoped, for one of the secret trump cards that could turn the tide in the struggle for inheritance. Its existence must not be exposed due to such an accident before it was officially completed and put to use, attracting the vigilance and sabotage of those Sharpsense siblings. She must find this third party, then in some way ensure their silence. The ideal situation would be to bring them under control, or at the very least sign a binding confidentiality agreement. In the worst-case scenario, have you had contact with them? Have you confirmed the situation in person? Catherine lifted her eyes, looking at the maid standing with her hands at her sides, her tone regaining its usual calmness. Reporting to you, my lady, we have had preliminary contact. I had them verify the confidentiality contract with blood, and the contract feedback indicated that they have not violated the core clauses of the contract, nor have they voluntarily disclosed any information about the commissioning party, the commission details, or the magic device. Additionally, the maid paused and added, although they accidentally lost the magic device prototype during their escape, they successfully recorded and brought back some experimental data. The data has been sealed and awaits your review. Catherine nodded slightly. This was a stroke of luck amid misfortune. The experimental data was key to the continued advancement of the Screeching project, far more important than the lives of those three. With this data, the project was one step closer to success. However, this bit of luck did not diminish the vigilance in her heart. The potential risk of leakage was far more concerning than the loss of a prototype. They must have been rescued by someone else. Who was that person? Did they say anything? Catherine continued to inquire, her fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the smooth table. Yes, my lady. According to them, the one who brought them out from the deep area and saved their lives is a first-year student named Sylvia Lorraine. I verified that the four of them, including Sylvia, did indeed come out from the entrance of the underground city this morning, the maid answered with precision. Sylvia Lorraine. Catherine murmured the name softly, having some impression of it. A light attribute mage who performed brilliantly in the entrance examination, placed in Class A, and seemed to have some connection with the Church of Light. A freshman with fairly good talent. But, is that all there is to it? A hint of doubt flashed in Catherine's azure eyes. Based on the strength Sylvia demonstrated during the class division assessment, she might handle ordinary crises, but to safely bring three individuals out from the perilous deep areas, where even those three experienced seniors were helpless. The gap in strength and risk seemed not something a relatively talented freshman could easily bridge. A faint sense of unease lingered in her heart. It seems those three are not being completely honest. They are hiding the most crucial information. Catherine's tone was calm, yet carried a sense of certainty. The maid raised her head slightly. Do you mean that besides Miss Sylvia there were others involved in their rescue in the underground city? And possibly more key figures? Indeed. Catherine leaned back slightly in her chair, her gaze drifting to the window, as if sorting through invisible clues. Sylvia may have provided assistance, but she could not possibly be the one in charge, nor does she possess the full capability to execute the rescue independently. There must be another person, someone they intentionally concealed. That person is the key to unraveling this. As a future merchant who had struggled to survive amidst schemes and deceit since childhood, determined to claim the inheritance of a vast commercial empire, Catherine's intelligence, insight, and intuition had been rigorously honed. She was accustomed to piecing together the truth from fragmented information, discovering connections within seemingly unrelated details. At this moment, although the information was limited, she instinctively felt she was close to that hidden figure. Hearing you say that, the maid seemed to recall something. After a moment's hesitation, she reported truthfully. At the entrance of the underground city, when the crowd gathered, witnesses vaguely heard Miss Sylvia, when initially questioned, seemingly blurt out another name. Greg. Catherine's eyebrows flicked slightly. This was a name that almost everyone in Honor Kale Academy knew and also one that almost everyone despised. Greg Sasse, the son of a former duke known for his arrogant stupidity, poor character, and mediocre magical talent, had recently been publicly expelled by his family due to scandals and had become a laughingstock. In the perception of the overwhelming majority of the faculty and students at the academy, this name was almost synonymous with a complete failure. Therefore, when the name Greg was first mentioned by the maid in connection with the terms underground city rescue and hidden key figure, Catherine's first reaction was one of absurdity. It was like someone telling her that an ant had moved a tree. How could Greg Sasse accomplish a task that even a talented freshman like Sylvia might not be able to complete? If he truly had that capability, how could he have ended up with such a notorious reputation abandoned by his family? Yet just as she was about to completely dismiss this absurd possibility, a stronger sense of unease like a cold snake quietly coiled around her thoughts. Wait. Several overlooked details along with the name Greg suddenly became glaringly obvious. First, the time and whereabouts. Greg Sasse had been missing for over a week. There were no records of any formal leave or withdrawal at the academy. It was as if he had evaporated, attending not a single class. According to common sense, a recently expelled noble who had lost his greatest support should be in a state of panic, trying every means to restore his reputation. But Greg did not. He had disappeared, and so completely and quietly as if he did not care about being expelled, or he had something more important to do. Second, Sylvia's reaction. Why did she instinctively blurt out the name Greg in front of everyone at such an honorable moment? Catherine quickly recalled the information she had gathered. She remembered clearly that during the entrance examination Greg had publicly provoked and humiliated Victoria's Cecil, and Sylvia was Victoria's closest friend. Theoretically, these two should be in an adversarial relationship. Would a normal person upon receiving honor voluntarily share credit with their enemy? Unless their relationship had long since ceased to be one of enemies, but rather had been altered, even reversed by some shared experiences. The location of this incident being in the underground city made perfect sense. Third, and the point that made Catherine feel the most uneasy, the illogical behavior of Greg himself. What reason would a recognized cowardly failure have after losing the protection of his family to not hide in the relatively safe corners of the academy, but instead to infiltrate the dangerous, life-threatening underground city? Unless he was not the failure everyone thought he was. All his previous behaviors, including his antagonism with Sylvia and others, might have been a deliberately crafted facade. A noble heir who went missing after being expelled. A name that was subconsciously mentioned at the scene of the rescue. A suspicion where the logic of behavior severely contradicted the label of failure. As these fragments were pieced together, a bold and somewhat startling hypothesis gradually took shape in Catherine's mind. As precise as the gears of a clock, Greg Sasse was very likely in the underground city. He was there not by chance, but with a clear purpose. He was there intersecting with Sylvia, and most likely experiencing certain events together that changed their relationship. He might have also showcased a strength that starkly contrasted with his label of failure. And the key figure that those three seniors deliberately concealed, or rather that was covered by some tacit agreement, was highly likely him. This hypothesis still sounded somewhat incredible, but Catherine's intuition told her that perhaps the truth was indeed as unbelievable as this. A merchant's instinct made her accustomed to evaluating risks and opportunities. If her conjecture was correct, then Greg Sasse was far from simple on the surface. He hid his strength and infiltrated the underground city undoubtedly with significant goals in mind. Such a person, whether as a potential ally, a cautiously dealt opponent, or a negotiable asset, was worth her personal attention. A faint cold arc subtly curved the corners of Catherine's mouth. It was not a warm smile, but rather one akin to a hunter discovering an intriguing prey or an investor assessing a potential high-quality project. She turned her gaze back to the waiting, made her voice clear and steady as she instructed, "In my private capacity, please post a commission on the Academy's task board. The reward. Set it at 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins was no small sum for students, or even ordinary lecturers, sufficient to demonstrate the commissioning party's sincerity and importance. The maid slightly bowed. "Yes, my lady. May I ask what the specifics of the commission are?" Catherine picked up the now cold red tea beside her, taking a gentle sip, her azure eyes glimmering with calm and sharp light above the rim of the cup. "Very simple. The commission is enter the underground city, find Greg Sasse himself. Then convey a message for me." She set down the teacup, producing a crisp sound as the porcelain met the tray. "Just say Catherine Roman wants to make an investment in you. Please let me go out for a little while, just a short while. I promise I will only take a walk, breathe some fresh air, and absolutely won't run around." Really. The location was a standalone villa dormitory specially provided for royal family members by the Academy. Honor Kale Magic Academy nominally advocated for equality for all, but there was always a gap between reality and ideals. Just as noble students often looked down on commoner students, Lilith Khan, as the second princess of the kingdom, naturally enjoyed unique resources and treatment here. Initially, Lilith had not paid much attention to this independent villa dormitory, but after hearing about an incident involving male intruders in the female dormitory area, she suddenly found her little villa quite appealing. However, at this moment this appeal had turned into confinement. Lilith, with her hair burning like flames, her delicate face filled with grievance and unwillingness, was softening the three maids who surrounded her. The leading short-haired maid, Renee, had a serious expression and stood tall, uncompromisingly shaking her head. "No, Princess Lilith. This is a clear order from Princess Vivian. You cannot leave this building until the house arrest period ends." The other maid, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a cultured demeanor, pushed up her glasses and added with a gentle tone, yet firm stance, "Please bear with it for a little while longer. The house arrest will not last long. Princess Vivian only hopes you can remember this lesson and does not intend to restrict your freedom for long." The last maid, who had her hair tied in a high ponytail and looked more lively, covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, mercilessly exposing the truth. "Whose fault is it? Who told a certain princess to sneak out for a walk in the academy at night and ended up getting caught by the patrolling professor?" "Ugh." Lilith puffed up her cheeks, angrily turning her head aside, her red hair swaying with emotion. "Damn. It's all that annoying guy's fault. If I hadn't run into him, I wouldn't have been flustered and caught by the patrolling professor." The incident had begun that night when Lilith violated the curfew and encountered Greg in the academy. After parting with Greg, she had unfortunately been spotted and noted down by the professor on night patrol on her way back to the dormitory. This matter was subsequently reported to her sister, who was studying at the academy, a second-year top student known for her strict self-discipline, Vivian Khan. Thus, Lilith received this house arrest order, which stated that aside from class times, she must remain in her dormitory and could not go out. Until today, she accidentally overheard students passing by discussing that there seemed to be some issues in the underground city, with quite a commotion. This made her inexplicably concerned and restless, prompting her to seek ways to go out at the very least, to confirm whether that annoying guy was alright. But now this proposal was clearly impossible to realize. Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the window, as if she could see through the building and distance to the deep entrance of the underground city. A hint of barely noticeable worry flashed in her ruby-like eyes, but she quickly shook her head, suppressing that emotion, muttering in a volume only she could hear, with a touch of annoyance and awkwardness, "If I don't really care about that guy's life or death anyway. I'm just worried that I won't be able to eat those things I had last time." Glory Kale Magical Academy, Central Academic District, top floor, circular conference room. Along both sides of the long, dark conference table sat dozens of male and female professors clad in robes of varied hues. Morning lights slanted through the tall, arched windows, casting geometric patches of illumination upon the polished tabletop. Yet it failed to dispel the room's palpable solemnity. The air carried the scent of aged parchment ink and a faint, invigorating herbal incense. This was an emergency meeting convened in response to anomalous tremors reported earlier that morning from the deep dungeons. Most attendees were professors and administrators responsible for first and second-year students. Third-year faculty were preoccupied with organizing student externships, while fourth-year professors remained deeply immersed in final thesis reviews and mentorship, leaving them no bandwidth for this matter. Has the preliminary investigation into the abnormal tremors emanating from the deep dungeons yielded any findings? At the center of the table, a stern-faced male professor with silver-streaked hair spoke first, his voice imbued with the quiet authority of decades spent teaching. He was Professor Martin, head of foundational magical theory. Opposite him sat Professor Isabella, a sharp-featured woman wearing a monocle, who adjusted her spectacles and replied with detached professionalism, "No definitive conclusions yet. The 4 students who emerged from the dungeons this morning have undergone preliminary interviews, yet all claimed ignorance regarding the tremor's precise origin." She paused, then continued, "I have already instructed the student council to dispatch capable members into the deep dungeons for reconnaissance." This arrangement was pragmatic, yet tinged with quiet resignation. The academy's deep dungeons were sealed behind an ancient, immensely powerful warding barrier, one permitting entry only to currently enrolled students. Though the assembled professors possessed formidable strength, none could disregard or forcibly breach that time-honored prohibition. Thus, when investigations demanded deep penetration, they had no choice but to rely on the academy's elite, typically the student council's most accomplished members. Efficiency must be accelerated immediately. A cool, crystalline female voice cut through the room, arresting every gaze. She wore a flawlessly tailored indigo professor's robe, its cuffs and collar embroidered with minimalist silver motifs, denoting her rank as chief professor. Most arresting were her eyes, rare pale brown, now slightly narrowed as her gaze swept across the assembly, radiating unassailable authority and unmistakable urgency. Grace Quinn, Chief Professor of First Year, Head of Practical Magic and Applied Tactical Studies, widely regarded within the Academy as a staunch meritocrat, uncompromising, decisive, and fiercely efficient. The headmaster returns from the annual Mage Tower exchange no later than 1 week from now. Grace's voice, though low, rang with metallic clarity. Before her return, we must fully unravel the origins of this incident and present a comprehensive resolution plan. Otherwise, a complex flicker, part resignation, part resolve, flashed across her eyes. Otherwise, given that individual's temperament, she will seize this opportunity to endlessly reiterate, the Academy cannot function without me, then use it as the perfect pretext to shirk all external engagements, diplomatic obligations, and official visits for at least half a year, retreating contentedly to her tower sanctum or laboratory. Grace leaned forward slightly, hands folded atop the table, her gaze razor-sharp. Therefore, for the sake of the Academy's reputation and operational integrity, this incident must not disrupt normal functions, nor afford that individual legitimate grounds to retreat into seclusion. Several senior professors exchanged knowing glances, silent tacit acknowledgement of Grace's veiled reference to that individual's well-documented habits. Speaking of incidents, another voice interjected, soothing in timbre, yet possessing an uncanny penetrating quality, shifting the discussion's trajectory. All eyes turned toward its source, a woman seated diagonally across from Grace. Elegant early 40s with chestnut hair swept into a graceful chignon and draped in an exquisitely tailored emerald green professor's robe. Adele Kent, Chief Professor of Second Year, Head of Magical History and Noble Etiquette, a prominent faction leader within the Academy. A perfectly calibrated smile, warm, almost maternal, curved Adele's lips, yet her gaze traversed half the table to settle upon a diminutive figure nearly vanishing into her chair at the rear. Professor Alice. Adele's voice remained gentle, yet the named figure visibly flinched. If my memory serves, the student under your sole mentorship has been missing for over a week. Was he not? Greg Sasse. Professor Alice jerked upright, revealing a face startlingly youthful, pale, almost translucent, and far too young looking to command such a post. Her soft lavender short hair framed wide violet eyes, dilated now with alarm, and faint shadows beneath them betrayed sleepless nights. Petite and slight, she wore a plain black professor's robe, noticeably oversized and ill-fitting, her entire bearing exuding timidity and unease. The moment Adele enunciated Greg Sasse, hushed murmurs rippled around the table, barely audible, yet charged with implication. Several professors near Alice exchanged silent, telling glances, their lips moving imperceptibly. How pitiful, assigned to supervise that privileged student by Professor Adele herself. She'll keep it down. If she hears you may be next for special attention. Another scheme orchestrated by Hong Shitsi. How unbearable. Indeed, becoming Greg Sasse' dedicated mentor was not Alice's own choice. She was merely a young scholar who had recently obtained her teaching position with no background to speak of. It was Adele Kent who, under the pretense of helping new professors accumulate guidance experience and interact with different types of students, forcefully assigned Alice, then a first-year student, to the notorious Greg Sasse, leaving her with no room for refusal. Faced with Adele's public inquiry, Alice's face turned even paler. Her lips quivered for a moment before she managed to respond in a weak, hesitant voice, "Yes, Professor Adele. Greg hasn't returned to class yet." Apart from her fear, if one listened closely, there seemed to be a trace of extremely subtle, almost imperceptible, relief within her voice. Yes, relief. Greg Sasse's disappearance to her was a form of liberation to some extent. She had no idea how to guide a student with such a terrible character, who was arrogant and dismissive, and whose magical talent was mediocre, but relied on his family background to act tyrannically. In the past, it was less about guidance and more about her one-sided endurance and passive acceptance of his unreasonable behavior and subtle bullying. Worse still, due to Greg's poor academic performance and repeated violations of school rules, the budget applications for several research projects she submitted were repeatedly rejected by the academic committee on the grounds that as his mentor, your primary responsibility is to ensure your students' academic competence and behavioral standards. So when Greg went missing for several days, she did look for him and filed reports as a formality, but deep down she couldn't help but entertain a thought of perhaps this is for the best. Adele seemed oblivious to Alice's embarrassment and paid no heed to the whispers around them. Her smile deepened and she continued in a gentle tone, "However, you cannot completely blame yourself, Professor Alice. Children like Greg, who suddenly face family upheaval and public expulsion, find it difficult to accept reality and may resort to self-destruction or even extreme behavior, which is understandable. She deliberately emphasized the word understandable, sounding full of tolerance, while in reality, it solidified Greg's label of psychological fragility and extreme behavior. Upon hearing this, a flicker of faint hope flashed in Alice's violet eyes. She instinctively lifted her head to look at Adele. Could it be that Professor Adele was finally willing to let her go, allowing her to rid herself of the burden of Greg and guide normal students? However, Adele's next words extinguished the glimmer of hope that had just arisen. However, as a formally appointed teacher of the academy tasked with the sacred duty of educating, you cannot remain in a state of having no students to teach for long. Adele elegantly lifted her teacup and took a gentle sip before continuing leisurely. By the way, I heard there's a promising commoner student among this year's first-year students named Victoria Cecil, right? Her performance in the class assessment was decent. I think we should transfer her to your tutelage. You will be responsible for guiding her. This can also be seen as an opportunity for you to make up for your previous lack of guidance, Professor Alice. What do you think? Alice had just lifted her head slightly, but then she suddenly lowered it even more than before. Her complexion shifted from pale to a desperate gray. Victoria Cecil. She had certainly heard of this name. The commoner prodigy who performed outstandingly in the class assessment and even managed to battle Princess Lilith. Her talent was indeed far superior to that of Greg Sasse. But the problem was, she was a commoner. In the prestigious Kyle Academy, where noble students dominated and class distinctions were deeply ingrained, an exceptional commoner often meant a dual predicament. On one hand, they might garner some attention due to their talent. On the other hand, they would inevitably attract more exclusion, harassment, and even hostility from noble students and the forces behind them. Consequently, the mentor responsible for guiding her could also easily get embroiled in these unspoken conflicts. What did this imply? It meant that what she would face in the future might not merely be guiding a talented, yet complex background student, but also contending with invisible pressures from those who might retaliate against her due to their dislike for commoner prodigies obstructing her research. Compared to before, Greg at least had the title of a duke's son. Those who wished to curry favor with Professor Adele, while making things difficult for her, still had to consider Greg's noble background and find some excuses. But now with a commoner student like Victoria, the hostility would likely become more direct and she could almost foresee that her future teaching career would be even more arduous than the dark period spent as Greg's mentor, and it might even. A cold sense of suffocation gripped her heart, and she bit her lip tightly to suppress the despairing sob that threatened to escape her throat. She could only stare intensely at her hands resting on her lap, their knuckles white from the pressure, as if they were her only connection to this cold world. The conference room was enveloped in silence. Most professors had averted their gazes, either pretending to sift through documents or sipping tea. No one spoke up for Alice, not even with a token gesture of support. No one was willing to offend a powerful head professor for the sake of an inconsequential new teacher, nor the forces she might represent. Even Grace, another head professor, merely cast a calm glance at Alice, who radiated despair, her face devoid of any excessive sympathy or emotion. In her worldview, Alice's downfall was fundamentally due to her own lack of strength and weak background, rendering her unable to protect herself or fulfill her mentoring duties effectively. It is a natural rule that the weak are dominated and exploited by the strong. She wouldn't actively bully the weak, but she certainly wouldn't waste her energy sympathizing or rescuing. The air in the conference room became even more stagnant and oppressive due to this episode. Just then, bang! The heavy, ornately carved wooden door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, crashing against the wall with a dull thud. A male student in a student council uniform rushed in, panting heavily, his face flushed from running and excitement. He didn't even have time to bow before shouting towards the conference table in a changed voice. Professor, 2VE found out the reason for the underground city's tremors. The abrupt intrusion and loud shout instantly shattered the deathly silence of the conference room. All the professors turned their gazes towards the clumsy student. What a mess. Professor Martin frowned and scolded, though his tone carried urgency. What's going on? Speak clearly. The student council member took a few deep breaths to steady himself and declared in a voice as clear as possible, albeit still laden with shock, it's the Lord of the First Layer. The area lord of the first layer of the underground city, Madame Octopus, has been defeated. What? Impossible. The Lord of the First Layer has been defeated. By whom? The conference room erupted in chaos. The professors who had been sitting upright suddenly lost their composure and stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. Even Grace, who had been expressionless, suddenly revealed a sharp glint in her lavender eyes. Adele's perfect, gentle smile froze, and her fingers tightened slightly around the teacup. Professor Martin pressed on urgently, are you sure? The underground city's restrictions have no records of any anomalies being triggered, which means that absolutely no one other than students has entered. So who exactly defeated the Lord of the First Layer? This was also the greatest question and source of shock in every professor's mind. The lord of the first layer Madame Octopus was at level LV-35, a formidable presence confirmed by the Academy through multiple surveys possessing significant strength and special area protection. Indeed, there were a few top students in the Academy, such as several heads from the 4th year, who might possess the strength to contend with her. However, for these noble students who were born into privilege and had boundless futures, their magic was a tool used to showcase power, earn honors, and vie for benefits, not to risk their lives battling a dangerous monster in the underground city. This did not align with their values, and the risks did not match the potential rewards at all. So who could it be? Who had both the capability and the motive to challenge such a powerful monster? And who had succeeded? All the professors present shared this question in their hearts. The first level of the underground dungeon of the Academy, the Lord's Lair. The cave ceiling is high and vast, the light dim, with only sporadic luminescent fungi on the rock walls providing faint illumination, casting distorted shadows of jagged stones and broken spider webs over the debris-strewn ground. Heavy silvery gray spider webs hang in layers like tattered curtains between the cave wall's stone pillars and collapsed rock columns, dividing this enormous cavern into separate spaces. On the ground, various skeletal remains of creatures are scattered, forming eerie little mounds that silently testify to the former owner's cruelty and greed. In one corner of the cave, away from the most prominent remnants of the broken nest foundation, a figure is quietly busy. Greg crouched before a relatively intact rock wall, holding a sharp knife in his hand, carefully cutting a certain filament that he had pried loose from the crevices of the rock and the remnants of spider webs. This was no ordinary spider silk, but a special filament that refracts a faint, warm, golden glow even in the dim light. It is finer than a strand of hair, yet exceptionally resilient, cool to the touch, and possesses a strange smoothness. Greg's movements were patient as he wound the golden threads around a smooth piece of wood, collecting them. What he had said to Sylvia before was not entirely an excuse. He indeed had matters to attend to. Collecting this golden spider silk was the purpose of his trip. This task was not urgent enough to require immediate completion, as the ordinary monsters of the dungeon would respawn over time. However, monsters like the eight-legged lady, a regional lord, typically do not reappear once they have been defeated. Greg chose to come now to collect it purely out of a practical mindset, preferring not to have to clear the small monsters again later. These golden spider silks are royal threads used by the eight-legged lady, a spider-type monster, for laying eggs in the core area of her nest, created over long years by blending her pure magical power with special secretions. Not only are they far more resilient than steel, they also have excellent affinity and conductivity for magical energy and possess a rare ability to slowly self-repair and store energy. In the later stages of the original game's setting, they are materials required for creating various advanced alchemical items. For example, the indestructible magical silk, the core material for adaptive protective robes, and the foundational base for advanced sealing scrolls all require golden spider silk. However, this precious material is known only to Greg, who has played the original game. At this point in time, no one in the Academy or the human alchemy community has discovered the true value of golden spider silk. The young professor who would later rise to fame with her original spider silk alchemy is still unknown at this moment, and her research has yet to begin. Thus, Greg is not worried that this treasure will be snatched away by others. Speaking of which, Greg thought as he wrapped another strand of golden silk around the wood, that genius professor who will invent spider silk alchemy in the future, her name seems to be Alice. She seems to be my mentor now. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that when the time is right, I can find a way to inspire her, and then naturally have her help me process these silks to create something good. The perfect candidate for a white laborer. Just as he focused on collecting, his keen senses caused him to pause slightly. From the direction of the cave entrance came faint but clear footsteps and deliberately lowered voices. Someone was coming, and not just one person. Greg immediately stopped his movements, holding his breath, and completely concealed himself in a shadowed recess of the rock wall, peering through the gaps in the broken spider web. Several figures entered this enormous lair from the main entrance. They were all wearing uniforms of the Glory Kale Academy, but with unique armbands representing their student council status. Some carried illuminating magic crystals, cautiously surveying their surroundings, their expressions filled with scrutiny and surprise. As expected, a male student said softly to his companion, his voice echoing slightly in the vast cave, "The massive spider corpse we found buried under rubble earlier is indeed the eight-legged lady. Look here, the lair is completely empty. But this doesn't make sense." Another student frowned, his gaze sweeping over the large throne-like spiderweb foundation in the center of the lair, then looking towards the entrance. "The eight-legged lady is a typical territorial monster heavily reliant on the nest environment for combat. Why would she leave her lair to go so far away and then die there? Could it be that something deliberately... The student council members exchanged glances, seeing the same confusion reflected in each other's eyes. The Lord's corpse being far from the lair, triggering a large-scale collapse in the battle scene. All of these carried a sense of abnormality. They could not come to a conclusion, and in unison their gazes turned to the figure at the back of the group, who had been silently standing still and calmly observing everything since entering the lair. It was a young girl. She stood at a slightly farther position as if maintaining an invisible distance from her. Her features were exquisitely sculpted like frozen snow, her skin pale, to the point of transparency, and every line of her facial features was just right, forming a flawless yet cold beauty. Her waist-length lake blue hair flowed like the finest silk, shimmering with a cold luster under the glow of the illuminating magic crystals, meticulously tied into a simple high ponytail. Standing tall, she wore the same style of academy uniform as the others, but the materials and tailoring were evidently of higher quality, draped with a deep blue short cloak at the collar of which was pinned a silver badge denoting her position as the student council president. While I didn't expect her to personally come to the underground dungeon, Greg raised an eyebrow in surprise from his shadow. He certainly recognized this blue-haired girl. Vivian Kahn, the first princess of the kingdom, the top student in her second year at the academy, the current president of the student council, and also the half-sister of the third female protagonist, Lilith Kahn. In the original setting, this seemingly flawless princess harbors nothing but disdain and indifference towards her former fiancé Greg, whom she considers a source of shame for the nobility. Yet Greg's perception of his former fiancé is not particularly negative at this moment. The reason is simple. Within the narrative framework of the original story, Vivian Kahn shares a similar identity with him. She is a villain. Indeed, this beautiful, powerful, and highly esteemed first princess is not the heroine to be conquered, nor an important supporting character who offers assistance, but a female antagonist destined to undergo corruption in the middle of the plot, ultimately opposing the main characters. In any storyline of the original work, as the plot progresses, Vivian will experience increasing psychological pressure due to her younger sister Lilith's ever-brightening talent and brilliance. When this pressure peaks at a critical juncture, she will completely collapse, succumbing to some temptation or coercion, choosing to plunge into darkness, joining the Demon King's cult, and even going so far as to fuse with demon blood to gain power, ultimately becoming a terrifying enemy with whom the heroines cannot coexist. The distinction between her and Greg Sasse lies in the fact that Greg bears more of the malice from the game developers, with various absurd deaths, often eliciting laughter from players, relegating him to the role of a comedic character that lightens the atmosphere. Vivian Kahn, however, is different. Her corruption and descent are accompanied by complete psychological depth and tragic foreshadowing. Especially in the Lilith storyline, when players control Victoria to ally with Lilith, enduring fierce battles to finally defeat her, the dying Vivian will experience a moment of cathartic confession and monologue in her sister's arms that is truly a glorification of her character. Greg still vividly remembers that CG animation, the Snow White beautiful princess lying in her sister's embrace, her body gradually growing cold due to the backlash of demonic corruption and mortal wounds. Her ice blue eyes gazed at Lilith, the past severity and indifference melting away like snow in the sunlight, leaving only profound fatigue and relief. She intermittently reminisced about the warm moments when they played together in their childhood, teaching Lilith magic, then weakly whispered, "Feeling pressured by your talent is just an excuse. Oh, perhaps I am simply envious of that pure passion like fire that I can never possess. Sorry, Lilith. I actually just wanted to be your pride too." As soon as the words fell, she, like shattered ice crystals, completely dissipated in Lilith's arms. It is this poignant monologue filled with tragic beauty and complex emotions that has led countless players to develop strong sympathy, even affection, for Vivian, the antagonist, while attempting various methods to save her during the gameplay, hoping to avert her destined catastrophic end. However, the outcome is despairing. No matter how players try boosting affection in advance or triggering hidden events, Vivian Kahn ultimately succumbs to corruption and is killed in the climactic battle against the main characters. She is a character similar to Greg Sasse, pinned to a predetermined fatal ending by the original script. This fact had once made Greg, who had been a player in his past life, sigh in regret. However, that all happened later in the original storyline. At least at this current moment, the blue-haired girl before him remains the aloof, serious, and highly capable president of the student council, greatly respected by students and faculty alike. She is the pride of the kingdom, the first princess, Vivian Kahn. Regardless of what exactly happened back then, the one who could slay the eight-legged lady is undoubtedly a powerful being. Moreover, according to the professor's confirmation of the dungeon's restrictions, this person must be a currently enrolled student of our academy. Vivian's cold voice resonated in the cave, breaking the whispers of the student council members and interrupting Greg's thoughts. Her gaze swept across every corner of the lair, as if reconstructing the scene in her mind. Student, how is that possible? President, that is a LV-35 lord. And there are protections in the dungeon. The student council members revealed expressions of disbelief. For them, safely exploring into deeper areas already requires considerable bravery and strength. To solo take down the first-floor lord. This is simply a fantasy. In the shadows, Greg silently withdrew his gaze. The teasing voice of Nightmare echoed appropriately. Oh, your taste seems to have changed again. This time you're interested in a serious girl of the iceberg type. But I must remind you, she looks very much like the type with a strong need for control. Oh, I really worry that your little frame won't be able to withstand it in the future. Greg rolled his eyes internally. You incorrigible Hakimi. How could you even directly see through something like this? I am the goddess who governs the night. Nightmare stated confidently. Isn't it only natural to see through the petty secrets and desires of mortal? I always feel that your understanding of the goddess and my understanding of the goddess have some fundamental discrepancies. Greg lamented helplessly. He carefully wrapped the last few strands of golden web silk and tucked them into his pocket. After completing the collection, he did not immediately swagger away, but continued to lurk in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Just as he was about to stealthily retreat along the concealed path he had come from, his gaze inadvertently swept over the upright blue figure in the center of the cave once more. Vivian still stood there, her ice blue eyes gazing into the depths of the lair, her profile appearing calm and focused in the dim light, as if she were pondering something. Although the time is not ripe yet, and the plot is still early, but considering your last poignant monologue, he gently exhaled, took one last look at Vivian, and made a vague decision in his heart. If there is an opportunity in the future and conditions permit, for the sake of kinship, if he could help her a little, he would, just as a means to make up for that sense of regret from his past life. With his mind made up, Greg no longer lingered, his figure melding into the darkness, like flowing water, silently gliding along the shadows of the rock wall, towards the narrow crevice partially concealed by tattered webs on the other side of the lair, quickly disappearing into the profound darkness without leaving a trace. The moment Greg's figure completely vanished into the crevice, Vivian, who had been gazing into the depths of the lair, suddenly moved her ice blue eyes slightly, as if sensing something, swiftly turning towards the shadowy area of the rock wall, where Greg had just hidden and departed. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, lingering for several seconds at the entrance of the shadow and crevice, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. But at that moment there was nothing there, only the rough texture of the rock wall and the drooping tattered webs standing quietly in the dim light, with no trace of Greg remaining. Vivian stared for a moment, finally slowly retracting her gaze. A hint of faint doubt flickered in her ice blue eyes, but she did not delve deeper. She gently shook her head. Was it an illusion? Then she redirected her full attention back to the student council tasks at hand, her expression returning to its usual calm and seriousness, as if the moment of hesitation had never occurred. Logically, the students of Glory Kale Academy generally lack enthusiasm for exploring dungeons. Magic is used to display power, earn honor, engage in elegant duels, or complete glamorous tasks rather than to fight ugly monsters in dark and dangerous caves. This is the consensus among most noble students. Thus, on ordinary days, even the shallow areas are often sparsely populated, with only a few students needing practical experience or specific materials, forming teams to hastily complete their objectives before leaving. However, in recent days the situation seems somewhat different. Several days have passed since Greg defeated the octopus madam. After the student council's investigation concluded, the dungeon, which was supposed to return to its usual desolation, has seen an unusual increase in foot traffic. From dawn to dusk, one can often see small groups of students, either in pairs or in groups of 5 or 6, holding illuminating magic crystals or simple weapons, weaving through the corridors and exploring. They do not appear to be completing routine classroom tasks or gathering materials. Their actions carry a distinct sense of search, their eyes constantly scanning the rock wall's forks in the path and hidden corners. This anomaly has caused some inconvenience for Greg, who has chosen to make his home in a concealed cave in the shallow areas. He has had to use nearby soil, rubble, and excess canvas to cover his deep gray tent, and the simple smoking rack next to it more discreetly, ensuring that it is difficult to spot from the main passage. This is quite strange. Greg squatted on a large stone in his campsite, gnawing on his homemade jerky, his brow slightly furrowed. Has there been some special bounty mission regarding the dungeon released recently? The so-called special bounties in the Academy's task system usually refer to tasks that are not particularly difficult but offer exceptionally generous rewards. Such tasks often attract numerous student teams to compete, resulting in a situation where many vie for limited rewards. Just like now, many teams are searching repeatedly in the target area, hoping to find the task's objective or clues first. Greg struggles to recall his experiences from the original game. In his memory, there were rarely special bounties concerning dungeon areas posted on the Academy's task board. Because the value of dungeons lies more in the rare materials and powerful monster drops found in the deeper areas, which are clearly not easily accessible to ordinary student teams. So what could their task objective be this time? If it really is particularly simple and the rewards are high. Greg stroked his chin, feeling a flicker of temptation. After all, he is currently broke. The 3 gold coins borrowed from Ellie have already been spent, and he still needs funds for survival and development. If he could easily rake in some extra cash, why not? However, this thought was fleeting. He quickly calmed down. Without going to the task announcement board on the Academy's surface, he wouldn't even know the specific details of the tasks. Wanting to get involved would be purely wishful thinking. Moreover, the reason he is hiding in the dungeon is largely to avoid the gaze of the surface and potential troubles. Exposing himself for some uncertain bounty would be counterproductive. Shaking his head, Greg jumped down from the stone and walked back to his small campsite. The sky above the surface had completely darkened, and he could no longer see any students in the distant passages. Greg skillfully extinguished the small campfire, which was used for curing jerky, and now only contained embers wrapping the newly made jerky, which exuded a faint aroma and smoky scent, in oil paper, and stuffing it into the tent. After completing these tasks, he lifted the tent flap and crawled inside. The internal space was small but lined with soft mats, dry and warm, contrasting sharply with the cold and damp environment outside. He sighed comfortably, pulling out another piece of jerky from his bag and chewing leisurely. "Hakimi, would you like to?" Greg casually inquired towards his shadow. Strangely enough, this goddess of the night, when in her cat form, seems to have little interest in fish, but particularly favors the jerky made from dungeon monster meat, mixed with some simple spices. Every time Greg prepares it, she would sit nearby, her eerie green eyes fixed on him without blinking until Greg offers her a portion. Although Greg would occasionally express some disdain for having another mouth to feed, he would still unconsciously prepare a little extra every time he made jerky. After all, in this lightless dungeon, Nate Mel is the only one who can frequently accompany him in conversation and banter. This companionship holds an indescribable value in an extremely lonely environment. However, in recent days, this creature has also been somewhat erratic. It occasionally disappears quietly, running alone into the deeper regions of the dungeon. Greg has sternly warned her several times to emphasize that they are now a shared fate. They rise and fall together, and wandering off easily leads to trouble. Nate Mel's usual response is casual, imbued with the unique laziness and slight impatience of a deity. "Rest assured, my other half. I have survived for such a long time precisely because I am more afraid of death than any living being and know how to avoid real danger. So you need not worry." Greg has no real way to counter this. After all, he cannot truly restrict a goddess' freedom of movement, so he can only choose to believe. At first, he was indeed a bit anxious, fearing that one day he would be munching on jerky when she suddenly dropped dead without warning. But after a few days, Nate Mel always returns safely, sometimes even bringing back 1 or 2 peculiar small stones or fragments of stone slabs, which emit a faint magical fluctuation, things Greg had never seen in the original. Gradually, Greg became accustomed to this creature's mysterious comings and goings. "Hey, stinky cat, are you in the shadow? If you don't come out soon, I'll finish it myself." Greg repeated this to his shadow, but still received no response. Only his own breathing could be heard, and "It seems you've run off somewhere again." Greg shook his head and stopped paying attention. He took out his pocket watch to check the time. 10 o'clock at night. At this point, there are almost no other people in the dungeon besides him. Most of the student teams that entered would leave in the afternoon around 4 or 5, at the latest 6 or 7. After all, they are not like Greg, the unemployed wanderer who needs to attend classes on time the next day and follow the Academy's schedule. Exploring the dungeon is an extracurricular activity for them, not a part of daily life. Greg relaxed his body and lay down on the soft mat. The comfort beneath him made him feel immensely correct about his decision to grit his teeth and buy this tent. Compared to lying directly on the cold, hard, damp, and uncomfortable rocky ground, the conditions here are truly luxurious. Good rest is the foundation for maintaining combat effectiveness and mental state. This investment is well worth it. As his thoughts drifted, Greg began to plan his next steps. Considering the time, the last event of the first chapter should occur tomorrow night. He referred to the concluding event of the main storyline of the first chapter of the original game. The core of this event is to enhance the affection of the second female lead, Sylvia. The summary of the event is quite simple. Sylvia will be kidnapped by an academy associate professor who worships the goddess of light, and then Victoria will go to rescue her. Yes, you heard it right. Sylvia, the candidate saintess of the goddess of light, is to be kidnapped by a follower of the same goddess. It sounds extremely ironic and absurd. In the original story, although the higher-ups of the Church of Light have not officially disclosed Sylvia's identity, as a candidate saintess, the purity of her light attribute, magic far surpassing that of ordinary followers, should have alerted the associate professor to the uniqueness of Sylvia's identity. However, she ultimately carried out the kidnapping. The game does not clarify the associate professor's specific motives until the event concludes, and the Church of Light has imposed a gag order on the matter. In response, the mainstream speculation within the player community is that this incident is related to the faction within the Church of Light that opposes Sylvia, specifically the faction of the current saintess. It is likely that the current saintess, under the pretense of the goddess of light, conveyed some erroneous information or instructions to this devout, but perhaps somewhat fanatical associate professor, prompting her to take such a reckless action. Thus, most players believe that this incident is not only a key moment to increase Sylvia's favorability, but also hints to the players that the Church of Light, which seems to stand on the same side as the protagonist, is not a monolith internally, and may even become a potential enemy in the future. From the perspective of the later plot in the original story, this is indeed a form of foreshadowing and warning. However, Greg harbors doubts about whether this was truly instructed by the current saintess. According to the subsequent plot of the original work, around Chapter 3 players will meet the current saintess. The impression she gives is indeed one of paranoia and fanaticism, even to the point of being somewhat neurotic, with her faith in the light reaching a near-twisted level. However, Greg has developed an intuition through multiple playthroughs. Although that saintess is insane, her faith is genuine, and one might even say it is pure to the extreme. She might resort to extreme measures to purify heretics or impurities, but to frame another blessed one under the name of the goddess. This seems to present a subtle contradiction to her twisted yet honest belief logic. Greg is more inclined to believe that the true mastermind behind this incident might be someone from other factions within the Church of Light, or perhaps forces opposed to the Church attempting to disrupt the situation, and that associate professor may simply be a pawn being used. Sigh. Greg sighed helplessly, his gaze falling on the top of the tent, as if he could penetrate the canvas to see the void of darkness. If we are to dig deep into the truth behind this, it feels too troublesome, involving too much. And the most critical thing is, his voice carried a hint of gloom. This matter should have been prevented and resolved by that damned gray-haired girl. According to the original plot, when Sylvia was kidnapped, Victoria was supposed to be in the dormitory room next to hers. It was she who first noticed the anomaly, tracked the clues, and ultimately rescued Sylvia, which significantly deepened their relationship. This was the part belonging to the hero. However, the reality is that last night Greg stealthily visited Victoria again. From her own words, he learned that due to a serious shoulder injury, she would need at least 3 more days before being discharged. This means that when the kidnapping incident occurs tomorrow night, the protagonist Victoria, who should be present, will perfectly miss it due to lying in bed. Thus, the role of the hero saving the damsel seems to be left with only one alternative. It must be him. Forget it. After all, that Sylvia girl did accompany me to conquer the first layer of the underground city and nearly encountered danger. Although the process was a bit crooked, she did help me after all. Let's consider this as repaying her kindness. Greg scratched his head and quickly convinced himself. Moreover, he knew how the script of the event would unfold. He was well aware of the time method and even the temporary hiding place of the kidnapped Sylvia. To minimize trouble and avoid unnecessary entanglements with the heroines that could lead to a complete breakdown of the plot, Greg decided to take the most direct and efficient approach to secretly resolve this issue before the associate professor successfully abducts Sylvia. In this way, he would save Sylvia while also minimizing the impact on the story. Then, Greg closed his eyes and mentally went through the steps of tomorrow's actions one last time. Now it's time to rest well and gather strength, waiting for tomorrow night to act. Because he had also been busy these past few days, soon the steady sound of breathing echoed in the small tent, merging with the eternal silence of the shallow area of the underground city. Glory Kale Institute of Magic Faculty Residential Area. Unlike the collective dormitory building where students reside, the academy provides formal faculty members with independent bungalow-style buildings located in a tranquil area on the west side of the academy, considering the protection of academic privacy, independent research space, and the identity of the faculty. These houses are uniformly styled with small front yards spaced at adequate distances from each other, ensuring both privacy and a sense of community. At this moment, in one of the bungalows numbered 7B, the light spilling from the study window stands out sharply against the deep night, radiating an unusual tension. The interior of the room is simply furnished, reflecting the neatness expected of a scholar. A bookshelf against the wall is crammed with various magical texts and documents, while unfinished papers and notes are spread open on the desk. The air is filled with the scent of old book pages and cheap ink, mingled with a slight sense of stagnation due to the owner's disturbed mood, which has prevented timely ventilation. Audrey Hope, an associate professor in the Department of Magical History at the Academy, is standing in front of them. In her 30s, she still possesses a delicate appearance, but long hours spent at her desk and excessive worry have etched fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Her brown hair is neatly tied back in a bun, and she wears a somewhat worn, deep brown professor's robe. However, at this moment, there is no trace of the composure or authority expected of a scholar on her face, only a nearly humble longing and deep-seated anxiety. Her gaze is not fixed on the documents on the desk, but is tightly locked onto the center of the table. There a bird is perched. It is a jet-black crow, slightly larger than an ordinary one, with feathers that glisten under the indoor light, exuding a dark sheen that seems capable of absorbing light. Most bizarrely, its eyes are not the round shape common to birds, but slightly elongated, with two extremely ominous dark red glows flickering in the depths of its pupils. It stands quietly on the table, tilting its head, looking at Audrey with its inhuman eyes. Faced with this strange avian creature, Audrey, as an associate professor, adopts an extremely low posture, her hands nervously clasped in front of her fingertips, turning white from the pressure. If I do as you say, my son, will he really gain magical talent? The crow's throat emitted a series of sounds akin to sandpaper scraping, and then an old dry woman's voice resonated clearly in this space. Of course, Miss Hope, we are unlike those lofty deities who only seek the faith of their followers while turning a blind eye to their suffering. We value transactions. You pay the price, fulfill our demands, and naturally you will receive your due reward. It's quite fair, isn't it? If an ordinary student were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for the crow was speaking. But if Greg were here, he would simply express, sorry, my cat says it's hungry, so if there's nothing more, I'll take my... Audrey clearly was not seeing this scene for the first time, yet even so her body shuddered violently, as if the voice carried a cold sting. She abruptly closed her eyes, then forced herself to open them again, her gaze struggling and turbulent. But, Sylvia Lorraine, that girl. Audrey's voice dropped lower, imbued with the instinctual awe and fear a believer feels when mentioning the divine, the light attribute magic she used during the class division assessment. That pure power. Any discerning eye would see she must be a favored one of the goddess. As a follower of the light goddess, how could I possibly harm a potential divine favored one? This is simply the greatest blasphemy against the goddess. It is a betrayal of faith. According to doctrine, my soul will. Faith. Soul. The voice in the crow's mind issued a short, mocking laugh. Has your faith ever freed your son from the label of being useless? Has your devout prayers ever garnered even a shred of pity from that so-called merciful goddess for your son? Audrey Hope, you know better than anyone what it means to have no power in this world. What kind of gaze will your son face in the future? What kind of future awaits him? Are you truly willing to accept that? Each rhetorical question struck Audrey's heart like a heavy hammer, hitting the most vulnerable spots. Her face turned pale, and fine cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Indeed, am I willing? She is an associate professor at the prestigious Kale Academy of Magic, having worked her way to this position through her own efforts and knowledge. Though merely an associate position and often facing some exclusion, due to her background and personality, there remains hope for her to advance to a full professorship and gain higher academic standing and resources. Her life seemed to be on a slow but certain upward trajectory. Yet her son, a mere 80-year-old child, had been deemed a non-magic user during last year's Magical Awakening test, lacking the talent for practicing magic. This result was akin to a thunderclap for her. In this world where magic reigns supreme, what does it mean to have no magic? It means a lifetime devoid of true power, status, and glory, relegated to the lowest tier of commoners. Even after her death, her son, without protection, might not even secure a basic livelihood. She could not accept that. How could her son, Audrey Hope's son, possibly be an ordinary person? It must be a mistake in the testing. Or perhaps it was simply a matter of timing, requiring some opportunity. The strange crow before her represented a force that could provide such an opportunity. A transaction that could grant her child the coveted magical talent. On one side stood the light goddess she had worshipped since childhood, who offered her spiritual solace, but now felt so silent and distant alongside the blasphemous dread and unknown punishment brought forth by kidnapping a divine favored one. On the other side was her blood-related son and a tangible hope to change his fate. Faith is illusory belonging to the afterlife, while her son's future is real, immediate, and pressing. Audrey's breath quickened, her struggles reflecting like a small boat in a storm, rising and falling violently. She recalled how her son had looked at other children performing simple tricks, his eyes unable to conceal the envy and disappointment. She remembered her endless worries and fears for the future during the quiet of night. She remembered the seemingly sympathetic yet secretly superior gazes of her colleagues. Blaspheming the divine. A fall of the soul. If it was for her son to have a bright future. Audrey suddenly raised her head, her previously struggling and pained gaze gradually replaced by a near-obsessive, desperate determination. The last vestige of color drained from her face, leaving only a kind of pale and resolute determination reminiscent of mutual destruction. She looked at the dark red eyes of the crow on the table as though trying to see the existence that proposed the transaction behind them, speaking clearly and hoarsely. I understand. Tell me, what exactly should I do? For my son, I am willing to do anything. When Greg awoke and pushed aside the tent flap, he found Nightmare had already returned to the camp. The black cat was not curled up on the soft cushion as usual, but rather squatting on the flat ground near the rock wall, with several pieces of varied stones it had picked up from the depths of the dungeon over the past few days spread out before it. It lowered its head, its eerie green eyes focused intently on those stones, occasionally pawing at them, as if attempting to piece them together in some specific manner. Greg rubbed his bleary eyes, saw this scene, and couldn't help but yawn, his tone tinged with disdain. I say, my lady goddess, could you refrain from bringing back these odd things next time? The camp space is already small. Oh, I genuinely worry that one day it will become a junkyard piled high with your collected treasures. Nightmare, without raising its head, merely responded in that ethereal, mysterious voice. These are not junk, though they may seem inconspicuous now in the future. You may thank me for today's collection. Huh? Greg scoffed, walking to the dark river nearby to splash water on his face. Thank you. Do you mean to say these broken stone pieces could somehow piece themselves into a treasure map, guiding us to some lost treasure? Nightmare chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying, then stopped fiddling with the stones, elegantly turned around, and raised its eerie green gaze towards Greg, naturally changing the topic. By the way, my other half, I have observed you these past few days, and it seems you have been preparing for something that will happen tonight. From Nightmare's perspective, Greg's recent behavior has also been rather unusual. He no longer idles by the riverbank attempting to catch the elusive black-water octopus with rudimentary tools. Instead, he often squats on the empty ground of the camp, drawing complex patterns and lines on the ground with sticks or stones, sometimes even talking to the air, mimicking two different voices as he argues passionately with himself. Nightmare once overheard him mumble, or perhaps, I should take this opportunity to play the hero and gain a significant favor from Sylvie. No, stop. Greg, wake up. Your main and only core task right now is to survive, to safely endure until the storyline concludes. Maybe by the time I get there, this damn curse of 10 luck points that activates upon stepping onto the surface will lift automatically, due to my fate as the villain. At that time, with the sky high and birds flying freely, I could find a bustling city, enjoy fine wine, delicious food, and beautiful women. Living a life where everything is handed to me. Oh no, I mean enjoying a happy life. Isn't that better than following some female protagonist's personal route? So right now I must stay low. Try to avoid unintended entanglements with those protagonists to prevent the plot from going wild. However, it seems that after a few days of battling between his left and right brain, Greg has managed to clarify his thoughts and has made a final decision, no longer hesitating like before. In response to Nightmare's inquiry, Greg wiped his face with a cloth, his tone returning to its usual casualness. As for preparation, there really isn't much to prepare for. After all, this is just the concluding event of the first chapter. According to the game's difficulty curve, that theoretical Professor Audrey shouldn't be too strong. Compared to that LV-35 boss, the eight-legged lady who left countless new players traumatized and was dubbed the nightmare for newcomers, this professor is practically gentle and adorable. Furthermore, in the original work, the difficulty of this event was never about combat. The most challenging part was that players needed to investigate and reason like detectives, tracking Professor Audrey's movements step by step within limited clues, in time ultimately finding her secret hiding place for Sylvie. This process is filled with time constraints and branching choices, and making a wrong step could lead to failure. But for Greg, who possesses the script, this most challenging reasoning and tracking segment can be bypassed directly. He knows Audrey's complete action plan and the secret location she intends to use to imprison Sylvie. So by intercepting her beforehand, he can undoubtedly reduce the difficulty and risk of the event to a minimum. Oh, it seems you are quite confident. Nightmare flicked its tail, walking gracefully to Greg's feet, looking up at him. So during this free time before the action begins, you seem quite free. If that's the case, why not try to impress me? For example, how about presenting me with some delicious jerky right now? If it pleases me, perhaps I might raise your favorability with me. What benefits are there in impressing you right now? Are you asking me to take some shocking path with beast people? Greg retorted habitually, but his body was honest. He turned back toward the tent, rummaging through his bag to find a piece of jerky wrapped in oil paper, emitting an enticing aroma of spices. He tossed it casually toward Nightmare's position. Meowed. Nightmare let out a light sound that was completely uncharacteristic of its divine identity, springing up gracefully with a kick of its hind legs, accurately opening its mouth in midair to catch the piece of jerky. Upon landing, it chewed elegantly, its black tail gently swaying in satisfaction. What a cool... As Nightmare enjoyed the offering, it evaluated with an ethereal voice, casting a glance at Greg with its emerald eyes. But to be honest, your appearance is indeed my type. So your minor flaws in character I can somewhat accept. Well, thank you. Greg's perfunctory words got stuck halfway. He suddenly turned his head, looking at Nightmare, who was nibbling on the jerky, a flicker of astonishment and disbelief in his amber eyes. Wait, what did you just say? You said, my appearance is your type. Is there a problem? Nightmare swallowed its mouthful of meat, looked up, and met Greg's gaze calmly with its emerald eyes, even examining him closely. At this moment, standing in the dim light of the dungeon's shallow layers, Greg indeed possessed an outstanding appearance that would draw anyone's attention. His shoulder-length golden hair was not the dull pure gold, but rather like flowing molten gold, shimmering with a warm and vibrant glow in the faint light, the ends swaying gently with his movements. His eyes were a clear and deep amber, slightly widened in surprise at this moment, as if they contained a sea of stars. Every line of his features was sculpted, as if by the most exceptional sculptor, forming a face that was handsome to the point of sharpness, yet not lacking in gentleness. His figure was tall and upright, clad in form-fitting clothing that allowed for movement, revealing a muscular physique that was both proportionate and strong. Even in this dark and damp underground cave, wearing simple clothes dusted with dirt, he could not hide his dazzling presence. Nightmare nodded its black cat head with certainty, its tone carrying a pure appreciation, like that of an art connoisseur. Indeed, your appearance is truly unparalleled in my long years. Not just me, I dare say, even that hypocritical woman who likes to stuff her chest, if she were to see your current appearance for the first time, she would probably be unable to suppress a bit of fondness deep down. After all, beautiful things always attract attention, even for deities. Is that so? Greg was stunned, his brows slowly furrowing as he fell into contemplation. He had thought that the question mark behind his 10 charm points indicated that any character would feel disgusted upon seeing him for the first time and would not develop any fondness. But now, according to Nightmare, it seemed to be otherwise. Greg pondered. Could this setting only apply to characters like the original protagonist? Yet he recalled the second time he saved that side character who called herself Lily Carlo from the Dark River. He was certain that Lily's first reaction upon seeing him after being rescued was one of aversion. So that theory is also incorrect. Unless... Greg suddenly remembered a piece of information from the... Lilith had mentioned in a conversation that she actually possessed a magical device that could disguise her appearance, which she occasionally used out of boredom to change her looks and do things that a princess could not. Although Greg had never seen the specific form of Lilith using the magical device within the game, nor was it clearly depicted in the original work. But at this moment, connecting this information with the inexplicable changes in the plot during the class assessment, a chilling yet entirely reasonable hypothesis erupted in his mind. That Lily Carlo is not just some ordinary rich merchant's daughter. She is none other than Lilith Karn herself. She used that disguised magical device. Damn it. Greg instinctively raised his hand and forcefully covered his face. It's my mistake, Gray Fur. Greg's mindset broke down. The night is deep. The soft glow of the magical wall lamp fills the room with a warm yellow light. Sylvie has just finished her bath. She sits on the edge of her single bed by the window, wearing only a thin cotton nightgown. The nightgown is simple in style, with a round neckline and short sleeves reaching down to her knees. The soft fabric clings to her body, outlining the budding curves of the young girl. Because of the warmth of the hot water, her exposed skin, her slender neck, rounded shoulders, elegantly shaped arms and calves, glows with a healthy and alluring shade of pink reminiscent of a ripe peach ready to yield its juice at the slightest touch. A few damp strands of pink hair cling to her smooth forehead and the side of her face, with tiny water droplets at the tips slowly sliding down. She isn't wearing shoes or socks. Her delicate feet are bare against the cold yet clean wooden floor. Her toes curl slightly from the chill of the floor. The skin on the top of her feet is pale to the point of translucence, revealing the faint bluish veins beneath her ankles are delicate, and the arch of her feet is graceful. She tilts her body slightly, one hand unconsciously twisting the hem of her nightgown, the other resting on the edge of the bed, her gaze unfocused. As she stares ahead, she tilts her body slightly, one hand unconsciously twisting the hem of her nightgown, the other resting on the edge of the bed, her gaze unfocused. As she stares ahead, the light from the lamp reflecting in her pink eyes, yet appearing somewhat vacant, having lost its usual purity and brightness. Her pretty face, slightly flushed from the bath, bears no expression of relaxation or ease, instead shrouded in a faint gloom. The reason is simple. This afternoon she visited the Academy's affiliated hospital to see her injured friend. During their casual conversation, Victoria casually mentioned that Senior Greg had quietly visited her once again the night before last to check on her recovery. Just this one understated remark stirred up ripples of unrest in Sylvie's heart, like a stone cast into a calm lake. Since they parted ways at the entrance after returning from the underground city a few days ago, she had not seen Senior. She had thought that having faced the dangers of the underground city together, fighting side by side, and even helping to save 3 other seniors, their relationship would be closer than that of ordinary senior and junior. At least they shouldn't be so distant that they couldn't even meet. But in reality, Senior Greg had not come to find her even once. Instead, unbeknownst to her, he had once again visited Victoria alone. This disparity in treatment felt like a small thorn silently piercing into Sylvie's heart. It was not intense, yet it brought a persistent, subtle sting that left her emotions in a low and chaotic state since the afternoon. What? Hasn't Senior Greg come to see me? Does he feel like there is nothing to say to me? Or does he still see me as just a junior who needs care while Victoria is the more important friend? Of course, Sylvie's rational side was also trying to justify Greg's behavior. She told herself that it might be normal for Senior Greg not to come find her. After all, they were merely ordinary senior and junior, and they had not known each other for long. He had no obligation or reason to specifically care for her. His visit to the injured Victoria might have simply been out of guilt for his previous actions, which was reasonable. But another voice in her heart weakly countered. But I also want to talk to Senior Greg. I want to know how he has been in the underground city lately, if there is anything else I can help with. She even mustered the courage several times, considering whether she should go to the underground city to run into Senior Greg or simply go in to find him. But each time this thought arose, it was followed by immense hesitation and retreat. What reason do I have to see? Should I say I'm just here to chat? That sounds too strange. Senior Greg would definitely find me annoying, right? Moreover, Senior Greg always seems busy working hard on strategies for the underground city. If I were to go over unannounced, would I disturb him and interrupt his important tasks? A myriad of concerns intertwined, preventing her from taking that step. She could only suppress this inexplicable longing and desire to get closer, transforming it into a nearly inaudible sigh as she sat alone by the window with that lingering tension and gloom in her brow. What? Have I been unable to help but think about Senior Greg lately? Sylvie murmured to herself, her voice filled with confusion and self-reflection. She somewhat frustratedly cupped her flushed cheeks with her hands, then propped her elbows on the windowsill, resting her chin on her hands, her pink eyes staring blankly out the window. In the night sky, a round moon like a silver disk hung high, casting a clear light that outlined the Academy buildings in a cold silver edge. The moonlight is beautiful, clear, and full, yet reflected in Sylvie's eyes, it only made her feel that the glow was somewhat cold and lonely. At that moment, boom, a muffled yet piercing explosion suddenly shattered the night's tranquility, coming from a direction not far from the girls' dormitory. The loud sound echoed throughout the quiet campus, even causing the windows of Sylvie's dormitory building to tremble slightly. Oh, what was that sound? What's happening? An explosion? Where did it explode? The entire girls' dormitory building was instantly stirred up. The windows that had already dimmed and fallen into slumber or silence suddenly lit up. The startled girls hurriedly opened their windows, leaning out to peer curiously in the direction of the loud noise, discussing what might have happened. In the sky towards that direction, dense smoke was faintly rising, appearing particularly abrupt under the moon. In their student years, particularly in the most curious age, young girls have a natural enthusiasm for major events happening around them. Fear quickly gave way to excitement and curiosity as the dormitory filled with chatter and speculation, all discussing what exactly had happened. Was it a laboratory accident? Or had the demons invaded the academy? Sylvia was startled by the sudden explosion, her heart racing. Curious about the cause of the explosion, she felt a twinge of worry as a candidate saintess of the Church of Light, despite not favoring this identity, wondering if anyone had been hurt. Taking a deep breath to quell her unease, she prepared to turn around, change out of her nightgown, and put on comfortable clothes suitable for movement, before heading to the explosion site to see if anyone needed help. However, just as she took a step back from the window, not yet having turned around, an apparition like a ghost silently appeared on the open windowsill. Moonlight illuminated the figure from behind, casting a hazy halo around them, yet their face remained obscured in shadow. But the dark robe adorned with the insignia of a university professor along with the vague outline of a woman quickly made Sylvia recognize her visitor. You are Professor Audrey. Sylvia instinctively took a half-step back, her pink eyes filled with shock and confusion. She knew this associate professor of magical history, though not well, and the woman always gave off a serious, rigid, and somewhat gloomy impression. How could she appear at this hour in such a manner outside her dorm room? Standing on the windowsill, Audrey, illuminated by the indoor light and moonlight, showed no expression on her face, only a near-numb calm. She looked at Sylvia, nodded, and spoke in a flat tone devoid of emotion. "Good evening, Sylvia. Although there's a slight deviation from the original plan, I hope you can come with me." "Come with you?" At this time, Sylvia's heart sank abruptly. Though Audrey was an associate professor and her nominal mentor, appearing in such a bizarre manner and using a tone that left no room for discussion at this late hour made Sylvia unconsciously step back, slightly, her back nearly touching the cold wall. Her gaze quickly swept over the rising column of smoke outside the window. Could the recent explosion be related to Professor Audrey? Despite her reluctance to suspect her mentor maliciously, the abnormal situation forced her to raise her vigilance to an unprecedented level. Her right hand quietly moved behind her, her fingertips beginning to gather faint magical energy, ready to cast a simple holy light bolt to attract attention from others in the dorm. Noticing the wariness in Sylvia's eyes and her barely perceptible retreat, Audrey let out a quiet sigh, which seemed to carry a hint of fatigue and a sense of relief after making a certain decision. "Originally, I planned to wait until you were sound asleep before taking action. That would be better for both of us." Audrey's voice remained flat as she spoke, reaching into the pocket of her professor's robe to retrieve a small glass vial sealed with a cork. The vial contained a small amount of white gas that swayed slightly under the moonlight. But that sudden explosion just now was too loud. "The Academy's patrol and security personnel will be drawn here shortly to investigate. I no longer have time to wait." What do you want to do to me?" Sylvia's voice trembled slightly from tension as she forced herself to question, hastening the gathering of magical energy behind her. "I'm sorry." Audrey interrupted her thoughts, her voice revealing little regret, only a coldness of businesslike indifference. She pulled out the cork and tilted the vial slightly. No incantation, no magical fluctuations. But the moment the cork was removed, Sylvia suddenly felt a wave of intense weakness wash over her like a tsunami. The strength in her limbs seemed to be drained in an instant, making it difficult to even stand. The faint magical energy she had just gathered dissipated like a candle flickering in the wind. She barely managed to emit a short, muffled groan before her legs gave way and her body uncontrollably collapsed towards the ground. Her vision began to blur and spin, the ceiling and the looming figure of Professor Audrey merging together. Her eyelids felt immensely heavy as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, making each attempt to open them. What do you want to do to me?" Using the last bit of her strength, she squeezed out her fragmented questions, her pink eyes fixed on the indistinct silhouette on the windowsill, filled with disbelief and the sting of betrayal from a trusted mentor. Yet the only response came from Professor Audrey's emotionless eyes in the shadows and a fluttering "I'm sorry." Then Audrey approached the collapsed Sylvia, struggling slightly to lift the girl's light body. Sylvia felt herself suspended in midair, catching the scent of old books mixed with a bitter herbal aroma from Professor Audrey, and sensed the arms holding her tremble slightly. But apart from these vague sensations, she could do nothing. An extreme sense of fear and powerlessness like cold vines wrapped around her heart, slowly tightening. "Help me." She wanted to scream, but her throat felt blocked by something rendering her voiceless. Or rather, even if she could make a sound, the dormitory was in chaos due to the explosion in the distance. Who would notice a girl's weak cries for help in this room? Audrey carried Sylvia to the window. The night breeze rushed in, cool and ruffling Sylvia's damp pink hair. Audrey whispered an incantation, her syllables awkward and rapid. A blue magic circle began to faintly appear beneath and behind her as the air began to gather. Wings of Wind, a mid-tier wind attribute support magic that grants the caster brief flying ability. Clearly Audrey intended to use this magic to take her away. Her body slightly lifted and the sensation of weightlessness enveloped her. Audrey leaped out the window, holding her close. The night wind suddenly turned fierce, howling past her ears. The lights of the dormitory quickly receded below. The cold moonlight poured down without obstruction, and Sylvia felt a bone-chilling cold not just from the night wind, but from the deep-seated fear of the unknown fate awaiting her. She was being taken away. To where? What would she encounter? Senior Greg. Victoria. Despair surged over her like a tidal wave. Her eyelids grew heavier, her vision completely blurred, leaving only a final flicker of light. Just as her consciousness was about to sink into darkness, perhaps by coincidence, or perhaps the instinct to survive, she turned her gaze at the last moment, her hazy vision piercing through the smoke blown away by the night wind, vaguely capturing the distance. It was precisely the location of the explosion that had just occurred, where the ground had collapsed into a shocking pit, its edges twisted and jagged with rubble. Inside the pit, thick black smoke billowed upward relentlessly. At the edge of that pit stood several figures. They were all dressed in white coats, surrounding a silhouette, facing away from her, appearing to be engaged in a heated debate. The figure at the front had shoulder-length golden hair that still shone brilliantly even under the moonlight, and tall, and with a somewhat casual posture. There was even a hint of impatience. That silhouette. A fleeting faint sense of familiarity brushed across Sylvia's scattered consciousness, one she could not even confirm herself. It felt like Senior Greg. But in the next second she dismissed this absurd thought. No, that's impossible. Senior Greg must still be in the underground city, busy with important matters. How could he possibly be here? Her last bit of strength exhausted. The darkness fell like the softest yet heaviest curtain, completely covering her vision. On the ground at the edge of the pit formed by the explosion, Greg, with somewhat disheveled golden hair, stood with his hands on his hips, angrily berating several alchemy students in white coats, his tone unabashedly irritable. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch a glimpse of something flying at a steady pace across the night sky, heading towards outside the academy. It looked like a human figure, and it seemed to be carrying something. Greg instinctively glanced in that direction, still thinking, who's crazy enough to use flying magic in the middle of the night? And carrying someone, planning to elope. But just as he was about to pull his gaze back to continue arguing with the alchemy students, a certain part of his brain felt as if it had been struck by a jolt of electricity. Wait. Flying magic. Carrying someone. At this point in time, Greg's anger instantly froze, his amber eyes suddenly contracted, and his pupils dilated sharply. Damn it, has the event already occurred? But I haven't even boarded yet. An hour ago. On the contrary, he had long been prepared for the events that might unfold tonight, having left the underground camp early and stealthily approached the girls' dormitory area, finding a relatively dense patch of vegetation where he could observe a specific area of the dormitory, while remaining difficult to detect, quietly lying in wait. The night breeze was cool, carrying the fresh scent of the greenery from the academy's garden. The distant dormitory building had scattered lights, with most windows darkened, only a few still glowing, and faint sounds of late-night students' laughter or chatter drifted away with the night wind. Greg leaned against a large ornamental tree, his figure nearly merging with the shadow of the trunk, his amber eyes sharply focused on the target direction, like a nocturnal hunter waiting for the right moment. Although he did not know where Associate Professor Audrey was hiding or what final preparations she was making before the event officially began, Greg was well aware of her pattern of action tonight. After Sylvia fell into a deep sleep, she would silently infiltrate her dorm window, using low-level wind magic, then drug Sylvia to make her lose consciousness before taking her away. As for why Greg would rather painstakingly wait for the rabbit to appear now instead of taking a more efficient approach, such as finding Associate Professor Audrey during the day and subduing her to make her betray and abandon her plan, there was indeed a reason why Greg did not implement this plan. To attack an associate professor of the academy without cause, even if the other party had ulterior motives, would completely change the nature of the situation. If Greg acted first without solid evidence of her wrongdoing, he would transform from an intervener preventing a crime into a malicious attacker of faculty members. Given his already notorious reputation, how could he claim that an associate professor was planning to kidnap a student? Few would believe him. Instead, it would only solidify the charges against him for being deranged and attempting to slander a teacher. This would only worsen his survival environment in this world and attract pursuit from the academy and the kingdom's laws. Therefore, to justify his intervention, he had to wait for Professor Audrey to take action. Only when the crime was in progress could his interference have the most indisputable justification. According to Greg's plan, the best moment to act would be the instant Associate Professor Audrey stepped onto Sylvia's dormitory windowsill, ready to carry out the kidnapping. At that point, both Audrey's criminal intent and actions would be clear, while Sylvia would not have sustained any substantial harm. Greg could swiftly intervene, subduing Audrey and handing her directly to the academy's enforcement team. In this way, the incident could be resolved within the smallest scope. Sylvia would not experience the fear and unknown risks of being kidnapped, the incident would not escalate, and the disruption to the plot's direction would be minimized. The plan was logically clear, with defined steps and controllable risks. Now he only needed to remain in this concealed corner, patiently waiting for the target to appear, and then like the precise gears of a clock intervene at the right moment to complete the harvest. However, my other half, a ethereal voice suddenly echoed in Greg's mind, carrying a hint of bored inquiry. You seem to have been in a not-so-wonderful mood since this morning. Your brow has been furrowed, and your breath seems a bit restless. Could it be? Today is one of those special periods that you male creatures have a few times every month. Greg, fully focused on the dormitory building, twitched his lips at the words, nearly losing his composure. What the hell? Males don't have those special periods every month. That's a physiological phenomenon exclusive to females, okay? You unlearned cat. Oh, is that so? Natemir's voice carried a hint of genuine confusion as a black cat's head slowly emerged from the shadow by Greg's feet, its emerald eyes glimmering in the darkness. It tilted its head, seemingly recalling earnestly, but I remember long ago when I secretly listened to some followers chatting, they mentioned that if male creatures do not engage in, well, that kind of life harmony and release for a long time, their bodies will accumulate pressure and in severe cases may even lead to a boom and explode. Oh, I see what you're talking about now. Greg also came to a realization. But he felt this explanation was also incorrect because for an excellent pilot, there were no special days. They could take off whenever they wanted. However, just as he was about to explain, Greg suddenly realized something. He abruptly looked down at the elegant black cat licking its paws by his feet, a hint of amusement and mischief flashing in his amber eyes. Wait. You secretly listened to the followers chatting. Greg deliberately elongated his tone, revealing a subtle smile of I understand, so your wealth of knowledge comes from eavesdropping. I thought as the goddess of the night you would already be well versed in these life mysteries. Turns out you are a theoretical knowledge novice relying entirely on hearsay. He emphasized the term novice with a hint of mischievous anticipation, wanting to see if this goddess who usually held herself high would show any semblance of embarrassment or shame. However, Greg clearly underestimated the thickness of this goddess' skin. Natemir paused, her paw-licking, lifted her head, and met Greg's playful gaze with her emerald eyes, even symbolically puffing out her fluffy cat chest, responding in an ethereal, yet boldly righteous voice, learning and exploring fields and knowledge that one does not yet understand regardless of the legitimate means has never been something to be ashamed of. This is true for mortals, and it is also true for us deities. Curiosity is one of the driving forces behind the advancement of all things. Greg, to put such a scandalous act in such pure terms, I'm really impressed. Could it be that you don't even have a concept of shame? Shame. Natemir flicked her tail, speaking casually, that thing neither fills the belly nor enhances strength. Sometimes it can even become a shackle to actions. What use do I have for it? Natemir licked his lips and brought the topic back. All right, enough small talk. You haven't answered my question yet. Why have you been in such a gloomy mood today? This. Greg hesitated. Since he learned this morning that Lily Carlo was actually Lilith Khan, his feelings had become quite complicated, as if he had been toyed with by a heartless woman. No, he had indeed been toyed with. He recalled a series of experiences he had shared with her. The main heroine had actually disguised herself as a bystander to gain his favor and intelligence, and even after defeating Victoria, using that information, she had boasted, "Your Highness is far more formidable than you expected." Tisk, that despicable woman. Oh, a despicable woman. Natemir's ears perked up instantly, his emerald eyes gleaming with curiosity, his voice brimming with a mischievous excitement. Sounds like quite a story. Quick, tell me the details. I am most interested in the entanglements of mortal emotions, love and hate. Which young lady is it? How is she despicable? Did she deceive your feelings or rob you of your possessions? Or perhaps she both toyed with your affections and took your wealth? Greg glared at Natemir, annoyed. Shut up. This is not some emotional entanglement. There's nothing to take. It's just, I was played by a troublesome character. Of course he wouldn't elaborate further. Given his understanding of Natemir, if he revealed the whole story, this mischievous goddess would undoubtedly tease him about it for a long time to come. Oh, played. Natemir's interest peaked as he circled around Greg's feet, his tail twitching excitedly. Someone managed to play with me. Greg could not be bothered with him, turning his head away, focusing his attention back on the dormitory building, signaling his refusal to. Greg could not be bothered with him, turning his head away, focusing his attention back on the dormitory building, signaling his refusal to engage. Seeing him so unresponsive, Natemir pouted, seemingly wanting to persist in pestering him. However, Greg's gaze inadvertently swept across the lawn by his feet. In the faint illumination of the moonlight and distant streetlights, he suddenly noticed wisps of deep, nearly black smoke quietly rising from the cracks in the grass. Greg paused slightly. There was no fire source nearby nor anything burning. Where was the smoke coming from? Moreover, the color of the smoke. Was it too dark? Just as he was puzzled and instinctively bent down to look closer, buzz. The ground beneath him trembled with an almost imperceptible vibration. Then, boom, a horrific explosion indescribable in words filled with blinding white light, and a violent heat erupted suddenly beneath where Greg stood. The destructive shockwave and searing flames burst forth like an awakened ancient beast opening its massive maw to devour everything above. The deafening roar of the explosion instantly tore through the night sky, the terrifying sound waves, even causing the windows of the nearby dormitory to groan under the strain. In the face of imminent death, Greg's brain had no time to think. Survival instinct and the reflexes honed from numerous brushes with danger made him act immediately. He tossed Natemeyer into the shadows and directly activated the skill phasing. His body transformed into an ethereal shadow in a fraction of a second. The blazing flames, flying debris, and violent shockwave. All deadly physical and elemental damage passed through him as if he were air without any hindrance. But the moment the skill's effect wore off, the intense heat wave and powerful thrust generated by the explosion firmly struck Greg's rematerialized body, causing him to tumble awkwardly across the lawn before finally coming to a stop. Cough, cough. He coughed, struggling to sit up from the ground, shaking his head, which was slightly dizzy from the deafening noise, and opened his eyes wide in shock at the spot where he had just stood. There, the originally flat lawn and ornamental shrubs had vanished. In their place was a horrifying pit over 20 meters in diameter and more than 10 meters deep, still swirling with eerie thick smoke. Something seemed to be faintly glowing at the bottom of the pit, emitting unstable magical fluctuations. What on earth is this? Looking at this scene, Greg felt a lingering fear, realizing how close he had come to death. He had thought that today he had turned a bit of luck with nothing unusual happening on the surface, only to find himself in such a predicament. Natemeyer couldn't help but exclaim, "By the way, aren't you sometimes a bit too unlucky? I know that already, even without you saying it." Greg dusted off his clothes and stood up. But just then the grass beside him suddenly parted, revealing a hidden tunnel, and several people in white coats crawled out from inside, looking somewhat disheveled. Did we succeed? The smallest of the three trembled with a mix of relief and uncertain. Energy readings before the explosion peaked at over 75 times the theoretical safety value, according to Appendix C of 17 collapse models for unsteady alchemical circuits. This was undoubtedly a failure. A tall individual holding a broken pen stated. Damn. Then the third person was about to speak when he suddenly noticed Greg, who had been staring at them. The atmosphere on the scene fell silent for a moment. One of the individuals in white coats cleared his throat, attempting to sound more persuasive, though his voice still trembled. This student, no matter who you are. He cautiously pointed a finger covered in black soot at the still smoking pit, his face contorting into a complex expression of apology and sincerity. Please don't misunderstand. This is absolutely not an accident nor an explosion. His two companions immediately reacted. Yes. This was a high-intensity, short-duration, controllable negative entropy reverse flow demonstration we've been preparing for a long time in the alchemy department. Look at this pit. It seems irregular, but in reality its long and short axis and depth ratio is infinitely close to the reciprocal of the golden ratio. This symbolizes our perfect application of the opposing concepts of beauty and destruction in alchemical practice. So, the apparent leader continued, this is by no means a destruction of public property or a threat to public safety. This is a forward-looking ideal experiment, although it may have appeared, somewhat impassioned. But there was actually nothing wrong with this experiment. Greg, you alchemists are all ox. The Glory Kyle Academy of Magic has always been divided into two major factions. On one side is the magical department, capable of summoning thunder and fire with a wave of their hand, and on the other is the alchemical department, which spends its days dealing with various bottles and jars. The alchemical students often barely scrape by in combat classes, but when it comes to the ability to dismantle and destroy, they claim second place, with no one in the entire school daring to claim first. As for why their laboratories are now all located underground, that can be attributed to a certain incident where they nearly turned half of a teaching building into fireworks. The fed-up principal, with a stroke of the pen, ordered all alchemists and students to move their equipment into the deeper underground, stating the reason quite plainly. If there's another explosion, well, no one gets to run, let's all rest together down below. The intention was, of course, to admonish them to operate with caution. Unfortunately, this group of individuals seems to have been steeped in heavy tomes and complex formulas, leading to a convoluted way of thinking. After hearing the instructions, they exchanged glances, subsequently revealing knowing smirks. Think you can restrict our quest for truth and the outburst of our talents in this way? They underestimated the wisdom and survival instinct of the alchemists. Thus an ambitious underground construction movement commenced. While moving the main laboratories and equipment into the designated underground areas, the big shots and small fries of the alchemical department fully exploited their professional skills and initiative. Under the guise of reasonably planning experimental zones, ensuring emergency evacuation routes are clear, and complying with safety regulations, they mobilized all available resources, wielding various types of engineering golems, directional blasting devices, and rock-softening agents, to secretly excavate, reinforce, and disguise countless intricate safety passages known only to the alchemical department. These passages connected in every direction, some leading to the wilderness outside the academy, some linking to the city's sewer system, and some even directly digging beneath the teaching buildings or warehouses of other departments. Their complexity and secrecy would astonish even the most seasoned thief. In this manner, the alchemist's logic formed a perfect closed loop. If an experiment fails, leading to an explosion, leak, pollution, or the summoning of an unspeakable entity, fear not. Immediately activate a protective barrier that lasts a few minutes, then skillfully slip into the nearest safe passage, activate shielding and purification devices, and escape unscathed. As for the laboratory itself, or whether the ground above would collapse, be blown to the sky, or be occupied by strange entities, that was not their immediate concern. After all, if the Academy's property suffers losses, they can always apply for funding to rebuild, while the precious alchemist and unfinished grand concepts must be preserved. This very style made the alchemical department the most troublesome, yet the most respected existence within the Academy. In the original game, players occasionally control characters who, while walking along the road, are inadvertently caught up in various incidents sparked by the alchemical department's failed experiments, resulting in injuries, equipment damage, and even the direct loss of precious active days, marking it as a major pitfall in player experience. Moreover, the alchemical department is known for producing a variety of uniquely characterized individuals. One such character, notorious as a troublesome side antagonist in the original work, is a member of the alchemical department and also the second-year chief. She is a female character known for her sharp tongue and for referring to everyone as small fish, small. One of the most blood pressure-raising actions she takes is to publicly call for her fellow students in the alchemical department in various situations to not accept any alchemical commissions from that guy, lest we lower the standards of our department, which sets up numerous obstacles for players in their game progress. Though she is not particularly strong in combat and cannot directly cause a game over, her incessant harassment and sabotage successfully make her one of the most despised characters players wish to avoid. In summary, in the eyes of most faculty and students of the Academy, the alchemical department is a high-risk trouble hotspot filled with zealots, destructors, neurotics, and those with social disorders. As such, it is best to avoid contact whenever possible. If contact is unavoidable, one must exercise utmost caution. Thus, when Gregor regained his senses from the dizziness of the explosion and the pain of falling, hearing those lab-coded figures uttering keywords like concept, experiment, and demonstration, he instantly understood what he was facing. Rage, like a lit powder keg mixed with his frustration over his negative luck score of 10, instantly shattered the last vestiges of Gregor's reason. "You motherf." A torrent of profanities enough to make the most vulgar sailor blush gushed forth from Gregor's mouth, like a flood raining down on the three alchemical students. The ferocity of his tirade, the originality of his language, and the sincerity of his emotion left the three of them dumbfounded, frozen in place, their expressions shifting from confidence to shock, then from shock to bewilderment. In their understanding and experience, most magical students are nobles, and even when these noble-born students are enraged, they typically express their anger with a sense of decorum and subtlety. Usually they resort to veiled sarcasm or condescending, disdainful terms to vent their dissatisfaction. In this way, even if they are insulted, they can easily pretend not to understand. But they had never encountered someone like Gregor, who showed no restraint and directly delivered familial greetings. This completely exceeded their repertoire of retorts, leaving them momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Should they retort, apologize, or engage in a verbal spat? Just as Gregor was running out of breath, feeling that the pent-up anger within him had been slightly vented, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a vague figure in the night sky, flying towards the direction outside the academy walls at a speed that was not too fast. Gregor's brain felt as if doused in ice water, instantly jolting him awake, and all cursing ceased. "Sylvia!" He abruptly turned his head, fixating on the figure that was about to vanish into the night. "Crap! I forgot the main issue. Sylvia has already been taken away. While I was arguing with these idiots. This damn luck score. This is exactly why I didn't want to come to the surface." Gregor silently roared within. He could no longer concern himself with entangling with these foolish alchemists. Even casting a final glance at the still smoking pit felt like a waste of time. "You lot remember this. Today's incident isn't over between us. With only this fiery threat left to hang in the air, Gregor's figure shot out like an arrow, swiftly disappearing around the corner of the garden path, leaving the three alchemical students staring at each other stunned. Phew. That scared me to death. The tall boy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking nervously towards the direction Gregor had vanished. Who was that guy? A student from the magical department. His insults were too dirty. I've never been cursed at like that in my life. The smaller boy adjusted his glasses and muttered softly, actually, it wasn't that bad. Anyway, I didn't do anything. After they finished speaking, both of them unconsciously turned to the third person, who had remained mostly silent. Hey Aiden, why are you spacing out? The tall one elbowed him. You're not seriously scared by that guy's harsh words, are you? He's just a student from the magical department. No matter how fierce he curses, what can he do to us? We are from the alchemical department, and the professors are all protective of us. No, replied the man named Aiden, slowly shaking his head with a low voice. I'm not thinking about I'm thinking. Do you guys feel that the person just now looked very familiar? Familiar? The small boy and the tall one exchanged puzzled glances. Yes. Aiden turned to his companions, articulating each word. Don't you think he looks a lot like Greg Sasse? Greg Sasse. The tall boy paused for a moment, and then suddenly realized his expression becoming somewhat strange. Oh. You mean that guy from the magical department whose reputation is even more infamous than ours in the alchemical department? Yes, that's him. Aiden nodded. The small boy curled his lip, unimpressed. So what if it's him? I heard he has been publicly disowned by the Sasse family. Now he has lost his noble status and is just an ordinary civilian student, possibly worse off than an actual civilian. Can he still threaten us alchemists? That is true. Aiden's brows furrowed deeper. He instinctively lowered his voice. But have you heard a rumor about him? Rumor? What rumor? Both of them were intrigued by his mysterious demeanor and leaned in closer. Aiden glanced around, confirming no one else was nearby, before speaking in an extremely low voice. Not long ago, I happened to overhear a senior responsible for the second-year alchemical basics course mentioning. He said that our department's second-year chief, Chloe Ivy, her ability to leave the slums, gain admission, and even receive full scholarship benefits in the alchemical department, seems to have some relation to Greg Sasse. What a... The tall boy and the small boy gasped in disbelief, their faces reflecting shock. Chloe Ivy, the one who is privately referred to as the tyrant of the alchemical department, the nightmare of the second year. She has a connection to Greg Sasse. How is that even possible? The tall boy's voice cracked. Clearly this Chloe Ivy holds a terrifying reputation in the alchemical department that makes people know this. This must just be a rumor, the small boy stammered, his face paling. Those two look like they're from completely different worlds. Moreover, I've never seen them interact in any way. I hope this is just a rumor. Aiden's expression was equally grim. He took a deep breath and said slowly, however, there's no smoke without fire. If this rumor has even a shred of truth to it. He lifted his head, looking at his two companions, his eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness and a hint of barely concealed fear. If Chloe Ivy truly has some connection to Greg Sasse that we don't know about, then... Aiden left the sentence unfinished, but the tall boy and the small boy's faces had already turned ashen, sweat breaking out on their foreheads more than when they were scolded by Gregor. In the night wind, the three stood at the edge of the still smoking pit, gazing at the direction Gregor had disappeared, silent for a long time. A chilling sense of dread crept up their spines. The heavy scent of mildew and dust gradually pulled Sylvia from her deep faint as her consciousness floated like fragments rising from the cold depths of water. She struggled to lift her heavy eyelids, her initial vision a blur of swaying shadows and light spots, which slowly came into focus after several seconds. What came into view was a wooden ceiling stained and webbed with grime. Several rough beams were exposed, their surfaces covered with thick, dark mold. A beam of moonlight slanted in through a wide crack in the side wall, casting a pale light on the dust-covered floor and illuminating countless specks of dust floating in the air. This was a dilapidated room far from any building of the academy. Where exactly was this? You're awake. A calm, nearly indifferent voice came from the shadows on the other side of the room, where the moonlight did not reach. Sylvia turned her head, sharply following the sound. Professor Audrey Hope sat in the shadows on a crooked, broken wooden chair. This was a dilapidated room far from any building of the academy. Where exactly was this? You're awake. A calm, her face bore no expression, neither madness nor guilt, only a profound fatigue, and a numbing sensation of having cast aside all emotions after making a certain decision. Audrey, Professor. Sylvia's voice trembled uncontrollably. Where is this? Why did you bring me here? What do you want to do to me? In response to the string of questions, Audrey merely blinked slightly. She slowly rose from her chair and walked to the edge of the moonlight and shadow, allowing the pale light to illuminate half of her face. Her eyes remained hollow. This is a long-forgotten ranger's cabin. Audrey spoke flatly. As for why I brought you here. I'm sorry, Sylvia. I need to perform a ritual on you. Sylvia's eyes widened, filled with confusion and deeper fear. What ritual? Why? I'm just an ordinary student. No, you are not. Audrey interrupted her, her voice finally carrying a slight tremor, a complex emotion, mingling awe, jealousy, and a twisted desire, the light magic you used during the assessment. That purity, that intensity. I know better than anyone what that means. You are the chosen one, a vessel favored by the goddess of light. She took a step forward, the moonlight fully illuminating her face. Sylvia saw that those usually stern and serious eyes now burned with an almost obsessive flame. I have no other choice, Sylvia. Audrey's voice abruptly rose, breaking as the flame in her eyes flickered violently. The academy, the church, those lofty figures, how could they understand a mother's heart? How could they be willing to pay any price for a child deemed a waste? Therefore I can only sacrifice you, as they say. She suddenly pulled out several small vials and a dark stone slab engraved with complex patterns from her robe, her hands trembling slightly with excitement. The ritual will be ready soon. You will help me, Sylvia. This is your destiny. Watching the madness that had completely consumed Audrey's eyes and listening to her chilling words, Sylvia's heart sank to the depths. Despair engulfed her like a cold tide, drowning her last shred of hope. Tears uncontrollably welled up in her eyes, blurring her vision. She struggled desperately, but the ropes did not budge. She wanted to scream, yet she knew that in this desolate, abandoned cabin no one would hear her. Just as despair was about to consume her, accompanied by a sharp crack, dust and wood chips fell from above like a torrential downpour. What? Audrey exclaimed in shock, looking up. Sylvia instinctively turned to the source of the sound. The corner of the already precarious cabin roof, along with several decayed beams, collapsed inward with a thunderous crash. Pouring down like a waterfall, a terrifying hole formed in the pale moonlight and the swirling dust. A cold night breeze surged in through the gap, dispersing the lingering dust. As the dust slowly settled, a tall and slender figure stood quietly atop the pile of broken wood and rubble, silhouetted against the cold moonlight pouring in from the breach. He slightly lowered his head, his shoulder-length golden hair gently swaying in the night breeze, the tips glistening with the silver light of the moon. Despite the dust covering his face and body, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance, his impeccably handsome features and the slight furrow of his brows against the strange backdrop of moonlight and dust created an unreal sense of a phantom descending. Greg shook off the wood chips from his hands, his amber eyes sharp as knives in the dim light, first scanning the astonished Audrey, then landing on Sylvia, who was tied to the pillar, her eyes brimming with tears. It seems I have arrived just in time. In the original game, the final closing event of the first chapter was designed with a time-limiting mechanism rooted in a logic that is both cruel and realistic. Players must within the stipulated time find Sylvie's hiding place through investigation and reasoning. Only by successfully arriving within the time limit can they save her. When players finally arrive after much hardship, just before the countdown ends, they typically witness a scene where Sylvie lies unconscious in the center of a magic circle. Meanwhile, the kidnapper, Professor Audrey, has completely succumbed to a state of incomprehensible madness, immediately entering combat mode if players come too close. This naturally sparked long-standing questions in the player community. Why does Professor Audrey, as the kidnapper, swiftly transition from a calculated criminal to a completely irrational madwoman during the time players are racing to her location? What exactly happened in that dilapidated wooden house during the blank time when players desperately investigated and ran? However, within the game's process, players are destined to never learn the answer to this crucial question through normal, because regardless of the second or third playthrough, even if players understand the cause of the event and the background of the characters thoroughly, they cannot skip the process of investigation and travel. Every time they push open that broken door, they are met with the forever whispering madness of Audrey and the unconscious Sylvie. The sequence that led to Audrey's complete mental breakdown is forever sealed within the game's background time and the imagination of the players. But that was just a game. It adhered to a fixed script and process. And now this is reality. Greg did not follow the steps in the game. He did not investigate the scattered clues, engage in lengthy dialogues with NPCs, or run around the academy. Instead, relying on his foresight of the script, he took the shortest route directly to the endpoint he was already familiar with. Thus, when he arrived at the scene, what he saw was subtly and critically different from what the original players experienced when they hurried there. He saw Professor Audrey, who still retained some sanity. Yet at the same time, Greg felt a hint of confusion. According to the original process, Sylvie should have been unconscious when players arrived. However, at this moment, although Sylvie was tied up, she was indeed awake, her face marked with tears and fear. Could it be that Sylvie was never truly unconscious, but rather something happened to her that caused her to fall back into unconsciousness? This thought flashed through Greg's mind. Senior Greg, how could you be here? Sylvie's voice trembled with the relief of survival and was filled with indescribable excitement. She came from a humble village, and her greatest childhood entertainment was flipping through those worn and yellowed fairy tale picture books exchanged from the market. At this moment, Greg, illuminated against the moonlight and dust, seemed to tear through the darkness, overlapping with the image of the prince who always appeared at the most critical moments in her memories. It felt as if with him present, even the deepest despair could be dispelled and the greatest dangers could be resolved. The girl no longer felt fear, but rather an unprecedented sense of security. Hearing the call, Greg temporarily withdrew his sharp gaze from Audrey and the surrounding environment. He took a few steps to Sylvie's side, crouched down, and deftly began to untie the rough knots on her wrists and ankles. Did I not say before? While untying the ropes, he spoke, without looking up, his voice low, yet clearly reaching Sylvie's ears. If you ever encounter any trouble, I will definitely help you. It was a very ordinary statement, perhaps hardly even a promise. But after nearly falling into a complete abyss of despair, hearing this phrase once spoken in the dim underground dungeon felt like her heart was struck hard and gently by something warm and powerful. At this moment, she felt as if she understood what the emotion in her heart truly was. Greg, are you the Greg Sasse? Professor Audrey's cold voice sounded again, carrying undisguised disgust and anger at her plans being interrupted. Although Greg did not take her magical history course as a once famous figure in the academy, Audrey clearly recognized his face. Many people in the academy, including myself, thought you could not bear the humiliation and had taken your own life in a secluded corner. Audrey's gaze was like a cold knife slicing across Greg's dusty face. But I didn't expect you to still be hanging on. Truly, an unpleasant stubbornness. Greg tossed aside the untied ropes, slowly stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and then looked directly at Audrey, tugging at the corner of his mouth to reveal a smile devoid of warmth. Isn't it a simple truth that it's better to live poorly than to die well? Don't you as a vice professor understand this? You? Audrey was enraged by his indifferent retort, her brows tightly furrowed. As a stern and serious scholar, she already detested students like Greg who were uneducated and of poor character. At this moment, not only did he interrupt her grand plan, but he also dared to respond in such a manner which was a double provocation to her. It seems you truly are as foolish and self-unaware as others in the academy have said. Audrey's voice rose slightly in anger as she tightened her grip on the stone slab and potion bottle, her eyes filled with madness. You clearly sensed my actions, yet chose not to report it to the academy, instead opting to chase me down here alone. What an overestimation of your own abilities. Hey, your intelligence update speed is far too slow. What an overestimation of your own abilities. Hey, your intelligence update speed is far too slow. It's been ages since that was relevant. Right now I could easily defeat you with one hand, got it. Greg was about to open his mouth to mock a few words, releasing some resentment after his plans were disrupted. But just then the ethereal voice of Nightmare, tinged with a rare seriousness, suddenly echoed in his mind. My half for now, put away your pointless banter. Pay attention to the stone slabs tightly gripped in her hands. Don't you find the patterns on them somewhat familiar? Greg focused his gaze immediately upon hearing this. Upon closer inspection, those stone slabs were dark in color, neither metal nor stone in texture, with irregular edges, and the surface was etched with extremely complex, twisted patterns that seemed to contain some kind of rhythm. Some of the patterns on a few slabs seemed to have similarities in style and certain basic configurations to the fragments that Nightmare had collected from various places in the dungeon over the past few days, treating them like treasures. Stop keeping us in suspense. Greg asked urgently in his mind. What on earth is this thing? Nathaniel's voice became serene, carrying the emptiness of a deity discussing ancient mysteries. This is crafted by the followers of those outer gods, drawn or inscribed through madness and obsession after listening to the unspeakable whispers. It contains fragments of power corresponding to the outer gods, extremely faint, yet fundamentally transcendent. He paused, seemingly attuning to the subtle vibrations emanating from the stone tablet. Judging by the rhythms and tendencies embedded in these patterns, they should originate from that existence lurking deep within the underground city in the far north of the continent, the mother of corruption. The authority she wields is closely related to twisted desires, spiritual corruption, and the pleasures of succumbing to primal instincts. The mother of corruption. Greg felt a chill in his heart. Nathaniel had indeed mentioned before that besides them, these ancient gods, there exist outer gods in this world. But he had never expected to encounter something connected to them here in this manner. Moreover, isn't the underground city in the far north one of the 5 great underground cities, the Demon Realm City? This matter is actually related to the demon race. But aren't demons all devoted to the Demon King? How could anyone worship this so-called mother of corruption? Wait. In Greg's mind, a cold flash of lightning cut through, suddenly revealing a figure. No, it can't be. Although she undeniably exuded an air of mystery, her actions often teetered on the edge of the gray. But she is the designated main female lead in the original work. No matter how the production team let their imagination run wild, they wouldn't set her background to be this dark and complex, would they? A chill crept up Greg's spine. He shook his head vigorously, temporarily suppressing this horrifying guess. This is not the time to delve into that. He turned his gaze towards the magic circle beneath Sylvia's feet. What about this magic circle? What is its purpose? Greg mentally asked Nathaniel. This array is a medium for spiritual interference in conjunction with the outer god's power within the stone tablet. Its primary function is to plant a seed sourced from the power of the outer gods deep within the soul of the subject. This seed will quietly absorb the subject's desires, fears, obsessions, and other negative emotions as nourishment, slowly germinating and growing. If left unchecked, or if the subject's mind is not resolute enough, this seed will ultimately mature, causing the subject to undergo a distortion at the soul level, becoming a dangerous apostle. Seemingly fearing Greg's concern, Nathaniel added, "However, this array has no effect on you at present. Although our powers remain fragmented, and our divinity incomplete, your essence is already beyond that of an ordinary person. Such shallow, outer god power cannot shake the foundation of your soul." Greg secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but then caught onto a key term. Apostle. What distinguishes it from a messenger? Messengers and apostles, while both related to deities, are fundamentally different. Nathaniel's voice carried a subtle indifference. A messenger is a spokesperson or agent chosen by the divine, assigned with a mission. Messengers possess independent will and personality, and the divine typically communicates with them through revelations, blessings, or contracts. Messengers can wield powers granted by the divine, but cannot directly utilize the divine's authority. Thus, the relationship between messengers and deities can be considered one of subordination. And as for apostles, Nathaniel paused for a moment, his voice growing colder. They are distorted products resulting from the forced erosion, pollution, and twisting of mortal souls by outer god powers. Apostles often lose most of their independent will and personality, their core existence replaced by the whispers and power fragments of the outer gods. They can no longer be called complete beings. However, correspondingly, apostles can utilize a few characteristics of the corresponding outer god's authority as a medium, even if just a mere semblance. It is exceedingly dangerous. Therefore, apostles are viewed as hazardous entities. I see now. Greg suddenly understood. Many of the perplexing settings in the original work became clear at this moment. No wonder. In some routes, once Sylvia turns dark, her power skyrockets to an outrageous extent. It turns out that it wasn't simply the production team playing with the trope of a darkened character becomes 10 times stronger while a redeemed one weakens, but rather the existence of that apostle setting supporting it. No wonder. In the original work, when players arrive on time, they find Professor Audrey completely deranged, while Sylvia has fallen into a coma. The truth is probably that during the blank time in the game while players were en route, Audrey had activated the magic circle to spiritually interfere with Sylvia. This process inflicted a tremendous mental shock on Sylvia, causing her to fall unconscious again, while Professor Audrey herself, due to excessive contact and activation of the outer god powers within the stone tablet, had her mind completely eroded, plunging into irreversible madness. In light of this, the darkness hidden behind this game seems too cruel, doesn't it? Greg couldn't help but feel. Because this means that no matter how hard the players try, they cannot truly save Sylvia, for by the time they find her, she has already been seated. Yet even so, there are still good endings concerning Sylvia's route in this work. For example, Holy Light accompanying, ending the protagonist, and Sylvia purify the corrupted Holy Land together. She becomes a revered saint while the protagonist, as her guardian knight, stays by her side, and the two unite under the blessings of the Church of Light. Pastoral ending: after experiencing turmoil, the protagonist chooses to abandon his academic career and travels with Sylvia to an unknown village, leading a simple and warm life in a tranquil countryside far from conflict. Academy twin stars ending: the two remain at the Glory Cal Academy of Magic, with Sylvia becoming a young mentor in the field of light magic, while the protagonist achieves success in other areas, respected as a partner co-taking. On the surface, these endings all appear as fulfilling rewards after enduring hardships. Love finds its home, characters grow, and the future is filled with hope. Yet as Greg carefully recalls the detailed descriptions of these endings, he gradually feels a chill, several previously overlooked details emerging in his mind in the holy light accompanying endings. Sylvia's daily descriptions always carry a hint of perfect exhaustion, and she has not used any light attribute magic since, as if she is completely bound by some existence. And in the pastoral ending, the protagonist occasionally wakes up from dreams, while Sylvia gazes longingly out the window, her eyes vacant, as if she is looking at something that does not exist. The later records of the Academy Twin Stars ending mention that Sylvia begins frequently visiting the Academy library, consulting forbidden ancient texts that even senior professors require special permission to access, with vague reasons. These details may seem like mere atmospheric embellishments when viewed individually, but now strung together, they sketch a chilling possibility. Are the so-called good endings merely a gentle facade that wraps the dark dangers in happiness? Has Sylvia truly escaped the influence of the mother of corruption or similar existences? Or is that influence merely transformed in form, lurking deeper beneath the surface of a happy life? Anyone who experiences complete disregard cannot help but feel displeased and angry, let alone a vice professor who usually holds himself in high esteem. Especially when this disregard comes from a student whom she perceives as morally corrupt, talentless, and already abandoned by his family. The offended anger blends with long-held prejudices and the frustration of a foiled plan, instantly shattering the last vestige of scholarly restraint within Audrey. Seeing Greg scoff at her threats and turn his back to her, without any defense, fully focused on untying Sylvia's ropes, his complete disregard for her ignited her shame and anger. Arrogant waste. Audrey growled, no longer wasting words. Her bony fingers swiftly raised, tracing faint cyan wind runes in the air. Although she specialized in the theoretical history of magic and was not strong in practical combat, she was indeed a formal vice professor at Glory Cure Academy, with a level reaching LV 28. Moreover, she mastered several intermediate wind attribute spells. Although her proficiency was generally low, dealing with a rumored second-year student who was still at LV 10 should have been a piece of cake. Whip of wind. A semi-transparent light cyan whip formed from compressed air shot from her fingertips with a sharp sound, viciously lashing at Greg's neck. If this strike hit, it would be enough to dislocate an ordinary person's cervical vertebra and cause immediate unconsciousness. However, Greg did not even turn his head. Just as the wind whip was about to touch the tips of his hair, he seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, his hand untying the ropes, never faltering, while his empty left hand casually flicked backward. A solid, sharp water arrow shimmering with a faint blue magical light shot forth with a speed and precision that exceeded Audrey's expectations, colliding head-on with the aggressive wind whip. The condensed water arrow pierced through and disrupted the unstable wind whip in an instant. The chaotic airflow blew Greg's golden hair and the hems of his clothing, but failed to harm him in the slightest. The water arrow, still carrying its momentum, brushed past Audrey's cheek, and with a thud buried itself deep into the decayed wooden wall behind her, the tail end vibrating with a buzz. The sneer and anger on Audrey's face froze, instantly replaced by a blank expression. She staggered back half a step, instinctively raising her hand to touch her cheek. A stinging pain radiated from there, her fingertips touching a warm, slick substance. In the faint light from the remnants of the magic array beside her, she saw her fingers stained with glaring crimson. Blood. I am injured. That was a water gun. The most basic water magic. But, how could such power, speed, and control come from a LV-10 waste? No, absolutely impossible. He must have used some kind of one-time magical item. The overwhelming absurdity and cognitive shock left Audrey's mind in chaos. Yet she was an adult who had experienced storms, quickly suppressing her shock, her gaze turning fiercer. Since ordinary magic could not deal with this peculiar student, she would use more effective means. You force my hand. Audrey hissed, abruptly pulling out an object from the inner pocket of her professor's robe. It was the transparent glass bottle sealed with a cork that had previously mesmerized Sylvia. A small amount of white gas swirled inside the bottle, moving slightly in the dim light. She intended to use this strange item against Greg. As long as she opened the cork and let the gas diffuse, no matter what peculiarities this kid had, he would surely collapse instantly like Sylvia. Greg, be careful of that bottle. Sylvia, just freed from her bindings, still feeling numb in her limbs, urgently shouted a warning upon seeing Audrey pull out the strange little bottle. However, her warning came too late, or rather Greg's reaction surpassed her expectations. Almost at the same moment, Audrey pulled out the bottle. Even before her finger touched the cork, Greg's right hand, which was untying the ropes, completed its last motion, and with a flick of his wrist the rough, dusty rope he had just untied from Sylvia seemed to come alive. Tentacle bind LV1. The rough rope shot out from Greg's hand like a waking dark tentacle moving so fast that it left a faint afterimage in the air. Tentacle bind LV1. The rough rope shot out from Greg's hand like a waking dark tentacle moving so fast. Audrey felt a tightness in her wrist as an irresistible force surged through her, causing her fingers holding the bottle to involuntarily loosen. Clatter. The glass bottle slipped from her grasp. Yet just before it shattered on the hard ground, another length of rope shot out like a snake's head, skillfully coiling around it to catch the falling bottle. Then, whoosh, it retracted and fell into Greg's already open left palm. The entire process was fluid, occurring in the blink of an eye. Sylvia watched in astonishment, her pink eyes filled with disbelief and wonder. She knew Greg was strong, having witnessed his calmness and skill in dealing with magical creatures in the dungeon. But in such a close-range, rapidly changing confrontation, his nonchalant handling of the crisis left her deeply shaken. Greg is truly amazing. It seems like nothing can escape his notice. He can handle anything with ease. Greg weighed the small bottle in his hand, feeling its coldness. He had actually been wary of this thing from the very beginning. In the original game, Sylvia, as a favored one of the Goddess of Light, had a layer of divine protection that gave her considerable resistance to ordinary toxins and curses. Yet even so, in the plot, Audrey simply opening this bottle caused Sylvia, who was asleep, to fall into a deep coma without any resistance. This was not something that an ordinary potent poison could achieve. My other half. The voice of Nightmare appropriately rang out, tinged with disgust. This substance in the bottle, although it has been heavily diluted and disguised, it indeed contains a trace of extremely faint filth that originates from those stone tablets, and this thing must also be related to the mother of corruption. As expected, Greg's gaze turned cold. The gas in this bottle was a gift from the true mastermind behind this incident, just like those stone tablets. Audrey not only used the Outer God stone tablets, but even her auxiliary tool was of the same origin. For a teacher responsible for educating students, this was not just cruelty. No, give it back to me. Seeing her last reliance taken away, Audrey completely panicked, the last shred of rationality in her eyes consumed by a frenzied obsession. She screamed and recklessly lunged at Greg, her bony fingers clawing, trying to snatch it in the most primitive way. However, at this moment, she was full of flaws in Greg's eyes. Greg shifted his steps, slightly easily dodging her chaotic attack. While still holding the bottle in his left hand, his free right hand shot out like lightning, delivering a clean and precise chop to the side of Audrey's neck. Ugh! Audrey let out a muffled groan. Her forward momentum abruptly stopped, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed forward. Greg smoothly lifted his foot, gently tapping her abdomen with the back of his foot to dissipate her falling momentum, then hooked his ankle and pressed down, pinning the utterly defenseless Professor Audrey face down against the cold, filthy ground. The entire process was as easy as subduing a child who did not understand. Cough. Cough. Audrey was choked by the dust and coughed, struggling to turn her head, her bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Greg, filled with unwillingness, resentment, and a hint of despair, on the brink of collapse. She shouted hoarsely, You cold-blooded devil. What do you know? You have no idea what a mother can do. My son. He is innocent. He should have a bright future. I just wanted to give him a chance. A chance to have magic like a normal person. What is wrong with that? You geniuses who are born with everything cannot understand our suffering. Let me go. Give me back what belongs to me. She attempted to use maternal love and sacrifice as weapons, launching a final counterattack from the moral high ground, her voice piercing as if Greg was the villain obstructing a great mother's love. Greg looked down at her, his face displaying no emotion, only a chilling calm. His amber eyes in the dim light seemed like frozen amber, clearly reflecting Audrey's twisted face. For the child, Greg's voice was not loud, yet it pierced through Audrey's cries. What a nauseating. Audrey's wailing abruptly ceased, as if her throat was being choked. I have seen too many people like you. Greg continued, his tone as flat as if he were stating the weather. Using children as tools to realize unfinished dreams, as chips for comparison, and boasting as a cover for escaping one's own incompetence. Once a child does not meet their expectations, they blame the heavens and feel that the whole world owes them. For the sake of the child's well-being. It is nothing but a cover for your anxiety, resentment, and twisted desires forcibly grafted onto these evil deeds. Your son lacking magical talent is unfortunate, but it is not the end of the world, nor is it a reason for you to kidnap and harm others. Your son has his own path to walk, perhaps rocky, but it is still his life. And you, Audrey, hope as a mother and a professor could have guided him to accept reality, explore other possibilities, and accompany him with love and support as he grows. But what did you choose? Greg exerted a slight force with his foot, eliciting a painful groan from Audrey. You chose the most selfish, insane, and irresponsible path. You turned your despair into malice and harm towards others. You repeatedly claim it is for your son, but have you ever considered how your son would feel if he knew that the hope of gaining power was built on the foundation of an innocent girl being kidnapped, harmed, and possibly having her soul permanently tainted? Would he be grateful to you, this great mother? Or would he be tormented for the rest of his life by this gift stained with sin? What you want was never for the child's good. What you desired was to rid yourself of the shame brought by having a son without magical power to satisfy your own petty desire for control and vanity. Do not use such a sacred term as maternal love to gloss over your hideous selfishness. Each word was like the sharpest ice pick, ruthlessly piercing through the psychological defenses Audrey had carefully constructed. She opened her mouth but could not utter a sound, her face pale as paper, the frenzied light in her eyes flickering like a candle in the wind, violently swaying before ultimately extinguishing, leaving only a hollow, dazed void. Greg's words might seem extreme, but combined with his past experiences, they indeed struck at the core of such behaviors that inflict harm in the name of love. Perhaps Audrey initially had love for her son, but under long-term pressure and the relentless erosion of her obsession, this love had long since warped into an excuse and source of motivation for her wrongdoing. Seeing Audrey completely lose her will to resist, her gaze vacant, slumped on the ground, as if her spine had been pulled out, Greg no longer said much. He deftly used the rope that had just accomplished a great feat to securely bind Audrey's hands and feet together, tying a complex but firm knot to ensure she could not escape. After doing all this, he straightened up and let out a long breath. Although the process had its twists and turns, he had managed to resolve the situation before it escalated. Sylvia was fine, and Audrey had been subdued. All that was left was to contact the academy to wrap things up, and this incident would be considered satisfactory. No, at least it was resolved smoothly. He turned around, ready to say something to the still dazed Sylvia, to reassure her that everything was over. However, bang. The already precarious wooden door of the dilapidated cabin, along with half of its frame, was violently slammed open by a tremendous force from outside. Wood chips flew and dust rose again. A figure burst in at an astonishing speed, the gust of wind stirring the remaining dust in the room into a swirling dance. Greg's pupils suddenly constricted, instinctively shielding Sylvia. Behind him, his muscles tensing up in an instant as his sharp gaze shot toward the uninvited guest at the door. As the dust slowly settled, the newcomer was tall, dressed in a dark leather hunting outfit that contrasted sharply with the academy style, and covered by a gray cloak with a hood. The hood was pulled low, obscuring most of his face, revealing only a sharply defined jaw. He wielded a uniquely shaped, short-handled battle axe, its blade reflecting no light in the moonlight streaming through the hole in the roof, only emanating a chilling heaviness. His gaze briefly lingered on the disoriented Audrey, then quickly swept over the stone tablet and small bottle in Greg's hands, finally fixing on Greg and Sylvia behind him. An unabashed killing intent, like a tangible cold wave, instantly filled the cramped space. Hand over the stone tablet, the sleep breath, and that girl. A low, hoarse male voice emerged from beneath the hood, devoid of any emotional tone, only issuing an undeniable command. Otherwise I will bestow you with death, in the name of the Mother Goddess. The moment the hooded man stepped into the dilapidated house, Greg suddenly realized a grave mistake. He had relied too heavily on his foreknowledge of the original plot, assuming everything would unfold as expected. Since he had already learned that when the protagonist arrived at the scene, the ritual targeting Sylvia had already been completed and Professor Audrey was completely insane. Then, now having preemptively halted this process, he had not considered another possibility. Could the true mastermind hidden behind the scenes choose to reveal himself and take action to clean up the mess due to the disruption of the plan? He should have thought of that. Professor Audrey was merely a pawn being used. The fact that she could acquire dangerous items like the tablet and the sleep breath indicated the true orchestrator behind her. When a pawn loses control and risks exposing clues, is it not entirely normal for the player to step in and clean up the aftermath? Yet he was still careless. The superiority of knowing the plot and the slight satisfaction of being a step ahead clouded his judgment, leading him to believe that subduing Audrey and obtaining the key evidence meant the incident was nearly concluded. He underestimated the complexity of this real world and the variables outside the plot. Unlike the merely used Audrey, the hooded man before him exuded an aura of danger. He was a true believer of the mother of corruption, a genuine enemy of humanity. Danger. My other half. Leave this place immediately. The foul beliefs and murderous intent entwined with this man were beyond what one in your current state could confront. Forget about that girl for now, run quickly. Nate Mel's ethereal voice echoed urgently in Greg's mind, laden with unprecedented gravity and warning. Greg's heart sank. Even Nate Mel was so fearful. But after this period of interaction emotionally and rationally, he could not abandon Sylvia to escape alone. Moreover, Sylvia had just undergone a kidnapping and was in poor condition, as simply allowing this dangerous individual to take her away or kill her was unacceptable to Greg. Not to mention the other party's target clearly included himself. Help me. Sir, I did as you— The ritual was interrupted by this detestable student. Quickly help me subdue him. Retrieve the tablet and the sleep breath. My son still needs. The collapsed Professor Audrey, as if seeing a lifeline, struggled to lift her head, pleading pitifully at the hooded man, her face rekindling a sickly hope. However, she could not finish her words. Thud! A dark, gloomy axe light flashed, moving faster than the eye could capture, leaving a blurred trace in the air. Professor Audrey's pleas abruptly ceased. She stared wide-eyed, unable to believe as she looked down at her chest. There a smooth incision pierced through her heart, blood seeping slowly. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but only a short gasp escaped. The light in her eyes rapidly extinguished, her head drooped weakly, and she fell silent. Decisive, clean, and merciless. The plan was for you to lose your mind in the ritual. Now that there has been a slip, it naturally requires cleaning up. The hooded man retracted his battle axe, his voice still hoarse and flat, as if he had merely crushed a bothersome insect. He did not even glance at Audrey's corpse, his cold gaze refocusing on Greg and Sylvia. Now it's your turn. Hand over the items, and that girl. Don't make me say it a third time. Greg took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the chill within and the shock brought on by Audrey's death. He turned sideways, completely shielding the pale-faced Sylvia behind him, whispering rapidly in a volume only the two could hear. Sylvia, listen carefully. Leave this house immediately. Run towards the academy. Don't look back. Use your fastest speed. But Greg Sr., you. Sylvia's eyes brimmed with tears, anxious and wanting to stay and help, but her body still bore the lingering weakness from the sleep breath. Her limbs felt heavy, and her magical energy was sluggish. At that moment, let alone casting a threatening light magic, she might not even be able to run quickly. This feeling of helplessness made her heart ache unbearably. Stop talking. Go quickly. Staying will only slow me down. Greg shouted sternly, his tone more severe than ever. He had to force her to leave. Sylvia trembled at his harsh shout, looking at Greg's determined back, then glancing again at the cold-blooded hooded man, finally biting her lip, holding back tears, stumbling as she turned and sprinted with all her strength towards the exit of the dilapidated house. Seeing this, the hooded man seemed to want to move, but Greg had already stepped in front of him, amber eyes igniting with battle intent. Your opponent is me. Seeking death. The hooded man seemed enraged by Greg's lack of recognition, or perhaps he had no intention of letting any witnesses go. He said no more, suddenly pushing off with his feet, the decaying floor groaning under the weight, and he lunged at Greg like a cannonball propelled by heavy wind pressure. The dark, dull, short-handled battle axe traced a bizarre arc, aiming directly for Greg's neck. The battle erupted in an instant. As soon as they clashed, Greg felt immense pressure. This hooded man's strength was likely on par with the mistress of the first layer of the dungeon, or perhaps even greater. Moreover, unlike the monsters that fought relying on instinct and brute strength, this was a humanoid enemy, experienced, ruthless in technique, and adept at employing tactics and magic. Adding to the difficulty, this was not the dungeon. One of Greg's core advantages for battling beyond his level, the 40 total damage bonus provided by the Dungeon Explorer talent, was completely ineffective here. This meant his base magic power was significantly diminished. Fireball. Water shot. Greg fought while retreating, constantly dodging the hooded man's powerful axe strikes and the sharp spikes that occasionally shot up from the ground. He seized the opportunity to counterattack with a LV2 fireball and a LV3 water arrow. The fireball struck the hooded man's cloak, igniting a small flame that scorched part of the fabric, forcing him to extinguish it with a wave of his axe. The water arrow, on the other hand, was weakened by a layer of flowing pale yellow earth attribute shield on the opponent's body, leaving only shallow marks. Yet the attacks were not entirely without effect. In a moment, when Greg deliberately blocked the path with a fireball and launched a sneak attack on the opponent's legs with a water arrow, the hooded man moved slightly slower while dodging, and the large gray cloak behind him was scorched by the flames, tearing a gash. In the flickering firelight, Greg vaguely saw that from the torn cloak a segment covered in dark, dense scales was revealed. A tail. Indeed, it is a demon. Greg's heart jolted. The faith of the mother of corruption had truly spread to the demonic forces, perhaps she really. Just as Greg's attention wavered, the hooded man's attacks became even more frenzied. He was not only powerful, but also incredibly fast, and his extensive combat experience allowed him to create deadly combinations, with simple slashes complemented by sudden spikes shooting up from beneath Greg's feet or sides. relying on the LV2 earth magic resistance that reduced some of the earth magic damage, and the LV2 blunt resistance that lessened the impact of axe strikes. Combined with his enhanced physique and agility, Greg barely managed to maneuver in the cramped wreckage of the wooden house, yet danger lurked everywhere. At one point, the hooded man predicted Greg's evasion route, sweeping his axe to block his escape, while the ground suddenly heaved, several sharp stone spikes blocking Greg's left, right, and above. With nowhere to escape. Dark arm guard. Greg shouted lowly, no longer hesitating, as his arms were instantly covered by black ink-like gauntlets swirling with ominous black mist. Clang! The dark battle axe struck the pitch-black gauntlet with a muffled sound that echoed like two giant rocks colliding. The black mist surged violently, the terrifying power and magic contained in the axe blade, like a mud cow sinking into the sea, were swallowed by the gauntlet, but the residual impact still left Greg's arms numb, his blood churning, as he slid back several steps, leaving deep marks on the ground. This is... The hooded man, missing his strike, immediately leaped back, creating distance from Greg, his gaze fixated on the rapidly fading black gauntlet on Greg's arms, his voice carrying a noticeable hint of surprise and wariness. For the first time, strange power. So pure and ancient. Are you also following some long-lost deity in the river of time? Greg shook his numb arm and silently grumbled inwardly. Follow? Follow what? I'm a hapless soul forcibly bound, hardly a willing disciple. But he had neither time nor need to explain. After a fleeting moment of shock, the hooded man's gaze sharpened, more dangerous, more resolute. Clearly, Greg's possession of power drawn from other fallen deities only deepened his resolve to kill. I cannot let you live. The hooded man snarled, and an indescribable wave of spiritual pressure erupted from his body. It was no mere force of strength. It was a soul-deep corruption, a maelstrom of maddening whispers, warped desires, and absolute terror. Greg's head swam, reality warped at the edges. A cacophony of manic murmurs and weeping filled his ears while invisible shackles seized his limbs, his movements slowed to a sluggish crawl. Beware. This is the mental erosion favored by disciples of the Mother of Decay. Anchor your mind. Nightmare's voice rang like a bell inside Greg's skull. Greg's head swam, reality warped at the edges. A cacophony of manic murmurs and weeping filled his ears while almost instantly he lunged sideways in a desperate, ungainly dive. Boom. A stone pillar, dense as tempered steel, shot upward where he'd stood moments before, shattering thick wooden planks beneath it. Too close. Heart pounding, Greg's eyes flashed with lethal intent. Now, or never. He hurled the unassuming black speck toward the hooded man, who, having just unleashed a devastating spell, stood momentarily complacent, certain Greg could not evade. The hooded man clearly hadn't expected Greg to break free from the psychic assault, and regarded the incoming speck with instinctive disdain, casually swinging his battle axe to cleave it apart. Yet the shadow pulse passed effortlessly through the axe blade, slipping into his chest like smoke. Instantly, his body locked rigid. Target afflicted weakness moderate. Target afflicted blindness. Target afflicted confusion. Target afflicted fear mild. Target afflicted mana disruption. Target afflicted life drain slow. A cascade of debilitations surged into effect. The hooded man's aura visibly dimmed, his motions grew sluggish, and the amber-yellow barrier shimmering around him flickered erratically. A guttural roar, half agony, half fury, escaped his lips as he tried to swing his axe, only to lurch off balance, directionless and weak. A flash of triumph lit Greg's eyes. Indeed, the shadow pulse struck far harder against this humanoid target, unshielded by any dungeon's protective wards. Just a little longer, let the debuffs fully take hold. Yet as Greg believed victory within reach, calamity struck. Grr, grr. Mother, grant me clarity. The hooded man bellowed like a feral beast, and suddenly raised his left hand, fingers clawed, driving them deep into his own forehead. Nails tore flesh, blood streamed between his fingers. In that instant, the last vestige of lucidity vanished from his eyes, replaced by a savage, self-destructive ferocity, born of sheer will to endure. By subjecting himself to the very same psychic corruption, he had temporarily overridden part of the debuff's influence. Though wounded and unstable, his movements regained lethal speed and precision. Damn it, Greg cursed, inwardly, jaw clenched. His proficiency with shadow magic was still too low. The debuffs lacked sufficient potency. His mana reserves, already drained by relentless combat and costly shadow spells, were nearly exhausted. His opponent, though grievously injured and weakened, fought with such reckless, brutal tenacity that he remained lethally dangerous. My other half. This path leads only to ruin. Nightmare's voice returned, now edged with resolve. Your mastery of shadow magic remains insufficient to unleash its true power. I know a method that may briefly amplify your shadow affinity, but it carries pain and peril. What method? Tell me now, Greg demanded, frantically dodging the hooded man's increasingly frenzied strikes. Shadow's essence lies not only in erosion and weakening, but also in consumption and assimilation. The slabs you carry, and the breath of slumber, both bear the taint of the mother of decay. If you forcibly absorb and internalize that power, your comprehension and command of shadow will surge, elevating your spells. Yet this act is akin to inviting a foreign malignancy into your soul, extremely perilous. One misstep, and your spirit itself shall be corrupted. I had intended to guide such a theft only after your foundation strengthened, and my divine essence recovered somewhat. Greg had no choice left. Mana dwindling, his foe undeterred by injury. If he delayed further, he would perish here, failing even to protect Sylvie. I'll take the risk. With a guttural cry, Greg seized the slabs and the vial of breath of slumber from his coat, and channeled every ounce of will into his shadow arm guard. Black armor surged outward, transforming into two ravenous maws that clamped down upon the artifacts. No! Blasphemy! How dare you defile the mother's sacred power? The hooded man screamed, a raw, shattered wail of outrage and dread, as if Greg had committed an unforgivable cosmic sin. Ignoring his wounds, he unleashed torrents of amber-yellow mana. Gripping his axe with both hands, he raised it high above his head, its blade blazing with a light heavy enough to shatter mountains. Die! Earth shatter! With a final thunderous roar, he brought down the axe, channeling every shred of remaining mana and fury upon Greg, who was still mid-assimilation. The blow's sheer magnitude dwarfed all prior strikes. Crack-boom! Not a simple cleave, but a localized cataclysm. The ground ruptured, energy detonated, and seismic force rippled outward. The dilapidated wooden hut, already trembling on the brink, collapsed entirely. Massive timber beams snapped, crumbling walls exploded into splinters, the floor cratered inward, and dust, rubble, and earth erupted skyward like a geyser, swallowing Greg whole. The explosion's thunder echoed across the silent wasteland. The hooded man dropped to one knee, leaning heavily on his axe, gasping raggedly. Blood pouring from his brow wound his breath shallow, his vitality spent. Suppressing the debuffs and unleashing that final strike had consumed everything he possessed. Yet his eyes gleamed, not with exhaustion, but with cruel, vindictive satisfaction. Accursed heretic! Finally! He drew several labored breaths, then struggled upright, scanning the ruins for the pink-haired girl who might still lurk nearby. This is the divine envoy's command. I must complete it. But as his gaze swept toward the dust-choked center of the wreckage, his body froze. Night wind stirred the haze, letting it drift away. At the edge of the collapsed crater, a lone figure stood, unbent, unbowed. It was Greg. His clothes hung in tatters, caked with dust and streaked with blood, yet his posture held unwavering authority. More chilling still was his armor. The once limited black carapace covering only his arms had transformed, denser, alive, with writhing shadows radiating a deeper, more ancient malevolence. And it had spread downward, engulfing his legs to the ankles, forging a complete suit of obsidian. He lifted his head slowly. His amber eyes blazed with unnatural intensity. Within them a fleeting vortex of darkness spun and vanished. He flexed his fingers, still sheathed in shadow-forged gauntlets, and the grinding whisper of dark metal sent shivers down the spine. Deep within Greg's consciousness system, notifications flared with crystalline clarity. Shadow mana capacity increased. Shadow magic comprehension deepened. Shadow Armguard LV1, Corrosive Shadow Armor LV2. Shadow Pulse LV1, Void Erosion LV2. Why does rotten fruit always strike just when I think things are turning around? As the already dilapidated wooden house completely collapsed under the terrifying attack of the hooded man, Sylvia, who was hiding behind a massive boulder not far away and had just barely caught her breath, felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand, then crushed. Her vision was entirely obscured by the rising dust with chips and rubble. After the deafening sound, there was a deathly silence, only the night wind sobbing through the ruins, swirling up scattered ashes. The house collapsed. Senior Greg is still inside. Her pink eyes were instantly engulfed by overwhelming fear and despair. She slumped down against the rock, her hands tightly covering her mouth to prevent the heart-wrenching scream from her. Tears burst forth like a flood, uncontrollably pouring out, blurring her vision and rolling down her cold cheeks. It was over. Everything was over. That figure, akin to a prince descending from a fairy tale to tear apart the darkness, that gentle voice saying, "I will help you." That resolute stance facing the terrifying enemy to protect her. All lay buried beneath that rubble. Because of her helplessness, because of her burden. No. Please. Senior Greg. I beg you. Don't die. The extreme pain and guilt washed over her like a cold tide, nearly drowning her. How she wished she could be of more use, to have greater power at least. At least not to be like now, just hiding outside like a useless person watching helplessly as the one who came to save her was buried. Just as despair was about to consume her last shred of consciousness, causing her to completely break down, the wind seemed to grow stronger. In the center of the ruins, the area piled high with debris, the dust was being pulled aside like a curtain by an invisible hand. A figure slowly emerged from the depths of the dust. At first it was just a blurred outline, tall and resilient like a spear driven into the earth. As the dust continued to dissipate, Sylvia finally saw the figure clearly. It was Senior Greg. He was still alive. An immense joy struck Sylvia like lightning, causing her to nearly stop breathing. But then she saw Greg's appearance at that moment, and her heart raced once more. Greg stood amidst the ruins, still upright, though his clothes were torn and covered in dust and dark stains, looking quite disheveled. However, what was most striking was the layer of something that covered him. From his shoulders to his fingertips, from his thighs to his ankles, a more complete and solid, seemingly forged from the deepest night, and flowing ink bizarre armor tightly covered his limbs. The moonlight fell sparingly on this dark armor, reflecting no light at all, rather seeming to be absorbed by it, causing the small area where Greg stood to appear even dimmer. He stood quietly at the boundary of the ruins, and moonlight, half of his figure bathed in cool silver light, while the other half was completely merged into the profound darkness emanating from himself, forming a strikingly impactful and eerily unsettling image. Senior Greg seems to have become even stronger. Sylvia forgot her tears, forgot her fear, deeply captivated by the power emanating from Greg, staring blankly at his figure. It was a darkness so pure and profound, tranquil, yet instinctively awe-inspiring. And this power was protecting Senior Greg. The one who has desecrated the Mother God is still alive. But this time I will definitely tear you apart. The hooded man roared like a wounded beast, swinging his dark war axe and charging at Greg once more. The axe blade once again gathered a yellowish magical energy, but its glow was dim and chaotic, far inferior to the previous attack. Greg simply watched him calmly as his arm, covered in dark armor, casually lifted. Clang, 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 clang. The sharp sounds of metal clashing rang out urgently, but fell silent in an instant. The hooded man's frenzied slashes and thrusts, all infused with his remaining magical energy and frenzied, landed on Greg's dark arm, as if disappearing into the ocean. The surface of the dark armor merely rippled slightly, quietly absorbing all the impact and magical energy. Greg didn't even move his feet. With just his arm's block and slight adjustments, he effortlessly neutralized all attacks. That ease of posture formed a cruel contrast with the hooded man's desperate frenzy. Finally, after a wild swing from the hooded man was deflected, a huge opening was revealed. A cold light flashed in Greg's eyes as his left hand, covered in dark armor, gently grasped towards the hooded man who was so close. Void Erosion LV2. Several pitch-black rays suddenly appeared around the hooded man, all shooting towards him. The hooded man's pupils constricted, trying to dodge, but his heavily injured body and lingering negative status caused his movements to lag. Thus he could only use his axe to block, but the pitch-black rays seemed formless, yet capable of penetrating all easily, bypassing the axe blade, and once again embedding themselves into his body. Ugh! This time the sound emitted by the hooded man was no longer an angry roar, but an extremely tragic wail. Target afflicted with weakness severe. Target afflicted with blindness severe. Target afflicted with confusion extreme. Target afflicted with fear extreme. Target afflicted with magic collapse. Target afflicted with life erosion severe. Target afflicted with soul tear. The hooded man stood frozen and placed the war axe in his hand, clattering to the ground. Then he gripped his head tightly with both hands, as if something inside was about to break free, his nails digging deep into his flesh, blood mixed with dark pus-like substances gushing out from his 7 orifices. The life force emanating from him diminished rapidly, like a candle in the wind. Greg did not approach any further, merely watching coldly. For the last bit of magical energy within him was also completely depleted with this void erosion. A strong sense of emptiness and fatigue swept over him, and the backlash from the power of the fallen mother began to subtly manifest. The hooded man struggled, seeming to want to say something, but ultimately only emitted a series of unintelligible gasps before his tall body swayed and crashed backward. He fell heavily onto the ground, littered with wood chips and dust, stirring up a small cloud of dust, and was no longer alive. Only then did Greg let out a slight breath, his tense nerves relaxing a bit. He forced himself to endure the dizziness and the pain coming from all over his body, slowly walking to the hooded man's corpse. The night wind blew, lifting the tattered, blood-stained cloth from the hooded man's face, revealing the true appearance hidden beneath it. It was the face of a typical male member of the scale demon race. His skin was a dull gray-blue covered in fine dull scales with high cheekbones, an eagle-beaked nose, and thin lips that still bore a trace of ferocity, even in death. But this face made Greg's heart skip a beat, because he recognized this face. In the original work, this guy was set up as a high-ranking member of the Demon King sect, a rather powerful guardian. Moreover, more crucially, within the fragments of many dark lines, hidden plots, and certain special endings in the original work, this guardian was hinted to be one of the confidants of the #1 female protagonist Melina Belladonna, often representing her in executing some secret tasks. His presence here meant that this incident must be related to the #1 female protagonist Melina. It really has turned out this way. In Greg's heart, the last shred of hope shattered like fragile glass, cruelly struck down by reality in that moment. His previous absurd conjecture, that terrifying association born from paranoia, was confirmed by this face. Melina Belladonna, the protagonist with a maddeningly complex identity in the original story. The illegitimate daughter of the current Demon King, she lurked within the human world as the leader of the Demon King's cult. And such a person was indeed involved with the mother of fallen gods, even attempting to use the power of the outer gods to corrupt Sylvia. This is truly a garbage game. A wave of intense fatigue and helplessness mingled with a mental dull pain akin to being gnawed by countless ants, and a subtle sense of soul-tearing instantly engulfed Greg. The relaxation from the death of the hooded man caused his previously taut will and strained physical strength to snap suddenly, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. The dark erosion armor quickly receded from his limbs like a receding tide, revealing the tattered clothing and skin beneath, marred by fine wounds and bruises from the clash of powers and explosive impacts. With his magical power completely depleted, his mind was dizzy, and aching, his vision began to blur. Yet in this moment, more suffocating and troubling than the dual agony of body and spirit was the anxiety about the future. Melina, this woman whose trouble level could be deemed catastrophic, would, according to the original plot, enter Glory Kale Magic Academy as a transfer student at the beginning of Chapter 3. Thinking of this made Greg feel darkness closing in before his eyes. In the original story, the side she presented to players was already shrouded in mystery. Often when players encountered unexpected troubles, she would quietly intervene. She could always provide some key information whose source was a mystery. She was well versed in certain secrets of the academy and even the kingdom. Her style of action was both righteous and wicked, difficult to gauge. And now she had the even more horrifying label of being related to the mother of fallen gods. I just want to live in peace. But why does it feel increasingly difficult? His consciousness sank like a stone into icy water, constantly descending. Greg swayed, unable to support himself any longer, darkness enveloping him as he fell forward. But the expected cold hardness and pain did not come. In its place was an astonishingly soft sensation, along with a fragrance that mixed a hint of soap and the unique scent of a girl, bringing a sense of calm to his mind, instantly wrapping around him. It was Sylvia. The moment Greg fell, she rushed out from the thicket and caught him with her body. Greg's face, neither tilted nor biased, buried deeply between a warm, soft, and astonishingly resilient pair of peaks. The touch was so soft and ample that it seemed to make one forget all pain and worries, only wanting to indulge in it. Senior Greg, are you okay? Don't scare me. Sylvia's anxious call, tinged with tears, rang in his ears, but the voice seemed to come from behind a thick layer of water, vague and distant. Greg's consciousness had already scattered to its limits. Aside from the comforting fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, which brought him innate comfort and peace, and the extremely soft touch on his cheek that stirred his heart, he could hardly perceive or think of anything else. His body felt as heavy as if it did not belong to him, lacking even the strength to lift a finger, only the waves of dull pain and extreme fatigue from the depths of his soul reminding him that he was still alive. Sylvia knelt on the relatively clean ground at the edge of the ruins, tightly holding onto the immobile Greg. She could distinctly feel Greg's warm breath through the thin fabric, spraying against her most sensitive skin, sending shivers of delightful tingling coursing through her. She lowered her head and looked at Greg's tightly shut eyes, his brow slightly furrowed in pain as a tidal wave of emotions surged within her heart. It was gratitude. He faced such a terrifying enemy alone, to save her, risking himself in the process. It was heartache. Seeing him like this, exhausted and collapsed, made her heart feel as if it were pierced by needles. It was admiration. The strength, calmness, and that dark power he exhibited deeply shocked her. But there was also a more fervent, unfamiliar, yet incredibly clear feeling that the moment she embraced Greg and felt his warmth and weight, sprouted like a seed, breaking through the earth, instantly growing into a towering tree. That was love. It was affection. So clear, so surging that she could no longer deceive herself. Before meeting Greg, Sylvia's life had been filled only with fervent faith, the pressure of the church, the companionship of her best friend Victoria, and the contradictions and escapism regarding her own identity. She had never thought that she would develop such intense and complex feelings for a man. It was Greg who, like a prince from a fairy tale, descended to rescue her when she was kidnapped and plunged into despair. I like Senior Greg. Just like a princess in a fairy tale loves her prince. I have fallen for him. This realization made Sylvia's cheeks instantly flush, her heart pounding like a drum. But along with it came a hint of faint bitterness and sourness. She remembered that Senior Greg seemed to care particularly for Victoria. He would visit the injured Victoria late at night, and when mentioning her, his expression would change. And Victoria, although she always claimed to dislike Senior Greg, Sylvia could feel that her friend's attitude had subtly changed, and her expression, when speaking of Greg, was no longer purely one of disdain. The person Senior Greg likes might be Victoria. And Victoria, she is so good, so excellent, they are the ones who are better matched. A sense of indescribable loss surged in her heart. But soon it was replaced by another feeling even more secretive and tinged with a bit of self-reproach, yet satisfying. But, like now being able to hold him tightly, to let him lean against me, to look at him up close and feel his warmth and breath. Even if just for a moment, I feel so happy, so at ease. Is it wrong of me to feel this way? Knowing that Senior Greg might like Victoria, knowing that Victoria is my best friend. Yet I actually have such despicable thoughts and secretly enjoy this feeling. Sylvia's face turned even redder, yet her arms wrapped around Greg tightened, unconsciously burying his head deeper into the soft, ample warmth of her chest. A mix of guilt and a secret thrill, as if doing something wrong, yet not being discovered, quietly took root in her heart. Right now I feel just like a bad child doing something wrong. She gently rubbed Greg's soft golden hair, feeling the warmth and weight of the body in her embrace, as if she possessed the world's most precious treasure, even if it was just temporarily borrowed. Oh, it seems like it has just ended. A mature female voice suddenly echoed above the ruins. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the two, embracing each other. Before Greg completely sank into darkness, his scattered consciousness caught this sound, the last thought flickering like a dying spark. There are still masters. Immediately his consciousness sank, fully plunging into boundless darkness and chaos. Difficult but still persisting. What if? The night was as dark as ink, staining this section of the slum on the city's edge in varying shades of gray and black. Deep within a particularly secluded, dead-end alley, a few slender figures were gathered together. They were several young girls whose delicate features were faintly illuminated by the distant glimmer of twilight. However, chronic malnutrition had left their cheeks sunken and their skin dull. Their clothes were tattered and worn, patched upon patches stained with dirt that could not be washed away. Their bare arms and calves trembled slightly in the night breeze, clearly indicating a life of extreme hardship. Opposite them stood two mysterious figures cloaked in large gray capes. One of them, slightly taller, stepped forward, lifting her hood just enough to reveal a cascade of honey-colored hair that shimmered even in the dim light, and a pair of calm, yet resolute green eyes. Her name was Wendy, a child she had fortuitously picked up after receiving a commission from Greg. Wendy possessed remarkable eloquence and exemplary organizational skills. Without her, Ellie would likely still be struggling with what to name the church. Now Wendy was the nominal third-in-command of the night church, the Dark Raven, spreading the gospel. Good evening, lost sisters. Wendy's voice, though soft, pierced through the usual clamor and unrest of the slum at night. The Dark Night Sanctuary opens its arms to all souls who feel cold in the light, constrained in order and powerless before fate. The Dark Goddess presides over secrecy, slumber, and transformation. She hears the prayers in silence, grants direction to the confused, and bestows inner resilience upon the weak. Joining the night church does not ask you to forsake anything, but rather to find a refuge to weather the storm and gather strength for your souls. Here no one is born bearing original sin, and no bloodline dictates status. Only faith in the night and the warmth of mutual support among sisters remain. Her sincere words painted a vision that undoubtedly held great allure for these girls who were struggling on the brink of survival and unable to see a future. However, the girls exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of yearning and fear. Finally, one girl with freckles rubbing her cold fingers together timidly spoke up. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss. But we have been part of the Gray Mouse gang since we were born in this alley. The rules of the gang. Those born as gray mice must work for the gang even in death. If we secretly join another church and the scar-faced boss finds out, they would kill us and our families would suffer." The other girls nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with fear for the small gang known as the Gray Mouse gang. It was merely a small gang controlling a few alleys in the slum, barely maintaining itself through protection fees and petty crimes. The Scarface leader was just a brutish thug, likely not even reaching LV-15. Yet even so, for these powerless, impoverished girls, the Gray Mouse Gang was an ever-present shadow looming over them, holding the reins of their lives and deaths. Wendy listened quietly, a flicker of understanding passing through her green eyes, soon replaced by a deeper. She nodded gently, her tone remaining steady. I see you are concerned about the Gray Mouse Gang's retaliation, fearing punishment from that scar-faced boss, which is why you hesitate to accept the guidance of the night, correct? The girls nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with resignation and acceptance. If that's the only reason. Wendy's voice carried a reassuring certainty as she slightly turned, directing her gaze toward the other cloaked figure standing silently in the shadows behind her. Then you sisters need not worry at all. For our night Church's Archbishop is a powerful being who has already stepped into the realm of heroes. A mere Gray Mouse Gang lurking in the corners of the slum is nothing more than dust and rubble in the eyes of the Archbishop. As long as the Archbishop is willing, they can be dealt with at any time. Herald of Heroes. The freckled girl gasped, and the other girls' eyes widened in surprise, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. For them, a formal adventurer at LV-20 was already a figure to look up to. And LV-60, the realm of heroes. That was a realm that existed only in the epic tales told by bards. Such a person was the Archbishop of this mysterious church before them. The overwhelming impact left the girls' minds blank as they instinctively followed Wendy's gaze toward the Archbishop, who had remained motionless. Wendy also turned to the Archbishop and respectfully raised her voice. You agree, right, Archbishop? With you here, these small obstacles are hardly worth worrying about. The alley fell silent, with only the distant sounds of barking dogs and the wind. The Archbishop showed no reaction, the figure beneath the cloak not moving even slightly, like a silent statue. Lady Ellie. Wendy called again, her tone laced with a barely perceptible urgency. Still there was no response. The atmosphere grew subtly awkward. The shock in the girls' eyes was gradually replaced by confusion as they exchanged glances. Wendy's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. She quickly adjusted her expression, turning back to the now anxious girls, adopting a solemn and mysterious demeanor, lowering her voice. It seems the Archbishop is currently deep in meditation, sincerely receiving the divine revelation and guidance from the Dark Goddess. This is a sacred moment not to be disturbed lightly. She scanned the girls with encouraging eyes. If you close your eyes now, cast aside distractions, and calm your minds to listen to the whispers of the night wind, perhaps you might also be fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the divine murmurs from the Supreme. Hearing this, the girls felt a mix of skepticism, yet faced with the title of a hero and the term divine revelation, they could not help but feel awe and curiosity. They exchanged glances and eventually followed her advice, closing their eyes and striving to appear earnest in their listening despite hearing nothing but the usual noise of the slum. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wendy swiftly moved closer, silently approaching the Archbishop, who was receiving divine revelation. She reached out and gently tugged at the hem of the Archbishop's large cloak, her voice lowered to a near whisper, laced with impatience. Lady Ellie, please wake up quickly, don't sleep. As she tugged, the Archbishop's large hood slipped slightly, revealing a head of beautiful golden hair that gleamed like moonlight even in the dim environment. A drowsy nasal sound emerged. The one referred to as the Archbishop. Ellie slowly awoke from her slumber. She lazily raised her hand to rub her eyes, and then stretched her body, her loose cloak subtly outlining a graceful, yet powerful silhouette. After doing all this, she seemed fully awake, tilting her head slightly to gaze at the helpless Wendy beside her, a hint of drowsiness still lingering in her eyes. It's Wendy. Has it ended? Ellie's voice carried the unique languor of someone just awakened, sounding almost adorably dazed, completely different from her tone when speaking to Greg. Wendy suppressed the urge to facepalm and lowered her voice, quickly replying, No, Lady Ellie, it has not finished yet. Upon hearing this, the brief confusion on Ellie's face collapsed in an instant, her beautiful brows drooping, the corners of her mouth unconsciously twitching, unabashedly displaying an expression of how troublesome, and I just want to go back to sleep. She looked just like a child dragged from a warm bed by a parent to finish homework. To this, Wendy could only silently sigh in her heart, feeling utterly helpless. Though Ellie had been Greg's exclusive maid, she held a habit that was completely unrelated to the maid profession, going to bed early. This habit had largely developed due to Greg Sasse. In the past, while Greg Sasse was spoiled and foolish, he never dared to casually order around Ellie, a powerful maid, let alone keep her up at night. The long-standing leisurely maid life had allowed Ellie to cultivate an extremely regular routine, wanting to sleep soon after dark and being able to fall asleep in an instant. This peculiar habit quickly resurfaced after she confirmed that Greg was living just fine. Wendy had suggested changing the expansion tasks of the church to daytime, but Ellie firmly rejected it with, "We are the night church. What kind of activities should we be doing in broad daylight? Do we have no sense of being a mysterious organization? Since you said we should operate at night, then you should do your job well now." Of course, Wendy could only think this in her heart now, for she had witnessed Ellie's true strength. However, this opportunity is truly excellent. If all goes smoothly, we might be able to absorb quite a number of people at once, and we could also conveniently resolve the issue of our church lacking a stable base in the royal capital. Wendy's tone shifted, infused with enticing excitement. "Oh." Ellie's previously drooping shoulders straightened slightly, a glimmer of interest igniting in her languid eyes. "Tell me more." Wendy immediately lowered her voice and quickly laid out her plan clearly. "These girls fear the Grey Mouse Gang, and the Grey Mouse Gang controls this area. If we in the name of the Night Church directly take action to eliminate the Grey Mouse Gang, not only can we relieve the oppression for these girls and others in this slum, earning their gratitude and trust, but we can also seamlessly take over the territory and base previously held by the Grey Mouse Gang, establishing our church's first outpost in this city. This not only showcases our church's strength and mercy, but also provides a practical foundation. With your power, Lady Ellie, sweeping away the Grey Mouse Gang would be a mere effort of lifting a finger." After listening, Ellie blinked, scrutinizing Wendy from head to toe, and sincerely exclaimed, "Your mind really works wonderfully, Wendy, to come up with such a perfect plan." She paused, seemingly recalling something, mumbling softly, "I really don't understand how someone as clever and capable as you could not stay in your own family. It's not like you're some idiot who gets kicked out by your family for being foolish all day." It was obvious who she was referring to as an idiot. Wendy's smile faded slightly, shaking her head, a hint of complex emotions flashing in her green eyes, yet her tone remained calm. "Everyone has their own reasons, Lady Ellie. Let the past be the past." Ellie did not press further on this matter. She reached into the inside of her wide cloak and drew out a long sword with a dark matte silver sheath. "All right then, let's do as you said. Let's finish this quickly so we can go back to sleep," Ellie said as she prepared to walk out of the alley with her sword. Wendy quickly called out to her, turning to the few girls who were still tightly shootied, trying to earnestly listen for divine revelation, and clapped her hands. "All right, sisters, you can open your eyes now." The girls complied and opened their eyes, still bearing looks of confusion. Wendy smiled, announcing in a solemn and convincing voice, "The Dark Goddess has heard your plight and prayers through divine revelation, and the merciful Archbishop has decided to immediately act according to the teachings of our church to uphold justice for the oppressed. She will personally go and deal with the Grey Mouse Gang that has been occupying this place and exerting power. This will prove that the protection of the night is not just empty words, and the goddess love will surely illuminate every forgotten corner." The girls were once again stunned, followed by an outburst of low exclamations filled with excitement and gratitude. They looked at Ellie with eyes filled with unprecedented awe and hope, clasping their hands together, mimicking Wendy's earlier gesture, clumsily yet devoutly bowing towards Ellie, softly praising the Dark Goddess and the Archbishop's grace. Ellie, however, showed no particular reaction to this. She seemed to not regard herself as any archbishop, merely seeing herself as a maid about to complete a task. She carried the sword and walked with somewhat lazy steps towards the alley's mouth, her demeanor relaxed, as if she were going to the market for a midnight snack rather than to confront a gang's lair. For her, this was indeed no troublesome matter. Recalling the past when Greg was shamed by his broken engagement, although she had mercilessly mocked her young master, she had swiftly grabbed her sword and stormed into the royal capital, causing quite a commotion, ultimately escaping the pursuit of dozens of night commanders. Compared to that incident, clearing out a small gang in the slum was as easy as digesting a meal. However, just as she reached the mouth of the alley, about to step into the slightly brighter main street outside, a figure happened to turn in from another direction, nearly colliding with her. Both halted their steps simultaneously. It was a girl. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in a simple, yet well-tailored black dress that reached her knees, fluttering slightly in the night breeze. Her waist-length hair was as smooth as the night, her skin pale from lack of sunlight, and her features were exquisite, resembling a meticulously carved obsidian artwork. Most striking were her eyes, an extremely rare deep purple that was almost pure black, glimmering with a mysterious and profound luster in the dim light. She did not deliberately pose in any alluring manner. She simply stood there, surrounded by a unique charm that blended mystery, languor, and a hint of barely detectable danger, like an exotic flower quietly blooming in the dark night. Ellie's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Instinctively, her fingers tightened around the hilt of her sword. The magic power that had been flowing lazily within her suddenly became solid and alert. Her intuition was sending her a sharp warning. The seemingly beautiful black-haired girl before her was far from as simple as she appeared. Beneath that calm exterior, something deep and even unsettling lay hidden. "What brings you here?" Ellie spoke first, her voice devoid of its previous languor, carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny. She did not relax her grip on the sword. Her body, concealed beneath the cloak, had already entered a state of readiness for battle. In response to Ellie's subtly defensive inquiry, the black-haired girl showed no sign of tension or she tilted her head slightly, her deep purple eyes lingering on Ellie for a moment, as if she had instantly discerned much, and then the corners of her mouth curved upward in a playful arc. "No, nothing particularly important." Her voice was clear and pleasant, yet carried a magnetic quality that seemed to tug at the heartstrings. "It's just, I seem to have arrived a bit late, so it appears there's nothing for me to do here now." Her ambiguous reply, while her gaze seemed to intentionally or unintentionally sweep toward the alley behind Ellie. Ellie furrowed her brow, as she could not grasp the other's attitude, yet the sense of latent danger did not dissipate. She did not want to complicate matters, especially since she had important business to attend to tonight. "Oh, is that so?" Ellie replied nonchalantly. "Then you should leave quickly if this place isn't particularly safe for someone like you." "Miss, someone like me, eh?" The black-haired girl softly repeated, seemingly amused by the phrase. She raised her slender finger to lightly cover the corner of her mouth. "I think that statement might equally apply to you, this sister." She deliberately paused at the word sister, a deeper smile flickering in her deep purple eyes, as if she could see through Ellie's disguise beneath the cloak. Yet she nodded again, her tone returning to its previous indifference. "However, you are right, I should indeed be leaving now." After saying this, she elegantly bowed slightly to Ellie, the gesture not large, but imbued with an unreplicable classical grace. Then she no longer lingered, turning around and walking away with light and composed steps in the opposite direction from where Ellie had come, her black skirt and long hair gently swaying in the dim light, quickly merging into the deeper shadows ahead, vanishing from sight. Ellie stood in place, watching her disappear, her brow still slightly furrowed. The other's final words, and that gaze, left her a bit perturbed. But for now, dealing with the Grey Rat Gang was more urgent. She shook her head, temporarily suppressing that flicker of doubt, and lifted her sword to leave. Meanwhile, not far from the alley's mouth, in the shadow around the corner of another path. As the black-haired girl just turned the corner, a shadowy figure, ghost-like, silently descended from the low roof of the nearby building, landing right beside her without making a sound. The newcomer was also cloaked in a dark hooded robe, their presence carefully concealed. "Master." A respectful yet deep female voice came from beneath the hood, carrying a hint of cold, murderous intent. "Do you need me to eliminate her?" She seemed to sense something. "Eliminate her?" The black-haired girl did not stop her pace, nor did she even turn her head, but the mysterious smile at the corner of her lips seemed to deepen slightly. She gently shook her head, her voice still soft and pleasant, yet carrying an undeniable indifference. "No need, master." The hooded figure looked puzzled. She finally tilted her face slightly, her deep purple eyes glancing at her subordinate, that gaze calm and unruffled, yet it made the hooded figure feel a chill rising from their spine. Melina turned back, her gaze directed toward the deeper darkness of the slums. "Because you do not possess that kind of strength. Not just you, even if you teamed up with the others lurking in this city at this moment, the outcome would remain unchanged." "What?" The hooded figure was genuinely shocked this time, their voice tinged with a slight tremor. They were well aware of their own and their companion's strength. Together, even against someone around level 50, they had a fighting chance, perhaps even victory. That the master would evaluate them like this. The girl seemed unfazed by her subordinate's shock, continuing to speak with a tone devoid of emotion, only calm analysis. "Although she appears young, her magic fluctuations are subtly profound. She has firmly stepped into the realm of heroes, even possibly nearing the boundaries of the ancient hero realm." "Hero realm? Above level 60, and nearing ancient hero?" The hooded figure gasped in shock, their face drained of color. That was a true pinnacle powerhouse, capable of being revered as a pillar in small nations. Such a being appearing in a place like the slums. "What concerns me more is..." The girl's fingers unconsciously twirled a lock of her black hair, a trace of deep thought flashing in her deep purple eyes. "Someone with her level of power is not even the head of this night cult. So what kind of terrifying strength must their true head possess? Or what kind of identity must be so complex that it needs to be hidden deeper?" She gently exhaled, the night breeze blowing her bangs. "At this stage we have no need to oppose such a mysterious and unfathomable force. For now we shall maintain observation." The hooded figure had been completely intimidated by the master's words, cold sweat trickling down, hurriedly bowing in response. "Yes, I understand, master. I shall follow the master's orders." The girl nodded, no longer speaking, and continued walking forward. The hooded figure followed closely, not daring to suggest anything further. But after silently walking for a while, passing through several more filthy and secluded alleys, the hooded figure seemed to recall something, hesitated for a moment, and then lowered their voice cautiously to report, "Master, there is one more thing that needs to be reported to you. Speak." The girl did not stop her pace. The hooded figure's voice became even lower, carrying a hint of barely detectable tension. "The rock spike sent to assist Audrey Hope and monitor the seed implantation. His life mark has completely extinguished not long ago." Melina's steps paused almost imperceptibly. The night breeze swept through the empty alleys, stirring up dirt and scraps of paper, making a wailing sound. She slowly stopped, turned around, and her deep purple eyes in the dim light looked like two frozen cold pools, quietly gazing at her subordinate. "The rock spike is dead. Where am I?" As Greg slowly lifted his heavy eyelids, the first thing he beheld was not the dimly glowing moss clinging to the dungeon's stone walls, nor the deep gray canvas roof of the camp tents, but rather slender beams of morning light, warm and golden, piercing through the air. They streamed through spotless glass windows, forming luminous columns in which countless motes of dust hung suspended in serene silence, before slanting down onto the pristine white bedsheet, casting bright, tender patches of light. The scene was utterly ordinary, so commonplace it might grace any waking dawn. Yet to Greg's eyes it carried a strange, almost alien freshness, a sensation long forgotten. He remained frozen for several seconds, his mind sluggish and fogged as it struggled to process this simple, startling reality. What the? A jolt shot through him, cold as icy water, dousing his skull, shattering the remnants of sleep and weakness. He bolted upright in bed, movement so abrupt it tugged at several tender wounds, drawing a sharp, involuntary gasp. "I can see sunlight this clearly. This cannot possibly be the dungeon. Then where am I?" He scanned the room with mounting alarm. The chamber was modest in size, its walls painted a stark, unadorned white. A faint, sterile tang of antiseptic lingered in the air. Beneath him lay a firm white hospital bed draped with a thin, stiffened sheet, crisp from repeated laundering. Beside it stood a metal stand holding half a bag of transparent fluid, a slender tube snaked from it to a catheter taped to the back of his hand. In the corner sat a simple wooden table and chair. An empty glass cup rested upon the tabletop. A hospital. Fragments of memory began to resurface. The desperate battle in the abandoned cabin. The hooded demon. Ascended shadow energy. The searing agony of consuming an outer god's power. Sylvie's embrace. And finally, the sudden disembodied feminine voice. Then absolute darkness. So certain nuisances truly refuse to die quietly. Even after a full day and night of unconsciousness, they simply wake themselves up. A familiar voice drifted from the far side of the room. Greg whirled his head toward the sound. Victoria. She stood beside another hospital bed, near the window, deftly folding a few spare garments and tucking them into a worn canvas backpack. She had already shed her patient gown, now wearing the recently issued academy uniform. Her right arm remained suspended in a sling, yet her complexion had visibly improved since her last visit, flushed with returning vitality. Yet something about her radiated an inexplicable weariness. Her gray-blue eyes flickered over him, cool, detached, before returning to her task. On the bed she'd occupied moments before, a soft pink figure curled peacefully in slumber. Sylvie. Exhaustion clung to her even in repose, her brow furrowed, faintly long pink lashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes, tear tracks still glistening on her cheeks. "I lay unconscious for a full day and night." Greg echoed, his voice hoarse with thirst. Instinctively he ran his hands over his chest and arms, confirming only bandaged abrasions, sprains, and the hollow, draining ache of depleted magical reserves, not life-threatening injury. Did nothing happen during that time? He pressed, unease coiling in his gut, especially given his cursed luck stat of -10 and the sheer peril of lying defenseless on the surface for so long. Victoria paused mid-fold, lifted her gaze, and fixed him with a peculiar, searching look. "How did you know? Yesterday was unusually turbulent." A shadow crossed her face. Her gray eyes lost focus, drifting inward, distant, hollow, as if recounting a nightmare too raw to name. "For instance, roughly 3 hours after you fell unconscious, the metal stand beside your bed snapped clean at its welds. The heavy frame, along with its dangling bag and monitoring equipment, plummeted straight toward your head. I threw myself in front, taking the impact across my back and uninjured arm. My spine likely bears a sprawling bruise even now. Then last night, when the nurse wheeled in dinner, one wheel detached from the cart, and the entire thing overturned toward your bed, splattering steaming broth and cutlery across you. I had to deflect it with a gust of wind magic, which tore at my stitches. I didn't sleep a wink afterward. And just before dawn today, a pitch-black cat slunk in, eyes burning crimson, unnervingly silent. To chase it out, I got bitten badly enough to require a late-night rabies vaccine. With each anecdote, her voice grew flatter, her expression emptier, until drained she sighed deeply and massaged the bridge of her nose. In short, minor calamities never ceased. I am now utterly, irrevocably certain I will not spend another night in this room. Her gaze refocused, steady, resolute, edged with quiet, unspoken dread, as she looked directly at Greg. Otherwise, I have no doubt I'll soon be back here hospitalized again, thanks to some utterly preposterous accident. Greg stared speechless, cold sweat prickling his nape. Aside from the third incident, whose culprit he knew all too well, the others felt like low-budget incarnations of death itself. No guesswork needed. His accursed negative luck had persisted unwavering even in unconsciousness. And Victoria, still wounded, still frail, had borne every blow, shielding his helpless form from oblivion. A wave of profound guilt and visceral fear surged within him. His mouth opened then closed. Nothing came, only a dry, awkward croak. Thanks. Really appreciate it. The ward fell silent for a moment, with only Sylvia's even and gentle breathing breaking the stillness. Victoria zipped up her backpack, seemingly recalling something, then raised her head to look at Greg, a hint of curiosity in her gray blue eyes. By the way, is there something? Did you offend someone at the academy? Or did you have any special interactions with someone? What do you mean? Greg's heart skipped a beat, though his expression betrayed confusion. In the second year, there's a girl named Catherine Roman, you know her, right? Victoria observed his expression. She posted a commission on the Academy's task board under her personal name with a reward of 50 gold coins. The commission was straightforward: find Greg Sasse in the dungeon and convey a message to him. Catherine is looking for me. And she posted a commission. Greg's heart raced, nearly causing him to spring from the bed. He thought he had put that matter behind him, yet here, it was resurfacing. Could it be? Those three upperclassmen couldn't keep their mouths shut, leaking his identity. But upon calming down, he thought that with Catherine Roman's intellect and methods, even if those three kept quiet, she might still deduce his involvement through her sharp instincts and network of information. What a hassle. It seems I can't escape it after all. Greg felt a headache coming on. Being targeted by this deep-minded, calculating fourth female lead was definitely not a pleasant experience. However, now that the situation had come to this, avoidance was clearly not a solution. The other party had openly offered a bounty for finding him, making their stance clear. If he continued to hide, it would only make him appear guilty, potentially drawing more unnecessary speculation and attention, or even prompting Catherine to take more aggressive measures. It seemed he could no longer passively evade. He needed to find an opportune moment to actively meet this merchant lady. At the very least, he should clarify what she intended and regain some control. Greg said, "Since you have conveyed this message to me, does that mean you can collect the bounty later? Wouldn't you owe me a little something then?" While Greg was quickly calculating how to deal with Catherine in his mind, Victoria had already slung her canvas bag over her shoulder. "It's too late. The commission was cancelled yesterday. If I had known sooner, I would have crawled to the dungeon to find you just to play around." Greg sighed. This damned luck, can it be a bit kinder to me?" Victoria walked to her original bedside, looking at Sylvia, who was sleeping soundly. Her gaze softened for a moment as she quietly said to Greg, "She stayed by your side all day, hardly sleeping, and only dozed off just before dawn. I moved her to my bed so she could rest more comfortably. Now, let's try not to disturb her, let her rest well." Hearing this, Greg felt a warmth in his heart, and his gaze towards Sylvia softened considerably. This kind-hearted, yet somewhat foolish girl must have been worried about him, which is why she forced herself to stay awake. Despite having just gone through such a terrifying ordeal, she was utterly exhausted. "I understand. No problem." He nodded immediately, lowering his voice. "There's another matter regarding." Victoria suddenly hesitated, her gaze flickering between Greg and the sleeping Sylvia, her gray hair slipping over her shoulder as she slightly tilted her head. She seemed to be struggling, her lips moved, but no sound came out, and finally, she simply raised her hand in mild irritation, ruffling her hair. What else is there?" Seeing her like this, Greg took the initiative to ask, "Could there be another problem?" "No, forget it, it's nothing." Victoria ultimately shook her head, swallowing back the words that had nearly escaped her lips. She had originally wanted to ask why, when she woke up this morning, she saw Sylvia tightly holding Greg's hand, sleeping at the edge of his bed. That posture, that complete lack of defense. Given her understanding of Sylvia, this shy and introverted friend had never had such an intimate interaction with any male throughout her life. Yet the words stuck in her throat, as if something was blocking them. A subtle emotion, one she couldn't quite articulate, instinctively made her reluctant to voice her question. It felt as if a voice deep within her was faintly resisting, not wanting her to delve into the implications behind this scene, or not wanting her to receive a clear answer from Greg. Greg, observing her conflicted yet ultimately resigned demeanor, couldn't help but roll his eyes, habitually quipping, "Hey, why leave half a sentence hanging, NMSL?" He felt that the people around him lately all seemed to be adopting a puzzling trend, always speaking in riddles or getting stuck at crucial points. This sensation was utterly maddening, akin to finally finding a long-awaited and first-rate study resource only to have his parents unexpectedly barge in without warning. That kind of suffocating yet helpless feeling was simply dreadful. Victoria clearly didn't fully comprehend his complaint filled with otherworldly slang, but she understood he was lamenting that she hadn't finished her sentence. A trace of awkwardness flashed across her face as she avoided this topic. Finally, she walked to the ward's door, placing her hand on the doorknob, but then paused. With her back to Greg, she seemed to struggle for a few seconds before awkwardly turning around, her gray eyes looking at him, her speech faster than usual. "I saw it in the Academy's daily news. Thank you for saving Sylvia while I wasn't around." She paused, her voice dropping, but it remained clear. "In any case, that's all I wanted to say. Goodbye." After speaking, fearing Greg might respond, or that she might say something else, she quickly opened the door, leaving without looking back, gently closing the door behind her. "Wow." Greg was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. "She actually remembered to thank me, her babysitter. What an interesting change." It seemed that recent events had indeed improved this proud, gray-haired warrior's perception of him quite a bit. This was an unexpected gain. However, the smile lasted less than 2 seconds before Greg suddenly realized another key piece of information in Victoria's words. "Wait, what do you mean you saw it in the Academy's daily news?" He widened his eyes in shock, an ominous premonition surging within him. "Thanks to the constant updates from the seniors, it seems like today's performance is slightly better. As a token of gratitude, I'll update 3 chapters directly today." The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, and on the main avenue of the Glory Kale Magic Academy a few students had already begun to stir. When the straight, bamboo-like blue figure appeared, both first-year newcomers and senior students along the way instinctively lowered their voices, some stopping to respectfully bow in greeting, while others cast distant glances filled with awe and admiration. "Good morning, Princess Vivian." "Good day, President." "Your Highness, you are here so early." The greetings arose in succession, polite and restrained, imbued with clear respect. Vivian Khan, the first princess of the kingdom, a second-year student at the academy, and also the president of the student council of this prestigious magic institution. She possessed waist-length lake blue hair that could overshadow the morning light, meticulously tied into an elegant ponytail, her ice blue eyes calmly gazing ahead, her exquisite face seemingly sculpted from ice and snow. Perfect, yet lacking warmth. She merely nodded slightly, or offered a brief response before continuing to walk forward. The natural aura of authority and distance she exuded rendered any attempts at closer conversation seem out of place. This lofty prestige stemmed not solely from her noble princess status. At Glory Kale, strength and capability were the true passports. Vivian's reputation was earned bit by bit through her extraordinary self-discipline and exceptional performance, far surpassing ordinary standards. She was the only student in the past decade to pass the year-end assessment with top grades in all subjects during her first year and successfully campaign to become a student council officer. Her schedule was precise to the minute. It was said that she began meditation and physical training at 4 in the morning without interruption. Her notes were praised in private by professors for their clarity and depth of annotation, even supplementing some obscure references. When handling student council affairs, she was strict and impartial, judging solely by academy rules and individual performance, even clashing with some well-connected professors. In public, her demeanor was always impeccable, her speech and actions akin to a royal etiquette textbook. Her magical prowess was also quite outstanding, mastering ice attribute magic with remarkable skill, which was precisely why she held the position of second-year chief. At this moment, dawn was breaking, and she appeared at the academy not because of any elective classes scheduled at this early hour. She had arrived early to handle the backlog of paperwork for the student council and to prepare for the upcoming week's tasks. For her, efficiency was a virtue, wasting time was intolerable. However, as she approached the ancient stone building that belonged solely to the student council and grasped the cold brass doorknob, her movement paused momentarily. Inside, faintly came the voices of a few capable subordinates of hers in conversation. The center of the topic seemed to revolve around the sensational news report from yesterday. Greg Sasse, that son of the former duke. He defeated a cadre of the Demon King's cult. What a joke. A somewhat agitated male voice emerged, belonging to Carl, a third-year student in charge of discipline. His tone was filled with disbelief. "I was in the basic magic theory class with him last year. That guy couldn't even manage the most basic stability of magical power output, and was regularly reprimanded by professors on the spot. Him defeating a cadre of the Demon King cult. Are they made of tofu? Shall lower your voice, Carl. Another more composed female voice interjected belonging to Emily, who was responsible for paperwork. The news was released by the Academy, although it wasn't detailed it must have undergone preliminary verification since it was published. Moreover, I heard that the source of this news seems to have received indirect confirmation from the Academy's head. The head, a third voice belonging to Daniel who was responsible for event planning interjected surprised. Isn't the head at the Magic Tower exchange meeting? I remember Professor Martin mentioned that the meeting was supposed to last for a few more days. You wouldn't understand, Daniel. Carl seemed to find an outlet for his frustration, lowering his voice with a hint of mystery. What kind of person is the head? A level 80 archmage. Perhaps she predicted this calamity for the Academy and rushed back after ending the exchange meeting early. That's the foresight and responsibility of a top-tier powerhouse. Hearing them speak of the head, Vivian felt a sense of helplessness. She knew that these ordinary students viewed the head through a filter because they seldom encountered her. However, having personally interacted with the head, she knew that the head was not the kind of person they imagined someone capable of foreseeing the future. It was likely just that she found it troublesome and used some excuse to cancel the follow-up activities of the Magic Tower exchange meeting, allowing her to return early. Yet out of respect for a level 80 archmage, Vivian had no intention of exposing this point. Fortunately, their conversation did not linger on the head for too long. After all, they were students, and rather than discussing the greatness of their superiors, they preferred to talk about gossip. Speaking of which, Emily's voice rang out again. Do you all know that Greg Sasse previously seemed to have had an engagement with our president, Princess Vivian? Of course, Daniel immediately replied, his tone certain, but later wasn't it, because Greg Sasse was simply too lacking that the royal family took the initiative to break off the engagement. This caused quite a stir in the noble circles back then. Yet the news says this now. Carl's voice was filled with confusion. If what happened yesterday is true, that Greg Sasse could single-handedly defeat a cadre of the Demon King's cult, how could he possibly be the useless person rumored? This strength is definitely not weak. At the very least, it's much stronger than me. He reluctantly added the last part. Yeah, Emily agreed, her thoughts wandering. Could it be that his previous self was all a facade? But why would he do that? It can't possibly be. Just to annul the engagement with Princess Vivian and be expelled by his own family, right? At this point in the conversation, Vivian's ice blue eyes subtly moved. She knew she could no longer continue listening, because the fire had undoubtedly burned onto her body. Whether Greg Sasse past foolishness was real or a facade, Vivian Khan had never regretted her decision to support the royal family's annulment of that absurd engagement. For her marriage was no trivial matter, nor simply a bargaining chip to maintain the interests of the royal family and nobility. Her future partner must be one who could stand alongside her, possessing matching strength and character. And the former Greg Sasse, who possessed only a handsome facade, yet was arrogant, foolish, and unambitious within, was not even qualified to stand beside her. To marry such a person, she would rather choose a more resolute path. Creak. The heavy wooden door of the student council room was pushed open, the sound not loud, yet it instantly silenced all the whispering within. Vivian walked in with an expression as usual, as if she hadn't heard anything moments ago. She still wore the well-fitted academy uniform, her step steady as she walked directly to the large chairman's seat at the back of the room, where neatly arranged documents awaited her. Good day, President. Your Highness, good day. Carl, Emily, Daniel, and others quickly stood up, somewhat flustered in their greetings, their faces showing a hint of the guilt of being caught. In their eyes, while President Vivian was beautiful and powerful, she was also extremely serious, even somewhat intimidating. They dared not joke around freely in her presence, let alone discuss private matters related to her. Vivian lightly acknowledged them with a sound, then took her seat at the chairman's position, her gaze sweeping over the several stacks of classified documents on the table as she began to focus intently on reviewing them. Seeing that the president seemed not to have heard their previous conversation, the group quietly sighed in relief and hurried back to their positions, immersing themselves in their work. The student council room returned to its usual efficient, yet somewhat oppressive silence, with only the sound of quills scratching across paper and the occasional rustle of turning pages. However, this tranquility did not last long. About half an hour later, the door of the student council room was gently knocked again and then pushed open. A young woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an intellectual and gentle aura, dressed in a standard black and white made uniform, walked in. She first bowed politely to everyone in the room, then turned her gaze directly toward Vivian at the chairman's position. Vivian raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her ice blue eyes. She recognized this maid, Layla, one of the 3 personal maids of her sister Lilith, known for her attentiveness and knowledge. What was she doing in the student council? Is there something you need, Layla? Vivian put down the quill in her hand and inquired proactively, her voice as consistently cool and steady. Layla took a few steps forward and stopped in front of Vivian's desk, gracefully performing a standard maid's curtsy, her voice soft and respectful. "Good day, Princess Vivian. I apologize for interrupting your work. I come on the orders of Princess Lilith to report to you after this period of diligent study and cultivation, the princess has successfully raised her level to LV20. Additionally, she has improved her proficiency in the highest tier fire magic flame burst from LV1 to LV2 molten fire explosion. Both indicators have met the requirements you set earlier for lifting the house arrest order." Layla paused slightly, raising her eyes cautiously, inquiring. "Therefore the princess sent me to ask whether the house arrest punishment you previously imposed can now be lifted. In this world there are only two ways to level up. One is to continuously enhance one's understanding of magic through study, and once a certain level is reached the level will increase. The second is to gain an understanding of magic through combat and slaughter. Once accumulated to a certain extent the level will also increase." Vivian had heard that in that distant era the second method seemed to be the mainstream way for humans to level up, as it required little talent and had a considerable speed of improvement, but the drawback was that it was far too dangerous. This is why most people now prefer to sit in front of books to study rather than enter dungeons to fight. However, while the first method is safe, it is not without its downsides, as it heavily relies on personal talent. Those of mediocre talent, no matter how hard they work, will eventually be left behind by those with talent. And Vivian now deeply recognized this point again. Reaching LV20 shortly after enrollment and raising the proficiency of the highest tier magic to LV2 was something Vivian knew she could never have achieved. That familiar sensation of pressure like fine ice needles quietly crawled up her spine again. Princess, seeing that Vivian had not responded for a long time, merely staring quietly at a certain spot on the table, Layla cautiously called her again, her tone filled with even more respect. Vivian came back to her senses, her ice blue eyes instantly regaining clarity and calmness, as if the momentary distraction had merely been an illusion. "I understand." Her voice bore no fluctuations, as if stating an utterly ordinary matter. "Lift her house arrest. However, remember to inform her." Vivian raised her eyes, her gaze calmly landing on Layla, not harsh, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "As a princess of the Khan Kingdom and a student of Glory Kale Academy, I hope she will speak and act with caution, always being mindful of her behavior. I do not wish to see a repeat of similar behaviors that violate curfew, wandering freely within the academy and causing the patrolling professors to discover her, which tarnishes the reputation of both the royal family and the academy. I hope to see no second instance of this." "Yes, I understand. I will certainly relay the princess instructions verbatim to Princess Lilith." Layla bowed deeply, her tone serious. She was well aware that this was the most lenient handling that Princess Vivian could offer within her principles. After receiving a positive response, Layla bowed once more, then silently exited the student council room, gently closing the door. The room returned to silence. However, Vivian felt that the icy stagnation lingering in her heart had not dissipated. She took a gentle breath, attempting to refocus her attention on the club activity funding application. However, just as she lifted her pen, the clear whispers that seemed to echo sharply in the overly quiet room drifted over from the positions of Carl and Daniel at a slant behind her. "So impressive, Princess Lilith." "Yes," reaching LV20 shortly after enrollment and bringing flame burst up to LV2. "This talent is terrifying. No wonder she is a once-in-a-century magical genius of the kingdom. It makes one feel they lack the strength to even be jealous. Without a doubt, Princess Lilith will absolutely become the top of the first-year class." The voices were low, filled with pure admiration and a hint of inferiority without malice. But to Vivian's ears it made her fingers unconsciously tighten. The hard metal pen seemed to emit a slight creak under her unintentional grip. She lowered her eyelids, her thick fan-like ice blue lashes obscuring the fleeting complex currents in her gaze. In the next moment, she raised her head again, her expression as cold as ever, as if the momentary lapse had never occurred. She refocused on the documents before her, though her fingers still slightly tinged with white as she held the pen. At noon, the dazzling sun hung high in the azure sky, generously spilling its scorching light and warmth over the vast campus of the Glory Kale Magic Academy. The stone pathway reflected a blinding light, while the neatly trimmed shrubs and flower beds by the roadside appeared vibrant under the sun, as if the air itself danced with golden dust. Students who had finished their morning classes flowed out of the teaching building in small groups, most wearing relaxed smiles, as they hurried towards the cafeteria, library, or sought cozy corners under the shade of trees on the lawn to enjoy this rare midday leisure. Laughter and youthful exuberance painted a lively picture of the campus at noon. However, it is well known that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate together. Amidst this torrent of universal delight, one figure appeared strikingly out of place, like a stubborn chunk of ice, unwilling to melt under the sun. His footsteps were unconsciously stiff, his back straightened to the point of being tense, and his amber eyes alertly scanned his surroundings, ready to spring into a state of heightened vigilance at the slightest rustle. On that handsome face, which even in vigilance could not hide its beauty, there was none of the relaxation and joy possessed by those around him, only a mix of annoyance and a heightened alertness, as if to say, there are always schemers wishing to harm me. This person was Greg Sasse. Due to primarily mental exhaustion, with only some superficial injuries, Greg did not wake Sylvia and directly went to handle his discharge procedures. He intended to leave this cold surface immediately and return to the warm underground city, which felt like home. However, as his luck with a -10 score would predict, an unexpected turn of events indeed occurred. Just as he stood at the nurse's station enduring the discomfort of the antiseptic smell and preparing to sign the discharge confirmation, the somewhat alluring head nurse suddenly conveyed a message to him. Greg Sasse, the principal requests that you come to the principal's office as soon as you wake up. She is waiting for you. The principal. Greg's pen paused over the discharge confirmation form. The mention of that name was completely unexpected. He remembered that the principal was supposed to return to the academy only after Chapter 2 officially began. Moreover, why would she not stay in her office to watch her show, but summon him instead? Was it to inquire about the incident from the day before? But wouldn't it be more straightforward to ask Sylvia, the person directly involved? Was it really necessary to wait for me to wake up for this? Without any hesitation, alarms rang in Greg's mind. Based on his past experiences, this was likely not a friendly invitation to tea. I'm not going. As a despised villain in the academy, Greg readily refused this request, raising his middle finger and saying, please tell that dead cowboy that even if I am expelled from the family, I am not so easily manipulated. If he wants to see me, he can come to the underground city himself. He attempted to deter the other party with this rude and disrespectful attitude, hoping to make them see finding him as a hassle and abandon the idea. However, the head nurse's expression showed no reaction, as if she had anticipated his response, and added, the principal also said that if you refuse to go, she will exercise her authority as principal and officially expel you from the Glory Kale Magic Academy. Ha ha ha. Greg scoffed, his face filled with indifference. Expel me? I don't even go to class anymore. Do you think I care about this student status? As long as I can stay in the underground city, I am free and happy. Expulsion? Whatever. He was eager to rid himself of this troublesome student identity, to focus more on surviving and developing in the underground city. The head nurse replied, additionally, I need to remind you that the underground city belongs to the academy and is an important asset. Its entrance is equipped with special restrictions and is only open to enrolled students and authorized personnel. The head nurse replied, additionally, I need to remind you that the underground city belongs to the academy and is an important asset. Its entrance is equipped with special restrictions and is... He suddenly leaned forward, pressing his hands on the nurse's station, his voice involuntarily rising. Are you all actually planning to use this method to take away my last happiness and place of refuge? You are truly despicable. The head nurse paid no attention to his fierce reaction, seemingly just following a predetermined notification procedure. She continued in her calm tone, dropping the final heavy bomb. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. Given that you used the medical benefits of an enrolled student during your hospitalization, if you are expelled and lose your student status, you will be personally responsible for the full cost of this treatment. According to preliminary calculations, including advanced healing potions, mana recovery potions, ward fees, expert consultation fees, the total is approximately... Greg interrupted, no need to say more. The principal is visionary and cares for her students. She is a model and example for us students to learn from throughout our lives. To receive a personal summons from the principal to listen to her teachings is truly the utmost honor and fortune for me, Greg Sasse. I will go right away. Immediately. The rapid change of face and the complete turnaround in attitude made even the experienced head nurse's eyelid twitch slightly. Thus this awkward and torturous scene unfolded. On the tree-lined path leading to the central tower of the academy, Greg walked, as if on red-hot iron, each step filled with reluctance and heightened vigilance. Students passing by, regardless of gender, cast various complex glances at him upon recognizing him, accompanied by hushed discussions. Look, it's Greg Sasse. He really is still alive. Could what was said in the news yesterday be true? No way, did he really defeat the cadre of the Demon King cult? That is truly a demon race. He looks quite handsome. But didn't they say he was? Should keep it down, he's looking over here. Hearing these discussions, Greg felt a wave of frustration. He had intended to act discreetly, minimizing the impact of the incident, but unexpectedly, it had been directly exposed by the news, making it now common knowledge throughout the academy. Thou art indeed extraordinary. Nas, they walked Nithmer's ethereal voice. laced with quiet curiosity and faint bewilderment, suddenly resonated within Greg's mind. This was the first time she had spoken since Greg awoke. Though thou hast forcibly absorbed even a mere sliver of an outer god's power, a fragment infinitesimal in scale, the corruption and psychic erosion it carried were profound. Yet thou didst sleep but one day and night, and already thy mental sea has stilled. Backlash is negligible. Such resistance astonishes me. Nithmer paused, her tone now distinctly questioning. Could it be that before encountering me thou hadst already come into contact with them, by some means, and thus developed a certain adaptation? Greg kept watch on the people around him from the corner of his eye, then retorted, inwardly exasperated. Contact? With what ghost? Had I ever encountered such sanity-shattering entities before, would I truly have recoiled so utterly, so ignorantly, when thou first uttered the term outer god? He paused, then turned the question back upon her. Rather, I wish to ask thee, Hakimi, why dost thou cling so fiercely to their annihilation? Do not offer me noble platitudes about saving this world. From what I know of thee, thou art no selfless righteous deity devoted to universal salvation. Upon reflection, she recalled that ever since awakening not long ago, she had simply acted upon the impulse to destroy them. Indeed, my fervent desire to erase those outer gods stems not from any lofty savior complex, but because, in here Nithmer fell abruptly silent. For the first time she realized she could not recall why she so desperately wished to kill them. Upon reflection, she recalled that ever since awakening not long ago, she had simply acted upon the impulse to destroy them, without once questioning the origin of that impulse. She sifted through her memories, yet found nothing. Only then did she grasp the truth within what she believed to be a complete recollection. There existed a void, an unaccountable lacuna. Hey, why be thou gone silent again? Greg pressed. In apologies, Nithmer replied. At present I cannot recall the reason at all, yet my heart undeniably hungers for their death. Wait, hold on. Now everyone's turning into riddle speak. Seriously. Though he complained aloud through their profound and mysterious soul bond, Greg sensed clearly that she spoke no falsehood. Her genuine confusion and sudden awareness of that memory gap were unmistakable. A shadow settled over his thoughts. Nithmer's missing memories concealed some deeper secret, but whether it boded ill or well remained utterly unknown. In the end, he could only shake his head in resignation, setting aside those unsolvable questions, for now, and asked instead, then why didst thou slip out in the dead of night yesterday? And bite Greyfur, Victoria? She complained to me this morning, said her wrist had been bitten by a strange black cat, and she spent ages treating it. Did I not tell thee plainly? Nithmer's voice instantly regained its languid, unapologetic cadence. I am quite taken with thy mortal vessel. In the hush of midnight, when whims stir, I sometimes emerge merely to gaze upon thy sleeping face. In Greg's lips twitched when unmistakable expression of disgust crossed his features. Thou art a pervert. A pervert? Nithmer seemed intrigued by the word, her tone laced with playful amusement. The appreciation of beauty is innate, to mortals and deities alike. Moreover, dost thou not often regard the fair maidens around thee, those of striking countenance, with eyes steeped in worldly desire? Greg nodded. True enough. As a thoroughly modern youth of the 21st century, he held no shame in openly admiring beauty. He opposed gambling and narcotics with unwavering clarity, but embraced with open-minded sincerity the healthy, wholesome, and socially virtuous appreciation of aesthetic excellence. Thus, in a sense, Nithmer's observation held merit. Yet admiration remains admiration. I do not creep to someone's bedside at midnight nor bite people at random. Greg seized upon the flaw in her logic. Why specifically didst thou bite Victoria? Thou art a goddess, not an actual feline. Dost thou harbor some peculiar biting compulsion? Or is it that thou simply dislike her, and, pray misunderstand me not, my other half? Nithmer's voice grew solemn, imbued with the gravity of a solemn declaration. I am the goddess who presides over night and secrecy. My heart is vast, my nature magnanimous. I bear no petty grudges. I hold no particular fondness nor aversion toward any living being. That minor chastisement bestowed upon the gray-haired maiden arose purely from one immutable truth. And she paused, then delivered the pronouncement with the weight of cosmic law. I equally disdain all women whose chests are as flat as a board. This was no retaliatory act born of personal grievance. Certainly not because she disturbed my contemplation of thy sleeping visage. Absolutely not. Sunlight filtered gently through sheer gauzy curtains, casting soft golden motes across the pristine white infirmary room. Dust particles drifted lazily in sunlit columns. Upon the hospital bed, a pink-haired girl fluttered her lashes several times before slowly opening her eyes, still clouded with drowsiness and disorientation. An unconscious murmur escaped her lips as she rubbed her eyes. Then memory flooded back, and her eyes snapped wide open. Right? Senior Greg. In realizing she had fallen asleep, without meaning to, Sylvie bolted upright in bed and urgently turned toward the adjacent cot, only to find it empty. Had he awakened and left? In relief and sorrow coiled like twin vines around her heart. Relief that Senior Greg had awakened. Sorrow that she had not been there at his first moment of consciousness, had not thanked him in person, had not gazed upon him once more. And almost involuntarily her gaze drifted back to the vacant bed. Her eyes lingered on the pillow, where it seemed faint traces of radiant golden hair still shimmered in memory. She recalled the warmth of his hand clasped tightly in hers last night, a warmth that anchored her soul. That sensation still tingled faintly at her fingertips, stirring within her chest an unfamiliar, delicate flutter. What might Senior Greg taste like? The thought pierced her mind without warning. The ward lay utterly still. Only distant birdsong drifted in through the window. Drawn by some invisible thread, Sylvie pushed aside her light blanket, slipped barefoot onto the cool floor and tiptoed, step by silent step, toward the empty bed. She hesitated, then sat down slowly with infinite care, as if afraid to disturb something sacred. Leaning forward, she brought her face close to the vacant pillow, her nostrils gently flaring. Beneath the faint tang of antiseptic lingered an elusive, clean, masculine scent, sun-warmed fabric, and something else, ineffable, intoxicating, quickening her pulse. Not overpowering, yet subtly barbed, slipping unnoticed into her senses, teasing dormant nerves. An experience wholly unprecedented. Strange, yet not unwelcome. Rather, captivating. Her gaze softened, her rose-colored eyes misting over with quiet wonder. One slender hand lifted seemingly of its own volition, fingers curling instinctively, drifting downward. And creak. And the infirmary door swung open without warning. I happened upon the cafeteria's lunchbox clearance sale, so I grabbed 2 extra portions. Oh. Sylvie. Victoria stepped in, one hand holding a bag of takeout containers, and broke into a bright smile upon seeing the pink-haired girl perched halfway on the neighboring bed. But then a flicker of puzzlement crossed her gray eyes. Why art thou sitting on Greg's bed? She set the bags down on the table as she asked casually. I. And Sylvie jolted like a startled fawn, nearly leaping off the mattress. Her cheeks blazing crimson, her gaze darting wildly. I must have gotten confused while half asleep. Woke up once and accidentally switched beds. Her voice trembled with nervousness. Her fingers twisted the hem of her nightgown. Ah, I see. So that's it. Victoria accepted the explanation without suspicion, smiling knowingly. She knew full well her friend occasionally wandered through dreamscape, and mistaking beds fit Sylvie's gentle, absent-minded nature perfectly. So where's Greg? Has he already left? And Greg Sasse, likely departed already. Sylvie steadied her voice, though her eyes remained lowered. After all, Senior always has many important matters to attend to. Victoria sighed, glancing ruefully at the extra meal. Then I shouldn't have bought it for him. Even at a discount, it's still money, and tuition fees here are absurdly high. And grumbling lightly, she opened both lunchboxes, clearly resolved not to waste a single bite. Meanwhile, Sylvie stood beside her, wearing once more that serene, gentle smile, listening quietly to her friend's cheerful chatter. Yet beneath that tranquil expression, deep within her rose-hued eyes, fixed upon Victoria's profile, a subtle creeping shadow began to unfurl. In the imagination of the majority of students at the Glory Kale Academy, the headmaster's office is undoubtedly a place shrouded in a mysterious aura. After all, this is the office of a grand mage whose level exceeds LV-80, one of the top powers of human civilization. Thus the students inevitably fantasize about that place being incredibly elegant, solemn, and filled with an air of wisdom. They imagine it should have towering ancient oak bookshelves filled with leather-bound tomes, inscribed with gilded letters radiating a magical resonance. Portraits of past sages and powerful magical beasts hang on the walls, while the air is filled with the tranquil scent of aged parchment, fine ink, and invigorating incense. However, for Greg, who had already visited this place in the original game, he knows very well that the real headmaster's office bears no resemblance to the romantic and reverent fantasies of the students. Pushing open the seemingly heavy but actually unlocked carved wooden door, what first greeted him was not the scent of books or incense, but a rich aroma mixed with malt fermentation. Ding-dong. Clang. The sound of crisp collisions echoed from beneath his feet. Greg looked down to see dozens of empty wine bottles scattered haphazardly across the polished dark wooden floor. They lay there like discarded garbage, forming a minefield that he had to carefully navigate to enter the room. With each step he risked knocking over a few, producing a sharp sound. In the center of the room stood a massive dark wooden desk. It should have been used for office work, as its size and shape were indeed suitable for that purpose. But it had evidently completely lost that function. On the desk, documents, scrolls, quills, and inkpots were nowhere to be found. Instead, various open snacks adorned the surface, interspersed with several bottles of top-shelf wine that had been uncorked or partially consumed, the amber, ruby red, and honey gold liquids gently rippling in exquisite crystal glasses. The most eye-catching feature on this desk was a pair of jade-like feet. Their owner seemed completely unconcerned about displaying them in such a manner. The ankles were delicate and slender, the skin so fair it was nearly translucent, the arch of the feet was graceful, and the 10 toes resembled tender bamboo shoots. The nails were neatly trimmed, exuding a healthy pink hue. At this moment, the jade-like feet were casually crossed over the edge of the desk, the toes occasionally swaying gently to an unseen rhythm. Looking up along the long, straight calves, one could understand what their owner was doing. She was reclined against a high-backed leather chair that seemed inviting to sink into her posture, lazy and casual, almost halfling. Wearing a uniquely styled outfit, neither a mage's robe nor noble attire, but rather a deep brown leather vest paired with matching trousers. The vest accentuated her full, proud curves and slim waist, while the trousers hugged her long, powerful legs, and she wore no shoes or socks. A dark-colored cowboy hat with a slightly wide brim was tilted low, obscuring part of her face, revealing only her shapely jawline and a few strands of winard hair that cascaded down like flowing flames from beneath the brim. Her gaze was curiously fixed on one side of the room's wall, where a portable magical projector emitted a steady glow, casting dynamic images on the blank wall opposite, a dusty wilderness, a small town with wooden structures, men and women wearing wide-brimmed hats and holstered revolvers, and the iconic scene of gunfights, revealing a magical show with a cowboy theme. Dead cow. Esteemed headmaster, may I ask if you summoned me for something? Greg, expressionless, stepped around several wine bottles to approach the desk piled high with snacks and fine wine, speaking in a neutral tone. Indeed, the alluring woman, exuding an air of a seasoned slacker and drunkard, was none other than the current headmaster of the Glory Kale Academy of Magic, one of the top powers of human civilization, a grand mage above LV85, Olivia Moore. Even in the original work, she was a powerhouse of the highest caliber. Frankly speaking, in terms of appearance, Olivia was flawless. Her winard hair resembled a burning sunset, her features deep and three-dimensional, carrying a wild, untamed beauty, particularly those golden eyes currently shaded by the brim of her hat were mesmerizing. Her figure was stunning enough to make any man's blood rush, and that leather cowboy outfit showcased her voluptuous curves to perfection. However, apart from this seemingly perfect exterior, the headmaster's other aspects can be described as the quintessential beautiful disappointment according to the player community. Her lifestyle was sloppy and casual. She was a heavy drinker, obsessed with cowboy culture, despising troublesome social interactions and affairs, preferring to lie down rather than sit. An epitome of a classic slacker. As for why there would be cowboy culture in a magical world, it must surely be a joke from the production team. You're already here. Olivia seemed to just pull her attention away from the magical show, slightly lifting her head as the brim of her cowboy hat rose, revealing a pair of eyes that carried a hint of dreamy intoxication. She shook the wine glass in her hand, seemingly feeling that drinking alone was somewhat dull, and naturally offered her half-finished crystal glass towards Greg. Would you like to have a drink too? Volcano beer, quite strong. Greg's gaze swept over the ambiguous lip print on the glass, and his brow furrowed slightly. No thank you. Just tell me directly if there's something. I'm still in a hurry to return to the dungeon to feed my cat. Oh. Olivia seemed a bit surprised by his reaction, her molten gold eyes narrowing slightly as she scrutinized him, the intoxication seemingly dissipating. You look like not afraid of me at all, even lacking the basic tension and respect. Why is that? Have you given up on yourself after being expelled by your family, losing even your reverence for the headmaster? Greg smirked and casually replied, because Liang Jingru gave me courage. Although he was speaking to the headmaster, a grand mage capable of reducing him to ashes with a flick of her finger, Greg's tone remained far from respectful, even somewhat casual. This was partly because he had played the original work and was well aware of this character's personality and behavior patterns, lacking the reverent filter that other students had. On the other hand, it was also because Olivia was indeed not someone who cared about etiquette. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left her jade-like feet resting on the desk even as students approached her. Olivia let out a low laugh, her voice carrying a magnetic quality, yet it felt somewhat out of place in the room filled with bottles. I really had no idea from all the various reports and rumors at the academy that you were such an interesting person. Greg Sasse. Well, now you know. Greg remained unfazed, even continuing her line of thought. So if there's nothing important, can I leave now? My cat is really hungry. Why are you so eager to leave? I want to eat you. Olivia seemed to find his reaction quite amusing. Finally, she set down her wine glass, reached for the controller beside her, and paused the magical projection on. Then she gently kicked the swivel wheel of the high-back chair, allowing it to smoothly rotate 180 degrees, now facing Greg. The delicate feet resting on the table were finally withdrawn, now casually resting on the soft fur carpet. Actually, the main reason I brought you here this time is for two things. Olivia leaned slightly forward, resting her elbows on her knees, fingers interlaced under her chin, her molten gold eyes locking onto Greg. Although her posture remained relaxed, her gaze became clear and sharp, as if the previous drunkenness was merely an illusion. Two things, eh? Greg's wariness deepened. First, Olivia extended a slender finger, her smile bright, but leaving Greg with an uneasy feeling. It's to thank you. Thank me, eh? Greg was genuinely perplexed. What could he possibly have done to deserve gratitude from this academy head? Olivia nodded as if it were obvious. The magic tower exchange was far too boring for me. Thanks to your sudden disappearance for more than a week, I had a perfect excuse to leave. Greg. Damn. It turned out I was the one responsible for this plot twist, bringing this great Buddha back ahead of schedule. So what's the second thing? Greg suppressed his speechlessness and continued to inquire. As for the second, Olivia's smile faded slightly, her molten gold eyes shimmering with a complex light that Greg couldn't decipher. She leaned back against the chair, picked up her wine glass again, gently swirling the amber liquid, her tone growing somewhat meaningful. I never expected that there would be a monster like you hidden in my academy. Greg's heart jolted, his pupils contracting imperceptibly. He was about to retort, what do you mean by that? But suddenly the female voice he had heard just before losing consciousness overlapped with Olivia's voice in an instant. There was no doubt that the person back then must have been the academy head, Olivia. Although he couldn't confirm whether Olivia had witnessed him using dark attribute magic as a grand mage, she must have sensed something from the traces of the battle at the scene. Although he couldn't confirm whether Olivia had witnessed him using dark attribute magic as a grand mage, she must have sensed something from the traces of the battle at the scene. The reemergence of dark attribute magic that had been lost for over 1,000 years. Once this news leaked, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze and malicious intent of countless forces. Olivia seemed to see through his suddenly taut nerves and the flicker of fear in his eyes, letting out a light laugh, her molten gold eyes carrying a hint of mockery. It seems you are not as foolish as the rumors describe, and you seem to have guessed what I am referring to. Greg remained silent, neither confirming nor denying, just staring intently at Olivia, waiting for her next words. This feeling of being held by a thread was extremely unpleasant. Don't be so tense, little guy. Olivia waved her hand, her tone light, even carrying a hint of reassurance. I'm not some kind of devil. Don't forget, besides being the academy head, I am also, well, a cowboy full of justice. Does the cowboy have anything to do with justice? Greg silently complained in his heart, but maintained a calm facade. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled as if trying to expel the pent-up feeling in his chest. He knew that the initiative was entirely in the other party's hands at this moment. All right, then, academy head. Greg's voice returned to calm, even carrying a hint of resigned indifference. Tell me, what exactly do you want me to do? Or rather, what price must I pay to keep you silent about that night? Haha, it seems you really are a clever person, quick to understand. Olivia nodded in satisfaction, downing the remaining wine in her glass in one gulp, and casually placing the empty glass on the table piled with snacks, producing a light ding sound. Then I won't beat around the bush with you. Actually, my request of you is very simple. She paused, her molten gold eyes fixed on Greg, clearly stating word by word, go become the top student, Greg Sasse. Greg? He was taken aback, his face reflecting obvious astonishment and confusion. He was certainly familiar with the term top student. Every year, the Glory Kyle Magic Academy selects the top and second students from each grade, representing the two students with the best overall performance in that grade. This not only signifies the highest honor, but also means more resource allocation, graders say, and to some extent represents the face of the academy. The top student of his grade was the illustrious Princess Vivian Khan. But asking him to become the top student, this demand was simply absurd, competing for the top position with his previously notorious image. Just saying it would likely make all the teachers and students burst into laughter. Was Olivia going through all this trouble just to have him compete for a title? There must be a deeper purpose behind this. It couldn't possibly be that this academy head was bored and wanted to see the fun of a failing student making a comeback, could it? Academy head. Greg furrowed his brow slightly, his tone not concealing his doubt. What exactly? Olivia sat up straight and replied earnestly, seeing students return to the right path, that is my motive. Don't forget, I am an educator. Greg replied expressionlessly, true, but compared to your identity as an educator, you actually prefer to think of yourself as a spiritual cowboy. Olivia pouted slightly, seemingly displeased that he had seen through her facade so quickly, yet she did not deny it. She shifted to a more comfortable position, crossing her legs and gently tapping her fingers on her knee. Tisk, sometimes having a student who is too clever isn't entirely a good thing for educators. She muttered softly, then said seriously, "All right, to tell you the truth, my real purpose is." She leaned slightly forward, lowering her voice, yet carrying an undeniable weight. "I hope you can become one of the representatives of Glory Kyle Academy to participate in the next 5 Academy Grand Competition." The Great Competition of the 5 Academies is the most crucial plot that runs through the first 4 chapters of the original work. In the narrative structure of the original work, the primary task of the first chapter is to familiarize players with the basic environment, character relationships, and daily systems of the Glory Kale Magic Academy, while also laying numerous foreshadowings. One of the most important foreshadowings is the Academy head Olivia attending a high-level event called the annual Magic Tower Exchange Conference. This provides a crucial time window and background setting for the development of the subsequent plot. Entering the second chapter, the protagonist controlled by the player will experience a series of events within the Academy, gradually coming to prominence with strength and reputation continuously rising, ultimately attracting the attention of the Academy head returning from the Magic Tower Exchange Conference. This marks the beginning of the protagonist's entry into the true core of the Academy. Players will learn that during the previous Magic Tower Exchange Conference, the heads of the 5 major Magic Academies jointly drafted a large-scale academic exchange event aimed at outstanding young mages across the continent. Hundreds of Magic Academies will each send their most outstanding student groups, forming an enormous exchange delegation of thousands to participate in this grand event. This event is referred to as the 100 Academies Exchange Conference in the original work. The 100 Academies Exchange Conference is a significant event that truly expands the worldview of the game for the first time. Players will leave the familiar Glory Kale Academy to encounter other talented students from various academies across the continent, experiencing a broader magical world and fiercer competition. According to the setting, only those who achieve in a level evaluation in the 100 Academies Exchange Conference will qualify to be officially selected by their academy as representatives, gaining the chance to participate in the more noble and brutal ultimate stage, the core content of Chapter 4, the 5 Academies competition. This is the true main event. The 5 most prestigious Magic Academies on the continent will each send a handful of true elite representatives to engage in an ultimate competition under the watchful eyes of the world, representing their academy's honor and potentially influencing the future landscape of the continent. The victor of the 5 Academies competition will gain unimaginable honors and resources, and their respective academy will receive a tremendous boost in prestige. From the foreshadowing in Chapter 1 to the build-up in Chapter 2 and the selection in Chapter 3, everything ultimately points to the core event of the 5 Academies competition in Chapter 4. This is the key battle for the protagonist to prove himself, as well as the greatest climax in the early stages of the plot. However, having clarified this thread, Greg found himself even more confused. According to the original game flow, even without his involvement, Victoria as the hero would be fully capable of standing out in the 100 Academies Exchange Conference, achieving an A-level evaluation, and subsequently representing Glory Kale Academy in the 5 Academies competition, where she would perform quite well. So why would Olivia go to such lengths to have him, a notorious former villainous noble, follow a path that should belong to the protagonist? Greg pondered his words, his gaze fixed on Olivia's molten gold eyes that seemed to pierce through the heart. "I don't understand, why must it be me? The Academy has plenty of excellent students, right? As far as I know, there's Princess Vivian Khan in the second year, Princess Lilith Khan in the first year, and some quite promising commoner students like Victoria Cecil and Sylvia Lorraine, who all have a good chance. Especially Victoria. If given enough support and opportunity, there's no reason she couldn't achieve good results in the 5 Academies competition. Shouldn't it be safer to let them strive for glory?" He attempted to steer the topic back to the original narrative while also trying to probe Olivia's true thoughts. However, Olivia's response completely shattered his logical deductions. Because those hypocritical guys, during the Magic Tower Exchange Conference, they actually banded together to prevent me from drinking at the official meetings and banquets, she said angrily, as if it were an unforgivable crime. Greg. He was silent for 2 seconds, trying to understand the logic, but ultimately failed, only able to respond awkwardly. "Isn't that how it should be?" Olivia seemed not to have heard Greg at all, continuing her complaints. "They also think him not like them. They said I haven't fulfilled my duty as the Academy's leader to educate and set an example. Just lounging around, not being industrious. Huh, what do they know? I call that a balance of work and rest. It's called liberation of personality. Greg, but they aren't wrong. I don't care." Olivia suddenly slammed the bottle down on the table, making a dull thud. She shifted in her chair like a petulant child, her molten gold eyes glaring at Greg, burning with unmasked vengeance. I want you to crush all those so-called geniuses and elites sent by the other academies in the 5 academies competition one and all. Beat them to a pulp. Make them cry and wail. It would be best to shatter their proud hearts completely. Trample them flat. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, even waving her fist. At that time I can stand on the podium, no preferably at the victory banquet after the competition, sitting cross-legged in front of their academy heads, drinking and mocking them in the most infuriating tone. Oh dear, look at how your carefully nurtured precious students can't even withstand 3 moves from a problem student from our academy. Is this the result of your so-called dedication and exemplary teaching? TSK, TSK, TSK. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel this early return was worth it. It's exhilarating. Greg, what kind of troublesome little brat are you? Just because of this reason, he finally... Olivia's intention in finding him had nothing to do with deep strategic considerations or lofty ideals. It was purely out of her extremely capricious personal desire. She wanted to use him to slap other academies in the face on the highest stage of the 5 academies competition, to vent her frustrations and satisfy her twisted sense of revenge. I have to say, this does fit her character as a beautiful yet vengeful woman. Greg mentally, but scoffing aside, a realistic problem was immediately presented before him. Olivia's plan sounded delightful, but there was a fundamental contradiction. Indeed, with the power Greg currently possessed, even if he wasn't underground, if he were to unleash his abilities, he would have considerable confidence to crush the talents from the other academies participating in the 5 academies competition, fulfilling Olivia's wicked wish. But the premise is, he must be able to use dark attribute magic in front of the public. However, the very reason he was here engaged in this transaction with Olivia was precisely to avoid exposing the secret of his ability to use dark attribute magic to prevent endless trouble. If he were to expose his secret to win the 5 academies competition, then what was the point of agreeing to this deal? Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? No. Greg decisively shook his head. I cannot accept this condition. If winning the competition necessitates publicly using that kind of power, then what is the meaning of my agreement to you? It offers me no benefit at all. Oh, do you really think that doing so offers you no benefit at all? Olivia's childish expression instantly faded, returning to a languid, yet cunning demeanor. She picked up the bottle again, gently shaking it in her hand, the remnants of wine making a faint sound, her molten gold eyes looking at Greg with a smirk. What do you mean? Greg frowned, a hint of vigilance rising in his heart, but more so was confusion. Olivia did not answer directly, but slowly began to analyze, as if stating an undeniable fact. You see, if you successfully stand out among the numerous students in the academy, and are personally appointed by me, the head of Glory Kale Academy, to represent the academy in the 5 academies competition, then from that moment on your identity will completely change. You will no longer be the disgraced noble Greg Sasse expelled from his family. You will be Olivia Moore, an outstanding student representative, personally discovered, nurtured, and highly valued by a grand archmage, and the talent I cherish the most, even considered my face. Greg's eyes slightly moved, as if catching on to something. Olivia saw his change with satisfaction, continuing slowly, by then your strength, the power you wield, no matter how special or unusual it seems, as long as it brings honor to the academy with my tacit approval, how will the outside world perceive it? She paused, allowing Greg to digest this statement. Greg's eyes gradually brightened. A possibility he had never considered before clearly surfaced in his mind. They will think this is your arrangement as the head of the academy, the foundation or secret weapon of Glory Kale Academy. Greg's voice carried a hint of realization. Even if someone covets it, as long as I carry the aura of being a talent valued by the head of the academy, before they take action, they must first weigh whether it's worth offending you, the grand archmage standing at the pinnacle of human combat power, and the entire Glory Kale Academy associated with you for a special power wielded by a student. Bingo. Olivia snapped her fingers, her smile radiant. That's right. Once you become the representative of the academy and gain this protective charm, your secret will no longer need to be hidden. On the contrary, it can become a power you use openly, becoming a part of the glory of the academy. And I will be your strongest backing and shield. She leaned back, relaxing against the back of the chair, her posture casual, you could say. This is your only chance to leverage my power and status to protect yourself. What do you say, Greg Sasse? Don't you want to seize this opportunity? Greg fell silent. He had to admit that Olivia's words possessed an irresistible allure for him. For a long time, dark attribute magic had been like a double-edged sword, granting him power, while also hanging like the sword of Damocles over him, potentially bringing disaster at any moment. But if he could gain the open protection of a towering figure like Olivia, then the situation would be completely different. He could use this power more confidently, allowing himself to survive better. Moreover, establishing a deeper connection with a powerhouse like Olivia would be beneficial for him, and this might help him avoid many potentially fatal crises in the future. Risks and opportunities coexist, but at this moment the scales of opportunity seemed to be tilting in his favor. After pondering for a moment, Greg raised his head, his gaze becoming resolute once again. He looked at Olivia's molten gold eyes filled with anticipation and playfulness, slowly nodding. "All right," he said succinctly and powerfully, "I accept your terms. I will strive to qualify as a representative, and then, as you wish, in the 5 Academies competition." "Great." Olivia's eyes sparkled, her smile turning even more wicked and expectant. She leapt from her chair, extending a slender, fair hand towards Greg. "Then the deal is sealed. I'm looking forward to seeing you make those arrogant beauties from other academies cry out loud under the spotlight." "You're so wicked." Greg immediately wore a similar expression, "but I like it." A unique bond began to flow in the air. However, this harmony lasted less than 3 seconds. "Olivia, alright, I forgot to mention. Before you came, I think I drank too much, ran to throw up once, and when I came back to tidy up, I was so busy opening new bottles that I forgot to wash my hands." Greg's smile instantly froze on his face. He abruptly withdrew his hand, as if he had touched something filthy, his face turning green, desperately wiping his hands on his pants, his eyes filled with disbelief and disgust. Olivia, however, was unfazed, bursting into laughter, turning back to her high-backed chair lazily, sighing comfortably, casually picking up a newly opened bottle and waving her hand in Greg's direction as if shooing him away. All right, remember to attend the academy courses properly from now on, Greg. I will be monitoring your attendance and performance. I'm looking forward to the day you become the academy representative with excellent academics and strength." Greg's hand-wiping motion suddenly halted, his head raised, shock and resistance showing on his face even more than before. "Wait, what did you just say?" "I still have to attend classes." "Otherwise what?" Olivia took a sip of wine, looking at him as if he were asking a stupid question. "If you don't attend even the most basic academy courses, yet suddenly defeat all the diligent classmates during the selection and become the academy representative, wouldn't that suggest that our Glory Kale Academy's teaching standards and selection mechanisms have serious issues? How would I be able to mock those from other academies for their poor teaching then?" Greg felt a suffocating sensation. "But you didn't mention this condition before." "I mentioned it now, is that a problem?" Olivia blinked innocently, giving him a look that seemed to say, "What are you going to do about it? It's just attending a class, not like I'm sending you to your death." "Why such a big reaction? How many people want to take courses in our academy but have no chance?" "Greg, is there a possibility that this is just sending me to my death?" "Oh dear, don't be so exaggerated." Olivia waved her hand casually, her tone light, but her molten gold eyes narrowed slightly, flashing an undeniable sharpness. "Anyway, it's too late to back out now. The deal is established. I have the final say. If you dare to back out now." She set down her wine glass, leaning slightly forward, one hand propping up her chin, the fingers of the other hand gently brushing against Greg's handsome face, carrying an ambiguous yet dangerous intensity. Greg's body stiffened, not daring to move. Olivia leaned in closer, her warm wine-scented breath almost blowing against his ear, her voice lowered, carrying a magnetic rasp and a blatant predatory smile. "So according to our cowboy customs, before the final payment, I might first enjoy you thoroughly." Every boy must have fantasized about being woken up by a lovely childhood friend in the early morning, right? At least in his past life as an ordinary gamer, Greg had indeed imagined similar scenarios more than once. In those hazy yet beautiful imaginings, the scene typically unfolded like this: the gentle white light of dawn filtered softly through the sheer curtains, casting mottled shadows on the bed. With his eyes still reluctant to fully open, buried lazily in the soft pillow, a clear melodious voice, tinged with playful reproach, rang in his ears. "Get up. Quickly. It's time to wake up. You lazy pig of the universe. The sun is already shining on your backside." As his consciousness gradually awoke, a uniquely fresh and delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils, perhaps the faint scent of soap mixed with sunshine, or maybe the aroma of some floral and fruity shampoo. Then, as his vision cleared, he saw a cute girl sitting astride him, her cheeks slightly puffed, her beautiful eyes wide open, clearly urging him on, yet her face betrayed an undeniable concern as she pretended to be haughty and added, "Humph. If it weren't for our childhood bond, I wouldn't have bothered to wake you up. Hurry up, or you'll be late." Fantasies are always beautiful, imbued with a soft glow and heart-fluttering excitement. But in reality, Abba, a cold, hard metallic object suddenly invaded his warm mouth, bringing with it a sense of suffocating threat. Ugh, spit, cough, cough. Greg jolted awake, his eyes snapping open as he looked terrified at the source of his discomfort. A beautiful girl stood quietly in the center of his somewhat cramped tent. She had waist-length blue hair, tranquil and deep like a lake, meticulously tied up in a high ponytail, and her icy blue eyes were calm and still resembling the frozen surface of a winter lake as she looked down at him. She wore the standard uniform of Glory Kyle Academy, topped with a deep blue silver-trimmed short cloak that signified her status as the student council president, standing tall like a slender bamboo. In her hand, she held a long sword with a slender blade that gleamed coldly. At that moment, the sharp tip of the sword, capable of reflecting the dim light within the tent, was steadily poised near Greg's open mouth with some glistening liquid on the blade, clearly his own saliva. Are you trying to murder your former fiancée? Greg finally dispelled the metallic taste and cold sensation in his mouth. Feeling both alarmed and angry, he shouted at the expressionless blue-haired princess before him. He could even feel the cold sweat instantly break out on his back. Indeed, this girl who had intruded uninvited and awoken him in such an unusual manner was none other than Vivian Khan, the first princess of the Khan Kingdom, the top student of the second year at Glory Kyle Academy, the student council president, and also his former fiancée. If one were to insist in the original background setting, Greg and Vivian could indeed be considered childhood when they were both young, due to the close relationship between the Duke of Sasse family and the royal family, and the fact that Greg's increasingly refined looks won the favor of the queen. Their families intentionally fostered their companionship, allowing them to play and learn court etiquette together, eventually even establishing an engagement. However, as the years passed, their paths diverged completely. Vivian's diligence and sense of responsibility caused her to rise like a morning star, quickly becoming the pride of the royal family as the first princess. On the other hand, Greg, due to his complete lack of magical talent, led to his spoiled personality and a series of increasingly outrageous behaviors, gradually becoming the laughingstock of the noble circles, with their interactions dwindling and their estrangement deepening. Ultimately, after Greg caused yet another scandal that brought shame to the royal family, the king personally ordered the annulment of their already nominal engagement. From then on, they completely severed ties in public, becoming the kind of strangers with almost no interaction as depicted in the original story. However, in the player community of the original game, because both bore the label of inevitable villains and shared the dramatic relationship of former fiancés, a small group of niche fans even emerged, eager to speculate on various tragic and romantic storylines between the two in fan creations. Nevertheless, in the storyline of the original game, until they each met their own tragic or absurd endings, there truly was no commendable interaction between the two. Thus, faced with Vivian, who theoretically should view him as a blemish, suddenly appearing in his secret camp in the underground city and even waking him up with a sword, Greg felt a mix of astonishment and confusion. What is happening now? Could it be that we actually have some hidden underground party relationship? On the surface, we are completely estranged, severing ties cleanly, yet secretly in contact behind the scenes. Greg's imagination momentarily ran wild, but soon Vivian's cold, businesslike voice shattered his unrealistic speculations. The academy head is worried that you might continue skipping classes, so she specifically entrusted me to come here to remind you. Vivian's tone was very flat, completely ignoring terms like former fiancé that Greg uttered as if they were just trivial labels. As she spoke, her wrist moved slightly, and the slender sword seemed to come alive, smoothly tracing an arc before making a light clang as it accurately returned to the ornate sheath at her waist, the motion clean and decisive. After completing this action, she slightly turned her body, her icy blue eyes slowly scanning Greg's simple camp located in the corner of the underground city's shallow layer. In her gaze there was a hint of undeniable scrutiny and a trace of mild surprise. When the academy head Olivia personally called her to the office yesterday afternoon, using a lazy tone laced with a hint of mischief, informing her that Greg Sasse was now holed up in some corner of the southeastern area of the first layer of the underground city, Vivian felt genuine shock. Aside from those reckless adventurers who risked their lives for money and the very few students who had to delve into the depths for specific materials or training needs, almost no one would willingly enter such a dangerous environment as the underground city, let alone live there. In Vivian's inherent understanding and impression, someone like Greg Sasse, who had grown up surrounded by servants in the Duke's manor, should have no connection whatsoever to words like hardship, adventure, or underground city. He should be lounging in a comfortable noble salon boasting, or lying in the embrace of some mistress indulging in a blissful stupor. At the very least, he should be hiding in some remote corner of the academy wallowing in self-pity, but he should not be here. If it were before hearing the astonishing news about Greg Sasse defeating the Demon King's cultist and rescuing the kidnapped new students, Vivian would likely have no hesitation in concluding that Greg had lost his sanity due to the immense blow from being publicly expelled by his family, leading him to such a reckless act that bordered on suicide. But now, Her gaze swept across the camp, a tent that seemed of decent quality, but was by no means luxurious, a campfire pit built simply with stones outside the tent surrounded by tools and remnants for smoking meat, a small puddle of water sourced from an underground river, and aside from that there were no other decent living supplies. Simple, yet it exuded an aura of having adapted to life here. Now even Vivian, who usually held a very poor opinion of Greg, had to acknowledge a fact: this former fiancé, whom she thought was beyond redemption, seemed to have undergone some changes she was unaware of. But not many. After all, he was still skipping classes, and had not returned to the academy to start anew. Going out with him, if others see it, I'm afraid it would stir up unnecessary gossip and speculation due to our past engagement. Vivian frowned slightly, but then relaxed again. She was a person of strong principles. However, bringing back a student who is skipping class and urging them to return to the right path is precisely the duty of the student council president, especially in regard to disciplinary work. Publicly and privately, she had no reason to shirk her responsibility. What? The principal is serious about this. Greg was now completely awake. Upon hearing Vivian mention the principal, he immediately understood, and a mixed expression of annoyance crossed his face. Indeed, yesterday in the principal's office, Olivia had mentioned the term student council president, but at that time he thought it was just a casual remark from the entertaining principal or a kind of veiled warning. After all, being the principal, Olivia could not possibly be unaware of the extremely awkward relationship between him and Vivian. But now, looking at Vivian seriously appearing in front of him and being ordered to wake him up, Greg realized he might have underestimated the peculiar humor of that captivating beauty and entertainer. He rubbed his eyes while groping for the old pocket watch next to his sleeping bag, glancing at the time. The hour hand pointed precisely to 6. Greg's mouth twitched. The earliest class in the academy didn't start until 9 in the morning. Dear Princess Vivian. He raised his head, speaking in a tone of disbelief. It's only 6 in the morning. Isn't that a bit too early? Even if it's to wake me up, does it really need to be 3 hours in advance? Are you afraid I might run away halfway and need to escort me personally? Having completed her rough observation of the camp, Vivian merely shook her head lightly at his words, her icy blue eyes fixed on Greg, her tone still calm and unruffled. It's not too early. We need time to prepare and handle the student council's work today. Just because you have work later, you have to dig me out of my warm bed this early. Greg internally ranted, feeling a wave of deep helplessness wash over him. He had gone to bed late last night because he had specifically ventured into the deeper areas of the underground dungeon to find a few appropriately leveled monsters to test his newly upgraded talents. The results were surprisingly good. That 40% damage increase meant that he could handle all the monsters in the first layer of the deep zone using just those 2 basic spells. Moreover, after calculations, the extra experience gain had increased from the original 10% to the current 20%. And after grinding for over a week relying on the digestion fungus talent, he had acquired several skills, but only 1 gem had dropped. Yet last night, under a luck value of no less than 2, he astonishingly found another new gem. Although its level was not high, its market value was quite decent. This filled him with confidence in his future plan to become rich by grinding gems, even feeling that if his luck could improve a bit more, simply reselling gems would be enough for him to lead a comfortable life as a dungeon-dwelling otaku. But now this beautiful blueprint was abruptly interrupted by the cold point of a sword and the even colder presence of the princess. The intense sleep deprivation made Greg choose to follow his instincts as he directly fell back into the sleeping bag, pulling the thin blanket over his head and muttering drowsily, "Oh, you go ahead and handle your student council work. Don't worry, I'll go on my own in time." He emphasized the word "on time" with a slight bite, implying it's too early now, I need to catch up on sleep. The tent fell silent for a few seconds. Then Vivian's cool and undisturbed voice pierced through the thin blanket, clearly reaching Greg's ears. "What are you talking about, Greg Sasse?" Greg. Suddenly called by his full name, he felt a sense of foreboding. Vivian's voice continued, still with an undeniable official tone. "You also need to prepare for the student council's work." Greg abruptly threw off the blanket, sitting up, his eyes wide as he stared at Vivian. "Me? Student council?" He pointed at his own nose, finding it utterly absurd. "Princess Vivian, did you mistake something? I have no connection whatsoever with your student council. I don't even know which way the student council's door opens." Facing Greg's doubts, Vivian merely tilted her head slightly, her icy blue eyes fixed on him. In a calm tone that announced a settled fact, she clearly stated, "No, you do have a connection, because from today onward you are the temporary disciplinary committee member of the Honor Care Academy Student Council. This is a direct appointment from the principal." Greg. He opened his mouth, his expression shifting instantly from absurdity to extreme shock, as if he had heard some absurd tale. "What, a disciplinary committee member? Me? Is it really me?" He was so shocked that he became a bit incoherent, pointing at himself, his voice rising an octave. The disciplinary committee known for its strict enforcement in the academy, which made numerous rule-breaking students tremble in fear. To have him, once the academy's #1 rule-breaker, serve as a disciplinary committee member. This was no joke. It was an infernal level of dark humor. However, Vivian appeared unfazed by Greg's exaggerated reaction. She simply nodded calmly, confirming, "The principal believes that having you personally involved in managing the academy's discipline will help you gain a deeper understanding of school rules and regulations, correct your past lax behavior, and integrate more quickly into normal academy life. At the same time, it will also provide the student council with some unique perspectives." She spoke in a grandiloquent manner, but Greg could almost detect a hint of barely perceptible helplessness beneath her calm tone. Clearly, Vivian herself might not be too keen on this appointment, but since it was a direct order from the principal, she would execute it strictly. And Greg only had one thought now: I want to howl. Wow, it's Greg Sasse. I heard yesterday that someone spotted him on campus. I thought it was just a rumor. Yet he's truly returned. He seems unharmed. So those rumors about his disappearance, or even death, were indeed false. Then, was it true what the campus news reported? That he slew a high-ranking officer of the Demon Lord cult and rescued kidnapped freshmen? Hard to say. Perhaps that cult officer was already gravely wounded, barely clinging to life, and Greg merely delivered the final blow by chance. Otherwise, there's simply no plausible explanation. But why is he walking alongside the student council president now? I seem to recall hearing from upperclassmen that Greg Sasse once held an engagement with our president, Princess Vivian Khan. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember too. Though it was later annulled, reportedly because Greg Sasse behaved, well, rather disgracefully. Yet here they walked together, silent, distant, yet undeniably paired. Walking side by side with Vivian Khan along the broad tree-lined avenue leading to the academy's central academic district, Greg could distinctly feel how the scattered murmurs around him coalesced the moment their unlikely pair appeared, and inevitably converged upon their former betrothal, a bond long buried in the past. Those hushed, feverish whispers buzzed like swarms of tiny insects drilling insistently into his face. Remained impassive, locked in an almost numb stillness, but deep within an unfamiliar flicker of awkwardness stirred. After all, having one's past humiliation, the very public dissolution of an engagement due to personal inadequacy, rehashed aloud, was hardly a pleasant experience, especially when the other party stood beside him expressionless and unreadable, amplifying that discomfort tenfold. So why her of all people assigned to supervise me? That accursed fake cowboy. For the 108th time, Greg cursed the irresponsible academy headmaster in his heart. He couldn't resist stealing a fleeting glance at Vivian from the corner of his eye. Her glacial blue eyes gazed steadily ahead. Her stride was poised and unhurried, as if those whispers swirling around her were nothing more than passing breezes incapable of stirring even a ripple within her calm. She didn't, as Greg had half expected, quicken her pace, or radiate an icy aura to repel onlook. On the contrary, after a brief silence, she turned slightly toward him and asked in her customary, even tone, "How is Eileen lately?" Eileen Sasse, Greg's younger sister, or rather his nominal sister, adopted from a cadet branch of the Sasse ducal house. Unlike Greg, portrayed in the original narrative as utterly talentless, Eileen displayed extraordinary magical aptitude from childhood. Had it not been for this rare gift, she would never have been selected for adoption and cultivation by the prestigious Sasse ducal house. In certain branching storylines of the game, when the protagonist faction fully opposes the Sasse ducal house, Eileen occasionally appears as a formidable minor antagonist, posing no small challenge to players. Vivian's sudden inquiry about Eileen wasn't entirely out of place. During their childhood, Vivian frequently visited the Sasse ducal lands as Greg's betrothed, and thus naturally befriended Eileen, who was close in age. They may even have shared a gentle, sunlit friendship in their youth. He paused briefly before replying, "I'm not certain. I haven't visited home in some time. But given her talent and recent accomplishments, she'll likely be formally named heir to the house before long." As he reflected, Greg realized, strangely, that his own position within the family bore an uncanny resemblance to Vivian's. Both had sisters who surpassed them in brilliance, though Eileen was only his adoptive sister, while Vivian's was her true blood sibling. Thus the pressure Vivian bore must far exceed what Greg himself had ever endured. Vivian listened quietly to his reply, offering only the faintest, nearly imperceptible murmur, yet something swift and elusive flickered across her glacial blue eyes, vanishing before it could be grasped. Then she turned forward again, resuming her silent, composed stride, as though the subject had been laid to rest. "Hey, sister, what does this abrupt silence mean after asking such a question?" Greg silently grumbled inwardly at Vivian's detached, aloof demeanor. "You're the student council president. Show some initiative, for heaven's sake." Can't you see the crowd thickening, and the gossip intensifying? With your authority, a single curt command, maintain, order, disperse, or even a cold sweeping glance would make them retreat, at least somewhat. Staying here amid such a gathering. I'm genuinely worried my cursed 10 luck stat will suddenly misfire, triggering some utterly unforeseen calamity. Yet watching Vivian's serene, uninvolved composure, Greg knew hoping for her intervention was futile. He sighed inwardly, then matched her pace while silently summoning his private system interface. A soft, golden interface shimmered into existence at the edge of his vision. Timewees, the second act should be beginning soon. Greg scanned his system logs and quest list, mentally mapping the narrative arc. In the original game, the second act centered on the protagonist's gradual rise within the academy, building strength, reputation, and influence. It served as a pivotal transitional phase, yet beneath its surface, crucial foreshadowing and simmering conflicts began to take root. One such critical undercurrent involved the growing rift between the royal sisters Vivian Khan and Lilith. As the story progressed, this tension would deepen, ultimately becoming the tragic catalyst for Vivian's eventual seduction and fall into darkness, turning her against her own kin. Greg's gaze drifted, unbidden, toward the blue-haired young woman walking beside him. Her sapphire tresses gleamed with a frosty luster in the morning light. Her profile, flawless and expressionless, exuded an austere, untouchable majesty. From every angle, she embodied the archetype of a noble heroine, not the fallen antagonist destined to wage war upon her own blood. If he wished to save her, to steer her from that fated path of ruin, he'd need to intervene early in the second act, dismantling every event that might inflame the conflict between her and Lilith. Yet such measures would only treat symptoms, not the disease. For the root of their strife lay in disparity of talent. Unless that fundamental imbalance was resolved, any temporary reconciliation would inevitably fracture anew, perhaps in even more devastating forms, leading inexorably to the same tragic end. But, to erase the gap in innate talent, what power do I have to accomplish that? Gulu Gu felt a surge of helplessness. After all, strictly speaking, he was himself an undisputed underachiever. TCH, what a bother. As Gulu Gu brooded over the problem, the corner of his eye suddenly caught a subtle change. The text on the system task panel seemed to have shifted. He immediately focused his attention there. Beneath the line that had read, "The Villainous Noble's Redemption Phase 1 completed," a new task description slowly materialized. "The Villainous Noble's Redemption Phase 2. Please successfully clear the Academy Dungeon's second level before the end of Act 2. Hey. I just finished one phase, and you won't even let me catch my breath before launching the next. Do you take me for some pack animal?" Gulu Gu howled inwardly. Clearing the first level had been a huge windfall, but it had nearly cost him his life. Anyone with a toe could tell the second level would be far more difficult. Just as Gulu Gu began to feel like a clay idol crossing a river, helplessly exposed, his crafty mind lit upon a bright idea. Why not find a way to trick Wei On into going down there with me to tackle the dungeon? After all, dungeon combat was also a way to grow stronger, and unlike book learning, this path was not strictly limited by innate talent. But conversely, the method carried great peril. One misstep could bury someone forever in the dungeon, because this was the real world. There would be no reloading from a save. Gulu Gu quickly steadied himself and began to rationally assess the feasibility of this mad scheme. He was by no means the self-sacrificing sort, especially now. Wei On was to him merely a figure who inspired a flicker of regret. Hardly someone worth bearing all the risk for. The reason the idea had occurred to him was simple. Although Wei On could not match Li Li Si in raw magical talent, she was still the top student of the second year, above LV30, possessing the theoretical competence of an academy instructor. At the very least, she would not be a liability in a dungeon run. Crucially, she specialized in ice magic, and the lord of the second level of the dungeon beneath the Rongyao Kair Magic Academy was notoriously extremely vulnerable to ice. It was precisely for that reason that Gulu Gu entertained the scheme of luring Wei On into accompanying him to the dungeon. If the plan succeeded, not only would they clear the dungeon, but the shared adventure might subtly open Wei On's eyes to the possibility of improving through actual combat, easing the anxiety and rigidity born of her perceived talent gap, and he might earn a favor from her. Gaining the goodwill of a noble princess would hardly be a disadvantage. Perfect. Gulu Gu grew increasingly convinced that this plan was a tailor-made solution to his dilemma. Risk and opportunity coexisted, but the opportunity clearly outweighed the danger. The only question was, how do I persuade her to go to the dungeon? If I say it bluntly, she might not trust me. Gulu Gu's mind began to race. If he tried provocation, "Your Highness, I think your talent falls short of your sister's. Stop clinging to theory and come dungeon run with me to level up." That would never do. She would surely freeze him with a look of disdain and cleave him in two. He would need a son. Lost in the architecture of his scheme, Gulugu unconsciously slowed his pace. Then, without warning, Wei Weian, who walked half a pace ahead of him, suddenly stopped. My. Gulugu's thoughts snapped back, and he halted as well, puzzled as he looked toward Wei Weian. Only then did he realize that the noisy murmurs that had filled the avenue moments before had inexplicably fallen silent. A strange atmosphere had quietly settled over the once bustling tree-lined path. Gulugu lifted his head and followed the calm line of Wei Weian's gaze. Some meters ahead, standing squarely in the middle of the path, was a lone girl. She blocked a fair portion of the way, yet the students passing by kept an instinctive distance from her, as if an invisible barrier surrounded her. No one crossed directly in front of her, though everyone chose to skirt her on either side. She was a blonde girl. Her hair was not the fiery, life-filled gold Gulugu himself possessed, but a honeyed gold, as if polished with care, radiating a mellow luster in the morning light. It was tidily combed back into an elegant, youthfully graceful chignon. She wore the academy uniform, though its fabric and cut were evidently superior and more tailored. Over it, she draped a pale violet velvet mantle of costly, a delicate merchant guild crest brooch pinned at the collar. Her features were exquisitely refined, as if a master had painted them. Her blue eyes were as clear as a pristine lake, now calmly regarding them, a faint, impeccably judged smile at the corner of her mouth. Merely standing there, she exuded an air utterly unlike the ordinary students around her, a poise and discernment that felt beyond her years. At the instant he recognized that face, Gulugu's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. He even inhaled a little on instinct. She had actually been encountered here. As alarm bells clanged in Gulugu's mind, the blonde girl moved. She first lifted the hem of her skirt with an elegant motion, and facing Wei Weian performed a flawless, courtly curtsy. The movement perfectly practiced, flowing, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Her voice chimed like a wind bell, sweet and steady. "Good day, Princess Wei Weian. It has been some time. Your Highness' poise has only grown more radiant." Having finished her bow, she straightened slowly. Her blue gaze shifted past Wei Weian and settled upon Gulugu. That look was calm, tinged with a precise curiosity and a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing the heart, softened only by her impeccable, courteous smile. She gave Gulugu a slight nod, then, in a manner as comforting as spring breeze, yet imbued with an unassailable certainty, spoke plainly. "Gulugu, see, long time no see. Pardon my intrusion. Might you spare a moment to speak with me privately? There are things I would like to discuss with you." Kaisei Lin Luo Man. The fourth position heroine, one of the future helmswomen of the Luo Man commercial empire. Gulugu had never imagined he would run into her here in advance. To say it was an early encounter is not entirely accurate. With Catherine Roman's established style and habits, she would never allow coincidence or accident to dictate the key meetings in her plans. Every seemingly accidental encounter is often preceded by meticulous calculation and arrangement. The reason she happened to be on this essential path leading to the student council and the main teaching area was naturally due to a series of corresponding preparations. In the early morning, as Catherine sat at her desk, sipping her perfectly warmed black coffee, while quickly scanning a summary document regarding recent family investment trends, her well-trained maid silently intervened in close and whispered a recently acquired piece of intelligence missed 3 minutes ago on the east side of the academy's tree-lined path. There was a reliable sighting confirming that Greg Sasse and the student council president, Princess Vivian Khan, were walking side by side, seemingly heading towards the student council building or the central teaching area. Catherine's fingers paused momentarily as she flipped through the documents. Greg Sasse and Vivian Khan walking side by side. Her first reaction was one of mild surprise, raising an eyebrow. As someone extremely sensitive to intelligence and well-versed in the various hidden relationships within the aristocratic circle, Catherine was naturally aware of the early engagement that had been unilaterally severed by the royal family between Greg and Vivian. According to the information at her disposal, these two should have long been like strangers after the dissolution of their engagement, avoiding any unnecessary contact in public. Especially after Greg was expelled from his family and his reputation plummeted, Vivian's proud and meticulous nature would make her want to avoid him at all costs. So why are they walking together now? This question flashed through her mind, but immediately her calculating mind swiftly recognized the potential opportunity hidden behind this unexpected situation. An opportunity that might allow her to invite Greg for a private conversation while significantly increasing the chances of him being unable to refuse on the spot. Previously, upon learning that Greg had been admitted to the Academy's affiliated hospital due to an unknown injury, Catherine had canceled a commission that offered a reward of 50 gold coins. Her thinking was straightforward, since the target had voluntarily shown up in the Academy's public area and was in a state of immobility due to unconsciousness. She could wait for him to wake up and find a suitable opportunity to approach him under the pretext of visiting or other reasons for a private discussion. She preferred to keep the initiative in her own hands. However, Greg's actions once again exceeded her expectations. Not only did he wake up quickly, but as soon as he did, he swiftly discharged himself, disappearing from the academy's view and leaving her no window to issue a conversation invitation. This erratic behavior made Catherine feel a subtle sense of difficulty. She did not like this feeling of, although much intelligence suggested that Greg seemed to be actively avoiding meetings with her, Catherine was not inclined to place her fate in the thoughts of others. Therefore, she had to have a conversation with Greg that clearly outlined the exchange of benefits and aimed to reach a binding agreement to ensure that the secrets of the Screech project would not leak from him. And now the sight of Greg and Vivian walking together seemed to provide an excellent opportunity. Because based on her observations over the past 2 years of life at the academy, there had been no interaction between Vivian Kahn and Greg Sasse, and they had even intentionally avoided eye contact in public. This was enough to prove that from Vivian's side the severance of their engagement was thorough and decisive. She held no animosity towards Greg, but certainly there was no affection. Their walking together at this moment could not possibly signify rekindled feelings or a private truce. They must have some reason for being together. But the specific reason was not significant. What mattered was the fact that they were forced to walk together. Since Vivian felt no affection for Greg, and might even be displeased by being forced to walk alongside him, how would she react if Catherine were to formally and politely invite Greg for a private conversation in public? Catherine's judgment was Vivian would most likely not intervene and might even welcome it. This could provide Vivian with a plausible excuse to extricate herself from the awkward situation of walking with Greg. A great opportunity utilizing Vivian's unwillingness to facilitate the conversation while leveraging the social pressure of a public setting to make it difficult for Greg to refuse. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As her thoughts raced, Catherine made her decision. She set down her coffee cup, elegantly rose, briefly instructed her maid, and left the study. She needed to choose a perfectly suitable location, not too conspicuous, yet ensuring she would happen upon them. Thus this encounter on the tree-lined path was arranged. No way. However, the development of events completely strayed from the meticulously calculated script Catherine had devised. After her impeccable greeting inviting Greg, the response she received was not Greg's hesitant or reluctant agreement, nor Vivian's tacit silence. Instead, it was Vivian Kahn's cold, yet unequivocal rejection. Even before Greg had a chance to react, she preemptively answered on his behalf. Greg was stunned, looking unexpectedly at the blue-haired girl beside him. He had been rapidly contemplating how to handle Catherine's sudden invitation for a conversation. To agree would leave him unprepared on how to engage with this astute business lady. To decline in front of so many witnesses seemed to disrespect her, fearing it would lead him into a direct confrontation with this leading lady. Unexpectedly, Vivian had directly shielded him. Is she helping me out? A ridiculous yet strangely hopeful thought emerged uncontrollably from Greg's mind. Could it be? The noble lady who was once my fiancée actually has some feelings for me. Is she feeling displeased seeing another girl approach me? Greg was momentarily shaken by his own thoughts. After all, this classic scenario often played out in the corners of his mind, so it was only natural for him to still harbor some expectations. After all, which man does not wish that such a beautiful and noble girl secretly holds feelings for him? A subtle freeze appeared on Catherine's face despite her perfect ceremonial smile. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the depths of her azure eyes. Vivian Kahn, why would she actively refuse on behalf of Greg Sasse? This was completely inconsistent with her deductions. Although her heart was filled with doubts, Catherine maintained a composed calm on her face. She showed no signs of being offended or displeased, merely tilting her head slightly, with an appropriate blend of curiosity and respect, gazing at Vivian and softly inquiring. Your Highness Vivian, may I ask? The reason for your refusal on his behalf is... Her tone remained respectful, yet she directly returned the question to Vivian, subtly probing. What is your position in making this decision for him? Vivian's ice blue eyes calmly met Catherine's as she replied, because he is currently the disciplinary committee member of the student council. At this time, he needs to report to the student council and begin preparing for today's work. If you have other matters to discuss with him, you can arrange them after his student council duties are complete. Her reasoning sounded both sufficient and legitimate. It explained her stance in refusing on his behalf, while also providing a way to arrange things later, appearing above reproach on the surface. Greg listened nearby, his lips twitching imperceptibly. Well, it turns out she just doesn't want her subordinates to be casually taken away by other capitalists during work hours. His brief, unrealistic fantasy was instantly shattered as he self-deprecated inwardly. However, he felt relieved to temporarily escape Catherine's invitation. The students surrounding them who had been eavesdropping and closely observing the interaction among these prominent figures fell into a brief silence upon hearing Vivian's words. Then various expressions of disbelief, absurdity, and even hilarity appeared on their faces like paint spilled from a palette. What? Did I just hear that Greg Sasse is the disciplinary committee member? He is the disciplinary committee member. Am I not awake, or is there something wrong with this world? Let that Greg Sasse who once led the way in violating school rules manage discipline. This is even more outrageous than the Demon King announcing his conversion to the Goddess of Light. I'm a bit concerned about the future atmosphere of the Academy. He wouldn't use his power for personal gain, creating rules like the skirts of female students must be 20 centimeters above the knee, violators must be measured by the disciplinary committee member, would he? Hey, that last one is completely your own imagination. But it doesn't seem entirely impossible. Whispers swelled like a tide again, with shock and disbelief written all over everyone's faces. Catherine's azure eyes slightly narrowed upon hearing the title disciplinary committee member, revealing a hint of genuine surprise. This appointment was completely absent from any intelligence she had prior. This meant that it was a decision made suddenly in the last day or two. And the person with the authority to make such a bizarre and absurd appointment in Glory Kyle Academy was few and far between. Either it was Vivian Kahn herself, the president of the student council, possessing certain personnel appointment powers. However, based on Catherine's understanding of Vivian, she would never take the initiative to recruit such a tainted individual under her wing, especially in such a sensitive department responsible for discipline. Thus, the only remaining reasonable explanation was direct intervention or instruction from a higher authority within the Academy. This speculation made Catherine's heart sink slightly. If Greg truly had some high-level figure from the Academy backing him, then the situation was far more complicated than she had anticipated. This meant that the difficulty and cost she would have to bear to reach an agreement with Greg would likely increase exponentially. No longer was it simply a matter of resolving a fallen noble with benefits or threats, but rather considering how to negotiate with someone enveloped in secrets. As Catherine rapidly weighed this sudden variable in her mind and reassessed her subsequent strategies, Vivian was no longer willing to give her more time to ponder. After delivering that explanation, she no longer looked at Catherine, nor did she pay any mind to the increasingly noisy discussions around them. With an almost indifferent demeanor, she elegantly tossed her waterfall-like lake blue hair behind her, the strands tracing a neat arc in the air. Then she stepped forward, walking past Catherine without a glance. With steady steps and a calm demeanor, it was as if all the preceding dialogue and the surrounding clamor were merely trivial background noise. Greg paused for a moment, watching Vivian's decisive departure, glanced at Catherine standing still and the increasingly gathering crowd around them. He unhesitatingly chose to follow the footsteps of this temporary superior. He quickly caught up to Vivian's side, hesitated for a moment, and spoke in a volume only the two could hear. Thanks for earlier. He referred to Vivian blocking Catherine's invitation for him. Regardless of her reasons, she had objectively helped him out of a bind. Vivian's pace did not falter, and she didn't even turn her head, merely casting a cold glance at Greg from the— "No need to thank me." Vivian's tone was colder than her gaze, carrying a sense of detachment and a barely perceptible irritation. "But please remember, Greg Sasse, you are now the disciplinary committee member of the student council, and I do not wish to see you affect the normal work and reputation of the student council due to personal disputes with other women." After saying that, she seemed unwilling to engage Greg further, quickening her pace, leaving him slightly behind with only a straight and aloof blue silhouette. Greg stroked his chin, contemplating Vivian's seemingly even colder demeanor than before, pondering her tone. Why does it sound like she is a bit unhappy? When she refused Catherine on my behalf earlier, her tone was cold, but relatively calm. But now it feels like her mood has suddenly worsened. Could it be that she is actually jealous? Greg recalled that absurd thought again, but immediately dismissed it. No, it's impossible. I must be overthinking it. She probably just finds me troublesome, a potential troublemaker, so she is warning me in advance. After all, Catherine is not an easy opponent, and being associated with me could indeed cause unpredictable troubles for the student council. Yes, it must be that. Tisk, if I had known in my past life, I wouldn't have spent all my time playing around, but should have set aside some time for a campus romance. At least that way I wouldn't be completely in the dark about what this princess is really thinking. Ultimately, Greg could only shake his head, helplessly casting those chaotic thoughts from his mind as he hastened his steps to obediently follow the princess ahead. I had originally planned to take a day off with a leave request today, but it turns out the big shots have given quite a bit of accumulated rewards. So I can only offer an update. Although the affairs of the student council are always numerous, members who arrive at the student council room to start working around 7 in the morning are indeed rare within the academy. At this moment in the spacious, yet somewhat empty student council room, there is only a petite figure nervously pacing back and forth on the smooth wooden floor, her delicate footsteps echoing clearly in the silent room. Yelena, first a third-year student of Glory Kyle Academy, is theoretically Vivian's senior. However, this senior title is hardly reflected in her demeanor. The reasons are twofold. First, she possesses an extremely youthful baby face, coupled with a petite stature of less than 1.50 m, and her round wide eyes always carry a hint of timidity, making her look like a newcomer just entering middle school. Occasionally, she is even mistaken for an adorable junior by first-year students. Secondly, her personality is introverted and timid. Her voice is soft and delicate, and she easily panics when faced with situations lacking the maturity and presence expected of a senior. Over time, both the student council and her classmates who know her unconsciously regard her as a junior or a mascot that needs care. Yet at this moment, this mascot senior is filled with immense unease and anxiety. The president specifically notified me to come over this early. Is there some extremely important task that must be assigned to me? She tightly clasped her hands in front of her chest, her fingertips turning pale from the effort, softly murmuring to herself, her round face etched with tension. But I just got out of the hospital a few days ago. I'm not in great shape. Can someone as useless and unlucky as I am really handle a task personally assigned by the president? What if I mess it up again and cause trouble for the president? Yelena's worries are not unfounded. Apart from her appearance and personality, she possesses a particularly troublesome trait. She is extremely unlucky. Whenever the duties of the disciplinary committee fall to her, no matter how simple or routine they may be, they invariably become inexplicably tricky, sometimes evolving into minor disasters. For instance, once she received a report stating that a small group was secretly fighting in a corner of the training field. This was one of the most common issues for the disciplinary committee. Yelena bravely approached, but as she got closer, the fighting parties somehow misfired their magic, causing the residual energies to strike the area where discarded training dummies were stacked beside the training field. The heavy dummies piled like a small mountain collapsed with a thunderous crash. Although no one was directly hit, the dust cloud and loud noise attracted the attention of the supervising professor. The professor thought a serious accident had occurred and urgently evacuated several nearby students from the training fields, only to discover it was a false alarm. Yelena, unable to effectively and promptly stop the situation, was criticized for inciting chaos, even though the main responsibility was not hers. Another time, she was tasked with reminding several students who were loudly discussing matters in the library to keep quiet, which should have been the simplest verbal warning. However, as she approached the area where those students were located, her foot was unexpectedly tripped, causing her to lose her balance, and in a panic, she stumbled forward, inadvertently knocking over a heavy ancient tome that a student was consulting from a nearby bookshelf. The loud crash of the ancient book falling and the scattering pages instantaneously plunged the entire reading area into even greater turmoil. Not only did Yelena fail to complete her warning task, but she also became the culprit, disrupting the library's order, receiving a thorough scolding from the librarian, and ultimately spending nearly an hour helping to tidy up the scattered pages. The most severe incident occurred last month. She received an anonymous tip-off stating that Chloe Ivy, the second-year top student of the alchemy department, was suspected of conducting unauthorized experiments using unreported dangerous materials during non-specified hours. As a member of the disciplinary committee, she had the responsibility to verify this. With great trepidation, she arrived outside the alchemy lab located underground, and just as she raised her finger to touch the heavy soundproof door, boom! The deafening explosion, accompanied by blinding flames and violent air currents, erupted from within the door without warning. She didn't even have time to see or perceive any specific danger. All she felt was a sudden darkness, and she completely lost consciousness. When she awoke again, she found herself lying in a hospital room at the Academy's affiliated hospital, her entire body wrapped in pristine white bandages resembling a mummy freshly unearthed. Subsequent investigations revealed that this was indeed a minor accident during Chloe Ivy's experiment, but its power far exceeded expectations. Yelena was simply too lucky to appear at the wrong place at the wrong time. The physical injuries from this unwarranted disaster had not yet fully healed, and the psychological blow only added insult to injury. One night during her hospitalization, she was deeply asleep under the effects of medication and exhaustion when she was startled awake by a commotion. In her daze, she saw a blonde figure standing at her bedside, loudly shouting something. When she strained to focus her gaze and clearly saw that exceptionally handsome face, which was almost too beautiful even in the dim light of the hospital room, a wave of immense fear gripped her. Greg Sasse, one of the people she hated and feared the most in the academy. In Yelena's memory, Greg Sasse was always that arrogant figure bullying others with his family background. He frequently violated school rules and often provoked professors. As a member of the disciplinary committee, Yelena had mustered her courage several times to try to point out his mistakes, advise him, or take notes. However, each time she was met with Greg's impatient glances and that mocking phrase that felt like a spell, "Where did this little brat come from? Get out of the way. Stop being a nuisance here. Little brat." Again with the little brat. Yelena's greatest frustration was being treated like a child because of her appearance. She was clearly already a third-year student. "What does it matter if I look a little younger? I have many people pursuing me, okay?" She had shouted this in her heart countless times, but faced with Greg's arrogant demeanor and the blatant disdain in his eyes, the inherently timid Yelena could only swallow back the rebuttals and grievances that surged to her lips, blush furiously, lower her head, and silently retreat to the side. What made her feel even more powerless was that it seemed even the president, when occasionally asked about Greg Sasse's misconduct, would display a certain avoidance or unwillingness to delve deeper. This left her even more uncertain about how to deal with this troublemaker. Thus that night in the hospital, when Greg woke her up, and she even vaguely heard him threaten her with words like, "If you dare to say anything, he'll take care of you," Yelena, amid her fright, also reaffirmed a certain belief in her heart. Greg Sasse truly is a terrifying, troublesome character. From now on, I must avoid everything related to him as much as possible. Absolutely must not get involved with him again. However, fate seems to enjoy playing malicious jokes on her. She is Yelena, first a third-year student and the current member of the disciplinary committee. This is Greg Sasse, who at the request of the academy president has temporarily joined the disciplinary committee of the student council. The door to the student council room was pushed open, and the morning sunlight cast long shadows inside as two figures entered. The president, Vivian, spoke in her cool and steady voice, resonating clearly in the empty room like a... Yelena turned to look in the direction of the voice, seeing the calm-faced president, and behind her the figure of Greg Sasse, hands in his pockets, looking unwilling, his golden hair shimmering in the morning light, handsome to the point of being blinding, instantly freezing her blood. Greg Sasse. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Yelena's round eyes widened to their limit, filled with extreme horror. She opened her mouth, but couldn't make any sound, feeling the world spinning around her, a cold chill shooting up from her feet, straight to the crown of her head. Lead him. Greg Sasse, member of the disciplinary committee. Me? No. This is impossible. This must be a nightmare. It must be a hallucination caused by the side effects of the medicine I took yesterday. Wake up, Yelena. The overwhelming shock exceeded the limits of her fragile nerves. Yelena felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, a buzzing in her ears, her petite body swayed, and then quite decisively her eyes rolled back, and she softly fell backward. In the last moment before her consciousness completely sank into darkness, her last remaining sense of hearing captured the devilish voice, saying, "Hey, does your student council now extend its business to hiring child labor? That seems a bit illegal, doesn't it?" Just before she completely lost consciousness, Yelena almost imperceptibly revealed a nearly death. Then darkness swallowed everything. Uncertain how much time had passed, Yelena slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was the familiar pure white ceiling of a hospital room. Ah, it's the hospital ceiling. A wave of indescribable relief surged through her heart, nearly bringing her to tears. Great. So I'm still here, not discharged yet. Those things earlier. The student council, the president, and Greg Sasse becoming a disciplinary committee member, asking me to lead him. Those terrifying events were truly just an overly realistic nightmare. Yes, it must be a nightmare. Great. She let out a long, secretive sigh, her tense nerves finally relaxing. However, this sense of relief from surviving a calamity lasted less than 3 seconds. "Hey, little one, you're awake." A male voice came from the other side of the bed. This voice, Yelena's petite body instantly stiffened, as if frozen in place. She turned her neck extremely slowly, and with great difficulty, each movement deliberate towards the source of the voice. Then she saw that face, too handsome to be real, the source of her nightmares, was sitting on a chair beside the bed, one hand propping up his chin, watching her with utter boredom. Greg Sasse. Eek! Yelena let out a shriek like a startled little animal, suddenly ducking her head back under the white, thin blanket, curling up into a ball, trembling. A voice filled with tears and extreme fear emerged from beneath the blanket. "WWHY?" Greg looked at the violently shaking bundle under the blanket and replied, "Why can't I be here? I carried you all the way from the student council room. You brought me here." Yelena's voice emerged from the blanket, laced with evident doubt and tremor. "Or do you think it was someone else? At that time there were only the 3 of us in the student council room, and the president is always busy. Would she carry you, the fainted little one, herself?" Greg said helplessly. Hearing this, Yelena cautiously pulled the blanket down a little, revealing her big wet eyes as she secretly observed Greg. Upon this look, she noticed that Greg's appearance at this moment seemed somewhat disheveled. His dazzling golden hair was a bit messy, no longer the meticulously neat style it usually had, with a few rebellious strands sticking up. Most notably, there were several fresh minor abrasions on his cheeks, the back of his hands, and other exposed skin. Though not severe, they stood out starkly against his perfect face. "What are those injuries on you?" Yelena temporarily forgot her fear, instinctively poking her head further out from the blanket, her wide eyes filled with genuine surprise and a hint of concern. She was worried that her bad luck had affected someone else, as the marks of these injuries resembled those she had suffered in these. Greg seemed taken aback that she noticed this, pausing for a moment before looking at the abrasions on his hands, his expression becoming somewhat subtle. He hesitated for a moment, waved his hand, and said in as relaxed a tone as possible, "Well, it's nothing, just a little accident on the way here. You don't need to worry about it, it's unrelated to you. Just rest well, and don't think too much." He attempted to downplay the situation. However, the more he acted as if it was nothing, the more it confirmed Yelena's worst fear in her heart. "Sure enough, it's because of me. Those injuries on him must have been due to being near me, affected by my bad luck. On the way to the hospital, he must have encountered some inexplicable accident. But even though he was injured because of me, he didn't blame me, and even cared for my feelings, telling me not to think too much." A strong sense of guilt overwhelmed Yelena like a tide. She recalled that before losing consciousness, she harbored deep fear and disdain towards Greg, deeming him an irredeemable bad person. But now, is he really that bad? Then, recalling that he saved a first-year student from the hands of the Demon King, as reported in the previous Academy news. Could someone who does such a thing really be a pure villain? Could it be that all along I've misunderstood him too deeply due to my prejudices about his appearance and some of his past actions? In truth, he isn't bad at heart. Once this thought emerged, it grew wildly in Yelena's heart, like weeds. When she looked at Greg again, although still a bit timid, the fear in her gaze had faded considerably, replaced by a mix of guilt, emotion, and a renewed perspective. His decision to join the disciplinary committee. Perhaps he truly wants to change, to correct the image he holds in everyone's hearts, to do something good. Yet I, due to my own prejudices and cowardice, fainted, directly causing him to get hurt. I'm such a terrible... Greg had no idea that this little one before him was already playing out an internal drama of redemption. His mind was occupied with other thoughts. In fact, Greg was quite grateful for Yelena's sudden fainting, as it provided him with a reasonable excuse to skip class, freeing him from attending those incomprehensible magic lessons. Moreover, if she continued lying there like this, he wouldn't have to do the work of the disciplinary committee. He could simply wait until it was time, and then head back to the underground city. Thinking of this, Greg's gaze towards Yelena softened a bit, and his tone became more sincere. "It's really just a small accident, no need to worry. Just continue to rest well, don't overthink it. Your health is the most important." Hearing this, Yelena felt overwhelmed with emotion. He truly is a good person. Even at a time like this, he still cares about my health. No, I can't let his kindness go to waste, nor can I fail the task the president entrusted to me. If Greg wants to start anew as a senior, and as the disciplinary committee member responsible for leading him, I must help him. A strong sense of responsibility and determination to correct her past prejudices made Yelena suddenly sit up from the hospital bed. She threw off the blanket and with swift movements intended to get off the bed, her small face displaying an unusual determination. "Excuse me, could you tell me what time it is?" While bending down to put on her shoes, she asked eagerly. "I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the workflow and key points of the disciplinary committee right now. I must ensure you have a basic understanding today." Greg's gentle expression instantly stiffened, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "Wait. This development isn't right, little one. You shouldn't get weak and lie back down, then say, 'Greg, I might not feel well today. Can we postpone the work?'" He glanced outside at the sky, his mind racing to find a reasonable excuse to postpone. Yelena Sr. He purposefully used honorifics. "You see, it seems that the last class of the afternoon has already ended, and soon it will be time for the student council to dismiss. You were startled today and just woke up from a fainting spell. The work really isn't urgent at all. Just take a good rest and focus on your health. It's really not urgent for me, not at all." He attempted to sound exceedingly sincere, full of consideration for her. However, the more Greg acted as if he was concerned for her, the more Yelena was convinced he was being considerate. Her sense of responsibility burned even more fiercely. "No." Yelena finished putting on her shoes, straightened her petite figure, her round face full of determination, even displaying a rare aura of authority. "Today must familiarize you with the work. This is a task assigned by the president, and also, it's my responsibility as a senior." She looked at Greg with blazing eyes, as if completing a sacred mission. "Greg." His smile remained, but upon closer inspection one would find the curvature of that smile had grown somewhat stiff, the last glimmer of hope in his eyes extinguished. He looked at this suddenly energetic little senior, before him unconsciously tightening the grip on the brick hidden under the wide sleeves of the academy uniform. No, calm down, Greg, calm down. Violence cannot solve problems now, especially when the other party is a student council member, and it seems she might not be very bright. He took a deep breath and ultimately put a flawless smile back on his face, nodding at Yelena, speaking in a voice that seemed forced from between clenched teeth. All right, Yelena Sr. Then, I'll trouble you. Damn, you useless little one. Although the title of this position is Discipline Committee Member, which sounds like it only involves maintaining the basic discipline and order of the academy, the actual range of matters to be dealt with is far broader and more complex than what this title suggests. From investigating theft or misuse of magical items to handling disputes over seat reservations in the library or even quarrels arising from cafeteria lines. As long as it involves student behavior or potential friction that may affect the normal operation of the academy, in theory, it could fall under the responsibilities of the discipline committee member at some stage. Hearing Yelena quietly introduce the vast and trivial work list as she led the way made Greg feel a tingling sensation at the back of his head, wishing he could instantly turn around and retreat back into the dungeon, returning to his simple life of either battling monsters or pondering how to survive. However, thinking of the malicious grin on the face of Dean Olivia, Greg had to suppress all impulses to. He was well aware that the troublesome and willful woman who could mobilize even way on to keep an eye on him certainly had a way to drag him out of the dungeon and ensure he could never return to his happy old home. He didn't want to take that risk, so he could only muster his courage and follow Yelena, whose enthusiasm had suddenly surged to their first task location with a face full of despair. They headed to an outdoor lounge area in the central courtyard of the academy to resolve a student dispute. As the two approached the area surrounded by meticulously trimmed bushes and white benches, the sounds of the argument became clearly audible. Upon seeing the figures of those involved in the dispute, Greg raised his eyebrows slightly. It was indeed a familiar combination. What do you mean this is your glove? This is clearly the glove I just picked up from the ground. According to the rules, the one who picks up an unclaimed object first owns it, so this is mine now. Do you understand? A clear and distinctly impatient voice rang out, filled with righteousness. It was Victoria. Her gray hair was slightly tousled in the sunlight, one hand on her hip, while the other held up an object high. It was a finely crafted pure white lattice-long glove, elegantly adorned with several small, yet perfectly cut light blue gemstones at the knuckles and wrist, reflecting tiny glimmers of light under the sun. I am going crazy. You stupid, ignorant, rude commoner. How many times have I told you? Standing opposite Victoria was a noble girl dressed in a second-year uniform, her brown hair styled in an intricate updo, her face clearly showing anger. She was so enraged that her chest heaved, pointing at Victoria with an excited but piercing voice. This is a challenge for an honorable duel. It's a formal ceremony for resolving disputes among nobles. It's not that I discarded it and threw it on the ground for you to pick up, you ill-mannered country bumpkin. Caught between these two fiercely arguing girls, Sylvia with her pink hair stood helplessly, her pretty little face filled with anxiety and helplessness. She glanced at Victoria, then at the noble girl, opening her mouth as if to mediate, but unsure how to intervene in this completely mismatched quarrel. Seeing this scene, Greg's player memories were instantly activated. He immediately recalled that this was indeed a signature event early in the second chapter storyline. While exploring the academy, players have a chance to trigger a conflict with this arrogant upperclassman, where the opponent would throw a glove at the player and challenge them to a duel. At this moment, the game would present the player with several options. 1. Accept the duel, defeat the opponent, directly gaining fame and experience. 2. Refuse the duel and mock the opponent, lowering fame and possibly causing future trouble. 3. Pick up the glove, indicating, thanks, I was just in need of a glove, significantly lowers fame, but grants the item the noble gemstone glove, which can later be sold for a considerable amount of gold. Clearly, this gray-haired girl had unhesitatingly chosen the third option, treating the duel invitation as garbage and claiming the glove as her own. This was very much like Victoria. Greg himself had chosen this option in his past life, while playing the game, enjoying the thrill of infuriating the noble lady while earning a little extra profit. However, he remembered that in the original work, choosing this option usually ended with the player taking the glove and walking away, leaving the noble girl fuming in place, without any follow-up plot of the discipline committee member intervening to mediate. It seems another butterfly effect has occurred. However, since he was here himself, Greg didn't mind slightly helping Victoria within the permissible rules. After all, that gem-studded glove looked quite valuable, and once the matter was resolved, he could surely extract some benefits from this gray-haired girl under the pretense of a cooperative bonus. To ensure this plan went smoothly, the first thing to do was to pretend that neither side was familiar with each other. Greg quickly assessed the situation. In the perception of most people in the academy, his relationship with Victoria was still at the stage of having a feud since their entrance examination, where they looked down on each other. As for the later incident where he saved Sylvia, the academy's news only referred to him as a new student to protect the victim, and outside of the academy, no one knew who he rescued. Naturally, they wouldn't know that he and Sylvia had already interacted quite a bit privately. Greg's gaze quickly swept across the scene. He noticed that Victoria seemed to have sensed someone approaching, glancing at him, and Yelena from the corner of her eye. Greg subtly raised his left hand, making an extremely discreet gesture towards Victoria. A clear look of confusion flashed in Victoria's eyes, but just a second later her expression suddenly cleared, revealing a look of realization. She almost imperceptibly nodded, indicating she understood, then immediately refocused her gaze back on the noble girl opposite her, as if she hadn't noticed the arrival of the discipline committee members. As they approached, Sylvia also spotted Greg. The pink-haired girl's eyes instantly lit up with unmasked surprise, and she instinctively wanted to come over and greet him, her petite lips already parting. "Sylvia." Victoria was quick to react, grabbing her friend's arm and pulling her back to her side. Sylvia stumbled slightly, turning her head with a look of even greater confusion in her round pink eyes, like a pink rabbit suddenly caught by its ears. She glanced at Victoria, then at Greg, completely unable to grasp the situation. Greg found it somewhat amusing, but he had to maintain a serious demeanor. He could only stifle his laughter, pretending not to notice Sylvia's adorable questioning gaze. "We are the discipline committee members. May I ask what happened here?" Yelena took a deep breath, mustering her courage, and was the first to speak, intervening in the dispute. She straightened her petite frame, trying to project some authority. "You arrived too late." The brown-haired noble girl had a belly full of anger with no outlet, and upon hearing the inquiry, she immediately turned her ire, complaining with displeasure, pointing again at Victoria. "Listen to me, it's this guy." "Huh?" Her words were abruptly cut off as her gaze swept past Yelena, landing on the golden-haired figure behind her, and her voice suddenly came to a halt. Clearly she recognized Greg, but had not received the latest news that this former Duke's son had become a discipline committee member. If it had been a few months ago, facing Greg Sasse, still the son of Duke Sasse, this noble girl from a background that wasn't top-notch would have certainly started to smile and ingratiate herself. But times had changed, and news of Greg being publicly expelled from the family and becoming a laughingstock had already spread throughout the academy. In her view, a worthless individual who had lost his backing was hardly a threat. After a brief moment of astonishment, what replaced it was a mix of superiority and disdain. She looked Greg up and down, especially at the armband representing the discipline committee on his arm, sneering slightly, and spoke in a tone of undisguised sarcasm. Discipline committee member. Since when did even someone like this, kicked out by their family with a terrible reputation, qualify to wear the discipline committee armband? Is the student council really that short on people? Or has the standard dropped to this level now? The mockery and targeting in her words were merciless. A tiger fallen on hard times is bullied by dogs. Even a side character that might not even have a name in the original work dares to step forward and kick me. Greg rolled his eyes internally. However, he wasn't particularly angry. After all, he would soon return the favor with interest. For now, let this clown dance for a while longer. However, please watch your words. A voice clearly filled with anger and trembling with excitement suddenly rang out from in front of Greg. It was Yelena. The little senior sister who had just appeared timid moments ago boldly stepped forward, her petite figure standing just slightly in front of Greg. She lifted her head, her round face flushed with excitement, and her always moist big eyes widened defiantly as she stared straight at the arrogant noble girl, her voice much firmer than before. "Classmate Greg has been appointed as a temporary disciplinary committee member by the headmaster himself. His appointment complies entirely with the academy's regulations. You have no right to question the student council's decision, nor to attack a disciplinary committee member who is performing their duties with such disrespectful words. This in itself already constitutes a violation of school rules." She finished her statement in one breath, her small chest rising and falling with agitation, her hands tightly clenched into little fists, as if to encourage herself. The scene fell silent for a moment. The brown-haired noble girl was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. She clearly did not expect that this petite girl would dare to confront her so forcefully, especially to defend the worthless Greg Sasse. Greg was also taken aback, looking at Yelena's slender back, slightly trembling from excitement. He never imagined that this little senior sister, who had been frightened enough to faint under his gaze not long ago, would stand up for him at this moment. Has she always been this brave? Greg couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. Sylvia's gaze also shifted suspiciously between Greg and Yelena, her pink eyes lacking any sparkle. Victoria then clenched her fist against her lips, coughing a few times to forcefully redirect the conversation. Both disciplinary committee members. Are you here for any particular reason? Her gray eyes swept over Greg, carrying a hint of shared understanding. The noble girl was reminded by Victoria's words and momentarily suppressed her astonishment towards Yelena and her disdain for Greg, turning to Yelena with a commanding tone still laced with superiority. Right. That damned commoner stole my gloves. Those are my very important personal belongings. Get her to return them to me immediately. I did not steal them. Victoria immediately countered, her tone righteous and even a bit innocent. You clearly discarded them, leaving them on the ground. I saw it and picked them up. According to the Academy's regulations on discarded items in public areas. That's probably the name. Anyway, I remember there's a rule that states in non-private storage areas items that are abandoned without clear identification belong to the first person who discovers them. Since you threw them away, I picked them up, so I now have the right to handle them. How can that be called stealing? She earnestly cited the Academy regulations, leaving the noble girl dumbfounded, unable to find a counterargument, her face growing even redder from anger. You are arguing your way out of this. I was initiating a duel. It was a ritual, not a discard, the noble girl shrieked. A duel, eh? Victoria tilted her head, displaying a puzzled expression. What duel? I have no idea what you were talking about. When you threw the gloves, did you submit a written application to the disciplinary committee at least 24 hours in advance according to the regulations on student dispute mediation and honor duel application? Did you invite at least 2 neutral witnesses? If none of these were done, then your duel invitation is legally, oh no, according to school rules, invalid. It can only be considered as you being emotional and throwing things away while I merely helped you clean up the trash, so you should actually thank me now. Greg nearly burst out laughing at this. It was indeed the same reasoning as in the original work, but thanks to this he also knew exactly what to say next. Yelena was clearly a bit dazed by Victoria's barrage of words, her small face showing signs of contemplation and hesitation. As a disciplinary committee member, she naturally knew that the Academy indeed had cumbersome regulations regarding honor duels, and was well aware that many students often cut corners and do not fully comply when initiating duels privately. If strictly adhering to the rules, the duel invitation from this noble girl had significant procedural flaws and was unlikely to be recognized as valid. Greg seized the opportunity, cleared his throat, stepped forward half a step, and spoke in an official tone. According to this classmate statement, as well as my own understanding, initiating an honor duel must follow strict procedures. If the procedure is lacking, the invitation is invalid. Therefore, the gloves you discarded once picked up by another person should be determined according to the relevant regulations on abandoned items. He paused, calmly gazing at the noble girl whose complexion had begun to turn pale. Since this classmate cannot prove the legality of her duel invitation and classmate Victoria found the gloves in a public area, we, the disciplinary committee, cannot support your demand for immediate return based on the existing evidence and regulations. I suggest you follow the procedure for claiming found items and submit a claim to classmate Victoria, and once she agrees, the gloves will naturally be returned to you. What? You still want her to agree? You guys. You are all in this together to bully me. The noble girl trembled with rage, pointing at Greg and Victoria, her voice pitchy. She could see that Greg Sasse was clearly favoring that commoner. Yet what he said sounded so grandiose, making it difficult for her to retort in the moment. Yelena listened to Greg's analytical reasoning, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes, which soon transformed into realization and deeper admiration. She naturally knew how common it was for nobles to engage in informal duels, and understood that Greg's words indeed held water on a regulatory level, even though they seemed a bit suspiciously evasive. But what moved her was something else. Classmate Greg, clearly now expelled from his family, and in a difficult situation, yet he does not lean towards the powerful nobles, but is willing to stand with the relatively weaker commoner student. Moreover, his analysis just now was logically sound, completely unlike the rumored good-for-nothing playboy. He is indeed striving to change, proving himself through action. He really is different from before. No, perhaps his true nature is this upright, only masked by family and environment. Yelena's feelings of admiration and emotion spread rapidly like effervescent tablets dissolving in water, just as she was immersed in her admiration for Greg's noble character. All right, you wait for me. This matter is not over. The brown-haired noble girl, seeing she was getting nowhere and that staying longer would only bring her shame, stomped her foot angrily, left a totally non-threatening remark, shot a resentful glare at Greg and Victoria, and then turned in a huff, marching away without looking back, her back radiating frustration and anger. Watching the troublesome person disappear, Victoria weighed the exquisite gem gloves in her hand, a glint of satisfaction flashing in her gray-blue eyes. She looked up at Greg. Greg just happened to look at her. Their gazes met in the air. In the next second, the corners of their mouths slowly curled upwards in unison, revealing matching wicked smiles. And watching the two's perfectly in-sync interaction from the side, Sylvia's eyes darkened deeper. Those who see it share a part, my sister. For this matter, I contributed a bit, so after we act, we split it 37 to 63. Is that all right? I take 30, you take 70. As Elena was seriously taking notes nearby, Greg quickly leaned closer to Victoria and whispered in a tone only the two of them could hear. Victoria shot him a glance. Spare me. Even if you didn't meddle, I could still find a way to make her eat bitter herbs in silence. In the end, this thing will still belong to me. You would merely be an embellishment. Though she said this remembering the several favors she owed Greg, she did not refuse. Greg understood her implication and immediately continued. I knew it. You are the most loyal. Since that's the case, as a return, I will give you a piece of information for free about where to sell this item for the highest price. My. Victoria's ears perked up instantly. When it comes to gold coins, she was always serious. Greg said, go outside the academy to the commercial district on 3rd Street, near the corner by the old clock tower. There is a shop with a sign that says Faded Iris. If you go there and mention the name of the original owner of this glove, I guarantee you will get much more gold than any other pawn shop. Victoria furrowed her brows in suspicion, her gray eyes filled with confusion. Why? Is that shop specifically for buying stolen goods? Or does it have a grudge against that girl's family? Greg shook his head and said neither. As for the specific reason, you don't need to delve into it, just remember one thing. He paused, his tone becoming slightly more serious. If there is a mature lady who looks, well, somewhat artistic, approaches you, and even asks you some rather personal questions like whether the socks you're wearing are comfortable, what material they are, or if you could take them off to show me. Oh, and then, Victoria, slightly impatient with his mysterious demeanor, urged him on. Then you only need to do one thing, ignore her. No matter what she says, asks, or how high the price she offers, just pretend you didn't hear. Only discuss the transaction itself, and once the deal is done, take the money and leave immediately. Never linger, and definitely don't take off anything to give her. This was a piece of insider information Greg knew from his previous life in the original work. The shop named Faded Iris appeared to be an ordinary antique and magical trinket store, but its real owner was a woman with an extreme collection obsession and a fetish. She was especially obsessed with collecting items that had intimate connections with beautiful girls or belonged to them. The more authentic and infused with the owner's essence, the higher her price would be, even offering emotional added value far above market price. As for what she would do with these items after purchasing them, that was no concern of Greg's. In any case, one was willing to pay, the other was willing to suffer. Getting the gold was what mattered. Victoria, though skeptical, nodded. Despite finding Greg's advice rather odd, the temptation of selling for a price far above the market was too great for her, a currently financially strained student. She silently noted the name Faded Iris and Greg's warning, determined to head there directly later. Having settled the matter, Greg happily glanced at his pocket watch. The hour hand pointed to 6 o'clock in the according to what Vivian had instructed in the morning. This time point was about when the student council's daily work would conclude. However, before disbanding, they usually needed to return to the student council room to briefly report to the president about the day's work, or at least say hello. But Greg did not want to stay above ground for another minute. He only wanted to head back to the underground city immediately, as that was his safe zone. Resolute, Greg turned and walked towards Elena, who was still seriously writing something in her notebook. This little senior seemed to be diligently documenting the mediation process and reasoning of the earlier incident, her round face filled with focus. Elena Senior. Greg cleared his throat and spoke as naturally as possible later. I want return to the student council room. Could you help me relay today's work report to the president? Elena looked up, her round eyes filled with confusion. You're not going back. Well, if it's okay. But do you have something going on? Why the rush? Greg had long prepared his excuse, allowing a hint of appropriate fatigue and helplessness to show on his face, speaking sincerely. You know, Elena, I have now officially been expelled from my family. I am currently just a penniless commoner, and I may even be worse off. Just thinking about surviving, I already have a mountain of things I must do. He sighed, casting his gaze towards the distant setting sun, his profile appearing somewhat desolate in the warm. I'm glad I could help today, but next I really have other matters to attend to. I'm sorry. His words were not entirely lies. There was indeed survival pressure and many tasks to accomplish, such as preparing to conquer the second layer of the underground city as soon as possible. The second stage task given by the system clearly stated, successfully conquer the second layer of the Academy's underground city before the end of the story's second act. Yet he had not even personally investigated the second layer. Exploration, information gathering, planning, and preparing supplies. All of these required time and listening to Greg, Elena looked at his face, which appeared exceptionally handsome under the sunset, yet also bore a hint of barely noticeable fatigue. It felt as though the softest part of her heart had been gently touched. In her round eyes, the previous confusion was quickly replaced with deep sympathy and understanding. Indeed, he must be having a tough time now. Once a noble son of a duke, now he has to hustle for the most basic survival. And even in such difficult circumstances, he still joined the student council, trying to change himself. He truly is a good boy. Elena's good person filter for Greg seemed to grow thicker once more. If my family were some wealthy noble, then I could take out some money to help Greg at least, so he wouldn't have to worry about life and could focus more on studying and working in the student council. But unfortunately, Elena's family was just an inconspicuous minor noble on the border of the kingdom with poor land and meager income. Being able to support her in attending a top academy like Honor Kale was already the full strength of her family, even incurring a lot of debt. She really had no extra strength to support another fallen noble. This sense of helplessness deepened her sympathy for Greg. He is clearly struggling so much, yet still trying hard. I must do my best to help him more in the future. Thinking of this, Elena nodded vigorously, her small face showing a determined expression as she spoke to Greg in an unprecedented serious tone. Yes, I understand. Greg, leave the work, report to me. I will report today's events to the president right now. You can focus on your own matters. If there is anything I can help with in the student council or in other aspects in the future, please don't hesitate to let me know. She looked like a little warrior taking on an important mission, straightening her small chest and showing Greg a smile full of kindness. Then without further delay, she carefully put away her notebook and pen, waved goodbye to Greg, and turned around, walking briskly away from the central courtyard towards the student council building, her white skirt gently fluttering in the evening breeze. Watching Elena's figure grow more distant, Greg stood in place, only letting out a sigh of relief after she completely vanished around the corner of the shaded path. He comfortably stretched in a big yawn, feeling the joints in his body make pleasant sounds. Phew, finally dealt with the hassle. Now what's next? He turned and prepared to step towards the entrance leading to the underground city. However, just as Greg lifted his foot, a pair of soft, small hands suddenly reached from the side and tightly grasped his left wrist. The sudden sensation made Greg instinctively freeze. The foot he had lifted halted in midair. He stopped, somewhat astonished, and turned to look at the owner of the hand. It was Sylvia. The girl with pink hair had unknowingly approached him to an astonishingly close distance. The warm glow of the setting sun adorned her delicate profile with a golden edge, while her long eyelashes cast fan-shaped shadows beneath her eyelids. She tilted her head slightly, her pink eyes staring at him without blinking, revealing a complex and inscrutable expression. "Well, what's wrong, Greg?" he asked. Sylvia's cheeks flushed with an enticing hue spreading all the way to her dainty earlobes. She seemed a bit nervous, her fingers gripping Greg's wrist, unconsciously tightening slightly the palm, transmitting a delicate and warm sensation. That, Greg Sr." Sylvia's voice was softer than usual, tinged with an imperceptible tremor, yet her tone was surprisingly firm. "Last time, about that incident, I still haven't found the opportunity to thank you properly." As she spoke, her hand gripping Greg's wrist not only did not loosen, but instead moved slightly up his forearm, and then before Greg could fully comprehend Sylvia's hands along with the left hand she held forcefully pressed against that incredibly soft area. Greg's left hand from the back to half of his palm instantly sank into a realm of warmth and softness. Through the thin fabric of the girls' academy uniform, he could still clearly feel that wonderful shape and the slightly quicker heartbeat emanating from beneath. Thud, thud, thud. It felt as if it was directly tapping against his hand, leaving his mind momentarily blank. What's going on?" Greg felt as if he had been struck by an invisible lightning bolt, instantly freezing in place, with his pupils dilating sharply, his brain buzzing, completely halting thought. "Sylvia, what is she doing? This sensation, this scale, this is too. Wait a minute, no, the focus isn't this. The point is, how could a pure, kind, somewhat naive, but absolutely demure character like her make such a bold move? This is not the usual style. Why is Sylvia acting so forward now? Could it be that I've crossed into some strange fanfiction?" Greg felt his worldview and character perception undergo a violent upheaval in just a few seconds. He stiffly turned his neck, his gaze incredulously landing on Sylvia's beautiful face, now close enough to be tinted with a rosy hue. Yet Sylvia seemed completely unaware of how shocking her actions were at that moment. She merely tilted her face upwards, her pink eyes misty, staring intently at Greg. Greg swallowed hard and forced a semblance of calm, saying, About that matter you really don't need to worry, because didn't I say before? If you ever face difficulties, I will definitely come to help you, so? No way." She interrupted again, her voice still soft, but carrying a kind of determination Greg had never heard from her before. "I must personally repay you, Senior Greg. Her hands pressed down with increased strength, making that astonishing softness imprint even more vividly on Greg's sensory nerves. Oh. The sensory shock caused Greg to unintentionally let out an ambiguous sound. He felt his throat dry up and his left hand, tightly wrapped by Sylvia, felt so stiff it seemed not to belong to him, not daring to move. But at that moment he suddenly noticed another issue. This is not the time to be lost in thought. Victoria, that gray-haired girl, is still nearby. If she sees this scene and misunderstands that this guy have swayed her best friend, then the share of the gloves sold later, my 30% in gold coins, would be completely gone. And given that gray-haired girl's personality, she might even start chasing me down for this. A huge sense of crisis instantly jolted Greg awake. He fought against the exquisite sensation from his left hand that would make any normal man distracted, panic rising as he quickly shifted his gaze to where Victoria had been standing before. Fortunately, Victoria was facing away from Greg and Sylvia, holding a crumpled academy map, head down, tracing her fingers across it, muttering to herself. She was clearly verifying the exact location of the fated Iris's shop that Greg had just told her about, completely unaware of the scene unfolding behind her. Seeing this, Greg secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his tension easing just a little. But before he could fully relax, Sylvia's next action and words made his heart race once more. As if sensing Greg's momentary distraction, Sylvia not only did not loosen her grip, but slightly raised herself on her toes, pressing her body even closer to Greg. The distance between them was so close that they could almost feel each other's body heat. Her pink eyes, like the purest gems, reflected Greg's somewhat flustered face as she softly asked in a tone mixed with shyness and anticipation, "Excuse me. Senior Greg, is there anything I can help you with?" "What anything?" Greg repeated the phrase hoarsely. "Anything? What does she mean? Could it be that this is a test for me, an old-timer?" But looking at her eyes, listening to her tone, and this unabashed physical contact, it seems she is serious. If she is serious, then can I really propose some rather excessive requests? In an instant, countless alluring thoughts and images surged into Greg's slightly dazed brain, like a floodgate bursting open due to shock and physiological stimuli. Sylvia's pure yet shy, beautiful face, the soft and plump sensation, the breath so close, and that phrase filled with limitless imaginative possibilities. Anything is fine. Calm down, Greg. You need to calm down. Greg bit his tongue sharply, the intense pain slightly clearing his chaotic thoughts. With strong willpower, he forced all those wild thoughts which were about to break free back into the corners of his heart. He was never a moral paragon, nor was he a pure-hearted gentleman. Facing the aggressive charm of a beautiful girl like Sylvia, it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. However, precisely because he still had some bottom line and wasn't a complete beast, he couldn't respond irresponsibly to Sylvia, just due to a moment of impulse and desire. He wanted to treat a girl willing to give her all to him with sincerity, to cultivate this relationship and provide her with a visible future and promise. But right now, he could hardly ensure his own safety. If he couldn't even be sure whether he would survive until the end of the story, how could he make promises and nurture a serious relationship? Moreover, it was difficult to traverse into such a classic Western fantasy game world. Greg's ultimate dream was to live a shameless harem life after resolving all troubles. After all, a single girl route is a momentary thrill, while a harem is a lifetime enjoyment. But in this work, once a character's emotional progress surpasses a certain threshold with a certain heroine, it would directly lock them into a single route, causing the affection levels of other heroines to freeze or even decrease in various reasonable or unreasonable ways. Greg was not foolish. He was certain that Sylvia's current state was clearly a sign of affection exploding, likely to trigger a special CG at any moment. If he followed her words now, made any excessive requests, or provided overly clear emotional responses, he would definitely be locked into Sylvia's single route the next second. I must say something that neither hurts her feelings nor truly agrees with her. Greg's brain was working at an unprecedented speed, his forehead even beaded with fine sweat. He felt as if time had been stretched, each second feeling incredibly torturous. Sylvia's pink eyes, filled with anticipation and some hidden desire, continued to gaze at him, waiting for his answer. In a flash of brilliance, Greg had an epiphany. He forcibly suppressed all stray thoughts in his mind, trying to keep his expression looking natural as he said, "Well, Sylvia, since you say that, I do have something that I might need your help with." "What is it?" "Senior Greg, just let me know." Sylvia's eyes brightened, her grip on Greg's hand tight. Greg took a deep breath and said, "Then next time you should invite Victoria along too, and the three of us can explore the second level of the dungeon together."